Broad over the wicket then, his first ball for England for a while, and that's turned away to square leg. They're going for a quick single, and they make it. The throw coming in, missed the stumps. A little bit harum-scarum there. I think Will Young's one of those batsmen who just likes to get off the mark quickly. And I think I might put that away, but that was Leach coming in.
Yes.
From mid-wicket.
Yes, nice to see Jack. Nice to see Jack have a home test match.
Well, the ball, I mean, we've seen test matches here with the ball spinning, haven't we?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't mind that. New Zealand playing a spinner as well.
Yeah.
Must think there might be a little bit in there as the game goes on.
Yeah, Patel's playing for them.
Yeah.
Took 10 for.
I know. Laker. Bit of Laker going on there.
So Latham's back on strike again. It's not quite such an attacking field for Broad. There's still 4 slips, mind you, so there's plenty of attacking options. There's a fine leg in mid-wicket, mid-on, and then a mid-off backward point. That is Leach. I don't often find him fielding there. As Broad on his way then, bowls from round the wicket, outside the off-stump, only just carries through to Folkes, who's got the gloves back there. His first home test as well, of course.
Who?
Keeping wicket.
Folks, yes, there's a few out there. Of course, Mr. Potts as well.
Yes. Met him this morning.
Did you?
I'll say he's a bit of a character, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's a nice fella, and he's obviously what a time to get picked. All his wickets.
Yeah.
Confidence will be sky high.
Well, it's form, isn't it? They've picked him on form.
Yeah.
Why not?
1 for no wicket. Broad round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and that's defended by Latham. Not necessarily out of the middle of the bat.
What did he say? Hello, Mr. Agnew, sir. Did he come?
Well, he obviously doffed his cap.
Yeah, yes, of course.
And, no, I just friendly introduced myself.
Why do you think he's a bit of a character then? What, he was lively?
I think, if you read, there's a very good article about him on the BBC website, actually.
Right.
Sort of taking people on for a bit of a scrummage in the dressing room, a bit of a wrestler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bit of a wrestler.
Well, I think it was more of a sort of friendly, Boise sort of thing more than anything else. It wasn't like sort of Nick McManus or something. In goes Broad, bowls, that's a thick edge, nicely fielded there, diving save at slip. That's Pope in there.
Well, we was having a chat with Mark Wood on Monday on the cricket show, and he said he's a wholehearted performer, you know, and he'll keep running in for you all day. Nothing seems to faze him, so... No, I
mean, I think it's sort of it's a generalisation, but you see here it's a real proper northern seam bowler. He'll run in all day.
Lovely.
Run through brick walls for you. Is that sort of a fella? He's had a terrific start to the season.
And as you say, in form,
yeah,
which is crucial. Going in with confidence.
He'll be up against better players.
Oh, of course.
He's playing in the second division. Broad, round the wicket. Bowls outside the off-stump, nice delivery that. Just moving slightly into Latham, who lets it go.
And also, Lords can be a bit tricky. I don't know whether he's played here. Has he played here before? I think he might have done once or something.
So, Potts, I don't think he has...
No, it can be a bit tricky for seamers. I can remember a few seamers on debut here, especially from the pavilion end, a bit too leg side, so he's going to have... Well, he's got Anderson and Broad on his shoulder, isn't he? So I'm sure he'll be asking them a few questions.
He does have a very nice snap in his action. Also wrist flick. Yeah. Broad round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Latham is beaten. Broad there raises an optimistic arm as he follows through.
Good start.
Well, they're both bang on it, aren't they? This is what they do. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. We're not surprised. They're just bowling as these two do. And I have to be honest, having been in Grenada and watched that, I think if they'd both been playing for England that match, England would have won it and not lost it.
There you go. Well, it was a bit of a head surface. It was a bit of a head scratcher, all that, wasn't it?
And then who knows? I mean, if they had played and England had won that game, where would we be now?
Yeah, wouldn't it? Yeah, everything's for a reason, so they say.
It's a bit of a curiosity about Stuart Broad's record at Lords. I think this is his 25th test here. Only Jimmy Anderson and Alistair Cook at 26 have played more. It's the 9th time he's opened the bowling in the first innings of the game, the opening innings of the game for England, yet to take a wicket in his opening spells in the first innings of matches.
Okay. That was very surprising. Young looks around. It's 1 for no wicket. New Zealand winning the toss and batting first. Let's run through the teams for you again in a second. But Anderson's moving in and bowls 2 minutes edge. And is it being caught? I think it's a brilliant catch at slip. For a moment there, it didn't look as if it had carried. And it was Folkes that gave the game away. He leapt up. He had a great view of it. Brilliant catch at second slip. And there's such a melee going on. There's Johnny Bairstow, who's taken it and what a reflex catch. It was low, it went very quickly, lovely outswinger, I must say that. And Bairstow has taken that at full stretch,
it's a cracker.
Inches off the ground to his left. Brilliant, brilliant catch. Root was diving the other way behind him at first. Well, they're standing there and waiting to see if that carried. Are they? The umpire's having... No, he's out. We saw that clearly on the... We're not having one of these series, are we? It's out. And it was a brilliant catch. No question of that not carrying.
Great outswinger from Jimmy Anderson. Just got him poking outside that off stump. He would have had in mind that the slope sort of goes against him as well, but that's just gone up the slope. Got a nice outside edge. Brilliant catch by Bairstow. I mean, that's a real wicket-keeper's catch, almost going forward with his wrong hand. Fantastic. Went across second slip and just got it off the grass. Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant catch. And that gets Anderson right back into the game.
Cool. Didn't
New
take
Zealand
him
are
long,
1
did it?
for 1. No, it's taken him 7 balls.
Funny that.
Beautiful ball. It, again, just swung enough. And disappointed Young departs for 1. And out comes Kane Williamson, who we always refer to, of course, quite rightly, as one of the great batsmen in the game. But he's been struggling at the moment. And he's been to and froing because his wife gave birth to their second child between the IPL and coming here. So he's shot back to New Zealand. He's come back to here, which is not an easy journey to make. And so, and he's not been in the best of form. But a brilliant catch, and you'll be able to see it shortly, but to see on the highlights tonight, of course. Reminder that they're back on BBC Two from 7 o'clock this evening. Video clips are available online, as always. And have a look at that.
Yeah, it's a belter. Absolute belter. Just what England need, isn't it? Get off to a good start. And you've got Kane Williamson now. Virtually new ball. Not in amazing form as well. You can nick him off in the next half hour. England will be happy.
They're all lined up there in the slips. It's 5 all in a row. Stokes is at mid-off, Broad at mid-on. There's a square leg and a fine leg as Williamson looks around. Not a tall man, bearded, scrapes again at his mark there, flexes his shoulders, twiddles his bat, and now is ready to go. And Anderson, with his tail up and the sun behind some cloud, comes in from the pavilion end. Is there now, and he bowls to him just a little bit too wide of the off stump, that one. And Williamson can line it up and allow that to go through to wicketkeeper Folkes.
Just doing a little bit. So just went up the hill, a little bit of swing, and then just carried off the pitch, sort of on its line towards the slips. And that is an absolute cracker of a catch. That really is difficult. Going across second and moving forward as well. You know, it just carried.
Anderson wheels round once more, dips his head, comes in past umpire Tucker and bowls. Oh, that comes cutting back. That's the in-swinger. And that did come back a long way.
Oh, that's nearly knocked his off-pole out.
It'll certainly give Williamson something to think about. And he gestured there to his partner, like the in-swinger. You know how cricketers do. And when you sort of say to yourself, well, I think you probably got that from the other end. It was a huge in-swinger that nipped back.
Looks like he's up for it, Jimmy boy.
I wonder if this is due to this upgraded, if you like, batch of balls as well. They are. This one's certainly moving around. Anderson again moves in and bowls outside the off stump. Williamson allows that to go through. Here, lots of people in the runs this summer, not least Cookie to our right, who's obviously. I know he's knocked it up. Well, but I'll tell you what, though, how many hundreds have you got this year, Cookie? 3.
Back to back, couple of them, weren't they?
There's another man up my way who's also scored 300s this summer. And I like to get people in who are in form.
Go on.
And Cookie would have been considered. One imagines. Anderson on his way, bowls outside the off stump. I'm going to float another name past you who scored
Compton
300s in Leicestershire.
Oh, in Leicestershire.
This summer. He's in great nick. Pressing for
honours.
Pressing for a batting place in the England lineup, I suggest.
You haven't been playing club cricket,
No. Any thoughts?
Andy shakes his head.
No,
Go on, come on.
We've beaten the statistician. No, the people of Barkby will know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
In comes Anderson and bowls, and that hits him on the pad, runs away down to gully, and there's no run. A successful over for Jimmy Anderson.
Bowled.
A wicket with his 7th ball back,
People of Barkby. No, go on.
Well, I'll tell you now, I mean, it's a beautiful little ground in
Yes.
Leicestershire. It's
Yeah.
like an iconic village cricket ground.
Picket fence.
Trees and so on. The people of Barkby
Trees.
are flooding in now to watch this man
Go on.
in the form of his life.
Come on. Who is it?
Matthew Hoggard.
Oh, is it?
Get him in, I say.
He's got 300.
300. I mean, it's taken him all afternoon, I think.
Wow.
No. I said, what did you do the first time, Hodgson?
Yeah.
He said, well, I didn't really know what to do. He said,
No.
I sort of waved
Yes.
and showed my bat. But now he's in the
He's
flow.
just knocking
He's just
them off.
He's peeling them off. In goes Broad and bowls, and that hits Latham up on the thigh.
What number's he going in?
Well, I think they're fairly low down, I think. But anyway, well done, the Hogster. So much more of that, and he'll be...
300.
I know. He had, I think, 2 shots.
Off drive.
He had an off drive,
Yes.
which he famously played
That's right.
at Trent Bridge in 2005
Correct.
for 4.
That's right.
And I'm trying to think what the other one was.
Ooh. The leave.
A sort of shovel in the leg. Cookie's saying a sort of leg side shovel.
Little off the
Yeah.
hip clip.
That was about all it was.
Well, there
1
you
for
go.
1. In goes Broad, round the wicket and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from the left-handed Latham. David from Taunton. On Tuesday I tested positive for COVID.
dear.
Apart from feeling pretty rough, I've had to cancel all my bank holiday weekend plans. Jazz concert in Sidmouth and Lyme Regis. All I can say is thank goodness for cricket. Test match special during the day and T20 blast on Sports Extra in the evening. Whoever had the bright idea of scheduling the first test over the Jubilee weekend deserves a medal. There we are. Well,
Well, he's got plenty to go in
I
on.
quite fancy a street party, though.
Oh,
It goes
yes.
Broad, round the wicket, bowls. That's turned away into the leg side. Go for a quick single there, and he's I think
No.
setting off there, Williamson.
Hit.
The throw hits the stumps. Nice direct hit with only 1 to aim at.
We've got one. We've got a street party. Yeah.
But you won't be able to go, will you?
Well, obviously I'm here.
I know.
I mean,
Well, I feel rather. Don't
I
often
could nip
have
off at lunch, but
don't often have street parties, but
No.
I fancy a street party. But anyway,
no, it's all very exciting. Lots of bunting. We've got the flag out. We've got some flags out.
Have
And
you?
bunting out. And
Oh.
Tufnell Towers.
I'll tell you what I've got.
Go on. Handkerchief.
It's a red, white and blue
You-
handkerchief.
It's used handkerchief as
Well,
well.
yeah,
by the looks of it.
of course
Put
it's
it away.
used, but it's red, white and blue.
Yeah, well done.
So it's tucked away in the handkerchief. I might do an Allen knot and just dangle it ever so slight like that.
Or a Steve War.
That's right, he did it as well,
Yeah,
didn't he?
little red one.
That's right. 2 for 1. And Broad from the nursery end, the ball to Kane Williamson, who's looking at the field. Again, a twiddle of the bat. 3 slips, a fine gully, a backward pointer mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg lined up. Broad on his way, moves in, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from the right-handed captain.
We look well.
Well, I had a little holiday before
Yeah.
before starting up Toughers.
Oh,
yes.
did you? Yes, lovely.
Well, it's a long
That's
summer. I thought, well, you know,
Yeah, get it in.
go and relax a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was we had a lovely time.
Yeah.
Restful.
Yes, lovely.
And to be honest, I think it's the first holiday which has never been a crossword.
Oh, right.
And I was analysing this the other day.
Oh, right.
I'm going to offer you this, because you like to nip away, don't you? I'm
Yeah.
going to offer you this as a piece of advice.
Okay.
In goes Broad, bowls, and one that just moves away off the seam down the slope.
Go on.
And Williamson lets it go. Well, I'll tell you what I did. We arrived and I unpacked my suitcase.
Yes.
I put everything away.
Well, what else do you usually do then?
Well, no, not unpack it.
Oh, you just go straight from the suitcase?
Just delve as we go.
Oh, do
When it was
you?
like on tour.
Oh, no.
So I put that down
Yeah.
to an incident-free holiday. So
I'm
take
gonna- Yes.
a note of that.
I am. I'm writing it down just now.
Yeah. No, not a single.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I usually get someone to come in and unpack mine for me.
Well, you would. Then goes Broad and bowls to Williamson. Plays across his pad. There's some raised arms there from Broad and from Folkes. Yeah, you ever think about that? So
Yeah, well done.
I think that is the cornerstone to any successful holiday. Unpack your suitcase. England on top. 2 for 1. Lovely start. Sun shining. Isha's coming in after thoughts from Phil Tufnell.
Yeah, fantastic start. On the money. James Anderson and Stuart Broad, plenty of pressure. There is just a little bit of movement. So England, 5 slips. Haven't seen that for a while. Good attacking intent from the new skipper, Ben Stokes, and the bowlers are delivering for him. Nishi.
Oh, good morning to you.
Morning.
Tuffers.
How are you?
Always an absolute pleasure to sit beside you here at the home of cricket. Watching the cricket as James Anderson pushes away, bowling from the pavilion end. Round the wicket, Latham allows it to pass through to Ben Foakes, who has the gloves behind the stumps. And as you rightfully say, an aggressive, positive new era.
Yes, there you go, from ball one.
England cricket.
Like that. Don't mind seeing a few slips if the ball's doing a little bit. Why not? Get them in there. Good to see Anderson and Broad back as well, isn't it?
Over 1,000 test wickets between them. Yeah, it was fairly disappointing. I think many people were devastated when they weren't in the West Indies, not least themselves, as that goes through again outside the line of off-stump bowling, that channel, getting that movement and zip off the pitch, aided by the slope. James Anderson. Glorious day here at Lord's. Sun is out, a few clouds dotted around, but there's a lovely feel. First day of the summer, first day of the Test summer. Latham still in his crease. Plays at one and it's taken. Johnny Bairstow at slip. Well, we thought it was going to go to ground. He took it. It fell in front of him and then he dived forwards. Incredible reflex to take the catch. Latham has to go for one. New Zealand 2 for 2.
Yeah, and he's been lining Jimmy Anderson up pretty nicely there, but that's just off the back foot. Went to poke it through that vacant gap at cover, and it's hit Bairstow a little bit quicker than he thought, and it's bounced out. Luckily, it bounced up in the air, and a great lunge forward by Johnny Bairstow. He's on fire in the slips. Fantastic catch again by Johnny Bairstow. Latham's got to go for one. England absolutely on fire this morning, Isha.
And James Anderson, 2 players with a point to prove in Anderson and Broad. It's crazy when you say that, a point to prove.
Well, I know. It just doesn't seem right, does it?
They're back in their element.
Is that an oxymoron or something?
Maybe.
Is it?
Maybe, yeah.
Nothing to prove from those two, but you can just see that Jimmy Anderson's just got a bit between his teeth. Perhaps he'll be thinking to himself, right, I'll show you. Bowling beautifully this morning.
Well, here comes the hero for New Zealand last year, opening the batting, Devon Conway.
Double 100.
With a casual double century.
Wasn't it?
Something that Sachin Tendulkar wasn't able to achieve here in Test match cricket.
We were just saying it was absolutely chanceless from what I can remember. So, but new ball still new, and they're 2 sort of big guns at the crease now. They can get one more of these, England will be absolutely delighted.
First time he's batted at 4, Andy.
Yes, his 8th Test, and he's batted 6 of his 12 innings at number 2, 6 at number 3. So yeah, unusually low, but he hadn't opened a great deal before that astonishing double century on debut here last year. I was looking at the head-to-heads between the players, and that's the first time that Jimmy Anderson has got Tom Latham out in Test cricket. Over 260 balls he's bowled with.
We don't often see him start round the wicket to the left-hander. He's usually over the wicket and then maybe changes it up.
Yeah, he has a couple of overs usually and then comes round, doesn't he? But it's working for him. He's bowling that beautiful line from round the wicket. He's just making them play. Poking that bat out. Well, Johnny Bairstow is absolutely flying.
What a picture this is. 4 slips, 2 gullies.
Yeah.
Here comes James Anderson, pepping his step as he bowls to Conway, who comes forwards and lets it go past him outside the line of off stump, but that probing line and length, and that has been the chat really with these two over the last couple of years, that under the captaincy and the leadership of Joe Root, they weren't necessarily bowling it a little bit fuller, but as soon as Ben Stokes was captain, there was a time in the Ashes they just pitched it up a little bit more, but the lengths here have been spot on. Bat hovering for Conway, who's forwards and playing the ball delicately back down the pitch to James Anderson. Plenty of space But he can see in front of him Devon Conway.
Well, I think that was one of the main reasons why Latham, it was just back of a length, wasn't he? He saw that big gap open there on the offside and he thought, I might just try and get a bat on it and just nudge it through that sort of cover point area, and that's what brought the edging, because he just poked out at it, thought he saw 4, instead of that he saw the dressing room door, as we used to say.
Conway again comes forwards but raises his bat, lets it go. Another fabulous over from James Anderson, receiving applause in here from Phil Tufnell and everyone around the ground as well.
2 for naught from his first 3 overs. And that was something we were looking at last year, Anderson's opening spells. He struggled for wickets in his opening spells. It's only the second time in his last 18 opening spells since the start of last summer that he's taken wickets. The other was a spell of 3 for 6 opening at Headingley against India last year, as England skittled India on the first morning. But other than that, this is the first time since the start of last summer that he's struck in his opening spell.
Ben Stokes at mid-off, just having a quick word to Stuart Broad, who's sporting the headband tied behind the back of his head, karate style.
Yes.
2 for 2 then, New Zealand, after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Cloud cover very much present as Broad bowls into the pads of Williamson, who tucks it around the corner down to fine leg. Comes through for 1. Fair bit of shape in the air as he bowled that one for good length.
I think it's just been good new ball bowling, Isha, hasn't it? I mean, right on the money. I don't think it's particularly... I mean, no, Agger said he thought it might just do a little bit early on. A little bit tacky. But it's just been right on the money from James Anderson, probing away outside that off stump. And he's got the 2 nicks and a couple of absolutely cracking catches by Bairstow. Wicket-keeper's catches, those 2 are.
I suppose that just gives them a good feeling in the slip corner. We saw a few drops, many drops, over the course of the winter.
We did.
Broad coming
start.
round the wicket to the left-handed Conway, still in his crease. Bowls full, edged, past gully, down to a vacant third man. Jack Leach is on the charge, chasing it up the hill. I think he might get there as he topples over the boundary.
He's hurt
and the throw comes in. Still on the ground, glasses off, and
he's done himself a mischief there.
Hands on his head,
He went over really funny. His sort of shoulder, he went for the sort of flick back, and his shoulder, I think, was jammed into the ground, and he sort of nutted the turf. He's nicked. There you go. This shoulder now coming in, bang. Yeah, he's hurt. He's hurt himself a bit there. That could be problems for England.
Tell you what, though, amazing effort. I think he saved the 4 there. Mightily close to the boundary, and there's a grimace on Ben Stokes' face as you can see him.
We could be in trouble here, Jack Leach.
Jack Leach on the ground, being attended to.
It's that shoulder. He smashed his shoulder and it sort of stuck in the turf and he went head over heels on it. Ouch.
Being attended to by the England physio, but also some support from New Zealand as well. Just down... in front of the pavilion.
Hope he's all right. 12th is coming on by the looks of it. I mean, it was a great chase, headlong into the ground. Might have even sort of ricked his neck a bit.
Those boundary sponges have got bigger, I think, as well over time. As he was chasing after the ball, looking to dive forwards, pull the ball back in. So England have New Zealand 6 for 2 in the 6th over here at Lord's. First day of the Test summer. The umpires are wandering over now to survey the scene. And plenty of concern for England as they gather together in front of the pavilion now. And incredible effort from Jack Leach.
Yep, hopefully he's all right.
Of course, Mark Wood was ruled out of the 3rd Test against India because of a shoulder injury, diving for a ball.
Yep.
4th day of the 2nd Test here at Lord's.
Well, they're quite, collarbones and all sorts of things. He's up.
Yeah, he's up on his feet, and he's walking towards the pavilion now with the physios around him. He seems a little bit frazzled, but we'll bring you some news as and when we hear it. We can see Leach now walking up the steps towards the long room. A valiant effort as Phil Tufnell has departed. In comes Sir Alistair Cook. Well, not an ideal start in terms of injuries for England. They've had a few in the last couple of months or so, mainly to the bowlers, the quick bowlers. But that is a big blow, as Stuart Broad now has the ball back in his hand, and play will resume very, very shortly.
Yeah, good morning, Isha. Good morning, everyone. What a start from Broad and Anderson. They've been absolutely relentless on their line and length. It'll be interesting to see on their line and length actually how many balls have been hitting the stumps. Everyone's been saying they've got to bowl fuller, and the Ben Stokes effect. Actually, they're just bowling how Broad and Anderson bowl, and in these conditions, and I hate to say it, but Aggers might have just got it right. There's a little bit of dampness in the top of the wicket. It's going to be a pretty dry wicket, I think, in general, but they're making hay here with the sunshine, just nipping the ball a little bit.
As Williamson solid in defence as he plays the ball forwards to Ben Stokes at mid-off. 3 slips in a gully in position for Broad, bowling over the wicket to the New Zealand captain, who's just advancing down the pitch, taking a closer look at it, giving it a bit of a pat.
An absolute dream start, isn't it, for Ben Stokes? Just, you lose a toss, but you always know in England, and certainly at Lords, the first 2 hours is definitely the bowlers, and you've got these guys banging away, making some dents.
Williamson banging away at the crease as he pushes forwards, comes through for 1. Stokes with the throw in. It's the backhand to the stumps, but they're through comfortably. 7 for 2 then in the 6th over. Here Williamson moves to 2.
Yeah, I wonder if it is these new balls that everyone's been talking about. I'm hoping that we go back to the old balls when I go back and play county cricket. They haven't done a huge amount after the first 15 overs or so, but this certainly today, that kind of little kiss off the surface, just nipping, isn't it? It's not swinging a huge amount. The ball which James Anderson got Will Young with probably held its line more than anything going up the slope. And when he's bowling from the pavilion end, and you kind of dragging the right-hander into playing because he thinks it might nip, and it just held beautifully. A great catch, but they've just been relentless, and we know how good they are, and when they've got a point to prove, whichever way the circumstances have got it. And actually Stuart Broad just knows his job here. Jimmy On's that little bit of a roll, he's just given them absolutely nothing.
Gentle breeze across as Broad is round the wicket to Conway, beats the edge through to Folkes, hands in the air of the slip cordon. Stuart Broad wasn't quite sure if he got something on it, but there was no appeal in the end. Packed out pavilion here at Lords, and plenty of spectators in for day 1 of this Lords test. We're hearing stories about lots of people queuing outside, waiting to get in. We'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully if you're listening, you'll get in soon. Plenty of tickets available in the build-up to this test. There's Broad pounding in to Conway, who's forward and guiding the ball to extra cover. Defensively, at the end of the over, 7 for 2. 6 overs have been bowled. The best possible start for England. They're roaring into action in this first test of the summer. Williamson 2, Conway 3. I think that might have been a bit of PR as well, the lack of tickets sold. I think plenty of people queuing. It was absolutely jam-packed at St John's Wood Station this morning. Alistair?
Yeah, it looks pretty sold out to me. Can't see many spare seats. And this is Broad and Anderson using their experience of the slope. Those previous 2 balls from Anderson to Conway, the left-hander, from the nursery end, he's played at one he didn't need to because he's feeling that the ball might nip back down the slope. Even though it was an away swinger from Stuart Broad, it was a 4th or 5th stump. As a left-hander, because you feels the ball nipping back down the slope, you have to play.
4 slips in the gully to Williamson, who gently again comes forwards, covers the ball, head right over it as he guides it to gully, no run.
again, how well Kane Williamson plays that, how late he plays that. That even if he does nick that, how soft his hands are. He's playing right under his eyes. That ain't going anywhere near carrying when he plays like that. He is the master of playing the defensive ball late.
Anderson shuffles forwards, lovely rhythm, lets that one go outside the off stump this time, slightly more back of a length. England in full whites. The colours changed again, Alistair. The change of sponsor back to the proper white.
Is that what this is? Proper white?
Proper white as opposed to creams.
Yeah, we went through that stage of, I think we were probably the first team which went from cream to whites. And it was a real, I remember looking down, geez, that's bright. And then they've kind of moulded back to cream, back to white again now.
Williamson edged and falls in front of first slip. I think Folkes might have even got part of his glove to that.
I get that soft hands. It's a genuine nick from Williamson. The away swing from James Anderson, because he plays it so late. I mean, it hasn't carried to Joe Root by probably 4 or 5 feet. And Folkes, he looked to go, but it was too right in the middle of Joe Root, so that would have been wasn't possible to get to.
His glove was nowhere near it. In fact, as Anderson comes in an angle past the stump, so Williamson who lets one go. Prodigious movement back into him. That's that slope coming into effect. She talked about Alistair, goes over the top of off stump. It's a good leave in the end.
The perfect away swing of the ball before, followed by the big in swinger from Anderson. And that has gone. It's probably hasn't swung a huge amount, but it's kind of gone down the slope, and Ben Folkes has taken it on his inside. It's probably to the left of the stump by the time he took it. I mean, Jimmy hasn't gone for a run yet, has he?
This is wonderful skill, wonderful artistry from James Anderson. England's great as Williamson lets that one go. Slightly easier to judge that one as it comes through. Yeah, there was a time when you moved back to creams, but the players still had the bright white jumpers.
Yeah. That didn't look great, did it?
No. But kept on going with that effect for a little while there.
It's fashion. It's not
yeah,
my. It's not my.
Not your strong point. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Here comes Anderson again to Williamson, who lets that one go. Did think about playing it in the channel. Feet rooted to the crease is another spectacular over. 7 for 2 New Zealand.
Yeah,
after 7 overs.
Sorry, the last 4 balls were, an in-swinger, away swinger, in-swinger, away swinger, in-swinger, and he's just toys with the batsman which one to play, which one not to play. And it's so subtle, his variation of being able to pick him. I played against him the other day for Lancashire, and it's just those subtle variations, and when it's moving as much as this, it's so hard to line up as a bowler. And Kane Williamson, for all his skills, just knows he's got to fight through this first session.
Broad, arms pumping from the nursery end round the wicket, edged and taken again. Wow, this is outstanding from England. Another one falls. New Zealand are 7 for 3, and this time Stuart Broad in the action. Conway gone.
Just all happening for Johnny Bairstow at third slip. He made this one look easy. This is brilliant bowling from Stuart Broad. That angle in from around the wicket. I'm just checking if it's carried, but it's carried very comfortably to Johnny Bairstow. Very simple catch, very hard catch, made look very easy, but Broad, brilliant bowling from using the angles of the slope. Conway will be thinking he shouldn't, when he looks at the replay, that he wouldn't have to play with it because it's probably 5th stump, but with the angle of the slope, you feel as a left-hander you do play it. It was great bowling, and Conway's gone, and 7 for 3. What a start for Ben Stokes in England.
Stuart Broad as well. He has that ability round the wicket. One of the best bowlers round the wicket, you would say, in world cricket, to be able to shape it away from the left-hander. Andy, some words from you, and then Simon Mann will be coming in.
Just to pick up on what I mentioned earlier on, it's the first time that Stuart Broad has taken a wicket when opening the bowling in the first innings of a Lord's Test, as in England bowling first. Broad opening the bowling. It's the 9th time he's done it. It's the first time he's taken a wicket. I was looking at the lengths, Alistair, that you mentioned, and the ball tracking data suggests that out of 49 innings since the start of the 2020 home summer, it's the 3rd fullest England have bowled in the first 6 overs. So they have been pitching it up a bit more than usual, and with good result.
Yeah, I just want, how many of those have been hitting the stumps? They have bowled beautifully on that channel, haven't they? Every ball's been whether to play, whether to not to play, using the experience of in-swing and out-swing, but using the Lord's slope, I think, fantastically well.
It says 14% hitting the stump, so just under one. So I guess that's probably 5 balls out of those 36.
Is that normal?
I think it's about normal.
Good morning, and it has been a very good morning for England. It really has. Daryl Mitchell's out there at number 5, playing his 10th Test match, 100 so far, and well, he's sitting on that balcony, thinking, not expecting to be inside the first 3/4 of an hour of play, but he's out there. Henry Nicholls unfit for New Zealand. He's had COVID and then he got a calf injury. I'll give you the New Zealand side actually. Trent Bolt's playing, which is remarkable when you consider that he was playing in the IPL final on Sunday. Here's Broad going in to bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell pushes that away. He's playing slightly away from his body there, down towards backward point, and there's no run. It's 7 for 3. So New Zealand to come for them. We've got Tom Blundell in next, Colin de Grandhomme, Kyle Jamieson, Tim Southey, Patel, and Trent Bolt. Bolt playing 16 games in the IPL, then into a Test match within a couple of days. And I mean, last time they didn't pick him, did they? In the first Test match, they saved him for the second Test. I know they were building him up to the World Test Championship final, but he's straight in there. 4 slips and a gully for Mitchell. Broad, right arm over the wicket, bowls to him now, and he goes past the outside edge and appeal for a catch. Nothing from the umpire. There was more interest in the slip call than from Broad there. Inevitably they'll consider it. Was there something? Was there a feather through? Doesn't look like it. Well, they seem convinced it must have brushed the trousers on the way through to Ben Foakes.
Well, if Stuart Broad doesn't appeal 100%, then he surely can't have hit it. And that was very, very decisive from Ben Stokes there. As a captain, everyone was looking around. He just straight away said no. He's standing in mid-off. As we look in the replay,
pocket,
the back pocket, and Ben Stokes straight away without any kind of discussion. Quite clearly, he probably had the best view in the house.
Ben Stokes fielding at wide mid-off, stroke extra cover. Broad, right arm over the wicket into Mitchell, and Mitchell's beaten by that one that swings as it moves away from him and goes down the slope, bowling from the nursery end. It swung after it went past the outside edge. Perhaps it was just starting to swing as it went past the bat, and it was taken by Foakes away to his right-hand side. Our left as we look at it, high up in the media centre here at Lord's. It's a wonderful sight as well. Clouds are high, some sunshine around, and despite the fact that there's a lot of talk about not many tickets being sold, from where we're sitting I can barely see an empty seat, but perhaps ticket sales have picked up in the last 24 hours. Broad moves in again with 5 slips in, bowls to Mitchell outside the off stump. Nice fluent drives, a full ball driven by Mitchell but straight to Stokes in that extra cover position. He did not have to move. 7 for 3. If you want to catch up on the action we've had so far, see the wickets, those catches from Bairstow. We'll be on the BBC Sport website very soon, and highlights tonight, today at the Test, 7 o'clock on BBC 2. 7 for 3 New Zealand, and this is the last ball of the 8th over. Williamson on 2 at the non-striker's end. Watches as Broad moves in, bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell's shuffling forward there out of his crease and pushing that away for his first run to the left of Stokes. Goes out towards cover, so he is off the mark. Broad finishes a successful over for him, and New Zealand after 8 overs are 8 for 3. Williamson has 2, Mitchell has 1, 2 for Anderson, 1 for Broad, all caught by Bairstow at third slip, and all very different as well. Lucy contacts us on social media, absolutely gutted I'm missing this, had 2 tickets today and my flight back was cancelled at 2 a.m. this morning, 4 hours before I was due to fly. I'm not sure where she was coming back to the UK from, but anyway, well, bad luck, I'm sorry about that. What can you say?
Very heartfelt that.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, well, it's a shame. Well, I don't know, there are not many spare tickets around by the looks of it. And, I mean, we can't see the Compton and Edrich stands that are to our left and right. There might be a few empty seats in those stands, the refurbished Compton and Edrich stands here at Lord's now with the extra tier on. Right, it's going to be Anderson to continue. Anderson yet to concede a run. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for none. He's got a leg slip in now for Mitchell. Anderson bowls, and Mitchell gets the ball outside the off stump, which he looks as though he was going to play at and then left it through to Ben Folkes. It's Ben Stokes, the skipper, who's gone in at well, leg slip really. We saw a lot of this in the Ashes. So leg slip positions employed then.
Yeah, that, you know, kind of the Steve Smith and Labuschagne effect, how far they get across the stumps. But no, this is unusual. This is obviously something from tactical.
Anderson bowls, clipped away. As the first runs off Anderson, it's going down the slope towards the tavern stand. There should be 4. Goes quickly down there. Well, it is going slowly, but it's going quickly enough. Hits the rope. Big flick from Mitchell. Full delivery from Anderson. And in his 5th over, he has finally conceded a run.
Yeah, his first genuine half volley on leg stump. And so I was saying something tactical. Of course, it's tactical, the leg slip, but for Mitchell, they've obviously seen something where that's a Brendan McCullum, the influence of something that you've seen him bat a lot with New Zealand. But yeah, I'd like to know I can't work out the reason why he's there. There's obviously something they've seen behind the scenes. 12 for 3.
Anderson bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell solidly forward, playing it towards mid-off, and there is no run. It must be sort of getting your, I don't know, it gets in your mind a bit as a batting side. You know that the bloke in the opposition dressing room sort of knows all about you. It's a strange one.
But he hasn't been involved though that much recently with New Zealand.
But he will know that. You'll know the players,
absolutely.
and he's a commentator. He's been a commentator out in New Zealand as well, so he'll be watching them, you know, day in, day out in their home Test matches. New Zealand actually haven't been in that good form really since they won the World Test Championship. Here is Anderson bowling, short ball, and Mitchell ducks underneath and it's taken by Folkes down the leg side eventually, but it was sort of swung again in the air as it went past the stumps. They actually lost a Test match to Bangladesh at home, which is quite remarkable really when you think they're the World Test champions, and Bangladesh generally speaking are towards the bottom of the rankings, even though they've got huge potential, and every now and again they've come up and nick teams on the backside, not least England in Dhaka.
Thanks, Simon.
Here's Anderson bowling, and Mitchell defending, holds his bat up to his non-striking partner Williamson to say, I'm not coming. The ball goes to Broad at mid-on wearing his sun hat, and there's no run.
I think you can make an argument for that Bangladesh win in New Zealand being the biggest single match of shock in Test history.
Ooh, really? The biggest upset in Test history?
As a single game, one side to beat another.
Simon's just put his glasses on, and that he's looking through his notes.
Anderson right arm over the wicket to bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell leaves a ball outside the off stump. It's through to Folkes. It's the end of Anderson's over. New Zealand are 12 for 3, who just switched on. Latham out for 1, Young for 1, Conway for 3, all caught by Bairstow at third slip. 2 for Anderson and 1 for Broad. Alistair just tapped me on the shoulder, which must mean that Matthew Potts is about to bowl his first ball in Test cricket. He's going to replace Stuart Broad. Just in that match, well, they beat New Zealand by 8 wickets in that game. It was a thumping as well. It wasn't just a win, was it? It was a thumping.
Yes, and Bangladesh's away form, particularly outside Asia, had been terrible, really, for most of their Test history. New Zealand just won the World Test Championship last year. So I'll see if I can dig out some. It's quite hard to prove numerically.
No,
but it's certainly right up there.
But it's high on the Zoltz meter, is it, for shocks?
Here's something. It's the second best start England have had to a series in the field in terms of when the third wicket fell. 7 for 3
ever.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
They bowled first in the first Test.
They need to have new eras more often.
You've got to go back to 1896 on this ground. They had Australia 4 for 3 on the first morning.
Anderson going down towards the Warner stand, inevitably getting a huge ovation down there. Picked up 2 wickets. Here's Potts' first ball in Test cricket. He's bowling to Kane Williamson as well. Right arm over the wicket, and Williamson with a swivel leave, getting the bat out of the line of the ball. A very decent first delivery from Matthew Potts, who you said earlier, Alistair, you faced last year in county cricket, and I'd said to you last year this guy would be playing for England in a year's time. What would you have said to me? You know nothing about the game of cricket? Well, you probably said that to me anyway.
Well, I would have been surprised. A few things have fallen his way, but in terms of injuries, but what an opportunity, you know.
Goes in now to bowl to Williamson, and Williamson's up on his toes there, dropping the ball at his feet, and there is no run. Again, perfectly acceptable delivery from Potts. When I've seen him bowl quite a lot on social media, and I've probably seen him bowl in the flesh as well, without sort of necessarily him standing out. He's quite open-chested, isn't he? And sort of, I want to say bouncy is what I want to say about him.
He certainly hits the bat hard. His first couple of balls 80, 81 mile an hour, but it'll feel slightly quicker than that when I faced him.
Goes in now and bowls to Williamson, who's forward, blocking it back down the offside of the pitch. Potts bends down and lobs the ball to Ben Stokes.
He has the ability just to take the ball enough away from the right hander. That will be his stock ball. Not a massive swinger, but with that kind of hinter shape. I think what Ben Stokes has obviously seen, with his county colleague, is his attitude and his ability to make things happen. You know what you're going to get for Broad and Anderson. They're going to be plugging away, but his ability to suddenly get 2 or 3 wickets quickly when nothing else is happening.
Potts bowls and goes past the outside edge of Williamson's bat there. And also the other thing, it bounced twice on the way through to the wicketkeeper. It was only just outside the off stump. Williamson's come down the pitch to do some gardening, and Mitchell has joined him. 12 for 3. Williamson there on 2. Just trying to absorb the pressure at the moment.
Yeah, for Kane, this is, who hasn't been in great form in the IPL the last year or so in Test cricket. His elbow missed the last 5 games. It's about time in the middle. He averages 53 in Test cricket. He's one of the greats of this generation, and if he'll be thinking to spend 2 hours in the middle.
Potts bowls to the edge and taken by folks low down. Potts gets Williamson in his first Test match over. A remarkable start for the youngster from Sunderland. Brilliant moment for him. He's got one of the big players in world cricket. Yes, Williamson hasn't been in great form of late, but still, that is a magnificent start. A good catch from Folkes as well. Low down to his right-hand side, to Root's left at first slip. And New Zealand, they're in tatters. They're 12 for 4.
A great piece of bowling, bringing Kane Williamson forward. We've just been saying he wants to spend 2 hours or so in the middle to get the rhythm of it, and Potts has not allowed it. And what a moment for him! What a moment! He's been on the money. Those 4 balls have been right where you want to bowl. I'm sure he's been nervous, but what a way to get off the mark, get off and running, and instantly he'll just settle down now, and he can just play the game of cricket.
Williamson edging low, and Folkes getting the gloves underneath it, the fingers of the gloves underneath it. Fantastic moment for Matthew Potts. He has been in great form this summer, and it helps, of course, if you have been in great form. Your confidence is high. I mean, Harry Brook could be thinking that. I mean, how is Brook not in this England Test side? Well, you look at the options, it's hard to leave any of them out. But he's got his chance. And Ben Stokes said something about a game against Glamorgan, didn't he? But bowling on the last day, I think he was struggling a bit, wasn't he? But he wanted a bowl, and he bowled his team to victory. And he said, that's all the attitude. I saw something there in him. And he's walking back to his mark, big smile on his face. I think it's almost talking Ben Stokes through it, saying what it means to him, whatever.
I don't think it'd be that deep and meaningful with those two talking, to be honest with you. But no, really pleased for him. And he's got an opportunity now. And you're saying to me a year ago you think he would have been playing for England. No, but if he gets going, he gets up and running, he just adds to the mix, doesn't he? The more bowlers England have who can perform at Test level, gives them options. Yeah, well, they need them as well with so many bowlers injured. Potts bowls to Blundell, who's the new man, and swings it away as well, but it started wide enough for Blundell to be able to leave it, so it wasn't that much of a threat to him in the end. And he started his first over in Test cricket with a wicket maiden, and New Zealand are 12 for 4, and we've had 10 overs of this Test match. Latham out for 1, Young out for 1, Williamson for 2, and Conway for 3. 1 for Folkes and 3 catches for Bairstow.
Well, an update on England's best starts to Test series in terms of when they've taken the 4th wicket and bowling first in the first innings of a series. This is the best start England have ever had. It's their 3rd best start when bowling in any test match. They had India 8 for 4 in the first innings, only in the first innings of games, and Manchester in 2014, and Australia 11 for 4 in Melbourne back in 1911.
Here goes Anderson to bowl to Mitchell. Mitchell gets the ball outside the off stump, and there is no stroke. It's through to Folkes.
It's also New Zealand's second worst start to a test innings in terms of when their 4th wicket has fallen. They were 7 for 4 against South Africa in Centurion in August 2016, but that was the 4th innings of a game, so it's the worst start New Zealand have had to a test with the bat.
And they weren't in great form against the county select 11 last weekend as well. They were in terrible trouble actually on the Saturday of that match, and they got a partnership together lower down, but they ended up losing the game. Here's Anderson, bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell covers up, plays defensive again, lifts his bat high to his non-striking partner Tom Blundell, and there is no run, picked up by Stokes. And that's the other thing as well about someone having Stokes in that extra cover position. He's such a good fielder as well. You have to be careful as a batting side not to misjudge it, hit it too close to him and try to pinch a single. There are other fielders who fielded in that sort of position who perhaps not been quite as fleet of foot or deadly with the throw as Stokes, or potentially deadly. England have 4 slips in the gully, or 5 slips if you like. And here is Anderson going in the sunshine to bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell leaves a ball outside the off stump, and it's through to Ben Folkes. Just looking, Harry Brook is on the field at forward square leg wearing number 88. Leach is off the field. If you weren't with us earlier, he died to try and save some runs down by the Warner stand, and has done something, I think, to a shoulder, one of his shoulders. And one thing Brendan McCullum said about his philosophy, he has like almost 4 points to his philosophy, and one of them was chase the ball hard to the boundary, and Leach was following that to the letter of the law. He's off the field. Anderson goes wide of the crease, bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell lets it go through, and it's taken by wicketkeeper Folkes. We're still waiting for an update on Jack Leach's condition. He's currently being assessed. The other 3 points were tried to take wickets.
Try to take your catches and score runs.
That's worked. Well, no, it was a bit more sophisticated on the run scoring. It was trying to absorb pressure and then know when to put the attack back on the fielding side. Anderson bowls, that's down the leg side, tries to turn it away, flicks the pad there of Mitchell. It's taken by Folkes going away to his left-hand side, or at least he scurries across and picks it up to his left-hand side, and there's no run.
I mean, Test cricket is a fairly simple game, isn't it? It is just about being holding your nerve, not holding your nerve, but being in the game long enough to put the side in opposition under pressure in the second innings. And you know, run scoring, whether you're positive, negative, is all about runs on the board, isn't it? And England has just got to find a way of getting in the game with the bat. Anderson
in and wide of the crease, and it's edged down into that slip cordon. It goes to the 5th slip fielder, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 12 for 4. Blundell yet to score. Mitchell is on 5, and it looks as if drinks are coming on to the field. We've had 11 overs and a dramatic first hour. Latham 1, Young 1, Williamson 2, Conway 3. A bit more from you, Alistair, as the drinks come onto the field, and then it will be Daniel Norcross for the first time in this test match.
Yeah, Ben Stokes won't believe his luck. You know, probably, as Aggers said, he thought it was a good toss to lose. There might be something in it in that first hour, but you've got to be good enough to make the most of it. And with Broad and Anderson back, we knew they would be, and they've made New Zealand's batting very, very hard work. Probably one bad ball I can remember in that hour from James Anderson, leg stump half volley, but every other ball's been asking questions with just enough movement in and out either way, and it's been an exceptional start for England. And you know, you can't win a test match in the first hour, but you can go a long way, certainly when you're bowling, to get ahead of it, and England has certainly done that.
Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra digital radio via the BBC Sport website and BBC Sounds app, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us ever so briefly for the shipping forecast. Yes, Alistair, an extraordinary start. We thought if you'd said, what's the test match score? 12 for 4, an hour in, we'd have gone, same old. But it's not, it's New Zealand who are 12 for 4, and it all started, of course, with Jimmy Anderson and then Stuart Broad two very different catches from Johnny Bairstow. The first one, a spectacular leaping left-handed grab, a couple of inches off the ground. He had to dive in front of second slip because it wouldn't have carried to Crawley. And then Latham pushing away from his body, slightly uncharacteristically taking a thick edge, and that burst through Bairstow's hands, bounced off his sternum, and then he had to dive forward and take it the rebound with his right hand. Then Broad, I think Andy Zaltzman intimated that was Broad's first wicket with the new ball in a test match at Lords. Is that right?
Only when I'm talking about the first innings of a match. When England have bowled first, he's opened the bowling.
Right.
Never previously taken a wicket.
It's a little bit more obscure than that, but
curiosity. It's the ninth time he's
curiosity. Yes.
Opened the bowling in the opening innings of a test at Lords.
It was another catch for Bairstow, and then Ben Foakes finally getting a catch on home soil when Matthew Potts collected a wicket in his first over in Test cricket. He bowled a wicket maiden in his first over to get rid of Kane Williamson and New Zealand at 12 for 4. You can watch highlights of that on BBC iPlayer and from BBC Two at 7 o'clock tonight, and I would encourage you so to do, because it's been the most spectacular opening hour that we could have imagined. Andy?
A deluge of tweets from people pointing out that the New Zealand scorecard 1, 1, 2, 3
Fibonacci
is following the Fibonacci sequence.
It is, isn't it? 1, 1, 2, 3.
But I know it's your favourite sequence, Dan.
It is. It's among my favourite sequences. And Mitchell has 5. So he's in danger here.
Can you explain for the listeners what the Fibonacci
sequence is? So you basically got 1 plus the nothing that came before it is 1, and then 1 plus 1 is 2, and then 2 plus 1 is 3, and 3 plus 2 would be 5, and Daryl Mitchell, who came in at 5, is on 5, so he's in serious danger of being Fibonacci'd here. Jeremy Coney,
yes.
Welcome on board.
What will number 10 get then? It does move up though, doesn't it?
Yes.
I'm hopeful.
Number 11.
I hope it's high on the breast.
Well, 6 would have 13, 7 would have 21, 8 would have 34, 9 would have 55, then 89, then 114, and then 203. That'd be number 11?
Number 11.
33, is that? Sorry.
Right.
Here's Potts starting a new over after the drinks break. Forward comes Blundell and angles the ball into the gully region along the ground. There is no run.
Wouldn't that be great? Ajaz Patel coming into the side.
100.
Yeah, double 100.
Oh, he'd be 89 would be the number 11.
Oh, would it?
I think it's technically supposed to start with naught,
we're playing 16 today. It's a new idea.
Well, you did. New Zealand did, didn't they? Against the counties, it was 17 v 17.
Well,
but
we could need all of them too.
You might at this rate. 12 for 4. What a remarkable start to the Test match summer for England. Potts in once more. Blundell, nearly plays at that, and then lets it go by in the end through to Foakes, and there's no run. So 3 catches to Bairstow, 2 wickets to Anderson, 1 to Broad, and 1 to Matthew Potts.
I imagine it's the first time that both openers have been out for 1 to the same bowler caught one-handed at third slip.
Can you not find that out?
It's quite hard to look that up.
I did have a little one for you, actually. I did have a question for you. You're looking at me with extreme concern.
No, and pleasure. And pleasure that he's noted that.
Potts in, outside the off stump, left alone, quite extravagantly by Blundell. There's a fair bit of extravagant leaving in this New Zealand side.
Well, not enough, actually.
Well, I mean, when they do the leaving.
I see.
Yes, it's when they leave. There's a lot of body action in those leaves. Yes, the question I was going to ask you, Andy, is I've been looking at England's shirt numbers, and they're enormous numbers. Apart from Broad and Anderson, who are 8 and 9 respectively, the next lowest is 32, then 49. Everything else is over 50. As Potts is in, and Blundell plays just inside that, I think. It's a nagging line and length that Potts has got going. He's not bowled a bad ball yet. He's bowled 10 deliveries, has yet to concede a run. That flew through to the keeper Foakes at a reasonable height. Decent carry still, and that's held a bit. Going down the hill a touch, and actually Foakes dropped that. We see that quite a lot at Lords, that late sinking, late dipping. Poor old James Bracey had to make his debut here last year, and it was really tough to keep wicket that day. Potts in again, that's tucked off the pads. He's going to get a single for it as Harry Brook, who's deputising, runs to his right at square leg to collect a rare single. Blundell off the mark, 13 for 4. Yes, I was going to say, if you add up all the numbers on England's shirt numbers, is this the highest in their history, Andy? It's something I expected to come with the fact sheet.
Yes, it is, Dan.
You don't know, do you?
No, I don't. Or care.
Have we ever had a 3-digit number on a shirt?
Oh, well, yes. I mean, Chris Gale, 333. I think he has an extravagant number on his shirt. And Shimron Hetmeyer has
it's been
one.
A while since he's
189.
played Test cricket, though. I'm thinking about Test cricket.
Shimron Hetmeyer, I mean, he might have played the Test with his 189. Potts in. And that's played out. Is there an edge on that? Folks thinks there is. Slips go up. Not a very convincing appeal. Potts doesn't think there's any gain in a review, but the end of another very good testing over from Matthew Potts. He's conceded just the 1 run. He's been on or around off stump at a foolish length, forced the batters to play, and he has taken the 1 edge out of Kane Williamson. What a first wicket to get. And that last ball was not far away from Daryl Mitchell's outside edge, and with him very perilously placed on 5 in this Fibonacci top order, he's going to be concerned about that. Sorry, Andy.
Just updates we were talking about earlier on. The lengths bowled. Crickfiz have just tweeted that in terms of the first 8 overs of a home test, it's the fullest that England have bowled since Headingley 29 innings ago in the 2019 Ashes. And Andrew Sampson's pointed out that Johnny Bairstow is the 6th non-wicket keeper to take 3 catches. Those 3 catches being the first 3 wickets to fall in a test match.
Yeah, well, three of the dismissals, Young and then Conway and then Williamson, all from the front foot, weren't they?
Yep.
Latham from the back foot.
Now we've got one of the more predictable changes of bowler. Stuart Broad is replacing Anderson from the pavilion end. We've delved into these stats quite often, actually, about the efficacy of Anderson and Broad from the different ends at Lords. And I remember a couple of years ago, it was a case that they both actually had better figures bowling from the opposite ends from that at which they start. As Broad starts up a new over, getting up high on his toes, his Blundell to a shortish ball and pushes back up the wicket to the bowler, and there is no run. It's been quite the dramatic morning, hasn't it, Jeremy?
Well, it has, certainly. 12 for 4, 13 for 4 now. Fantastic morning for the start of this the new regime, whatever you want to call it.
It's a blank canvas. It's a blank canvas. It's not a red ball reset.
No, we can't have that. We don't like that at all.
No. That's been and gone. We're into blank canvas territory. And Broad is in. Forward comes Blundell, gets a thick inside edge, and it goes to Lees. Lees is at short leg, interestingly enough. Ollie Pope had made that position his own, but he's managed to squirm out of it in this test match. So Alex Lees is under the lid at forward short leg.
I think it's just been a combination of tidy bowling. I mean, people will say, come on, Jeremy, it was much more than that. No, it's been tidy bowling. We've seen bowling like this before from these bowlers. On a helpful surface, with new ball.
Here comes Broad running in towards us. And Blundell drives firmly as a full delivery straight to Anderson at mid-on. There's no run.
It's a morning which has demanded watchful defence and good judgment. That's really what is required at the moment from whichever side is batting. And we haven't seen any of that at all from New Zealand. They look rusty. They're playing at wide balls at 6th and 7th stump, but they don't need to. You either let that one go or you attack it, but you don't prod towards it.
Broad.
It's costly.
Broad in, and Blundell flicks this away nicely past the left hand of short leg. It's running down towards the mound stand, where it is stopped by fielder running round to his left from long leg, and they come back for a couple of runs. Good throw back into Folkes on the full. Yes, I mean, that's the thing that set as a point, isn't it? People look at this maybe thinking, have they been playing flashy shots? It's not that, is it? It's the poke, the prod.
Yeah, it's the misjudgment. And good on England for putting it up there and giving themselves a chance. That's where length comes into it, that you haven't pulled the length back enough so it actually misses the outside edge because it's had time to do so. Or it bounces over the stumps.
Well, there was the one that was slightly shorter, wasn't there? That was probably the Latham dismissal.
That was a poor shot, wasn't it?
That was a poor shot, yeah.
Yeah.
Broad, head-banded, runs in towards us. And it's down the leg side and taken by Folkes off a bit of pad, I think. Not off bat. momentary excitement. Lords filling up. Plenty of people in the ground today, and they've been treated to perhaps a surprise. It felt like a batting day coming in. Williamson won the toss, elected to bat. The overhead conditions were favourable for batting. The sun is out, some wispy clouds. But as Jeremy Coney said, England have done not a lot more than put the ball in the right area, and then New Zealand have obliged.
And it's nibbled, hasn't it? It's nibbled this way and that.
Bit of a surprise, because there's not a lot of grass, you said, on the pitch earlier. Broad in, and that's a shorter ball, up on his toes. Goes Blundell, plays into the onside, end of the over, just a couple of runs from it. New Zealand 15 for 4, and that'll bring Daryl Mitchell to face, perilously positioned on 5. It's quite fun, this.
Yeah. No, we like this.
Quite fun, the Fibonacci innings. I wonder how far. And Andy, why don't you research what's the longest the Fibonacci sequence has managed to maintain itself in an innings? You look even less pleased at that than you did at being asked about shirt numbers. I've come to destroy your life today.
I've seen that, I'll put that in the in tray.
Thank you.
Jimmy Anderson's opening spell, 2 for 4 from 6 overs with 5 maidens.
Just the one scoring shot as well, wasn't it? So that's what? 6 overs, you say, so 35 runless balls. Potts is going to continue from the nursery end. 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. As he runs into Mitchell, and Mitchell comes forward, defends on the front foot to a ball around about off stump, back to the bowler, there's no run.
His first 4 overs were maidens. It's the 4th time in 308 innings he's opened up with 4 maidens, and the first he's taken 2 wickets. First time he's taken the 2 wickets. Well, it's intriguing, isn't it? The lengths, you were talking about the lengths they'd bowled. And we'll come back to that in a moment as Potts turns away from us, runs into Mitchell, and Mitchell drives firmly but straight to the captain, Stokes. And it's sort of a short extra cover, because it's been a sort of ongoing bugbear of pundits, but occasionally actually captains. Joe Root was sort of moved to talk about the lengths that Anderson and Broad bowled in Australia, for example, especially at Adelaide, when the expectation was they'd get it full with the pink ball. And Root's not captain today, Stokes is, and it seems they're bowling fuller than normal. Potts in, outside the off stump, carries well around hip height to Folkes. As it's left alone, there's no run. Sorry, I got that slightly wrong, slight glitch in the stat query. It's the second time he's had 0 for 2 or 4. The other was at the Oval against India back in 2007.
It's a very long time ago. It's a long career, isn't it? I was asked yesterday on Twitter if Anderson is first person to have been selected in a team where the coach made their debut after the player. In this case, McCullum made his test debut after Anderson. Potts in, defended on the front foot by Mitchell, pushed back to the bowler, there's no run. And someone informed me that actually Gary Kirsten was coach of India when Tendulkar, I think Rahul Dravid, maybe Sehwag as well, had all made their debuts before Kirsten did, because Kirsten wouldn't have made his debut until mid-90s when South Africa came back into Test cricket.
Dravid's debut was 96.
So it would have been Lords. Just Tendulkar, so. Probably?
Yeah.
So there's an example, but couldn't find any others, if any of you can think of any. In again is Potts, full, driven to Broad, who sprawls to his left at mid-on and fields. Nice crisp shot from Mitchell, but he gets no run for it. 15 for 4, the score remains.
I can't remember if Kumble was still playing when Kirsten took over. I had to find Otis Gibson coached the West Indies with Chandler Paul in the side, who'd made his test debut before.
It was before,
Gibson in the 90s.
Yep. So this is the sort of longevity of the man. It's extraordinary. Anderson, 642 test wickets now. That's one of the fun games we have with these elderly players. Milestones, constant milestones people are looking for. Most important thing is whether he's taking wickets, and he's got 2 today. Potts is in. Mitchell comes forward and defends slightly around that front pad to a ball just outside off stump. Pushes it up to Broad, end of the over. Another maiden from Potts. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1 for him. New Zealand, after 14 overs that have been put into bat today, have 15 for 4. Blundell 3. Mitchell survives another over on 5.
One thing the bowlers have done quite well. They've kept the ball away from that middle and leg area. It's allowed Stokes, of course, to maintain a packed cordon, which is exactly what you want in these circumstances, with the ball doing just a bit for your bowlers. And so that's certainly a plus. I guess also the fact that Porter and, was it Gibbon, the left armour, got all the wickets against New Zealand up at Essex. You know, that gives your seamers a bit of heart too, doesn't it? Because that was the test lineup also from New Zealand, and
they were
so,
19 for 6, weren't they?
Yeah, something like that. They haven't reached 19 yet.
No, Broad's continuing from the pavilion end. That's left alone by Blundell in this new extravagant fashion. I think it started with Steve Smith. It was then taken on by Marnus Labuschagne. And now it's good to see the New Zealanders getting in on the act. It's a sort of half pirouette turn. Yeah, is it a Southern Hemisphere thing?
It could well be. It could be swapping flies away at the same time.
Do you have any flies in New Zealand?
No.
You don't really have anything problematic in New Zealand, do you?
Well, New Zealanders.
Well, you know, the flightless bird, I suppose.
That's not problematic.
Broad in. And that's flicked away on the pad. Big appeal from Broad because he sensed that Blundell had moved across his stumps, but umpire is not remotely interested in that. Signals leg by before the time has gone down, which is not strictly speaking how it should go. And as the ball just dribbled away to the left of Folkes, they were able to get through for a single, brings Mitchell back onto strike, and the score 16 for 4.
The sea is coming up, by the way, in New Zealand, so that some of our communities now are having to make decisions about raising their dwellings or moving further inland.
And you, of course, live near the sea, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Is that an area that's threatened?
No. I'm quite high above
Quite high up.
Yep.
4 slips in place and a forward short leg as Broad prepares to come in from the pavilion end. Mitchell on strike. Oh, and drives off the thick inside edge. He's making a nice sound off his bat. He's timing it quite nicely, but it goes straight to Anderson at mid-on. He's faced 25 balls. So it's got the 5 runs. Have we just had the 1 boundary today, Andy? That flick off Anderson up to mid-wicket? There's a highlight you'll be able to watch on the BBC iPlayer or online, along with the 4 wickets to fall, all available for you via the BBC Sport website and app. Get your eyes around that, because it has been a dramatic hour and nearly 20 minutes as Broad comes in. Mitchell gets a thick-edged, a ball that just turned him round a little bit, a full ball, and it squirted off the edge down to Pope at... He's not really gully, he's 4th slip, really. The slips are quite close together and quite sharply angled. We've seen a lot of balls going in that 3rd, 4th slip area.
And I think that's better to have him at 4th slip, because the pace of the pitch is fast enough that they're carrying, right? I mean, a gully's more of either a cut or a big drive off a slightly slower pitch. May become that later on in this match, but I think the 4 slips is better than the gully, the 3 and 1 at the moment.
Here's Broad running towards us. Mitchell drives nicely. It was a full ball on the pads, and he's flicked it away through mid-wicket. Very similar region to where the only other 4 today has been scored. A little straighter, perhaps, down towards the end of the mound, whatever the last bit of the mound stand is, as we go round that in that direction to the left of the pavilion as we look at it. And the score has gone past the dreaded 19, Jeremy, up to 20.
Is that the end of the
fear now?
And also the Fibonacci series.
It is, I'm afraid.
So that's a disappointment to you particularly.
Well, I think to all lovers...
But Andy's smiling broadly.
All lovers of numbers, I think, will be deeply disappointed.
Mathematicians.
By that delivery from Broad, frankly. It was too full. It allowed Mitchell to get off 5 and on to 9. He's in again to complete the over, and Mitchell defends solidly. Back up the wicket to the bowler. So, we've had 15 overs today of extraordinary drama. New Zealand 20 for 4. Blundell has 3. Mitchell has 9 more from Jeremy Coney. And then it will be Simon Mann.
Well, a good stroke during that over from Daryl Mitchell. He's played here at Middlesex, I think, before, perhaps for the T20 competition. I'm not too sure. But He has, I'm sure, played for Middlesex at some stage, but just a nice tuck, a very full ball on the leg stump from Broad, and it was just picked off to a sort of a wide, long-on area, actually. Not in the air, all along the ground, so some decent timing. Just what was needed, really, for New Zealand.
Good afternoon, here's Potts going into bowl to Blundell. He's across his crease, turning into the onside, out towards Brooke, fielding at mid-wicket. And if you're thinking, why is Brooke on the field? Because he was not selected in England's team that was named 26 hours before the start of this test match. The reason he's out there is because of an injury to Jack Leach inside the first hour when he chased the ball to the boundary and went over on his shoulder, I think. And he's being assessed. It's a big blow for him. At the moment, it's the seamers who are doing the damage. 20 for 4. Blundell waits, 4 slips in, that's on his pads, on his hip, down towards fine leg it goes, to Anderson in front of the Warner stand, and Blundell gets a single, takes him to 4, and New Zealand to 21 for 4. Now Blundell, who's the replacement for BJ Watling in this New Zealand side, and the other thing about Blundell, you think of him being quite a young player, but he's actually in his 30s, isn't he? And it's a feature of a lot of this New Zealand side, that they are quite mature cricketers. 30, 31.
Yes.
You're picking me up on my pronunciation.
Well, it's Blundell.
Blundell,
That's okay. Yep.
not Blundell. Blundell.
That's right, yep.
Okay.
That's okay.
That's fine. Mitchell on 9.
You've actually brought that to everyone's notice. I was just trying to let you know quietly.
Well, no, that's fine. I don't mind that.
This is the decent thing that people do.
Potts bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is struck on the pad. The ball goes away into the offside. He came forward and across there, and there's no run. I've heard New Zealand commentators call him Tom Blundell, that's all.
Well, what a mistake that is.
Well, they've obviously made a mistake.
I haven't obviously worked with them.
No, you haven't, to correct them. Yeah.
But yes, they are getting more mature, I think, all the players. I mean, Wagner now is 36. Southey, Bolt, sort of 33, 32, that sort of age. You've also got Williamson about there as well, 31, 32.
De Grandome's 35, and that one from Potts goes outside the off stump. Mitchell draws the bat inside the line, and it's through to Folkes. Anyway, Tom Blundell.
Blundell is 30.
Tom Blundell,
is he? Or
31.
31, there you are.
Yeah.
Yes, they are, and they're past their crest, I think. They're just over the crest, and we've seen in the last year, certainly there was absences. I mean, Williamson only played 3 out of the 9 tests. Bolt played 4 out of 9 tests. You know, important people in your resources.
Potts bowls on off stump, and Mitchell comes forward and defends back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run.
So there was absence as well, and new players coming in. It's a sort of a start of a new phase as well. The retirements, out goes Taylor, out goes Watling. That's what, hence Blundell is there. So, yeah, there have been some sort of changes, but they've slowly introduced other people. They're hanging on, but they are hanging on, and that's why they're 6th. And I think the bowling particularly, they're more effective. It's becoming their effectiveness more and more narrow. The conditions have to be for them in order for them to be effective.
Sun's out at Lord's. Mitchell looks up, bat raised. Potts bowls to him outside the off stump, lets it go through to Folkes, and that's the end of Potts' over. So what has he bowled now? 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. He got rid of Williamson in his first over. Wicket maiden to start your test match career. Great moment for Matthew Potts. Latham out for 1, Young for 1, Williamson for 2, Conway for 3, 2 for Anderson, 1 for Potts and 1 for Broad. And the story I like about Blundell is the fact that after he got his 100, was it against West Indies, I think, in Wellington, he got the bus home.
In his whites.
In his whites.
He went home in his whites, didn't take them off. That's quite correct. Quite correct. And he got a good 100 at Melbourne too against the Aussies.
He did, yeah.
And that he was opening then, of course. And he is he's been used as an opener by New Zealand. That's how he originally came into the side, because Watling was still playing.
He's almost been opening today. He said in a long time before he thought he was going to be. Anyway, he's on strike. Blundell facing Broad, and his white headband goes into bowl to him from the pavilion end, and that one goes down the slope, but Blundell leaning forward and letting it go, and then it curved back. Folks took that well down the leg side, effectively, after the ball gone past the stumps. The slope effect can go quite a long way down it. England have a short leg fielder in who's quite deep at short leg, and they've also got a backwards square leg as well. So there's something going on there. Whether that's the McCullum effect, I don't know. How well he knows all these New Zealand players, I'm sure he does. He'll have a thought about
that's
all
one
of
the
them.
things he can certainly help with, isn't it? He's got an intimate knowledge of these players. He's been on TV for the last 2 or 3 years in New Zealand watching them play.
Broad bowls to Blundell outside the off stump. Again, it curves back after Blundell had left it. He's past the off stump. Broad got his hand on his head there as he stares at the batter and says, goodness me, how did that miss? Difficult to tell from here on height because we're so high up. That folks diving away to his left-hand side again, way down the leg side after the ball had curved back in and gone past the off stump. 21 for 4.
Stokes hasn't had to do much, has he? Really? Hasn't been a difficult morning for his captaincy. Things have happened, catches have been held. That's a good thing for England.
Well, it is again, something that hasn't been happening for them.
Yep.
Broad to Blundell outside the off stump. Again, it goes past the off stump as he leaves it, and it comes down the slope. And once more, folks is taking that down the leg side. Good leaving from Blundell at the moment, anyway.
I'm interested to see the height of the ball.
Yeah.
We haven't kind of seen that so much, whether it's passing below the height of the stumps or whether Blundell's actually leaving that on length so it's over the top of the stumps. I'm not too sure. But certainly Broad is showing a lot of interest.
Yeah, one of the drawbacks of being so high up is it's difficult to judge bounce. One of the benefits, of course, we get some magnificent panoramic view of Lords and London in the distance. It's a wonderful sight. Broad to Blundell, and Blundell drives, doesn't time it, goes bobbling up towards mid-on, and there is no run. 21 for 4. This is the 17th over. These two looking to regroup. So Mitchell's been out there for 32 balls for his 9, and Blundell 20 balls for his 4. He's looking to hang in there. So what's to come? Was de Grandhomme to come? I think he got 100 in his last Test match.
Jameson, 8.
Jameson, yeah.
And then it sort of falls away, I have to say.
Southey, Bolton, Patel.
Yes.
Broad. Arms pumping, goes in and bowls. And that one is turned away by Blundell for a single this time to the left of mid-on. Anderson comes across, can't prevent the run. So Blundell goes to 5 and New Zealand to 22 for 4. Mind you, look at England's lower order for this Test match. Potts, we think, is going to come in at number 8, which is a place higher than I think he usually bats for Durham. I did have a quick look at some of their scorecards the other day, and I saw him at 9 on one of them. He has got a first-class batting average of 17, which suggests he's sort of useful rather than a real rabbit. If you've got about 10 or 11, then you're not that good, are you? But if you're up at 17, it shows you can bat from time to time. Broad bowls outside the off stump. Mitchell leaves, but you don't really want someone averaging 17 necessarily coming in at 8 in your Test match side. Jack Leach, now this is an interesting one. Jack Leach has symptoms of concussion. It's not a shoulder problem. As he went over, he must have banged his head on the ground.
So they can replace?
Well, this is the point. Symptoms of concussion following his head injury whilst fielding. As per the concussion guidelines, he has been withdrawn from this Test match, and we will confirm a concussion replacement in due course.
So that's like for like, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they have to pick a left-arm spinner or a spinner?
Well, that's a good question.
I mean, at what point is like for like parted?
The problem is there aren't many.
Well, okay.
Well,
Headley Verity's not around, is he?
No, sadly.
He did very well on this ground. He got 15 wickets in a day here in 1934. But no, he's sadly unavailable for selection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a good question about who they can bring in. If it's got to be a spinner or a slow left armer.
Oh, it has to be a spinner.
Yeah. Here's Potts bowling outside the off stump. No stroke from Blundell through to the keeper. What I mean is, does it have to be... What form of spinner can it be? Can it be a leg spinner, i.e.
Well, that's sort of,
Parkinson, or does it have to? Can it be an off spinner, or does it have to be a slow left armer?
Does it have to be someone who's of equivalent quality with the bat as well?
I don't know. That's something that... I mean, it's not something they would... Well, you try and cover your bases, don't you? But and they'll have someone in mind to slot in. Here is Potts bowling. Forward goes Blundell, plays it with an open face towards backward point, and there's no run. But it's a big blow for Jack Leach. Just think about that to start with. He's kept his place in the side. He has had a reasonable start to the summer. He took wickets in the Derby match against Gloucestershire. I think it was 8 wickets in the match, and got some decent players out as well, Bracey and Harris. This is Potts bowling from the nursery end. Goes into bowl to Blundell, and Blundell gets the ball on his pads there, but he tries to turn away, strikes his thigh pad, goes down fine. Folkes goes after it, picks it up, hurls the ball to the stumps. They run through for a leg bye. 23 for 4.
I mean, the other option, of course, for England, you might say to yourself, and I'm not sure whether this is allowed either, whether you pick a spinner who can bat, and you start to strengthen your batting and lengthen your batting lineup.
So,
as well, you've just mentioned Potts at 8, so suddenly perhaps a
Liam
batsman,
Livingstone.
Well, I'm just well, there you go.
If I could bring someone in,
would you bring?
If I could bring someone in, he might be the player I might bring in. Potts bowls, helped on its way by Mitchell out towards deep backward square leg for 4. That's a fine shot from Mitchell, a really good shot. Okay, it was on the hip, nicely helped away up the slope towards the grandstanding, and have 2 fielders back there, fine leg and deep square. Neither could get round. He found the gap between them. 27 for 4. Mitchell goes to 13.
And who decides these things? Is that the match referee?
Must be the match referee.
Because, I mean, Leach wouldn't be 8, would he? Where would Leach fit in the batting line? Would he be 9?
Probably 9
with Broad
or 10,
and
depends.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think New Zealand would be... anyway, that's... yeah.
Potts bowls. Oh, he's bowling! Mitchell's played on. Kicks the bat in frustration. Potts got another one. 2 wickets for Potts on his debut morning. And New Zealand 27 for 5. Mitchell looking very solid until that moment. He's played on to his stumps. The ball outside the off stump. And he's edged it into the base of his stumps. He was up on his toes. He didn't get enough of the bat on it. Didn't get in behind it enough. And Potts is off to celebrate again. What a morning England are having.
I think that Mitchell's late on that slightly, and he's played his stroke late. It's not ready. The bat isn't actually out far enough. So the angle, in other words, it's just run down effectively the inside edge of the bat and straight onto the stump. So Potts has surprised him with a little bit of pace. I think he wasn't quite ready for that stroke. So excellent from Potts. It was a short ball. It wasn't really a dangerous delivery, I wouldn't have thought. It's been the ball that's been pitched up. It was much shorter. He was going back. So Mitchell goes. Out comes de Grandhomme. This will be interesting. What will de Grandhomme do? He won't really want to just play things out. That's not the de Grandhomme way. He'll look to play strokes. Always has. Got 120 not out in his last innings against South Africa.
In a losing cause, actually.
In a losing cause, and played very well, actually. But he certainly hits a long ball. He's been playing here, hasn't he? What, for Surrey? I can't... Is that right?
Yeah. The average is 38.61 in Test cricket, which is not bad for a player coming at number 7.
Yeah.
This is his 29th Test match. He's got a couple of hundreds. He's one of those all-rounders whose batting average is higher than his bowling average by quite a significant number. If you think 5 is a significant number, well, it is in terms of the bowling versus batting statistics at this level. +5 is quite a sizable difference between the two. So he's a genuine all-rounder. He's got 48 wickets in his 28 Test matches. Right, here's his first ball, and Potts goes into Bolton with 4 slips in. It's full. It's driven by de Grandhomme straight to Stokes, who parries it at extra cover, and there's no run. That's the end of Potts' over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 6, 27 for 5. Jack Leach out of the Test match. England considering their concussion replacement. So we've had so much action here this morning. And it's going England's ways most emphatically, in a way they could really believed when they lost the toss this morning. Ben Stokes said he would have batted. Pitch is quite dry, just a fraction of first day tackiness on top. Potts getting a huge hand. as he walks down towards the Mang stand, away to our left-hand side, high up here in the media centre. And a remarkable start for him. It's going to be Stuart Broad to continue. He's bowled 7 overs, taken 1 for 15. 2 for Anderson, 2 for Potts and 1 for Broad. Just the 3 bowlers used so far. And Broad's going to bowl with 4 slips, a short leg and a backward square leg as well, who's creeping in with Broad the bowler. Broad bowls now on Blundell. Seemed to shape to play at that. I don't know whether he did or not, or whether it was an extravagant leave from him. Anyway, it missed the edge of the bat and it went through to wicketkeeper Ben Folkes. And Michael Vaughan is here, former England captain.
Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, what a start. This captaincy, it's easy. You lose the toss, you give it to Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad. It's a batch of balls that I've just been talking next door with Phil Tufnell. It's a batch that's swinging, it's just done enough. And the catching's been excellent. So the perfect start for England.
4 catches taken, 2 of them very good ones. Broad bowls. Oh, it's a drive from Blundell. He was looking for extra cover. He's got it off an inside edge. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary before. It's gone diametrically opposite to the place he's trying to play it. And it's gone past his stump. So a huge slice of luck for Tom Blundell. Takes him to 9.
How many calls do you reckon in the last 2 or 3 weeks do you think Stuart Broad in particular has made to the England management about balls and batches and the fact that the balls in the county game this year have not been quite doing as much as previous seasons? And I'm not saying it's done a huge amount today, it's just done enough. And you've got a New Zealand batting lineup that have not played any cricket. You can see they're all kind of just searching for a bit of rhythm, a bit of form.
Broad bowls to Blundell. Blundell drives. That's a nice looking shot down the ground. Runs from here. Anderson's after it. I'm not sure he'll get there. It's gone up towards the home dressing room, up towards the members there in the pavilion. And that is probably the best shot of the day so far. Lovely stroke from Blundell down the ground. Takes him to 13. And New Zealand 35 for 5.
Well, that's the kind of stroke that, you know, when you've got out early, cheaply, you sat in the dressing room and there's only 18 overs gone in the test match, that you think, oh, if only could have just hung around for another hour. It certainly will become a really good batting surface unless the sun bakes it for just a little bit longer.
Broad tries again, bowls to Blundell, and Blundell angles unaway past the 4 slip. They go for a quick single. Pope shies at the stumps, misses. I think they would have been home in any case. Mitchell's been out in the IPL, a sort of single you take without thinking about it, I think, in T20 cricket. Anyway, they're home. Blundell 14, 36 for 5. And now de Grandhomme comes down on strike. Well, the first, I think, report I saw about the balls were the seams were smaller this season, but that was sort of knocked back. But actually they've gone softer, haven't they? That's the point. The balls have been going softer, quicker.
I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed seeing county scores. I've enjoyed seeing county games go to the 4th day consistently. I've enjoyed seeing lots of hundreds. I've enjoyed seeing averages beyond 40 regular for the first time for quite a few seasons.
There goes Broad bowling to de Grandhomme, who lets that one go. It looks as if it went over the top of off stump, so leaving it as much on length as line there. And a good judgment.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the fact that they've not seen too many 70-odd miles an hour seam bowlers having too much success. For me, that's exactly what the county game should provide, and you know, it's been nice to see. But
so you don't mind the balls going soft and all that?
I don't mind seeing the ball not doing as much. I think that would, you know, make you as a selection unit around the traps to try and get a bit more pace, use a bit more spin. It's everything that we're trying to see in the England Test match team to become that.
Broad bowl, de Grandhomme leaves, a ball outside the off stump. It's taken low down by Folkes. It is the end of the over. We've had 19 overs on a dramatic first morning here at Lord's, first Test match morning of the summer. 36 for 5 New Zealand. De Grandhomme yet to score. Blundell is on 14. More from you, Michael, and then till lunch it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I've enjoyed seeing county cricket where the bowlers have had to work that little bit harder for their wickets, and I'm sure there's many bowlers up and down the country complaining, and many batters have been quite happy to see pitches that have done slightly less and balls that are not quite hooping around corners, Aggers.
Yeah, and I did ask yesterday about the balls, and this is a different batch. to the ones that have been used in county cricket, and it's certainly done. Well, we thought this morning it went a little bit damp around. It's just done enough today. There's 4 slips. It's 36 for 5, and it's not England if you're just tuning in. In goes Potts and bowls outside the off stump, and Blundell allows that to go through. It keeps it a little bit low to Folkes, who's not had an easy morning there. The ball has carried, and then some have kept low, and also swung after the ball has pitched on the way through to him too. So it's not been an easy morning for the wicket-keeper, who's taken 1 catch so far, but Matthew Potts, what a start.
And that last wicket of Mitchell is everything that I've been told about Potts, that he just makes something happen. He just hits the batter that little bit harder than expected, and if you see the way that Mitchell played that.
In he goes, bowls, and Blundell's forward, hit on the pad, he appeals, and it's given out, and an immediate review from Blundell. I mean, just absolutely immediate, like a man has nicked it, that sort of review.
Yeah, it just didn't look quite right.
Thank you.
Michael Goff put his finger up straight away.
TV umpire
didn't
director,
hesitate.
we have a review for LBW. Original decision's out, and I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
He thinks he's edged this, I think. It was certainly that, the speed with which he reviewed it. And we'll tell pretty quickly. I think there is a little nick there, isn't there?
Yeah, I think there's a little
Could
feather.
I check with Ultra Edge, please?
Yeah, I think he's nicked that. Paul Rifles on the case.
Michael Goff, I'm pretty sure he was at the IPL final just a few days ago.
I think it's a little nick. We'll see it coming up into a second.
Just continuing through. Yeah. And back again.
Which pads is hitting?
Thank you. Have an inside edge.
Yep.
Michael, I'll get you change your decision to not out. Signal now, please.
He'll be cross about that because he's a good umpire, doesn't get a lot wrong.
No, he's excellent. Yeah. But then again, that Matthew Potts is getting that ball just to do just enough back up the slope.
He hits the pitch hard. Strong shoulders. 4 slips waiting. Potts bowls full outside the off stump, and that's been a feature as well, actually, the length that he's bowled.
Yeah, very good. Michael Goff was involved in the IPL Eliminators, not the final.
Right.
You had seen him on the TV in the last week or so. Yeah, but that dismissal of Mitchell, it hit Mitchell harder than expected, and the ball ricocheted back onto the stumps, and that's all the talk about Matthew Potts, that he just makes things happen. Just quick enough. He's not express, he's not rapid. Also around 83, 84.
Yeah, that's why I've been looking at the gun. It's been around about that speed. And he goes once more, bowls, and that again strikes Blundell on the pad. This time that would have gone down to miss the leg stump. I like the snap when he lets the ball go. He's got a strong shoulder action. The wrist flicks as well as he releases the ball. He's 23. He's got what I'd call a modern action. In other words, one that Fred Truman probably wouldn't approve of entirely. He would want to see Potts more side on.
What would Fred say?
No, you've got to be side on. But this is a more modern action that's supposed to take pressure off the back, isn't it? And it's more open-chested. And he goes again, bowls an in-swinger, which thumps into the pad and rolls away out towards mid-wicket. But Fred was of the belief that unless you were totally side on, you couldn't swing the ball away. But I think that's been disproved, and certainly Potts is able to swing the ball away. It's the wobble seam as well. He's really got excellent control of that. You see it very clearly on the action replays.
I remember Fred strolling into a team chat at Yorkshire in the 90s as the captain was giving a little bit of a summary of how he wanted us to play, and Fred just strolled in and said, very simple, when you bowl straight.
Here goes Potts again, number 82 on his back. He bowls full as an inside edge, driving towards cover, but fielded at mid-wicket. The end of the over, 36 for 5.
Yeah, he said if you're bowling, you bowl straight, and if you're batting, just hit it.
Well, that was it.
That was it.
I do remember David Lloyd sending him a letter in the David Lloyd wind-up days. Dear Fred, I've been listening about you talking about playing side on. He said, I'm having terrible trouble. I'm getting sideways on, but I keep getting hit on the side of the head. I'm keeping wicket, and I can't catch the ball. You're not supposed to do that when you're keeping wicket, you silly so-and-so, Mr. Jones from wherever. I didn't mean keeping wicket. Oh, those are the days of winding dear old Fred up. Amazing bowling figures out there. I'll say.
We've got Jimmy Anderson coming back 2 for 4 from 6. It was his fifth over before he got hit for any runs.
He's on for the last 15 minutes before lunch. Sun's still shining, it's a lovely day. And Anderson from the pavilion end comes in, bowls to de Grandon. Thumps into his pad, the ball rolls away up the pitch, and Anderson picks it up.
Collins not quite got the mullet.
No.
Of last year. I remember the 2 test matches at the start of last summer. His mullet was a lot longer. It was a bit more prominent than it is these days. A bit smarter.
I think it was a COVID mullet, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it probably was.
I think he got to see the hairdresser too often. 36 for 5. He's yet to score. Slips crouching. Anderson on his way, moves in, bowls to him. Oh, he lets that go very close to the off stump. And it's collected by Folkes. Joe Root assuming polishing duties from first slip. Rubbing hard on that ball, protecting the shine. And throwing it on to Stokes, who's got the offside all to himself there. Is it, well, extra cover, really. Anderson moves in, bowls, and that time keeps low again. It's not an easy pitch, this, for the keeper. And folks stop that.
Don't you think he just makes it look so easy though, Ben Folkes?
He does. I tell you what, he didn't have a great tour of the West Indies.
No, he's just... yeah, again, those were quite difficult pitches to keep.
They were,
on.
yeah.
A bit grubby.
It had me thinking about Matt Pryor, because remember, Pryor had a poor series in the West Indies.
Yeah.
Really came back home and really focused on his keeping. Came back massively improved, and from that moment on he never looked back. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump.
Well, I think you look at you look at England's Test match team, barring Johnny Bairstow, who's come straight from the IPL. You've got 10 players that played a lot of 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
So they're red ball drilled over the course of the last few weeks. Just been playing plenty of red ball cricket. Lots of time in the middle for all the batters. They've all spent time in the middle. Bowlers have done enough. Brody and Anderson have bowled enough for them.
Yeah.
And if you look at the New Zealanders, they've just played no cricket.
No. Anderson bowls. Oh, that's a nasty one. Comes cutting back into de Grandon. The ball ends up in Bairstow's hands at slip. He's taken some brilliant catches in there this morning. Very acrobatic.
I'll say no cricket. There've been obviously a few that have played the IPL, but they've not really played anything like the cricket that the England team have played.
Well, in a way, it's rather like England in Australia. Last winter they had no practice or preparation, and Australia had played quite a lot. 36 for 5. Anderson in the sunshine, bowls, and de Grandon plays that quite late, steering the ball to Pope in the gully, and that ends Anderson's over. 7 overs now. 6 maidens, 2 for 4.
When Jack Leach is replaced, it'll be the first time England have used a concussion sub in a Test match. The first one was on this ground when Marnus Labuschagne replaced Steve Smith after he was hit on the head by Jofra Archer in 2019. And Labuschagne has gone on to be one of the finest batsmen in Test cricket since. But this is the first time England have used one.
What are the rules? Can you type away on that computer and try and find out exactly? Because I know what I would do if I was England, if I could do this.
Well, I think, first of all,
spin
doctor
for
assesses
spin.
it. Yes, it does, yes.
Now, is Liam Livingstone classed as a spinner?
There's Potts bowling outside the off stump to the right-handed Blundell, who lets that go by.
So my concussion replacement expert Jeremy behind me tells me he is an all-rounder, so he can't replace Jack Leach. So it has to be spin for spin.
I would go with that too, I must say.
So
but
yes, that's the fair way to go about it.
Yeah.
So Parkinson comes in. You would think?
I'd have thought so, wouldn't you? I mean,
it's Dominic Bess or Matt Parkinson.
How much is a spinner going to bowl in this game, I wonder? Cloudy, damp over the weekend. It goes Potts and bowls. It's pushed away out towards point and there's no run.
So I like you think. So you're going to go probably more Dom Bess because he can offer you more with the bat.
Yeah.
And that's probably the right selection for what England are going to play in the next few days and what they're going to require on this pitch.
Well, I thought so, but I'd like to see Parkinson playing.
Do you think that maybe they have to? I'm not too sure whether this happens. Maybe they have to announce their concussion replacements before the match. You would think that would be the best
on fairest way.
I thought they did. I thought that was when it first came in. They had those huge squads, do you remember? Replacements for all sorts of things. Potts again, bowls outside the off stump. Good length. Blundell allows that to go. And Matthew Parkinson has been confirmed.
Ah, there you go.
As Jack Leach's replacement.
Where is he then? Where's
he
he
goes
coming
straight
from?
into the team. I'm not sure actually, but we'll have to find out. But there you go. Well, that is an interesting one.
Yeah.
It could be a low-scoring game.
Well, they've gone with their
next cab off the rank, as it were, with a spinner.
Yes, which is, again, a very fair way of doing it.
I wonder how much he'll bowl. We'll see. 36 for 5. Blundell on 14, waits for Potts. Again, that keeps low. It's nicely taken by Folkes.
Last night he played for Lancashire in the Vitality Blast against Derbyshire. 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31.
That'll warm him up for a test match.
So he's got 3 overs under his belt. He'll be in his car flying down the M1, no doubt.
Could he be the first Test cricketer to make his debut and become a Test cricketer whilst not at the ground?
What do you think? Someone's given him his cap at the services?
Well, but technically he's in the team already, isn't he?
Well, he is. Potts again, bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! A very uncertain stroke from Blundell. Ball's gone through the gate. It's New Zealand's 6th wicket. And the 3rd for Matthew Potts, who's taken 3 for 6 in his first bowl in Test cricket. This is round about the off stump, but that's a very uncertain. Well, he almost didn't play a shot at that, really. He was in 2 minds, certainly.
Yeah, I think he's left it. He's gone wide of the crease. Real clever bowling from Potts, just changing the angle. He's just skimmed onto that off stump. What a start for England. What a start for Potts. Blundell goes for 14. He'd looked quite promising, Blundell, but it's another Kiwi on the way back to the pavilion.
Well, 36 for 6.
You just can't believe it, can you, from where the Test match team has been in the last year or so.
Well, they've got a bat yet.
Yeah, I'm quite confident they'll get more than 36.
Well, Carl Jamieson's on his way, and after him there's Southey, Patel and Bolt. Lords is buzzing, and there are a number of Kiwis here actually. It's the first time they can come out and leave New Zealand and come and support sporting events. It's why Ben Stokes' family's here. His mum, brother, cousin, they're all sitting somewhere in the crowd. Split loyalties, I would imagine. Mind you, Stokes has hardly had to do anything today. He's just tossed the ball around and that's it.
Yeah, it's a great morning to be a captain. Just rotate your bowlers. You're playing the cordon at times. He's had 6 fielders in the slip cordon. He's now back to 5. But it's such a good start. England needed to win this first session. With everything that's been, all the changes. I think you made the call before the game started about it's probably a good toss to have lost. To get the ball in hand, it's quite a nice way to get into the Test match. England, if they'd have batted, could easily have been 30 for 3 and would have all been saying, oh, here we go again.
Yep.
Nothing's really changed.
Jameson's first ball was a giant of a man. Potts bowls to his forward quite late. We just got the bat down in time there to that ball on the off stump. And Lords again applauds Matthew Potts. 3 for 6. An inevitable question to my left in a moment about debut spells in Test cricket from 23-year-old Sunderland-born fast bowlers, where this ranks.
It's got to be right up there, hasn't it?
I think it might be right up there.
What about the lowest amount of runs scored in an opening session? 36. I can't imagine they're going to get too many more off Jimmy Anderson in the last over.
Listen to that down there. That's the applause for Potts from the mound stand. And Anderson's already on his way again. Moves in, bowls on the leg stump. That's flicked away off the Grandhomme pads. He's off the mark. Sent away out towards deep square leg where Brook fields. He'll be off the field, of course, and substituted by Parkinson when he arrives. And I feel sorry for Leach. I mean, that's 2 bad injuries we've seen actually in the same place. Exactly the same area of the field. Mark Wood last year. And now Jack Leach this. He doesn't even mention his shoulder in that press release, whether he's damaged his shoulder or not, because he went right over on it. And bowlers have got to think about injuring themselves like that. They've got their shoulders completely extended, got all the weight going on it, and he obviously banged his head hard at the same time.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Jack Leach, you know, the first Test match since 2019.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lined up in the slip cordon. As Anderson moves in now, bowls to Jamieson, who tries something rather flamboyant there, looking to flick the ball away into the leg side. The ball thumps into his pad and is picked up by Stokes coming in from point. So 6 slips, a point and a wide mid-off. Broad's at mid-on and Potts is out at deep square leg. What a field. What a field on the first morning of a test. 37 for 6. Jameson yet to score. Anderson comes in, bowls to him, and that again keeps low. It's well taken by Folkes, almost on the second bounce. It was so low. At lunch we're talking about, well, all the change that's happened in English cricket, sort of where we are now, if you like, the state of the nation. So many comings and goings, and well, still not comings as well. Where's the chairman? Chief executive's going. There's all sorts of a real state of flux about the game at the moment. Anderson bowls and Jameson's on the back foot. Stokes fields that in gully.
Selectors to be announced as well.
Absolutely.
I think they'll have 2 of those, one for white ball, one for red ball.
Matthew Mott coming in from Australia's women's team. The review by Andrew Strauss. And comes Anderson, who bowls, and Jameson there looks to launch him into the pavilion, more or less, as a very ambitious stroke on the stroke of lunch with your team 37 for 6. That could have been a horrible dismissal, as plugging it up to mid-on or something, but that's the way he plays.
I reckon these two, they're at lunch, will have a nice feed and then probably come out in the afternoons, and the message will be, let's have a go.
Play a few shots.
Try and get the scoreboard ticking.
Anderson, Lords falls quiet. Oh no, there's a shorter ball, and Jameson played that very poorly. Up towards the ribs, he starts to duck it. Managed just to get the bat down in time. I think umpire Tucker is interested in calling time for lunch. We shall see. There's an announcement you can hear now, because that is the 23rd over bowled, and that was the number, of course, of Shane Warne. And the players are all lined up, and all the spectators, and I can see, are on their feet to applaud, well, one of the biggest figures that cricket has ever produced, and beyond cricket too. Friend of all of ours, massive influence on the game of cricket. An extraordinary bowler. I'm looking at Mark Taylor, who's come over for this as well, the Australian captain. New Zealanders applauding from their balcony, as everyone here remembers Shane, with a smile too, because that's what Shane brought to the game. He brought it to life. Very, very sad we should lose Shane Warne so young. And you still remember that ball of the century, which was his loosener. His loosener.
That was nice. That was a special moment. You know, he's well loved by everybody. You know, for the commentary box next door to us this morning to be unveiled as the Shane Warne commentary box.
Yeah.
You know, it's special. Such a great guy for everyone involved in the game.
Potts on his way, and he bowls, and that's turned by de Grandon into the leg side.
I'll tell you what he'd have liked this morning: the fact that England have bowled a good length. He used to wind him up, that England bowler, just a yard or two too short when the ball was moving around. Didn't put enough slips in place. Well, he saw this morning 6 slips. You could have just heard him from up there above saying, good on you, Ben. Get a few more in there.
Yeah. It's 37 for 6. De Grandhomme on 1 is waiting as Potts fires that down the leg side. And nicely taken by Ben Folkes. Cricket has suffered a number of losses this winter. Andrew Simons, Rod Marsh, Jim Parks, I must mention. Sussex and England. He left us a couple of days ago. Wonderful character. One of the biggest smiles in the game, Jim. Hit Fred for 6 over extra cover. Potts bowling, hits him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Now how's that one? Potts liked that. I tell you what, I don't think it's far away. They're having a conversation about this.
I think they might go for this.
I think they might go for it. It did cut back a little bit. I think folks, yeah, they are. They're going to review this. From this perspective, that didn't look to be a bad shout to me.
Just nips up the slope again, Agus.
Yeah.
It's a good length. It's just whether...
To the umpire director, under review for LBW. Original decision is not out, and it's a fair delivery. Can we have front on first, please?
Pretty sure it hits the pad first.
Let's have a look. So looking for inside edge here.
Maybe an inside edge.
Might be one. We'll have a look at this.
Edge, please.
There's a fly past at the moment, by the way. Presumably something to do with the Jubilee. You can hear it in the distance. Some World War II aeroplanes there. I can't identify all of them from this angle, but that's the noise you can hear in the background.
See, I reckon it just brushes the pad first and
just backwards and forwards, please. Thank you.
It's not an easy one, this. Everything's all sandwiched in together.
It may have just squashed at the same time, but
yeah,
it's a real tricky one.
Keep rock and rolling that.
That's a really nasty one. I think a difficult one for the third umpire.
One more time.
What came first?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll go back on field. Thank you. Michael, there's bat involved. I get your original decision not out.
I think it's played safe.
Signal now, please.
That's a difficult one.
Thank you.
It's one of those that if the finger had gone up.
Yeah. I think fair enough. It was squeezed, and the batsman should have the benefit of the doubt.
Particularly when they're 37 for 6. Give him a chance.
I think that was. I think he covered it well by saying there's bat involved, which had covered all the options there. I think.
Again, it's just such a good length, and that ability to nip the ball back up the slope.
Yep. So it's 37 for 6. There's 3 balls to go before lunch as Potts goes in and bowls just outside the off stump. Again, he has bowled a lovely line, full length. And de Grandhomme allows that to go through. So Anderson 2 for 5. Broad 1 for 24. And Potts currently has 3 for 6. Now we're getting on for dramatic opening bursts in Test debuts.
It's a bit of a tricky one to dig out.
Is it?
I'll send a request to CricViz.
Oh, okay. There's 2 balls to go, and now they're bringing a man from the offside out to deep square leg. The fly pass actually heading to Buckingham Palace, heading off that way. Surprised, brother. Oh, there's some more. There's all sorts going on. There's more aeroplanes over there. I don't think they're going into Heathrow. So the red arrows are involved. In goes Potts, bowls short, and it's swung away into the leg side. There's a man out there at deep mid-wicket. Can he get there in time? Just. It's Harry Brook who throws the ball back to Ben Folkes. A couple of runs for New Zealand. So what do we have? The red arrows. There's also the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. So there'll be Lancaster, at least one Lancaster involved, Spitfire, Hurricane. There'll be helicopters from the Royal Navy and the Army. And RAF aircraft recently seen responding to events in Kabul, Ukraine, and also in the coronavirus pandemic. So lots going on in the skies. In fact, there's some more coming across very fast over to our left now. Down at third man, in goes Potts and bowls a short ball which strikes de Grandhomme up on the shoulder. Rather let it hit him, in fact. And that will be lunch. Well, what a morning. What an incredible morning. This new chapter in English cricket. No, it hasn't been with the bat, and those questions still remain, of course, but we certainly can't ask for any more if you're an England supporter, than what they've seen this morning with New Zealand, who chose to bat first and woefully short of practice. You've got to put that in there in brackets. 39 for 6 after 24 overs. Anderson 2 for 5. Potts 3 for 8. Broad 1 for 24. The only 3 bowlers used. Jack Leach has been removed from the game, withdrawn with concussion symptoms, having dived on the edge of the boundary, and he's going to be replaced by Parkinson as and when he arrives. So there's been an awful lot going on, but the fact is that Brendan McCullum, England's new coach, is sitting on the balcony there and is applauding as his charges walk from the field with Matthew Potts, one of the best figures of the morning, 3 for 8. And New Zealand in a bit of a mess.
Yeah, they are, but brilliant from England. Quite an easy morning for Ben Stokes, the captain. Didn't have to do too much, but the catching was good. That's been a problem for England. The lengths were excellent. Again, that's been a problem for England for the last couple of years. They got it absolutely right. They've got a ball that's just done enough. They're up against a batting lineup that are rusty, very low in confidence. They've not had any kind of game time in the middle just to get the groove of batting. So they've caught New Zealand at the right time, but you can't ask for a better start than that. The captain loses the toss. He's got a pitch that's just done enough, and his team have reacted in a really good sense. The opening burst by Broad and Anderson, was just perfection.
Immaculate.
Perfect length, perfect line, no freebies. New Zealand couldn't get away, and then Johnny Bairstow produces a catch to get them rolling, which almost epitomises the whole session. England, the reset that Ben doesn't like to talk about, but we've been talked about this and told
blank
about
sheet
this,
of paper, he calls it.
This Red Bull reset, which is happening. It started. The perfect start for Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes.
Yeah. And you mentioned Anderson and Broad, but I wondered about Potts because he has been taking all his wickets. He's been doing it in the second division, and so it is a big step up. He came on to bowl to Kane Williams, having been playing second division championship cricket. Yes, he's been taking wickets, but the step up, and we talk about that from first division players as being well, probably too big. In fact, we'll talk about that during lunchtime, as we talked in the Ashes about that step and the gulf that there is between English domestic cricket and Test cricket. Well, to do that from the second division, and he's been absolutely bang on.
Yeah, number one, he's got his captain, who's a teammate next to him, Ben Stokes, at mid-off. That has to help. He gets him on quite early. Clearly, he's bowling in his own mind with confidence. 35 wickets at 18 apiece. I don't care who you're bowling to. If you've got 35 wickets at 18 apiece, as a bowler, he's full of confidence. But to go out under this stage, 30-odd thousand, the glare of all the cameras, your mentality gets tested straight away. And you could see pretty much straight away he got into his groove of rhythm of bowling, releasing the ball out of the hand. And to get, you've got to look at this era of the game. Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, David Warner, Steve Smith, Joe Root, they're the big wickets. Yep. And in his first over in Test match cricket at the home of cricket, he's got one of the big wickets of the game at the minute. So the perfect start.
It is such a springboard, isn't it? I mean, I know as someone who had to search for that first wicket, and you do start to search, and it really needles you and affects how you bowl. You go hunting. Well, immediately you can just relax when you can bowl.
Yeah, and the wicket of Williamson's big. Williamson's clearly struggling for rhythm and form. You can see that. He's got no runs in the IPL, not so many runs last week, and all of a sudden you hear in the Test match, and even as a senior pro, he'd have just liked an hour or two just batting and just trying to survive. The outside edge, in fact, the next two wickets actually impressed me more. The Mitchell wicket in particular, that he just got one to bounce and skid on, hit him a bit harder than expected. Then Blundell wide of the crease, so he manoeuvred his angle as a young 23-year-old bowler, realised that you've got to keep changing angles at this level. So, promising. It's a really good start for him, really good start for the England side. It couldn't have gone any better for him.
No, apart from Leach. And that's really sad for him. That's his first home Test for some years. And I know from the Caribbean he was desperate to have a summer of playing in the Test team here. He really wanted that. And it's not going to hopefully end like that, but certainly this match has ended diving again. I mean, what do you say to bowlers when they're chasing a ball like that, and the most you're going to do is save one run? And he might not even do that because the ball might beat you and trickle into the rope, or you might take it with you or something. Is it really, really worth? We had it with Mark Wood last year. He missed a Test match with it. Is it worth it? Is it worth putting your body on the line like that to save possibly one run?
Well, when you talk in a sense of one run, it doesn't seem any kind of worth to do it. But when you're playing in a team and you want everyone to give everything, if you suddenly say to one of your team members, look, if it goes, don't dive, I think it's setting quite a difficult precedent for the side. And I would guarantee Baz McCullum and Ben Stokes, their message to the players will give it everything.
Yeah.
So Jack Leach is just giving it everything. He is just unfortunate. He's landed poorly.
It's more the point of not seeing a bowler sort of give up and just watch the ball toddle into the boundary.
I think it's just the message and what it looks like. I'm actually with you that maybe that we're getting to a stage now that, if one goes to the boundary, it's just one. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you don't injure yourself.
Yeah.
Because as you said, in the last year we've missed Mark Wood and now Jack Leach, and I feel so much for Jack Leach, because it must have been a tight call whether Jack got the call over Matt Parkinson in the first place, because Parkinson started the county season really well. Jack Leach has done okay in Test match cricket, did okay in the winter, but for England to be that prominent number one Test team in the world, which is the goal, you need a world-class spinner. And do you see Jack Leach being that world-class spinner? The ceiling for Jack is about so high, and maybe the ceiling for Matt Parkinson is a bit higher. So I just feel for Jack Leach with everything that he's gone through. You've just said he's not played a home Test match since 2000, and this was going to be his stand. They've given him that confidence boost of consistency of selection, which they could quite easily have gone with Matt Parkinson. I hope he gets another chance. I hope he gets obviously fit. I hope he's absolutely fine in a week or so and he gets another chance, because I personally would have gone with Parkinson this week. But now they've gone with Jack Leach. I'm a believer that once you do that and you make that call, you give that individual a few games to prove their worth. So I hope Jack Leach gets that opportunity to prove his worth.
Perhaps you teach bowlers a safe dive, where all your teammates think you're giving it 100%.
I think safe and Ben Stokes and Baz McCullum, I don't think you're going to get much of that. I think they're going to say to the players, when you're on that field, you give it absolutely everything.
Well, that is the situation. And again, it was an interesting choice with Parkinson or Bess, and before people go, what? Purely because of this game and the way that it seems to be shaping up and the weather that is due, particularly Sunday and Monday, you wonder how much Parkinson will bowl. I mean, he might take loads of wickets, but it doesn't feel as if it's a match in which a spinner's going to play a huge part.
You're right, and they've gone with Parkinson because he's the next cab of the ramp, but there is a loophole if it's true. I mean, I need to go off air and try and find out exactly what happens with these concussion replacements. Do you have to name them before the game? I need to find out, because there is a loophole, because realistically Don Best would be a better selection now with the way England have started.
You'd think so.
Than Matt Parkinson, because you can't imagine leg spin's going to play a massive role with England having had New Zealand 39 for 6. All about England's now getting 14 wickets, which I think the seamers will do the mainstay of the job, and getting enough runs to obviously put New Zealand under pressure. And Don Best could have been a better replacement. So I just need to find out if there is a loophole in the system, Agus, that you have found.
Go and find out. Michael, good to talk to you. Go and enjoy your lunch as well. There's a gathering down there at the far end. You might find out more about that later on as well, down at the pavilion end. But Lords is clearing. People heading off for lunch, and there's kids down there. Again, a sign of normality. We talked about it a bit earlier on today, about things starting to return. And all our Perspex screens have gone. We're allowed on the pitch for the toss. There are now children playing on the outfield. Things we took for granted before the dreaded COVID appeared. So that's a nice sight to see. And so too, from England's perspective, is the score 39 for 6. An extraordinary session of play. And to say the least, it has been a period of enormous change in English cricket over the past few weeks. Resignations, sackings, new appointments that followed events in the West Indies, and of course before that in Australia.
Cummins on his way, slips awaiting as Cummins bowls now, and he steps away, he's bowled. What a ghastly dismissal, which really sums it up. Nowhere near it, couldn't reach the ball, and Australia have bowled England out. They've won by 146 runs. But if anyone's in any doubt that there needs to be a lot of change around the England camp, then you only need to have been here and watch this match, really.
It'll be a pretty grim reading this morning for Joe Root, as his future as England captain is coming under immense scrutiny. That's after they lost that Test series against the West Indies 1-0 yesterday with a bit of a batting collapse.
I'm still very passionate about taking this team forward. And I feel like there's the support of the dressing room behind me. I'm desperate to turn that around. I'll do everything I can, in whatever capacity, to help England win games of cricket.
Caught a glimpse to changes. Turn and face the strain to changes.
He's won more tests than any other England captain, but Joe Root has today stood down after 5 years in charge and with England on a 9-test winless run.
I think anyone who had been there, as I was on that last day in Grenada, to see England collapse again and lose that match would have realised, actually, that it is time for change. So I think it's absolutely right that he's taken this decision.
Former England batter Rob Key has been named the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket. He takes on the role from Andrew Strauss, who'd stepped in on an interim basis after the sacking of Ashley Giles back in February.
Ben Stokes says he's honoured to take up the role as England Men's Test captain. He's been appointed by the ECB this morning following Joe Root's resignation earlier this month.
I know there's a lot being said about, well, he's the only one. Well, if you had lots and lots of leaders in that dressing room, Ben Stokes would still be the best person to do it.
I've been through a lot of goods, I've been through a lot of bads, and I feel like I can relate to both sides of what the sport and life can throw at you. I hope that now, because I'm England captain, that I don't be seen as a different person to the people who I play with.
Breaking news in the last 2 minutes. Brendan McCullum has been named as England's head coach for the Test team.
You've got two of the most dynamic, inspirational people in charge, and it's got to make a difference. I really reckon it's one of the best things, potentially, that's ever happened in English cricket.
I like to try and allow guys to get to where they need to and to realise their potential rather than trying to get them to play like I played the game. I'm under no illusions, it's a big job, but it's a good time to take over. Everyone's ready for change, everyone's ready to do things slightly differently, and I think that's where my skills sit.
Well, so it's a much changed England setup that starts this summer, day 4. We're going to assess some of the challenges that they've faced shortly, and we'll hear from Brendan McCullum. But first, I chatted yesterday with the new captain, Ben Stokes, about his early impressions of the job and also of the new coach.
I've had 3 days of training, and obviously it was the first opportunity that everybody got to meet Brendan face to face. You've obviously had a chance to, speak over the internet on Zoom and stuff like that. But no, it's been a really, really good 3 days of training. You can sense the excitement around, and it is always the case. The first Test match of the summer, there was always that buzz and energy around, and obviously being at Lords and stuff like that. So, yeah, no, it's been really good.
How's it going to work, the relationship? I remember sitting in this room when Nasser Hussain and Duncan Fletcher met each other for the first time, and they became a really good partnership. Actually, in other words, they joined at the same time. Often you get a coach who's been there and the captain joins, or vice versa. You're starting afresh, the two of you. How is that relationship going to work, seniority-wise, or that sort of thing? No,
I don't think. I think the most important thing is just to be, just straight with each other. I guess there's no. I always see that any conversation is always a conversation. It's never an argument or anything like that, because at the end of the day, when you're discussing things about the English Test team, it's always. If it's about an individual, it's always about what's best for them. If it's about the team, it's always about what's best for the team. So I think it's just being honest with each other in everything that we do. And, we're very, very similar characters, I think, in the way that we played the game especially. And so I'm really looking forward to building that relationship with Brendan. But it's got off to a great start. We're both on the same page about pretty much everything so far. It's only been 3 days, but yeah, no, it's been great.
It does feel fresh. I mean, I was there in Grenada on that last day, and it was a sad day, frankly. It felt bad. It felt that there had to be changes, and there was quite a feeling of depression around the place. How do you look back at that and where you are now? To be honest, it's such a cliche thing, and there's been so many people say it, especially in changing rooms when there's been change, is that, right, let's forget about what's going on, it's all about here and now. But it's actually a lot harder to really, set that and make people believe that in the dressing room. And it was, something that I thought really hard about, how am I going to make these guys believe? And I honestly don't think that we can make these guys believe in what we want for them and the team until we start playing. It's all good saying it in the dressing room and stuff like that, but it's the reaction that we give to things, especially when it doesn't go right, that
I think will really set these guys, right, this is, I'm here, I believe in this way of playing and stuff like that. So, because there are going to be some scars in everybody from the past, Australia, West Indies, everything before that, and I didn't hide away from that, acknowledge it before you can move on to something that, one of the first things that I said when I addressed the team on Monday. But yeah, everyone's very clear on what me and Brendan sort of see as the best way for this team to progress. But as I said, it's not going to happen overnight. So it's going to take time, but we've got to be very, very clever and sensible about how we handle things and the language that we use if things don't go well.
Did you agree with that whole red ball reset concept? I mean, Anderson and Broad being left behind and so on. I mean, did you actually believe in that?
Look, in that role back then, when I didn't get the chance to sort of be in the rooms and stuff like that. Obviously I backed Joe 100% in every decision that was made under his captaincy, and I backed that at the time. But obviously now with me being the captain, I thought it was only right that to bring them back, because not only are they just two of England's greatest bowlers, they're two of the best bowlers in the world still, and I want the best team out there to give me the best chance of winning games for England, and that's what everybody else wants. So yes, it would have been highly illogical of me to not bring them back into the team.
And how have they been? Because they were both pretty angry at the time.
Yeah, look, and honestly, like, if there was any other emotions around that, if they weren't that bothered, then that's sort of. I look back to when I captained and I dropped, didn't select Brodie, didn't say dropped, and the emotion that he showed was almost like, right, he's still so vetted and playing for England. It was an emotional conversation to have him, and same thing again when they got left out of the West Indies team, but having them back. Brodie, we don't really talk about cricket to each other, me and Stu. But when he got the phone call off Keezy saying he's back in the squad, he texted me, like, part of my language, saying I'm buzzing. And you don't get that from Brodie that often. So even that is just, great to see, you got Brodie at 35, Jimmy at 39, just sort of back in their youth these last couple of days. So it's been really good to see.
And a young quick bowler making a debut with them, and that's exciting. You'd know Matt Potts pretty well.
Yeah, obviously he's a Durham lad. But this year he's just been phenomenal. His progression over the last couple of years has been really good to see, but this year he's really set the world alight. I played 3 games with him and he was just the man that Scotty turned to. Scotty Borthwick, the Durham captain. At any opportunity he's taken the new ball, he's got wickets with the new ball, he's got wickets with the old balls on very slow wickets that don't really offer that much for seamers. And obviously we all know the situation, what the balls were at the start of the season as well. So to get as many wickets as he has done on wickets that have not been anywhere near in his favour is seriously impressive, and he thoroughly deserves this opportunity to be playing this week, and I'm very excited for him.
And batting at 8, or he's listed at 8, I mean, is that a long tail?
No, it's not. I mean, look, with guys who haven't played that much, cricket, as Matty has, I know he's 30, 40 first class games, but he has got talent with the bat. It's just about the opportunity, and as I say, back in the day the wickets weren't the best for batting, so you never know, we might see the real potential of Potsy with the bat. You'll see he sets up properly, and he can definitely hold the bat. So him at 8, I don't see that as a long tail, but anyway, it's not their responsibility to get the runs. It's about the top 7, and I'm very confident that the top 7 we've got at the moment is capable of scoring some big runs.
Yeah, and with Ollie Pope at 3, and is that something that you particularly wanted?
Initially it was just I want Ollie Pope in my test team, and then it was about how do we see him in there. And he's gone back to Surrey and scored runs at 4 like he always does. And as I said, one of the first things I wanted was a place for Ollie Pope in my team. And there was obviously, when I announced that Joe was at 4 and me going back to 6, that was 3 and 5. And Popey's got the technique, the temperament, and the ability to be an unbelievable number 3. With the way that he plays the game, he can just take it away from you. Because of the way that he thinks about the game and just how many shots he's got. So yeah, I'm excited to see him in that role.
Vice captains, I must admit, never really interested me terribly in the past, but in your case it does seem to be a more important position, possibly. Yeah. What thought have you given that, and are you going to appoint somebody in that position? I
think I will do eventually. Just at the moment I don't think it's a priority for for anybody else at the moment to sort of have to think about, because first and foremost I just want everyone else to go out there and concentrate on the task at hand, which is what can they do to win the game or affect the game at any given time. And so I think I was always open to naming one but also not naming one, but I think when it got closer and closer, I thought, nah, this doesn't need to happen at the moment, so we'll just wait and see, and I'm sure I'll announce one eventually, but when the time's definitely right.
It's a big week for you, Ben. I mean, your mum and your brother are here too, and you haven't seen them, or at least in this country, for a while. How special is that?
Yeah, it's great. Obviously this week's going to be special for things outside of cricket. I've family living back in Christchurch in New Zealand, so I don't get to see them that often. So it's going to be nice knowing that they're here and seeing me walk out to flick the coin as England Test captain for the first time. So yeah. I think it's great for them, and haven't seen Mum in 18 months, neither my brother. So yeah, it's great to have them here.
And a last thought, I mean, is your biggest challenge trying to avoid a here we go again? I mean, there is this kind of fresh start, and there is you, and there is Brendan McCullum, and there is a good feel about it, but New Zealand, their attack, a decent attack, lots of question marks about England's batting. I mean, if it doesn't go right to start with, it's keeping chins up and reminding people it is a fresh start.
Exactly, as I said before, it's about the language that we use and how we respond to things that don't go well. And it's one thing that I made very clear, is that I just want the lads to know that this is mine and Brendan's team, and this is our team, and we're the ones who are going to dictate what happens in this dressing room and what happens out there. This isn't the media's team. They're gonna say stuff about things when they go wrong. And fair enough, but that's not what we want to think about. They don't pick the team, they don't pick anybody who's in the squad, and they're not going to dictate the way that we play. It's all about what goes on in here. We're the ones who are going to write on that blank canvas that we've got in front of us.
We just ask the silly questions.
Pretty much.
That's Ben Stokes talking to me yesterday, wasn't it? And he's sounding like an England captain, of course. His first thoughts about that captaincy experience. How about the new coach, Brendan McCullum? What's his initial priority?
You get the team together first and foremost, and you sort of start to understand the guys, work out how they work, try and just not impose, but try and put a little bit of that positivity across the group as well. And obviously Stokes and myself have got a relationship which needs to get going pretty quickly as well. So once we do that, then I think we're able to build from there. But I'm under no illusions, it's a big job, but it's a good time to take over. Everyone's ready for change, everyone's ready to do things slightly differently, and I think that's where my skills sit.
Yeah. How well do you know Ben Stokes?
Not that well. I know him, obviously I played against him a number of times, and I've followed him from afar. Plays the game how I like to see the game played, and he puts bums on seats with his style of cricket too. So I think he's going to be a wonderful leader. I think he's going to be a leader where guys, that he'll go over the wall first, and they'll go with him. My job will be to make sure that we're consistent with what we're doing in behind the scenes, and we've still got enough of a leadership layer around him as well to ensure that the younger guys are able to go at the same pace that he wants to go.
Yeah. And how? I mean, do you need to protect Ben Stokes? We talk about both of them and Flintoff, and the impact that captaincy had on the way that they played the game and their form. Are you mindful of that? And are you going to? I mean, how do you stop Ben feeling restrained by the captaincy, if you like?
Yeah, I guess that's something we'll have to wait and see. He might fly. He might grab the captaincy and just go to a whole new level again, and that's my mentality, is until we know, we don't really know. So we'll just play what we see and play what we feel in that moment, and I'm sure the relationship between Stokes and I will really flourish, and we'll be able to identify if there is any times like that it might need some assistance from some of his leaders around him.
Yeah. I mean, you do appear to be the same sort of mindset, be very positive and so on. I mean, is that always going to be right, or will there be times you think where you could go flying off the edge?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out soon enough. I think, very different. I'm very different as a coach to what I was as a player, I think.
In what way?
Well, I like to try and allow guys to get to where they need to, and to realise their potential, rather than trying to get them to play like I played the game. I'd never want someone to do that. That comes with an immense amount of disappointment at times. So for me, it's just
success too.
Success at times, but it's not for everyone, that style. And I think as a coach, your job is to try and understand everyone's games, understand what motivates them, get to know them as people, get to know what their aspirations are in the game and how they like to play cricket as well, and try and piece all of those together for one common goal.
That's Brendan McCullum, and we'll hear more from that interview tomorrow as part of a special profile on England's new coach. It's going pretty well so far. If you're just joining us at lunch, New Zealand are 39 for 6, an extraordinary morning session with wickets shared by Anderson, Broad and also Matthew Potts, who's taken 3 for 6 on his first morning of Test cricket. They're underway a little bit later, so starting in about 15 minutes from now. So time for us to chat here with Michael Vaughan, Alistair Cook, about where England are. And it's quite interesting, fellas, isn't it? Because there's on the field and there's also off the field with the ECB, you have to say. I mean, they can't fill the role of chairman. The chief executive is going. And I don't know if the two things are necessarily connected or not, or whether as players you kind of put all that other bit aside. But there's a lot for English cricket to do, I guess, Alistair, is what I'm saying, be it on or off the field.
There is. I think the players, all the other stuff, talking about the chairman and who's going to be the CEO, that they're aware of it, but actually they don't get too heavily involved in it. I just think it's just kind of a good kind of overall snapshot of where English cricket is. That when you are successful as an organisation and as a team, it is pretty consistent. There's very clear leadership roles. Everyone knows what they're doing, and I think at the moment, the position, say before this game, it is all over the place. The kind of appointments have been kind of the wrong way round in certain things. Normally you start from the top and you work down,
yes.
But where we've got to, we seem to have a really exciting coach in Brendan McCullum. It was a bit left field and kind of took me by surprise, but you actually look at it now, and obviously Rob Key's gone for a very good people's person, a person he believes can unlock the potential of this side and the talent in this country. And so there you've got Ben Stokes, who's everyone in the whole cricketing world knows what a leader he is on the field in terms of that follow me way. And it's suddenly out of nowhere we've got quite a clear structure in place, and it's exciting. It's going to take time. It's going to take a huge amount of time and effort, but I'm genuinely excited for the players now because I think everyone did get a little bit confused, whether it was COVID confused them or whatever, with the rest and rotation. Massive statements about being the best side in 2 years' time, or yes, being the best prepared side for the Ashes ever been, and it just got confusing. And now, actually heard in the Ben Stokes interview, it's very simple. Now, I want this, I get that, and that's where
as
it goes.
captains, that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it's good to hear that there's a captain that's come in and pretty much he gave quite a forthright message. He knows what he wants. He's an outstanding player. He's been to the top. He's won England Ashes games on his own. He's won World Cup finals. So as a player, he knows exactly what it takes to be a winner. The actual appointment of a new chair or a new CEO, they're things that, as players, again, I'm with Cookie, I don't think the players really care about that. And what do the fans really look at? They look at performance. And the England side today needed to come out and play well. It's not all about this, and we know there'll be times down the line that's probably not going to be as good as this morning, but if the England side are playing better on the field, all the stuff behind the scenes it won't get as much action. When the team are doing badly and they've won 1 in 17 and the Red Ball team looks like it's in a real complete mess, which it has done in the last couple of years, everything gets escalated. All these conversations happen more often. So the most important thing is for Brendan and Ben to get the Test match team playing to the standard of what we expect, and that is competitive, playing disciplined, hard, strong Test match cricket. They've been the traits of an England Test match team for years and years and years, particularly at home. We've always been a Test match team that at home has always been able to produce performances, and in the last year or so it has started to concern me that teams have come here, New Zealand last year, then India, the year before when the West Indies beat England at the Ageas Bowl, and then Pakistan should have won at Old Trafford. Series and teams that over the last few years, and particularly in our time, I've never seen England teams struggle at home. So that was a bit of an alarming thought last summer, that England was struggling at home. So they'll get that right, I'm pretty sure. I think they've made the right appointments in terms of the personnel around the team. In the captain, the coach. I don't know a lot about Matthew Mott. I don't know too much about him, but reading about his CV, he's a coach of 20 years, been around the franchise system. He's clearly a very, very good coach. So, I think they're in safe hands. But ultimately, I think we're going to judge the the England cricket side on the Test match side over the next year or so, how they get this Test match team back playing good, consistent cricket.
What's the relationship like between the captain and the coach? And I, as you heard me there say to Ben, usually, I'd use the point of Nasser Hussain and Duncan Fletcher as being one that similar to this, and actually they both joined at the same time. But usually there's one of those two positions already in place. So does that person normally assume the more senior role, or do you both start off at the same level? I mean, you had Duncan Fletcher, didn't you, who'd also been in it for a few years. You'd have had Andy Flower,
and Peter
again, who'd been there for some time. The fact that both are starting off together, and I guess also part of the point, I was a bit surprised, and I thought they weren't going to do it this way. I thought they were going to announce the coach first and then the captain, but actually they didn't. They did the captain first and then the coach. I mean, how does that relationship work?
Well, I think it's down to the coach to adapt, because the captain, he's the one out in the field. He looks after the team on the field. The coach can play different roles. Like if you've got an inexperienced captain, he might need to take more on his shoulder, and he has to be the one flexible. If you've got an experienced captain who knows what he's doing, actually the coach can take a bit of a backward step if he feels it's necessary. The captain doesn't really change. It's his way in one side, because he's out there, he's got to worry about his runs, his scores, and if you're asking the captain to change massively, you obviously don't want him to captain the style he's been given. So obviously Ben Stokes, you know what you're going to get with him now. It's going to be very simple. Heard in that interview, the odd swear word thrown in. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just he's going to say it bluntly, and he'll say his team talks there. Some say obviously Brendan McCullum might have to be a bit more tactile. I might have to put arms round shoulders to certain players. But if you have a different coach, a different captain, say a quieter captain, he could be then it's time the coach to step up. So I think it's down to Brendan to really forge kind of the relationship in one way, because he's the one who can be flexible, because he's got that bit more time to do it.
Yes, I mean, were you grateful that you had a very established coach already in place, because you wouldn't have captained much?
Absolutely. I was really, definitely a different relationship between Andy Flower and I suppose, I had Peter Moores as well, but then Trevor Bayes at the end. When Trevor took over, I was in this quite established captain. I'd done it for 3.5 years. I'd kind of done the roller coaster, learnt what my style is, and he just let me do how I want to do it. Definitely Andy Flower, definitely was on the front foot for me, and actually looking after me, because it's a big job to do. No matter how many games you play with that not that much experience behind you, and certainly I'm a slightly not more timid character than Stokesy, but just a different character. So I definitely needed that person to drive certain things on, and Flower for me was very good at that.
How was your relationship?
Well, great. I'd worked obviously as a player with Duncan for 2 or 3 years, just with my batting. So I had a good relationship. As soon as I got the job, he knew the style of person that I was. He knew that I wanted to take the team in a different direction. He was that coach that just wanted to go with the thoughts of what I was as a young captain. He liked the idea of a bit of change, a little bit of personnel change, a little bit of an attempt to try and play a different style of cricket. He was all for that. He never once sat me down and said, "Oh no, I don't think that's possible," or "I don't think we can achieve that." He was very geared towards making a few tweaks with the senior pros at that time to manoeuvre them, not completely out of the but we wanted to arrive, particularly in 2005, with a fresh set of minds. And he was aligned to that from day one. This partnership intrigues me, because you got Ben Stokes, who's so positive, and you got Brendan McCullum, who's so positive.
Well, that's going to come to that next.
In my situation with Duncan, I don't think we were aligned together all the time. I think we were a little bit apart, but we met in the middle.
Yes.
And I think you do need a bit of yin and yang in management. And my fear for these two, when it's great, it's going to be incredible.
Yes.
And I just wonder when it happens that it doesn't quite go the way that they'd want. Is there another angle that they can get? Is it worth them getting someone? Maybe they have someone in that backroom team who can be that other style person. I believe in management. If you're thinking of an individual that you can manage every single character in the dressing room, I think it's impossible. I think you need to align different characters in your management to manage the different personalities in the team. I couldn't manage every person in the side. It's impossible. I can't align myself with all the different character traits. And I just wonder if there's someone in that backroom team that could take more of a prominent leadership role on that's just slightly different from Ben and Brendan.
Well, that's what's going to be really important. I've been really impressed with Brendan actually in the first couple of weeks, because he's done no massive statements. He hasn't come in and said we change the team. He's picked the same players because it's solid base. We're going to work from there. We're going to work with these players. And then he hasn't changed any of the backroom staff yet. He's going to just have a little look and see it. And absolutely, he'll need a coach in there, which I'm sure there'll be some changes in the backroom staff, which do, complement him. So there's someone a totally different character, so you can have those conversations, and you need that. But he's a shrewd man. As you know,
I think there's someone in there that I would go to as having a more prominent position, and that's Marcus Trescothick. I think Trez is the perfect foil for Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, and Trez will be very, very sensible.
Yeah, very thoughtful.
Realistic, sensible. Wait a minute, guys, I don't think that's possible. Maybe we just need to just draw back a little bit and play a little bit more of a safer game. Test cricket's a long game. You don't have to go all out too early. It's playing poker, isn't it? You don't go all in with your first hand. You've just got to play the cards. And
it's got someone who's got the guts, if you like, but who knows he can show the confidence to say it.
And he's got experience, and he's been there, he's done it, and he understands people, and he could be that foil for this competition.
It's got to be someone Brendan absolutely trusts, because when you're leading, as you said, a big organisation, a big team like that, it will be someone which he can turn to, who tells the home truths to. And Trez seems to, for us, we know Trez really well. I don't know how. Obviously Brendan knows it, but he looks like he's just going to have a look.
Trez was the greatest ever vice captain, because he just was so good at just giving information, but never wanted to be. And look, I think Marcus has visions in the future to be the league coach. Right. I really do think he's got that mentality of love of coaching, that he thinks that in time he could be the league coach. But at the minute, I think he could be the perfect foil for this combination.
I mentioned the vice captain in there, and again, I mean, vice captains over the years, I've not been particularly energised by that debate, but it just does seem with Stokes it's quite a big appointment to make, because he does have fitness issues. He's not going to play every Test match. That is going to be a bigger appointment, I think, than we've had in recent years. Have you got any thoughts? I mean, and I think he recognises that as well now, doesn't he? He could give it some time, not saddle anybody with that. What sort of person? I mean, you're looking down that side. That aren't. It's usually a batsman, but you look down the list of batsmen who it could be. They've got to get some runs before they got talking about being vice captain.
And I think as Ben Stokes said so well, that he doesn't have to make that decision now. They don't need something. Something will evolve in this team over the next.
Unless Ben does a groin in this game.
Most overrated position in the game, vice captain.
Okay, so who would? So just say you had to have another captain next week.
At the minute, I would. At the minute, he doesn't need to make that decision. If he goes off this afternoon, I personally would. Gut instinct would just look around the team at that moment and probably go, Stuart, just take over for an hour. Jimmy, take over. Whoever it may be at that time, I don't think he needs to think about a vice captain as we speak. If he gets injured, of course you have to announce a captain.
Yes.
And it might be that Jimmy Anderson does it for a week, or Stuart Broad. At the minute, there's no one in that group that I can look at and think and believe that they actually deserve the tag of vice captain. It's not there for them at the minute. It may come in 3 or 4 games' time. We'll have to wait and see. But I just think every single player that goes on that pitch with the captain should be the vice captain. You should have 10 vice captains, because they all should be thinking like you as a captain. They should be thinking about the game. They should be thinking about how tactically you can manoeuvre your team in the best sense to put pressure on the opposition. I, at the minute, don't think England need to worry about a vice captain. It will just arrive. There'll be someone that will captain the country if Ben Stokes gets injured.
It's all that pre-planning, isn't it? All the stuff which could happen. There are times for that, but at this time for England cricket team in the Test time, they don't need that complication, do they? I think England have done it well this week. Kept it very simple, and that's the way they're going to do it this week, and then the next week, and the next week.
Game at a time.
Next 3 weeks, do that. Game at a time. We'll cross any bridge we get to it, and just let these two settle into their role and just see what happens.
Fascinating. Thanks, you two. And we'll talk more tomorrow. More specifically about Brendan McCullum, actually, the character and the man who's coming in, obviously, as England's coach. But what a morning. I mean, he can't possibly, if he'd woken up in the night and dreamt what would be the most... I don't know, the most extraordinary position that he could find England in on his first morning as England coach. He couldn't have dreamt up 39 for 6. It really has been full of drama. Matthew Potts had a great morning, and I hope you've all enjoyed following it, whatever you may be doing on this bank holiday Thursday, which is an unusual thing to say. Dan Norcross is here to pick up commentary.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, the players are out there. The sun is still shining as it has done most of the day. It feels for all the world like a batting day, but it won't be feeling like that if you're a New Zealand supporter who have gone into lunch at 39 for 6 and have come out with Jameson and Colin de Grandhomme trying just to piece together some kind of total. James Anderson is going to continue. He's only conceded 2 scoring shots in the entire session. 4 and a 1. 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 5. As Broad and Anderson back in tandem. They picked up 3 wickets between them, but the other 3 to Matthew Potts. Here's Anderson, first ball after lunch. Jameson on strike, and he plays that with an angle bat into the ground and is brilliantly fielded at gully. Well, that sets the tone for a session. It was a shortish ball and Pope flung himself into the air to prevent what would have been 4 runs down through deep backward point. And he's pulled off a blinder of a stop, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, good start, wasn't it? It always helps the bowler when you just drag one down a little bit and you think, oh, there's a boundary. No, it's been stopped.
Here is Anderson. So slogged high in the air. It's going to land safely and square the wicket on the offside. That was an uncouth shot by Carl Jameson, who's played a couple of strange shots in this innings already, and he just flung himself at the ball. Second ball after lunch, 41 for 6. Jeremy Coney, is that a sign of intent?
Well, New Zealand have to change something. I mean, it's one of the questions I think you could ask about the morning session. Could they have done anything else? We know that they were unable to play perhaps the proper way.
Anderson in. Jameson has another hack. This time gets a thick inside edge. No foot movement, just all hands looking to whack the ball. And it rolls to mid-wicket where Lees does the fielding. No run.
That's worse than the first stroke, actually. That's the danger, of course, of taking this view, is that you don't show any discretion about what the delivery's doing. It's got to be within the compass of, yes, as long as I can get to that, and I still play a stroke, keep your body shape above the ball properly so that even if it goes near, it carries some distance. You've got to do that. You can't just hit everything.
He can bat, can Jameson?
Oh, yeah.
Anderson is into him again, and he's gone for a big hoik, and that's gone high in the air, out over deep mid-wicket, and he's going to run away to the boundary for 4. That is a better shot. It's a little shorter from Anderson, but look, the intent is there. Before lunch, he'd have got up on his toes and defended it, but I noticed before lunch, he was coming up to the front foot and then almost got hit by a short ball that he wasn't expecting, getting into a bit of a tangle. De Grandon did off the last ball before lunch, and it's almost as if they're just not picking the length at the moment.
Well, I mean, this is the way that Jameson has actually batted in the last year. Very aggressively, hitting the ball in the air.
Anderson into him, and he's gone for another one. This has gone high in the air. It's going down to long leg. Fielder's underneath it. Takes the catch. Well, there was something incredibly inevitable about that. Matt Potts on debut down at long leg. A short ball swung at by Jameson. Top edge up in the air for a long time. It went straight to the man, Matthew Potts. And New Zealand have lost their 7th wicket. What an extraordinary first over after lunch. Jeremy Coney, you said that's the way Carl Jameson had been playing, but it was pretty ugly stuff, really.
Yeah, but no discretion about it. It was just shot after shot after shot after shot. That one just got a wee bit high. It was obviously more leg side. That's why it went finer than the previous delivery. There's 2 men set back there. You just say to yourself, you look around, if you value your wicket in these situations, I don't know whether New Zealand feel, let's get in and get out in these conditions.
To have a bowl.
Exactly. Now, they might feel that way. I don't know. It wouldn't have been perhaps the way I would have chosen. I think you need to still show there's some value to my wicket. I'm not going to... You can play aggressively, but be determined to not get out. And that's always the way in cricket. I don't think if you don't value your wicket at any stage. So, and I think that's disappointing from someone like Jameson, because he can play. He is the future as far as New Zealand is concerned of an all-rounder type, and he talks about wanting to be an all-rounder. That's not an all-rounder's judgment to me.
Do you know what it reminded me of a little bit is Stuart Broad's batting, but Stuart Broad's batting down at 10. And Jameson is batting there at 8. I mean, in that over, the first ball he played probably quite well, actually. It was slightly shorter ball into the ground. Great diving stop. There was then a wild whack, one outside the off stump that went in the air. square of the wicket. Then he had another hack to mid-wicket. Then a short ball that he put away for 4, and then a short ball he's planted straight into the hands of Potts. Here's Anderson to the new bat, who punches off the back foot nicely, square of the wicket. That's going to run away up to the grandstand for 4. And, sorry, I was thinking that was the new batter, but it's not, because in Test cricket, you can cross.
Yes.
It's in the IPL and indeed in white ball cricket, people have not been crossing. So that was Colin de Grandhomme, who hit the last ball of the over 4, an over that cost Anderson 10 runs, and he conceded a wicket. Andy Zaltzman, what's going off out there?
Yes, he conceded 5 in his first 8 overs with 2 wickets, 10 from that over with his 3rd wicket, to illustrate the decline in Kyle Jamieson's batting, albeit in a brief Test career so far. It's his 15th game. His first 6 Tests, only batted 6 times, but passed 20 on each occasion, 226 runs at an average of 56. But since then, since the start of the England tour last summer, he's played 9 Tests, 131 runs, averaged 10.9.
Yeah, somehow the attitude of the lower order in New Zealand has crept through to Jamieson. And he was a better player, as I say. When he came in, he was hitting good, strong drives, still hitting the ball in the air, but very effectively. So there was judgment with the stroke and a better chance of getting a good result because of that.
Broad's going to start up from the nursery end. And he's a play and a miss from Tim Southey in the channel outside the off stump.
Southey will play aggressively too.
As will Bolt.
That's the way, absolutely. So, you know, it did upset, let's say from the point of view of New Zealand, it did upset the lengths of Anderson.
Yep, he bowled shorter, didn't he?
Yes, he got a wicket, fair enough, but it did upset his length. He bowled the short one, the first ball to de Grandhomme, didn't he, and was carved away with a safe stroke.
Yep, so 49 for 7, Broad in. He's got 4 slips, and the new bat Southey facing up. Southey just tucks this away off the hip, down towards long leg for a single to bring the 50 up. Finally, in the 26th over at nearly 5-2, New Zealand have made 50 for the loss of 7 wickets. What an extraordinary day we've had.
The other aspect about it, for me, if I was a captain of the side, to say to you, look, you've got a batsman at the other end. There's a guy called de Grandhomme who's just got 120 in his last Test match. He's not out yet. Maybe he can get us a few. Maybe you two could have a partnership. And that's gone now.
It wasn't really. These weren't the shots of a number 8. It didn't feel to me. Broad into de Grandhomme, who gets turned round by this thick leading edge, squirts out through point. They're going to come back for a second run. The throw comes in. The full ball again from Broad. If you want to see, I imagine probably the whole of that first over after lunch. It really was an extraordinary first over. Then highlights are on BBC 2 tonight from 7 o'clock. And of course, you get them on iPlayer, and that wicket will be up on the BBC Sport website and app in no time. You judge for yourself what on earth Kyle Jamieson was doing in that over. Well, I mean, we know what he was doing. He was trying to take the fight to England, but he didn't even give himself an over to have a look. Broad in again to de Grandhomme, who pulls at this out towards square leg. Square leg's unsided, can't see it, and he goes out through mid-wicket for 4. So after a very attritional first session, we have now had 3 boundaries.
Yes, 15 runs in 10 balls.
How many boundaries were there before lunch?
Okay, sorry, 17 runs in 10 balls. Before lunch, there were 5 boundaries.
And we've had 3 in 10 balls.
Yeah, well, New Zealand have obviously had a chat. And they said that's the way we're going to play. It's the way the bottom order in New Zealand have played in the last year. I think it's not necessarily the right way if you've got a batsman at the other end.
De Grandhomme faces up again, Broad into him, and he drives at the full ball and misses it as it whistles into the gloves of folks. De Grandhomme on to 13 with that previous 4, but that was another good ball in the channel that on another day he might have left own. I say that, de Grandhomme was a very attacking style batter, but he was leg side of that ball, driving airily, waftily through to the keeper. It feels like there's going to be a 4 a wicket every ball at the moment. 56 for 7. You heard that right if you're just tuning in. Broad runs away from us from the nursery end. Full, driven out again and missed again by de Grandhomme. Slightly shaping down the hill. It's all happening here Broad has 1 for 31 in 9 overs. End of the over. De Grandhomme 13, Southey 1. New Zealand 56 for 7. Andy Zoltzman.
New Zealand's score at the fall of the 7th wicket was 45 for 7. It's their 4th worst start to a test match with the bat when they've been batting first. They were 21 for 7 in their first ever test on day 1. Before recovering to pass 100. 37 for 7 in the test after the Second World War against Australia. I think only retrospectively became a test match.
Was that what stopped Australia playing New Zealand again?
For almost 30 years,
yes.
I think. Then
Anderson starts a new over from the pavilion end. Southey, it's a shorter ball which he just pushes into the gap on the offside. There are plenty of gaps close in on the offside. We've got 4 slips, an extra cover. So there's a gap square of the wicket, and Southey's able to get off strike 57 for 7.
Other than those 2 games early in New Zealand's test history, the only time they've made a worse start than this batting first in a test was when they were 31 for 7 in Cape Town, January 2013, which was Brendan McCullum's first test as New Zealand captain.
Out for 45 or something like that.
Well. Anderson in to De Grandhomme. De Grandhomme edges on along the ground, and it's stopped by Crawley at second slip. It's another sort of poke. We've seen this so much today, and it speaks to the rustiness of the New Zealand batting display. If we're going to feel sympathy for England's travails in the Ashes and their lack of preparation, we must be even-handed and say that New Zealand also have not had anything like the preparation they would like, and they have looked like a side. Every batter has looked like someone who just doesn't know where their off-stump is, doesn't know whether to play it or leave it. Anderson in to De Grandhomme, and he does leave this in the channel outside the off-stump, slightly fuller. There's no run.
And that one didn't nip, but prior to lunch the ball did move around a little. There's no doubt about that, and in that sense I guess you would say that it was quite a good toss to lose.
More in it than you thought, wasn't there?
Yes, yeah. Stokes said he would have done the same. So I don't think Williams should be sitting there feeling, I've messed this up, batting first. No, not at all. It's not his fault.
Anderson into De Grandhomme, who punches off the back foot with no timing, up to Stokes at wide mid-off. There's no run. Seasoned Lords watchers, I mean, everybody here assumed whoever won the toss was going to bat. You felt it with the overheads. You had said yourself that the pitch
looked dry.
Lacked grass, dry. Went in with a spinner, hoping to bowl last.
Leach, yes.
You know, so it felt like exactly the right decision. But a tentative batting, some very good, reliable, repeatable bowling from England. As Anderson is in, De Grandhomme. It's one of the pads. It's gone high in the air, but it's going to land safely. It's gone in exactly the opposite direction from that which De Grandhomme expected as he looked to work it leg side. And it's flown through backward point. He's got a thick leading edge. It's happened a couple of times today because the ball is still moving slightly, and I guess he thought that was going to come down the hill, and it didn't. And they've picked up 3. De Grandhomme 16, 60 for 7. This is a recovery of sorts. I mean, 21 runs have come, and we haven't had 3 overs since lunch, albeit for the loss of Carl Jamieson. But we can see exactly how New Zealand are intending to play this. But actually, he just threw the shot too early there.
Yes, he was.
The replay.
He was almost back of the bat. So he's turned the face of the bat through the line of the ball.
I'm not sure it's going to go there again, but Stokes has put a deep backward point in. I suppose
this is what you can do, and if it does disrupt the field, for example, then you can say, that's working.
Anderson in. De Grandhomme pushes into the big gap that's now been created. Just waited in the crease, played it late, and pushed it square of the wicket on the offside for a single. So 61 for 7. Southey, I beg his pardon.
Yeah.
Southey. 61 for 7, because of course they went through for 3 the previous ball. De Grandhomme has 16, Southey has 3.
The other thing that happens sometimes is that after lunch, after you get 40 minutes of a little bit of let's call it a wan kind of sun.
Yeah, wan.
That the pitch does change a little. It's not quite as nippy as prior to lunch. And I think that's another, got to throw that into the judgment about how we're going to play as well. Do we have to take such a percentage of risk with our shot mating?
Ball a bit softer, seem a bit less proud?
Maybe, I don't know.
Those. 4 slips, Broad starts in, bowling to Southey. And Southey pulls at this, out through mid-wicket. That's a great shot, a really good shot. And it's run up towards the grandstand for 4. It was a short, and it was just a swivel pull from Southey. And we've seen a couple of those since lunch, 65 for 7.
So the other thing that I think that what could New Zealand have done prior to lunch to perhaps try and disrupt the bowling instead of playing rather loose percentage strokes, which we're seeing, but they're hanging in and they're getting some offerings now that they weren't getting before.
Well, England were allowed to sort of bowl at
that's
New
right.
Zealand, weren't they? As Broad runs in from the nursery end, and Southey gets leg side of the ball, just pushes it from the crease into a gap on the offside, about 4 or 5 yards square in front of square, and gets through for a single. He has 8 from 6, 66 for 7.
So I haven't seen the nip actually since lunch, or one just nipping away or holding its line or anything like that. That's just carrying straight on at this stage. The other thing I think you can do, and if you have played a lot of cricket, which a lot of these players have, you can change the length of the bowler yourself as a batsman. Not by playing broad strokes.
As Broad is in, and de Grandhomme lets this go by, quite close to the off stump, but a good leave nonetheless.
Is that you can change the position on the crease, not sideways, laterally going to off stump or anything like that, but actually towards the bowler. So you bat out of your crease. And you might only do it for 4 balls, but you let the bowler know that you're doing it.
By taking guard.
Absolutely.
And ostentatiously moving down.
Just moving out.
Yes.
And that forces the bowlers then to bowl a shorter length. Maybe the nicks don't carry. That's the first thing.
Broad from the nursery end, headband on, runs in to Colin de Grandhomme, who lets this go by a little bit wider. That had a little shake down the hill.
Yeah, that did.
Into the keeper's gloves, there's no run.
But I think that's another way, and then move back to your crease, and then move out again, so that you keep the bowler on his toes, thinking about something else that he has to do as he runs in. And then you might get a bit of an offering as well. I just think they were allowed to bowl, I thought, England this morning. And maybe some of those experienced players could have tried something else when New Zealand was in deep shtuck.
Broad in on the pads, and it's worked into the onside, off a bit of pad, and I wonder if there's any bat. The umpire looks like, no, it's leg byes being signalled by umpire Goff. 67 for 7 as it just rolled out onto the onside.
What do you think, Daniel? Can New Zealand get to 100?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
I mean, they scored 28 runs in 4 overs.
Can they get to 100? OK, so let's say they score 100. Can they then restrict the lead to 150?
Looking at England's batting woes over the last few years, they could probably restrict the lead to 50. We'll see. Although it doesn't look too bad pitch to bat on.
No, it doesn't. Not now.
Broad in, and that's played at and missed. In the channel again, just poking from the crease was Southey. End of the over. 67 for 7, New Zealand. De Grandhomme 16, Southey 8. More thoughts, questions and cogitations from Jeremy Coney, and then... getting under my feet somewhat, it will be Simon Mann.
Well, Southey's looking for singles on that offside and just pushed at a ball that just went through. It didn't really nip again. There's one in that over that went down the slope, as Daniel described. But other than that, there's certainly, as far as I can see, and I don't think it's the condition of the ball. The ball can't be too much older, can it? But the pitch can certainly have changed a little.
29th over, sorry, wrong button, there we go. That's eventually, right. And Anderson bowls, it's played away, and there's no run. 68 for 7, they got 1 run, sorry. De Grandhomme moves to 17, and Southey back on strike. Southey's been playing in the IPL. He averaged in the IPL. Do you know how many he averaged in the IPL?
No idea.
0.5.
Oh. Didn't make too much difference to his team's total.
No.
How many bats did he get?
5.
Ooh.
0-0-0, 1 not out, 1. And there's 5 knocks in the IPL. Only faced 12 balls.
I can see why you've told us that.
Anderson bowls to Southey. Southey crunches that away for 4 over backward point. Up towards the grandstand. The point is, though, he can bat. He's quite a useful lower order hitter, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he's got all that.
Top score 70 something.
Yeah. And he's got he's got that record for hitting sixes in Test cricket.
Well,
as
that's what he was after. You could see that.
Yeah.
But if he just stays in line with the ball a bit more and backs himself, he's actually quite a good stroke maker.
Yeah.
But he tends to hit leg side a lot more and just play on half the field. But I hope he just hangs in there a little bit today.
72 for 7. Anderson, 3 wickets to his name. Bowls to Southey, that's down the leg side. That's gone for 4 as well. Possibly off the pad, possibly off the bat. No, it is off the bat. And Anderson losing his line. It helped away. A rather agricultural fine glance from Southey, but he'll be happy enough. Another 4 to his name. 76 for 7, and Southey's now on to 16, and that's close on his Test match average. And although he had that poor IPL with the bat, well, he didn't face that many balls, to be fair to him, and you're slogging at the end, aren't you, basically. He did make 34 in that counties game the other day and rescued New Zealand from a not dissimilar situation to this one, actually, to set the counties 11 a decent score in that second innings.
Yeah. All the runs came from the wrong place.
That's right,
in that innings for New Zealand.
Yeah. Anderson bowls to Southey, and Southey gets a short ball, goes ballooning over his head. The umpire's check's not a wide, it's not. Folkes goes across to take it. So these two came together. 45 for 7. It's now 76 for 7. And your mind does go back in situations like this to, say, what happened last year on the final day of the Test match between India and England, when Bumrah and he's expunged that memory from his mind, I think. But when Bumrah and who was it, Shami, were smacking it everywhere, and England were bowling short, and it was disappearing. Anderson bowls another short ball. Southey ducks underneath it. It's taken by Folkes, and there is no running. And completely losing control on that final day. A game they were in control of, and they couldn't get that last wicket. And then India dictated terms, and then bowled England out. And what was it? I mean, it was a dramatic, eye-catching last day. It really was. I mean, what a turnaround! But England completely lost the plot. So England.
Well, England started the day with the chance of winning.
Exactly. Well, they looked like the favourites to win. Yeah. Anderson, pavilion behind him, sets off to bowl to Southey, and Southey pushes that away towards deep backward point. England have a fielder out there, so it's only a single. Throws on its way back into Folkes. 77 for 7.
Yeah, that memorable game against India last summer. India were 209 for 8 when Bumrah joined Shami. Shami, I think, from memory, had averaged about 6 in the last 5 years of Test cricket. Bumrah had a Test average around about 3. India were about 182 ahead in their second innings with just the 2 wickets left, and they added 89 in 20 overs. India declared, and bowled England out inside 2 sessions to win.
Yeah, don't want to dwell on gloomy occasions as far as England are concerned, but it can happen, can't it, when the tail enders start to play a few shots, or the lower order players start to play a few shots, and you lose control of the game.
Absolutely. That's why I'm just watching to see here how long will Stokes, what will he do?
Broad ball to Southey. Southey's a huge wipe at that one and misses it. It swung away as well down the slope, probably after it went past the bat. He was trying to hit that into the grandstand. Southey comes down the pitch to have a quick chat with de Grandhomme, do some gardening. Yeah, de Grandhomme passed on a word there. It might be something along the lines of, you're a bit better than this, just play and see where it takes you. This is the 30th over. Broad 10 overs, 1 for 36. Took the wicket of Devon Conway, one of 3 catches earlier for Bairstow. Southey is batting on off stump. 3 slips are in, 2 men back. Broad bowls to Southey, and Southey fends at that one, and similar result to the ball before. Actually goes past the outside edge, a bit of a way movement from Broad, and it's through to wicketkeeper Folkes. And the 2 batters look as if they can have another quick chat. No, they decide against it, but actually same result, 2 balls, one of a huge swing, one a fence outside the off stump. Southey might think, well, actually, if I just stick around doing that, I might nick one. So he might be back to hitting mode. He's a naturally aggressive player, I think, down the order. Tim Southey does like to play his shots. He's walked off towards square leg and now settles over his bat, tapping at the crease. Broad bowls him, short ball. Southey ducks underneath it, and an awkward duck as well, back pedalling. He's lost his balance, but he got underneath it, and Folkes gathered. Of course, there was that other occasion where on the first day of the India series last summer, where England had India something like 120 for 8, and Shardul Thakur came out and slammed a quick half century, and again it just altered the balance of the game. So England have a measure of control over the match. It's amazing how quickly a game can get away from you in circumstances like this. We've got two players who want to play their shots.
Well, England know that Southey doesn't like the short-pitched ball. That's why we've seen Anderson bowl at probably 3 or 4 at him, and now Broad is doing the same. And if they can unsettle him, perhaps then they can get amongst him.
Broad bowls to Southey. It's full. He has a massive swing at that and misses. He's trying to hit that into the Compton stand. Head up. Broad stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his hips and has a quick chat with Southey. I think they're quite good friends, aren't they? I mean, I think they were chatting before the day's play, and all these players know each other so well. But he really did try to hit that hard.
I mean, as far as the game itself is concerned, 24 overs, 6 for 39 prior to lunch. 5 overs, 1 for 38 after lunch. So, the policy, while we might be a little bit critical of it at times, it's kind of in terms of the morning session, and it has dispersed the field a little bit.
3 men back on the leg side boundary. 3 slips in. Broad bowls to Southey, and Southey pushes to that when it goes past the outside edge and through to Folkes. Well, it almost doesn't matter what shot he's playing at the moment. He's just going past that outside edge. This is more like a T20 field that Southey's become used to in the last couple of months. 3 men on the leg side boundary, and now a man going out to deep backward point by the looks of it as well. Well, that is to try to protect the boundary for the last ball of the over, because they probably want to be bowling at Southey. They don't mind him taking a single so much here. So 4 men on the boundary, 3 on the leg side, 1 on the off side, 3 slips. Mid-on's quite deep as well, and so's mid-off. Stokes back pedalling, and Broad bowls to Southey, and Southey nudges it into the leg side and takes the single. Outfielder coming in from deep mid-wicket to pick up, and so Southey goes to 18. De Grandhomme will have to watch on for the non-striker's end. He is on 17, and the score goes to 78 for 7. New Zealand were 45 for 7 when Jameson was caught by Potts at fine leg. A steepler off Anderson. Jameson out, I haven't written this down. How many did he make? 6, was it? 6. So out today. Latham 1, Young 1, Williamson 2, Conway 3, Mitchell 13, Blundell 14, and Jameson 6. So de Grandhomme 17 and Southey 18, the 2 leading run scorers today for New Zealand. Anderson's taken 3 for 30. His figures have been damaged a bit since lunch. 11 over 6 maidens, 3 for 30, but he's just got an outside chance of 5 for here for about the 187th time in Test cricket. He's turning at that far end in the warm afternoon sunshine, and prepares to go into bowl to Tim Southey with 3 men back on the leg side, and Southey clumps him down the ground. Doesn't time it perfectly. It's a chase for Broad from mid-on out towards the visitors' dressing room, and Southey comes back for a couple of runs, hitting that back over Anderson's head. The score moves to 80 for 7. Alistair Cook's here. Well, for a captain, when you do all the hard work, you get a team 7 down for nothing, and then this happens. It's not out of control yet, not by any means, but it can be one of those. What do you do? Field out, field in?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it went so easily for Ben Stokes this morning. He's going to have to think a little bit here.
Southey on 20, Anderson bowls, and Southey steps to the leg side and tries to force it through the offside and misses it.
Just one of those periods, isn't it, where when they are defending they miss it, and when they slog it, it kind of just evades fielders. Got to just stay patient. I know these runs are good for New Zealand to build a little bit of momentum for them, but in reality 80 for 7 on what looks like a pretty good batting wicket. It has nibbled a little bit, but England will be very happy with this situation. They've just got to hold their nerve. Don't be too don't chase it too much. They might get the odd 4, but I think they'll get the rewards in a minute.
Anderson to Southey. Southey forces that back past the bowler. More runs here. It's going up towards the long off boundary. 2 fielders after it. Broad getting ahead of Stokes, and Broad will get there first, knocks it back. Stokes picks it up, sends in the return, and Southey comes back for just the 2 runs. Might well have got 3 there actually towards long off, but only 2. 82 for 7.
You want to be playing. You want them to be hitting the shots of your best balls in general. Sometimes here you then start searching for it and you bowl a bit fuller, and it makes it easier to hit the ball. That was actually a perfectly acceptable ball from Anderson. Top of the off stump, and he just flat batted it past mid off. So you'd much rather than there. But sometimes here, when the emotion gets the better of you and you're getting a bit frustrated, then you start chasing, and that kind of plays in their hands. England just had to, in particular, the bowlers had to calm at the top of the mark.
Anderson tries again, bowls to Southey, hits this high in the air, out towards wide long. That's a good shot, right out in the middle of the bat, and it's gone away for 4 more. That's good hitting from Southey. Anderson walking back to his mark, turned and walked straight back to his mark. He knew where that was going, and this is working well for Tim Southey. He moved to 26, and New Zealand to 86 for 7.
That's a bit more controlled, wasn't it? The shots off Stuart Broad, he was just trying to hit him as hard as he could. That one was a far more controlled hit through mid-wicket. Try and hit the ball as hard as you go. Went for a bit more timing and he nailed it.
3 men back on the leg side boundary. Anderson moves in, bowls to Southey. Short ball, top edge, down towards fine leg. Should be caught. It is. Potts with another catch. And Anderson has bounced out another one since lunch. And he's got 4 wickets. And Tim Southey's cameo is over at 26, and New Zealand at 86 for 8. And eventually one went up in the air to a fielder.
A kind of carbon copy of the Jameson wicket. Just rushed him on, wasn't quite as high, probably got top edge, and Matt Potts down there on the fine leg boundary, just running back 4 or 5 yards, took a very comfortable catch above his chest. A good partnership, wasn't it, in terms of it's drawn a bit of
41.
Yeah, got a bit of runs, but it is, England just got to look at the overall situation now. We know de Gromholm's going to play a few shots. Bolt, I think it might be in next, will do exactly the same. Just got to hold their nerve. The odd bouncer, but otherwise just keep trying to bowl your best ball and be very clear on what you want to do.
Yeah. Trent Bolt and Ajaz Patel are the last 2 batters for New Zealand. Who's coming in? Looks like Patel.
Yeah,
it's coming in at the far end. I think the last time I watched him bat, I don't know if this I've dredged it up from my memory, when we were in Sydney watching him block out that Test match. Was he involved in that, results? That match where they survived at the end, but then lost the next Test match. Have I got that right?
Yes, that second Test that they lost was the one that Patel took 10 wickets in. It was the third bowler to take 10 wickets in a Test innings. Just looking up the score.
I think
from
the game before
Test.
at Green Park, Kanpur, I think he was involved in a.
Yeah, he lasted half an hour, 23 balls to secure the draw, with New Zealand with 9 wickets down. Him and Rachin Ravindra, who I think was on debut, managed to bat out through to the end.
That's right, yeah. I remember watching that in the lead up to the Ashes series when we were in Sydney back in November. So Patel is in at number 10. Well, he took those 10 wickets in an innings and was dropped for the next Test match. But one Test was in India and the other one was in New Zealand. Right, here's Anderson bowling, and forward goes to Grondholm. The batter's crossed while the ball was in the air. That rule will change, of course, from October. It's already in some short-form cricket. Just a Jack Leach medical update. He'll have a graduated return to play with a minimum period being 7 days out in accordance with concussion guidelines. It's 86 for 8. We've had 31 overs. More from you, Alistair, and then it will be Isha.
Just thinking about people who've played outstanding games and getting dropped for the next one. I think, didn't Karen Nair get a 300? Not I think, I know he got a 300. Got 300 against England, and he didn't play the next game, which is slightly extraordinary. I do actually remember that game. It was my last game as a captain, and I dropped him on 30, so it only cost us 270. So.
At least it was you that told us, not me. It was Jason Gillespie as well. Double century in Bangladesh, and then
never played again for
Never
Australia.
played for Australia again. Crazy.
And there's another 10 wickets in a game, never played again as well, I think.
Here comes Stuart Broad from the nursery end. Bowls now to Patel, who's driving to mid-on. 86 for 8 in the 32nd over here at Lord's. Day one, first day of the Test summer for England, and this brand new era under the leadership of Ben Stokes couldn't have gone much better at all. Potts coming into the game as well with plenty of wickets. 3 slips in a gully in position for Broad. Pushes away now. His arms pumping past the umpire to Patel, who's forward defending, to extra, no run.
Yeah, I think Andy Caddick had a 10-wicket match, Sydney, to the end of the 2002-3 Ashes. 7 in the second innings, I think. Well, that was his final test.
But that's like the pub quiz question, isn't it? I think who got 200, never played again, who got 10 wickets. And I'm glad you said it was Caddick, because that's why I tell everyone. So I'm glad I was vaguely right.
Patel in his the last test he played was in Mumbai, took 10 for 119 and 4 for 106.
Patel, bat hovering baseball style. The left-hander is Broad bowls into the channel, lets it go through to the keeper.
It feels as if it's just calmed down again. Now, we've had the
simmer down.
Saudi, Gromam and Jameson going to play shots, and I think
Jameson's innings was an interesting one.
Yeah, for a quick time and a good time, not necessarily a long time. I was just eating my lunch and I heard all these roars of what was happening, and Dan Norcross told me exactly what happened in that over, but it was certainly all action. I think Patel's going to hang around a bit more stubbornly here.
A shot a ball after lunch from Jameson. As Broad comes again round the wicket to Patel, who's driving, and it's a lovely classical drive through the covers out to the boundary. Ben Stokes on the chase. They've come back for 2, and it will reach the boundary sponge now in front of the grandstand as Patel picks up a 4 to get off the mark.
Just a nice cover drive, very controlled, didn't try and hit it too hard, and I think that's what England will be encouraged with. Certainly as a top order, the batters you're looking at, the cameras have been going on Zach Crawley, Alex Lees. They'll be looking at those kind of shots saying, yes, we know it's going to nibble a little bit for the first 10-15 overs, but fundamentally I think it is a good batting wicket.
Patel still back and across, allows it to go through from Broad, again just bowling that tight line in the channel. 90 for 8 then, New Zealand. Sun is out, lovely, gorgeous afternoon here at Lord's. Talk about it being a good pitch for batting. It looks like a good deck for batting. It looks like the perfect conditions for batting. New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bat first. I wonder what's going through Kane Williamson's mind as the field spreads. Now a deep point and a deep backward square for Stuart Broad. Final ball of the over. Wanted to keep him on strike. Broad running away from us. Bowls. Ooh. And it's a flirt outside the off stump, but beats the edge through to Ben Foakes, who gets another one just in front of him. And that is the end of the over. 90 for 8.
Did you have a look at the wicket this morning? I wasn't here in time to get out there.
I actually didn't get a chance to either. I'll have to ask Michael. I think he was out there with Aggers this morning, just after the toss.
I mean, it looks already now, after only 30 odd overs being bowled, there's some quite prominent footmarks, aren't there? Like where the bowler's following through, and you wouldn't necessarily say that, Stuart Broad and James Anderson are particularly heavy on their feet, so it looks like it is quite dry underneath. So I think it was a fairly obvious toss to bat first. You knew it was probably going to be tricky a little bit, but I don't think anyone expected 36 for 6.
Absolutely not, as Anderson continues from the pavilion end. 3 slips in play for de Grandhomme, who tucks it away out to deep mid-wicket. Push the 1, and England will cut off the second. Throw being sent in. 91 for 8 then, as de Grandhomme moves to 18. Just got to wonder what's going through Matt Parkinson's mind.
Well, they did play a game last night, didn't they?
They did.
For Lancashire. And did they have a game today? As in, did they have a game, or you wonder whether he had a bit of
a few drinks,
a few drinks last night, and then suddenly gets a few text messages on it, a few phone calls, and he's just waking up. But one of those amazing things, isn't it? You would never have thought this morning he'd be making his Test debut later on at some stage today, whether he gets here today.
Anderson round the wicket to Patel. The left-hander leans forwards and lets it go through. Yeah, quite extraordinary, really. Someone who's been fighting for a place in this England lineup doesn't get the nod in the squad. Jack Leach, the preferred spinner, and within the first 10 overs of the game, trying to field a ball down in front of the pavilion. Full commitment, you have to say, because he managed to stop the 4, but he dived over the boundary and ends up with concussion as Anderson bowls to Patel, who's solid in defence in front of him.
I don't know if this has happened before. I don't know if it's been discussed, but this is the first time someone's made their debut as a concussion replacement. Because I'm sure
for England,
I'm sure it makes.
Well, he's the first concussion replacement for England. I'll dig it. From memory, I think there might have been one player before who made a debut as a concussion, but I'll dig that up.
So of course, Marnus Labuschagne here a few years ago as Anderson bowls to Patel, slightly wider at the off stump. Lets it go.
Another thing I suppose Ben would not have had to think about this morning, as in during the game, he'll have to get someone to surely present his cap. Will he get his cap presented before someone presents it to him, or will they have a little huddle at maybe tea if he gets here at tea? If England are still bowling at tea, which would be unlikely, wouldn't it? You just feel they'll wrap up these 2 wickets at some stage.
You think it'd be tomorrow morning?
You'd have thought so, yeah. But who knows?
Yeah, who knows? So many things to consider. Alistair as Anderson bowls again in the channel. Outside the off stump. One more ball left of this over, then 33 overs of the day, and 8 wickets have fallen already. New Zealand on 91. I was talking to Tuffers about that day in 2005. Day 1 of the Test match in the Ashes. 19 wickets fell.
Were you here?
I was here. Staggering stuff to watch as Patel is struck on the pads. Anderson goes up. The finger is raised by Rod Tucker. Now that is 9 down now for New Zealand, but they have decided to review.
I mean, it looked pretty close from up here.
We have a review for LBW. The decision is out, and it's a fair delivery. Come front on first, please.
It could be Jimmy Anderson's fifer. It's around the wicket. It's just come out of the hand. It is the wobble seam. It's not the big swinger. I mean, has it done too much? As in, is it sliding? But I reckon as it's given out, is it going to clip leg stump? Thoughts?
Thank you.
Simon Mann's given it out behind us. Zoltz has given it out.
Well, the first question is there any bat involved? They're going to have a look now at Ultra Edge. There is a tiny...
We'll go back. Just rock and rolling it, please. Thank you. I'll
tiny
go back
edge.
Field.
Inside edge of the bat onto the pad.
I'll get to change the decision to not out. There's bat involved. You're on signal now. Thank you.
So, James Anderson will have to wait for his 32nd fifer. He can't believe it.
I think he's just said to Rod Tucker he said he didn't hit it. I mean, I don't think that was on anyone's radar, was it, that he had hit the ball? I know he reviewed it pretty quickly, but when you've got 3 remaining, you might as well use them, haven't you? So,
well, there was a fairly sharp spike as the ball passed the bat.
I would say they didn't catch it, did they? Just you just thought.
That's a good point, actually.
It did fly in general direction. Now we're looking at the replay of the thing, but it did fly up in towards us. I'm sure it hasn't. It hasn't gone anywhere near, otherwise they wouldn't be.
Well, here we go. Stuart Broad on to de Grandhomme, who's pushing at the ball out to long off. Ben Stokes out there, probably about 3/4 of the way back to get him off strike. De Grandhomme moves to 19, 92 for 8. New Zealand in the 34th.
Amazing at the game of cricket that 90 for 8, and it's the right tactical thing to do, but you know, he just almost thinking, just get one every time, and the top order, they're fighting for every single run they could get, and he's just almost, England are giving Colin de Grandhomme home run, and as you're absolutely right, it's just amazing the way the game evolves so quickly, isn't it?
Pushes away, now bowling to Patel, who's driving past extra to his left. Mid-off will collect the ball. And another single taken, so de Grandhomme back on strike. 93 for 8. Gentle breeze blowing. See the flags blowing in the distance above the Red Brit Pavilion. Plenty of hats and sunglasses being worn by the spectators. Full house is pulled away by de Grandhomme. Short ball bowled, doesn't get all of it onto the glove, and Ben Folkes runs around to collect the ball as they come through.
The Lord's buzz is back, isn't it?
Very much so. 94 for 8, de Grandhomme to 20.
Post-lunch buzz.
Post-lunch fuzz. I saw them starting early this morning, Andy.
Matthew Parkinson will be the third player to make his debut as a replacement in a test match.
I wouldn't have a clue. The other two.
Ajaz Patel back and across. Looks to swat the ball leg side, but nowhere near the short one from Stuart Broad. Trying to swat it away like a fly.
As a front foot pull duck, I think he got in a little bit of... Well, he did get a lot of... Not I think, he got in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure he was totally expecting a short one, then he... Well, I don't quite know what he's got, a front foot sweep pull. There's nowhere near it and quite late on it.
If you're Broad, are you going again or full one?
Oh, I think you've got to go again.
OK, here he comes. Broad bowls a good length delivery to Patel, who covers his stumps and guides it to gully.
The previous players, I can forgive you, Alistair, for not remembering that Kaya Zondo of South Africa made his debut as a COVID replacement against Bangladesh last winter season, in fact April of this year. However, quite how you forgot Brian Mudzinganyama of Zimbabwe making his debut as a concussion replacement against Sri Lanka. I've no idea.
Change of angle for Stuart Broad as he bowls over the wicket to Patel, who tucks it away out to deep square of the front foot. Comes through for 1, and New Zealand go to 95 for 8 at the end of the 34th. De Grandhomme 20, Patel to 6. So just want someone to hang around with him for a little bit here, de Grandhomme. Carl Jamieson, we're watching his highlights back. Well, that was as if he was playing a T10, Alistair.
I would say, what's that? But then I'll get a bit of stick. But yeah, actually, ironically now, not ironically, but I suppose as a captain now with someone there, you'd be tempted just to change the pace a bit of spin, wouldn't you? Just throw it into the rough. You know, a Parkinson now, a leg spinner throwing it quite slowly, bowls it quite slowly. You know, stick or twist for Gromheim, a good option for England to have. But I mean, James Anderson,
who bowls to Patel now, who defends in front of him. 2 extra, no run.
It's quite hard getting the ball out of James Anderson's hands now, and he's got 4 for. But you know, as a captain, you can have that thought. And we haven't actually seen him bowl, have we, old Stokes?
He's just warming up now. See him doing a few movements from side to side, stretching out that groin. Matty Potts, of course, as well, sitting on the 3 wickets. What an opportunity that would be. A couple of wickets to get. 5 for here at Lord's on debut.
Got a little cut behind his ear, isn't he? I don't quite know how he's done that.
Anderson to Patel, looking to go up and over mid-off. Doesn't get the timing, will just pick up the single. Stokes with a throw in, nearly throwing himself off balance as he does so.
Yeah, he just clothed it, didn't he? Like, looked to go over the top of it, almost Southey-like. A good length ball from Jimmy Anderson. He's just trying to hit it back over his head and kind of ballooned over mid-off. Sort of frustration in Jimmy there as he turned in hope that that would have been his fifer.
Stark contrast by session. 0.63 the economy in the first session, going at over 6s in this one, New Zealand. There's Anderson bowls to de Grandhomme, who drives the ball out to deep cover, comes back for a couple. Ben Stokes collecting that one. So another couple to de Grandhomme, who moves to 22.98 for 8. Are they going to break the 100 barrier? Not a bad start for Ben Stokes, but Brendan McCullum looking very relaxed up in the dressing room as well.
You can't imagine him getting too stressed, can you?
No. He's pretty chilled sort of character, isn't he?
Yeah, seems to be very pragmatic.
Although, I remember working with him for the 2019 World Cup final, and he was pretty stressed for the final few overs of that one.
I think we all were, weren't we?
De Grandhomme tapping the ball back down the pitch to Anderson. Peter in Holborn emails us with a question for Sir Alistair. Been great to see you in the runs this summer, but what can you tell us about your recent match about Bedfordshire Farmers recently? A 15-year-old bowler called Kyron.
Well, firstly, I doubt that was Peter who's emailed that in. It looks very much suspiciously like Adam Mountford's handwriting there. I was kind of wondering how to address this, to be honest with you. I've been going through my mind from the moment Aggers texted me about, only seemed like 30 seconds after I got out, or appeared on Twitter. So yeah, I was playing for the Beds Farmers in a cup game at Potton, and yeah, the opposition got 100 and Potton got 156, I think. Their opening batsman got 100, and it was a 12 8-ball overs, and he murdered us. I bowled the last over and went for 14, and then I think I'm batting at 5. I got 20 and I got out bowled by a 15-year-old. So now, do I sit here and say, I wasn't really trying, and then you look really arrogant, or do I just have to take the flat from Aggers, from every other person who's mentioned? I even walking into the ground today, 2 people mentioned it to me. So
I think if you hadn't scored a run in county cricket this season, then maybe, but
I decided that I'm just going to take it on the chin, and I got bowled by a 15-year-old. Fair play to him.
Well done, Kyron.
I think also the worst bit about that was I came walking off, and I sat on like the picnic bench. In front of the picnic bench, there was a space in front of the picnic bench, and on the picnic bench behind, I had my back to them, was Kieran's mum and dad. And obviously, they didn't quite know how to talk to me, as if, they expecting a tantrum and stuff. But it was, I had a little bit of red face leaving that ground. But I'd like to say I could have bought him a beer, but he was too young to even have a beer at the end of the game. So
a future England hopeful.
Hey, it's certainly got potential. Certainly, he swings it out. Too good for me.
We're losing plenty of England bowlers to injury at the moment, so there's every opportunity if you're a young fast bowler playing club cricket at the moment. But what a moment for Matty Potts. We've got a break in play currently because the ball has been checked, and what the umpires look for is that it can fit through the 2 rings. They have these handcuff-like rings that they try and get the ball through. One of them, it wasn't able to go through, so they're changing the ball currently.
It's been one of the things which happened a lot in county cricket this year. The ball has been changed far more than I can remember them being changed. Even as early as the 4th or 5th over, I've heard that the ball hasn't gone through the hoops, and I think it takes the umpire's opinion out of it, whether it's round or not. If it doesn't go through it, you carry on. If it doesn't, you're allowed to change it. I think in county cricket you're allowed 2 failed attempts, and then you're not for every ball. And it's certainly been an issue which is plagued, I think, county cricket. I mean, it's not a big, it's just going so soft and out of shape, and I don't think any bowler mind bowling on flat wickets, but I think a real soft, out of shape ball doesn't really do them any favour. But luckily they've taken drinks, so we're not wasting any time.
Absolutely. So I think they're not far away from resuming play. So in the meantime, we're going to get you to carry on talking about the balls that you've had in county cricket this season. I understand that the seam of this one a lot more pronounced today, hence the movement off the pitch, and we're going to bring in Dan Norcross.
Thank you, Isha. So drinks have been taken a little bit early while they change the ball. 3 slips are in. It's been quite the first hour since lunch. New Zealand went into lunch at 39 for 7. They are currently 98 for 8, which is 59 for 2 in 10.4. Yes, it's all been happening. We've had LBWs given and turned down. There have been some overturns. Are you off? Alistair Cook, are you off as Anderson starts a new over from the pavilion end? And that's flicked gloriously through mid-wicket. What a shot that is by de Grandhomme. He's a beautiful player to watch, and he picks up 4 runs. 100 comes up, 102 for 8. And that was a very crisply timed flick to a full ball on the pads. As one England captain, Sir Alistair Cook, departs, another England captain, former England captain, Michael Vaughan, joins me. Hello.
Yeah, afternoon, Dan. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's a nice little flick, isn't it, from de Grandhomme. I've enjoyed New Zealand after lunch.
Yes, I have.
I think the message was quite clear.
Anderson in, left alone by de Grandhomme. A little shorter, goes through low to Folkes. End of the over, a protracted over because of that change of ball. 35 gone, 102 for 8. De Grandhomme 26. Patel has 7.
Yeah, Jameson's first few deliveries after lunch gave us an indication of the plan of attack.
Yes.
Swing. Get the scoreboard ticking. If we get bowled out, we get bowled out in a few amount of overs, so there's still a bit of moisture left in the pitch, and potentially it'll do exactly the same when we have the ball in hand, rather than bat slowly, bat for 60 overs, get to 120, 130, and you give the pitch that little bit longer to get a bit drier. I mean, I still think now it's a decent Test match wicket. Just done enough. England have caught well, bowled nicely, and New Zealand are just rusty, aren't they? They've just not played enough red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Ben Stokes yet, and that was one of the fears that people had when Ben Stokes was made captain, that he'd be forced to bowl himself and over-bowl himself. And, well, combination of the way New Zealand have played and the way Anderson, Broad and Potts have bowled has meant that Stokes hasn't needed to use himself, and he's still not bringing himself on. Instead, Matthew Potts, who's on debut, has taken 3 for 8. He's got a chance here to get a 5 for on debut and get up on the Lord's Honours board in double quick time. 2 wickets to go down. And he's got ball in hand coming round the wicket to Ajaz Patel. 3 slips in place. Oh, appeal for LBW. He really likes this. And he has been given. First ball back, and Ajaz Patel almost instantly refers, but I don't think this is an inside edge because he's taken a little while, a shake of the head. They've got 3 reviews. They're obviously going to use it.
To the umpire to direct, we have a review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Michael Vaughan's giving it.
Yeah, I don't think there's an inside edge on this one. I think it's missed the bat.
It's a bit high.
Yeah, it doesn't look like batting bowl. We'll just confirm that with ultra edge, please.
I think it's going to be an umpire's call, clipping the top of the stumps.
I think it's going to be a classic unlucky number 10's dismissal here. It's a left-hander, don't forget, Patel. Coming round the wicket is Potts. It's got him on the back leg. I think it's missed the bat. Be very surprised if there's any inside edge on this. We've had a lot of inside edges today.
Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. You can go to ball tracking when ready.
It's hit him in sort of in front of middle.
The original decision is out. Impact is in line.
Oh,
hitting the wickets.
No.
You go back to Michael on field and stick with your original decision about your signal now.
Well, no, it was very out. It was hitting middle and leg and about 4 inches from the top of the stumps. So New Zealand lose a review. I'd be surprised if that's important. But more importantly, Matthew Potts on debut now has 4 for 8.
Yeah,
and there's 1 wicket left to fall.
Yeah, Andy, Scott Boland in the winter, what was his figures?
6 for 9
6
or
for 9. I think that's about right at the MCG. Well, 4 for 8 at the home of cricket. Can he get one more?
Oh, come on. He's got 5 balls at the number 11, Trent Bolt. And Trent Bolt plays only one way. So
expansive.
Expand like that. Yes, that's quite a nice euphemism for what I would call reckless devil-may-care
out there.
slogging.
Trent Bolt's, he's charged out there, Trent. He's still running it.
Yeah.
He thinks he's playing in the IPL where you have to get that.
Ajaz Patel is not yet now he's in the long room and Trent Bolt is at the stumps. You don't see that very often.
He's charged out there. He's ready.
Now then, Andy. Yes.
Scott Boland's debut 6 for 7 in 4 overs.
Yeah.
That was second innings of his debut.
Yeah, so it was quite something. But Matthew Potts is 4 for 8 in 8.1. And with Trent Boult coming out to bat, can he do it? Can he get a 5-foot on debut? How many English players have got 5-wicket hauls on debut at Lord's? Ooh, trying to think. Yes, that's
Cork had a 7 for, but that was second innings in 1995 against West Indies.
Was that his debut? Was that debut? Yeah.
Graham Onions at 5 for 38 against West Indies.
Was that first innings?
2009. That was first innings.
Okay, right. 3 slips are in, and a rather tricksy short point who's about 3 pitch widths away. There's a backward point, straightish, mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket. Here comes Potts into Boult, and Boult gets turned round by this thick outside edge. It runs down a backward point to Grondon, desperate to get on strike, was halfway down the wicket, but was sent back by Boult. There's no run. 102 for 9.
I think, Dan, just study Trent Boult with the way that he bats. He's always whacking his pad with his gloves. He's already done.
Yeah.
Watch him now, and he bats in the pull shot.
Yeah.
He'll wave his bat in his hands. Look, there you go. He just gives it a little bit of a whirl.
Bit of Ravage-a-Danger.
Then he'll scratch his guard. There you go. Left foot scratches the guard.
Here comes Potts into the crouching Boult, and Boult moves some way towards square leg before defending off the back foot, back up the wicket to the bowler, and there's no run. Andy, you're itching.
There have been 8 bowlers who've taken a 5 for England on Test debut at Lord's. I mentioned Onions and talked. Jimmy Anderson, of course, a ridiculously long time ago, May 2003, 5 for 73 against Zimbabwe. Before that, Nick Cook, Len Caldwell, Alec Bedser.
It's one of the cheaper 5-ers if he gets it at the moment. Here's Potts into Boult. Boult moves across his stumps, pushes the short point, and then puts bat in the air. No run, he shouts. You're right, he's doing the night. He's practiced the ramp.
It was a bit like Marnus that last.
It was very Marnusian.
Yeah. Shame. The ball before his routine, he actually walked behind the stumps. Went beyond them and behind and back round.
You don't want to be batting there. That's not an ideal guard. Wicket keeper. 2 wicket keepers, please, ump.
Fine leg's just gone a bit finer.
For the pull, and there's a man out at deep square leg. Boult does like to play the pull. Does Potts know that? He's going to bang one in short. Here he is. Into Boult. No, full. Oh, he's exposed his stumps and he's smeared it back past the bowler. It's running up towards the boundary, very straight. Broad's there, and amazingly, they've come back for a 3rd run off the 5th ball of the over. Well, that's an intriguing decision, because now the field will come in to save the one, you would imagine, with just 1 ball left in this over. Boult's off the mark. He showed all those stubs there, and he didn't really time it. Potts, though, with those 3 runs, has gone into double figures. He has 4 for 11.
Again, if you look at Trent Boult, I think what's happened, he's come from the IPL, which is obviously coloured clothing. He's arrived in England, he's got brand new kit on. Brand new pads, boots, brand new bat.
Last ball of the over. Potts into de Grandhomme, who pulls it vigorously through the onside. They've run 1. They ought to stick at 1, but they haven't. They've come back for a 2nd, which means that Boult will be on strike at the start of the over. It's all a bit confusing, I have to say. 107 for 9. De Grandhomme has 28. Boult has 3. Anderson's got 4 for 46. Potts now 4 for 13. And in theory, it's a race to the honours board between Anderson, who is a man who's played more Test matches than anyone for England, pretty much. And he has, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Yes. And Matthew Potts, who's played as many Test matches for England as all the one Test wonders.
Yeah, I reckon Trent Boult, it's like the day after a kid's birthday, isn't it? Brand new kit. Nice ovation for Matthew Potts. And he's got brand new gloves.
There's a lot of brand new kit going here. There's brand new kit to brand new kit with Potts bowling to Boult there. So now Anderson's a wise old owl. What's he going to do? He knows that Boult is going to come after him. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they put someone back on the offside for the smear. They're not going to. Pope's going at point. 3 slips. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Anderson runs in from the pavilion end. Boult moves across his stumps, gets a thick inside edge, and manages to manufacture a ball from outside off stump somehow down to Potts. Long leg for a single. He gets off strike. 108 for 9. Boult to 4.
Well, there's potential fifer at both ends. If Jimmy Anderson takes the final wicket, it would be his 8th 5-wicket haul at Lords, which would tie the most fifers by a pace bowler on a single test ground. Ian Botham also had 8 here in 15 tests. This is Anderson's 26th test. Muralitharan had 14 5-wicket hauls, the great Sri Lankan spinner, at the SSC ground in Colombo. He had 11 in the old ground in Kandy and 11 in Gaul as well.
Did McGrath must have had a fair few at Melbourne and Sydney, would he? At Warne as well, I wonder. Anderson in now to de Grandhomme, still got the 3 slips in, and de Grandhomme just pushes forward in defence to a fullish ball, plays it back to Anderson, who fields off his own bowling.
The most fifers McGrath had on a single ground was 4 at the Gabba.
Oh. And Shane Warne? Because in Australia they basically they've played the bulk of their cricket at 6 grounds, weren't they? Five grounds.
4 at the SCG was his most.
Really? Here's Anderson running in. De Grandhomme pushes into a massive gap on the offside. They've run the first quickly, but 1 is all they'll get, which brings Bolt back onto strike. Excuse me while I sneeze. 109 for 9. Bolt back on strike.
Bolt kind of manoeuvres himself around with his kind of delivery routine as if he goes looking for conversations. Like walks that far and he's always looking at the field as if he says, "Does anyone want to chat?"
He feels like a convivial kind of chap.
Yeah.
3 slips in and a ring field as Anderson is in. And Bolt lets this go by with a bit of a flourish outside the off stump. Can't be tempted to a wide one, but then practices the carve through backward point.
So he's now walked just to the offside by probably onto the next pitch, and then he's gone to the leg side onto the pitch by the side of the pitch that we're playing on.
It's a gregarious one, isn't it? It's not like Jonathan Trott, who used to get into his own brain and then sort of like sidle off towards square leg, or Chris Tavares. This is a sort of looking for company kind of walk, isn't it?
Well, Jonathan Trott was particular, and he did it the same every ball, so it became a routine.
Here comes Anderson. Bolt rather plays the uppercut. Has gone down through some deep backward point. It's being pursued by Bairstow and by Ollie Pope, and I think they've come back for 3, which will thoroughly delight Matthew Potts if Anderson can keep de Grandhomme at this end with 1 ball left in the over. 112 for 9, Bolt to 7.
Yeah, so really great players. You know, they generally deliver a routine, and you just watch them and you can see it. Ball after ball, they just continuously do that. At the minute, Trent Bolt's routine's been different every delivery. He's not quite worked it out.
Last ball of the over. Anderson into de Grandhomme. De Grandhomme punches off the back foot really well. That's going to run away for 4 through backward point. Up towards the grandstand. He's played a couple of really nice back foot punches as de Grandhomme. With that, he moves into the 30s. He has 33, 116 for 9 at the end of the over, but Potts is going to get to have another go.
Do you think Matthew Potts is the kind of character that that last ball he was thinking,
yeah,
come on, Jimmy,
go for 4.
Yeah.
Well, 4 or nothing. Yeah.
Just let me have a go at Trent Bolt.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah. I'd hope he is.
Yeah.
Jimmy Anderson's now bowled 15 overs, 8 before lunch, in which he took 2 for 5, 7 since lunch, in which he's taken 2 for 50.
2 for 50 and 7. Yes. Well, I mean, they've played against him very, very differently, haven't they? And the 2 he has taken have been off short balls caught at long leg.
Crickviz point out it's the first time he's taken 2 wickets with short balls in an innings since England played in New Zealand early in 2018.
Thank you. I should imagine he bowled a lot more balls in that innings as well. So, here's Potts looking for that fifer. Runs into Bolt, and Bolt lets this go by just outside the off stump, around 4th, 5th stump probably. Went through pretty low to Folkes. The pitch looks to be easing a bit.
Yeah, it generally does. I mean, the ball's getting a bit older. Pitch will just lose that element of moisture.
Bolt's gone off for his walk. He's gone off to bang his knee as well. It's not quite like Steve Smith, where you get the sort of pat of the box and the bang of the head and all manner of things. As in comes Potts, and that's cut into the ground and stopped at short point. That went pretty sharply, and It looks like there are 3 subs on the field. That's Craig Overton, who's fielding at that short point position. Broad and Root are off, as well as Leach. So who is that at square leg? Wait a, I mean, have you got your whites, Michael?
I would say that the one person that they certainly don't want as a fielding substitute, Daniel, is myself.
I think you might get in ahead of Tuffers.
I doubt it.
You think that would go to 5 sets?
Yes, I believe. Well, maybe. Yeah,
Now,
I think I had him covered. Just who's going off
What's
here?
Potts is going off?
Oh no, Potts is going off. So
Oh no. So what's happening here? Is there anybody left? So Potts is bowled just 2 balls in that over, and now he's having to stride off. Oh, what a massive disappointment for this young man. He was just 1 wicket away from his 5th, and I'll wait to find out what's wrong with him. Ben Stokes has taken the ball off him, will complete the over. A big swing and a miss from Bolt. But there's drama here. There are so many players off the field. England have only been out there for 37 and a half overs, and they're now, what can we see? He's
walked just beside the pavilion. He's turned right. He's now going through the pavilion
up to the
doors, just on the
change room.
left-hand side, next to the I think it's the president's room or the drawing room.
I think Broad is coming back on. Is that right? I think I can see by the pavilion, but Stokes is in. And Bolt lets this go by outside the off stump. There are 2 more balls left in this over. Robin Das from Essex is the other sub. It's comings and goings. It's like, well, what is it like? It's extraordinary. People are coming on and off the field. I think one sub is now departing. Oh no, he's going down a long leg, I beg his pardon. There's so much going on out there, and at the same time nothing, as Stokes runs away from us from the nursery end into Trent Bolt, who has another swing and a miss to a ball that went away from him, left him, went down the slope. 116 for 9. And this is a bit of a concern. England will be thinking, well, we've got New Zealand in a great position. I think we can see
Stuart Broad's coming back on.
He's going to come back on at the end of this over. So
I didn't see. I mean, Matthew Potts clearly has done something, but I didn't quite work out what it was. Whether it's the hamstrings gone or a side strain, maybe. I'm not too sure what the problem is with Matthew Potts.
Quite comfortably. He didn't seem to be favouring one leg or the other.
Maybe his side's gone.
But he went straight off, didn't he? Well, Stokes did talk about him bowling with a stiff side the other day. As Stokes is in down the leg side. A good tumbling take by Folkes prevents a bye. End of the over. An over that was bowled 2 balls of it by Matthew Potts, who's now had to leave the field. And 4 balls from Ben Stokes. 116 for 9, Bolt 7. De Grandhomme 33. And this is a bit of an issue. And I'm going to try and leave Jonathan Agnew to work out what on earth's going off out there after some words from Michael Vaughan.
Well, I think Joe Root's back out there. Stuart Broad is back out there. So it's good to see that those 2 are back on the pitch, but it's a real concern for Matthew Potts because he just walked straight off. He bowled a couple of balls of the over and then he just strolled straight off. So do you reckon a side, Aggers?
Well, he has had a side strain this season. In fact, Ben Stokes was talking about it the other day as being showing his character, if you like, and that he carried on despite having that side strain against Glenn and he bowled them out and won the game.
The farmer behind us, Alistair said it, calf.
Oh, calf.
Maybe he's stretching his calf.
I didn't see it. Oh, right, okay. Won't dare argue with him. Then comes Anderson. He's looking for his 5th. And it's defended and played away into the onside by de Grandhomme. He's played very patiently by his standards. 33 from 41 balls.
Well, I reckon he's played in a way that if you're an England batter, you wouldn't be too concerned about the pitch.
Yeah.
The pitch is fine. It's bound to have some element of movement. You know how well Southey bowls here at Lord's, so he's going to be a real threat, but it shouldn't worry you too much.
Anderson from the pavilion end bowls, and that's turned by de Grandhomme into the leg side. They got their eye on 2 as the fielders come running in. They'll get there as well. The throw comes skimming into the far end.
That is very much, if you see the leg side field, Aggers, that they've got set, this is like an IPL field where you have 4 fielders out on the leg side and you see batters try and hit it just with enough power into the onside to nick a second. That's what de Grandhomme did there. You've got long on back, you've got a cow corner in place, square leg on the boundary, fine leg quite fine on the boundary, cover point on the boundary. Mid-off's gone a bit deeper.
It's a very strange field for
3
118
slips.
for 9. I mean, it really is. Everyone on the leg side on the boundary. Anderson comes in, bowls to de Grandhomme, is on the back foot now, playing it pleasantly away into the offside this time. And the ball swiftly returned by...
The more I watch these kind of fields, Aggers, and I'm sure when I was cat I would have done exactly the same, but the more I watch, sat away from the emotions of the game, the more I think that you don't need to go for this. The more I think that you just set an orthodox, so you might have one more fielder back, so you might have a cow corner, but you bring your mid off and your mid off on into the run saving positions, and if he wants to hit it over the top,
go for it.
Good luck, yeah. But I'll guarantee that someone like Jimmy Anderson, if he tries it once, he may get away with it. Second, but you get him eventually.
Yeah. 119 for 9 is the score. Anderson's on the way, and he bowls to Bolt, who drives him, and drives him nicely too. Anderson there put an outstretched left leg in the way, but the ball missed it, and there's a long chase for Broad, who... every time a bowler dives at the moment, you sort of hold your breath. But he's fielded that one okay, and more importantly, he's got up.
I mean, let's wait and see what the injury is to Matthew Potts. But if he's another addition to the fast bowling injury list for England, Saqib Mahmood, Chris Wokes, Ollie Stone, Jofra, Mark Wood,
Fisher,
Potts.
Yep. Anderson bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. Not necessarily well timed by de Grandhomme. He'll pick up another single. He's played really well. 37 not out from 45 balls. 123 for 9.
Where's Parky? We could do with the spinner.
We could do with him now.
With the leg spinner.
Now, Anderson's got one ball at the number 11. To get his 32nd fifer. It'll be his 8th here at Lords. He'll be equal with Ian Botham. I don't know if he is aware of any of all that sort of stuff. But that's the threshold on which he stands now. 32nd 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. Man coming down to sort of fly slip here as well. Short third man, you'd call that. Bolt on strike. He's on 10. Anderson waits for a moment. Strides in past the umpire. He bowls. Oh, he's hammered him into the offside. A terrific shot from Trent Bolt. Fresh off the IPL. And he's hammered that past Ben Stokes at cover for 4. Fine stroke, 127 for 9. And Bolt moves on to 14. De Grandhomme 37. There's been so much going on today. It's been difficult to keep up with it all, but...
Yeah, but this again, the way the tails just wag slightly, it's just, again, an indication that this England attack is one that just requires that firecracker. It requires that bit of mystery with the spin, or world class in terms of spin, and it does require pace.
45 for 7 New Zealand were. Extraordinary really, but 45 for 7. Just seeing my phone buzz there, and is that going to be telling us what's happened to Potts? I think it's actually saying they don't know. Yeah, that's a response from the England dressing room. We've asked the question, do you know why Potts went off? Not yet is the answer. So Stokes is continuing from the nursery end, and he bowls outside the off stump. De Grandhomme wants 2 here. He'll get them as well. He's absolutely picked the perfect place there in the offside, bisecting the gap.
Yeah, I guess this is the first time we're looking at Ben Stokes tactically as a captain, because when you're getting wickets at the start of the day, it's very, very easy. It's simple. Now, can he manoeuvre his fielders? He's got 3-4 fielders out on the onside. Mid-on is not all the way. It's a position that he's put Jimmy Anderson 3/4. 2 slips, cover point behind square on the offside. Johnny Best has come from third now to short extra cover. Mid-off's back halfway in Stuart Broad.
In goes Stokes, bowls 2 to Grandhomme, very full. The ball slides away off an edge. Again, they'll want 2 here if they possibly can. The fielder circles round. And, there's going to be a run out. Well, there should be a run out. But it was a wild throw. And for some reason there, de Grandhomme didn't respond to the second run, and Bolt wanted it. He knew it was on. But all that needed was an accurate throw from the deep. And that would have ended in a run out. But
tail enders.
Yeah.
That's what happens, Aggers. You guys batting down the bottom end, you don't quite know how to say yes and no.
I think he was right to go
quite
for
an easy two there.
It was. De Grandhomme on 41. Stokes again. Runs in and bowls to him. He drives him hard into the offside. Very nicely stopped. There's a crowd catch by Bairstow. At extra cover, he says, calm down, to those in the mound stand who thought that was driven in the air. 131 for 9. It is a strange field because de Grandhomme really hasn't played any shot in anger. He's just
playing
picked off the runs.
But with this field, with those fielders on the onside, quite square of the wicket on the bounce, you've got to bowl the odd short ball. Try and get him pulling the ball to that side of the ground.
Yeah, the deep point as well. 131 for 9. De Grandhomme's on 41. Stokes runs in, bowls to him, and it goes past the outside edge as de Grandhomme drives.
Was to illustrate how de Grandhomme's manoeuvred the ball. Before those 2 dot balls, he'd scored off 13 of the previous 17 deliveries that he'd faced.
He's just played, really, but they've gone to a very deep field here.
There's a little bit of swing there for Ben Stokes. It's been seam movement pretty much throughout the day, but Stokes getting the ball to swing through the air.
And he goes once more, bowls. That's on the off stump, pushed away into that offside. They'll pick up a single. And the throw there, is that hit Bolt?
No, it's not.
They didn't let go of it. He aimed to throw it.
Lost his
Bolt
balance.
dived, thinking the throw was going to come whistling in. So we've got the number 11 on strike again. It's 14 not out. Can England wrap this up now? There's a thoroughly aggravating runs that have been added here by these last 3 wickets. These two came together at 102, so they put on 30. And Bolt has made his fair share. He's scored 14 of them. There's 3 balls to go. There's 1 ball to go in the over. And in goes Stokes. Is there, and he bowls on the leg stump, and it's flicked away to the leg side. He's caught at mid-wicket by Pope. And New Zealand are all out for 132. Rather ambitious stroke there from Bolt. And they're bowled out in 40 overs. And Stokes picking up the last. Handy 30 runs added by the last pair. And de Grandhomme will finish with, in the circumstances, an excellent 42 not out. A nice catch there from Pope, which has been a feature of today too. There's been some excellent catches taken by England, who are now going to be batting.
Yeah, very impressive from England. Good catch from Ollie Pope to his right, full stretch. Yeah, the catching's been excellent. The bowling's been very good. A little bit of a kind of moment for New Zealand there with the bat in hand, hitting the ball around the park. England didn't quite stick to their principles of bowling the right length, just went a little bit short, a little bit wide, but I guess that can happen when a team comes out swinging the willow. But overall, magnificent. It's the foundation that was set by that opening burst by Broad and Anderson. They just set the tone. Got a couple of early wickets. Bairstow's catch was right up there with the best to trigger the start. So far, so good for Ben Stokes, and fitting that he gets the last wicket, gives himself the chance to bowl and gets the last wicket. I guess the worry is Matthew Potts and what's happened to him. Jack Leach, real disappointment for Jack Leach. His first Test match here in England since 2019, and he has now been replaced by Matt Parkinson with that concussion. But the perfect start for England. You can't ask for any more than that. And you're now batting in the afternoon. The pitch is bound to have lost a bit of its moisture. But I like your face, Aggers, when you say it's now time for England to bat, and you had a little smile.
Well, 4 months of watching England in the winter, not seeing them win a single game.
You're never quite sure what you're going to get.
Well, I think the trouble is you've become a bit sure of what you're going to get. And we'll see how this optimism fares against this very good New Zealand attack. I mean, let's be fair, Trent Bolt was playing in the IPL final only 4 days ago. So you wonder how he will have shaped up. I mean, he's been bowling, of course.
Yeah. Well, consistently, England are 30 for 3, and they have been for a while. And if they are, New Zealand are back in the Test match. But I just get a sense that, it's difficult to change mentality quickly. But I just think maybe a penny or two may have dropped with this England batting lineup. You're looking at someone like Zach Crawley. He's got a few runs in county cricket, but not huge runs.
He's got 100 yet, has he?
He's got a point to prove. Alex Lee's at the top of the order. He looked okay in the Caribbean, but again, a huge amount of something to prove. Ollie Pope at number 3, massive amount to prove. and then that engine room of experience at 4, 5 and 6. New Zealand will bowl pretty well because they generally do, and it's just whether this England top 3 can cope with 1 or 2 decent deliveries, have a bit of fortune, and then just give themselves the chance to be there overnight. It's the kind of day, with the way that the pitch is played, that England should be thinking, wait a minute, can we get to somewhere nearby close and not have too many wickets on the scoreboard?
Lee's did look the part in the Caribbean. He's got a good technique, and we've been looking, obviously, Burns and Sibley over the last couple of years. I mean, he does look like an opening batsman.
Yeah, he can play. I mean, he's had a career, started at Yorkshire, did okay, and then he struggled, and he went to Durham, and he's done well there. Changes work for him. He's played a few Test matches now, 3, and now you're back home in your own conditions. He'll know that he'll need a good score or 2 over the course of this series to really cement his place at the top of the order for quite a foreseeable future. To do that, he needs 100, and he's got to be consistent. And more importantly, that combination at the top with Zach Crawley has to look a very settled one. What you want to do is, when Andrew Strauss and Alistair Cook used to walk out, you kind of felt quite calm, didn't you, as a commentator, no doubt, and as a spectator. The opening combo for England for too long now, we've kind of watched and go, it won't be long before they lose a quick one. So that combination has to work. I'm intrigued with Ollie Pope. I think he can play. I think he's got a real good game on him, but he's just made too many mistakes, and he's just a bit frantic when he first goes out there. And that was batting at 5 and 6. Can he just calm himself down and trust his technique, batting at number 3 to give himself the platform to bat for a long period of time?
Zach Crawley, I'm just looking back at the last Test match, Grenada. His challenge is that big drive early. Caught extra cover in the first innings there, driving. Caught second slip driving in the second innings.
It's a big issue for him. Can he put it away, or can he play it better? I mean, there's 2 ways of looking at it. Don't play the shot at all early, or play it a lot better than he has been doing. Can he get that head a bit closer to the ball? When he drives, he generally leans back. He doesn't get that head over that front pad quite as much as he should do. One thing for sure is Tim Southey will offer him the drive.
Yes, he will.
It's an absolute guarantee that in the next 20 minutes Zach Crawley will get offered a half volley or 2, just outside, half volley, with 3 or 4 slips away in the outside edge. What's he going to do with it? It's fascinating.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a remarkable first day. Let's run through that scorecard. I'm just swiping away the Grenada scorecard. New Zealand winning the toss, batting first, and wickets falling immediately. Anderson's 7th ball back. He had Young brilliantly caught by Bairstow at slip, who then caught Latham off a rebound. That was 2 for 2, 7 for 3. When Conway was again caught by Bairstow, more regulation catch this time off the bowling of Broad for 3. Kane Williamson, well, he faced up to Matt Potts, his first over, and he edged the 5th ball to Folkes to go for 2. 12 for 4, 27 for 5 when Darryl Mitchell played on a short ball that skidded onto him a bit, rushed him. Again from Potts, he was out for 13. Tom Blundell got to 14. He was bowled by Potts, playing no stroke. 36 for 6 that was. 45 for 7 when Carl Jamieson, who came out looking like he was playing a T20 game after lunch, and pulled Anderson down to Potts at long leg for 6. Then a stand of 41 between Southey and de Grandhomme. Southey made 26 from 23 balls. He was eventually caught in the deep by Potts off Anderson again. That was 86 for 8, 102 for 9 when Patel was LBW to Potts for 7. Potts then left the field, and we still don't know why, but clearly some sort of injury situation, because he left mid-over. Stokes continued that over, bowled a couple more, and he had the last wicket, which was Bolt, caught by Pope at mid-wicket for 14. So de Grandhomme was 42 not out, 132 all out in 40 overs. Anderson 4 for 66 from 16 overs. Broad 1 for 45 from 13. Stokes 1 for 5 from 1.4, but clearly the standout performance, although we still don't know what's happened to him since, Matthew Potts in his first Test match and his first innings of bowling, 9.2 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 13. Remarkable figures. And well, this is good news. I think we're hoping that from the dressing room we're hearing that he's just got cramp, which is hopefully turns out to be right, Tuffers, because if it is merely cramp, that can be sorted out, treated, and he'll be back on the field again and he'll be able to bowl. But you don't want anything more serious than that.
No, well, it must have been something pretty
instant.
Yeah, instant, because you don't walk off with it when you're on a fourfer with Trent Bolt and you debut at Lord's. So let's hope that is pretty straightforward. Get the old, what is it, salt lick or something?
Oh, salt lick. You get that to horses, don't you? Or cattle, I think. I think cattle have salt lick. Donkeys and things.
Or a couple of salt tablets and a bit of a rub down.
I think maybe that sounds a bit more like it.
But what a debut for him.
I know.
I mean, crikey. I mean, the damage was done, wasn't it, before lunch? And if anything, those two little last partnerships for New Zealand have got themselves out of a real hole, haven't they?
Well, the last 3 wickets, Andy, from 45, I can't do maths and talk at the same time.
No.
From 45 to 132.
Yeah.
The last 3 added.
87 from 15 overs and 1 ball.
87 for 3, yeah.
If you know, if they'd have gone bang, bang, bang,
yeah,
would have been in all sorts of trouble. At least they've got some kind of score on the board. But I mean, well bowled England. They've come out there. The catching was so good, wasn't it? Those 3 from Johnny Bairstow. It just gets you going. We saw so many drops during the winter, didn't we? Of slip catches and outfield catches going down. It just demoralises you. But if they go to hand, it gets you on that roll. And England bowled in really good areas. Great to see Anderson back, looking like he's never been away. Matthew Potts, what a debut.
So the players are taking the field, and New Zealand are already there, and I can see England's openers striding out towards the middle, and Zach Crawley is going to be tempted by Tim Southey.
Yeah,
he's pitched up outswingers, that drive. I mean, he plays it very well, but it does get him out as well, and it gets him out early. And how patient's he going to be? But in fact, he's going to be at the non-strikers end, and the left-handed Alex Lees is going to face first of all. So he's got to be careful for the LBW here. Southey pitching the ball up, looking to swing it into that left-hander. The slips are lined up as well for the one that goes straight on. So there's 4 slips. As Williamson, I suspect, feels here we've got to get some early wickets here.
Yeah, it won't be straightforward for England. As you say, the ball has swung. And there has been a little bit of movement just off the pitch as well. So I didn't see a lot of Lees in the Caribbean. John, you were over there.
He looks solid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a good technique. Here's the first ball. Southey's on his way, and he bowls to the left-handed Lees. Comes in, bowls to him. Pushed away into the leg side. Going for that quick single. The throw misses the stumps at the far end. Wow. Well, if Brendan McCullum said, "Get out there, lads, I want to see some positive batting from you," that was an interesting start. Pushed straight to mid-on, and they ran.
I mean, everyone likes to get off naught, don't they? But
yes.
He had to get his skates on there, as you were saying there, John. It's just swung back onto his sort of toes, and he's dug it out, but yeah, he's sort of always
was just home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't want any run-outs.
Well, that was interesting.
Yep. What a start for Brendan McCullum. Looked very calm, didn't he, sat there, didn't he, just taking it all in. But, I mean, couldn't ask for a better performance from England with the ball.
Crawley on strike, Southey's on the way, moves in, bowls to his edge and lands just in front of third slip. And now Lees has set off again. What's wrong with him?
Wow.
He's scurrying back into his ground at the far end. I think Lees just needs sort of a reprogram here. Alex, you're not playing in the blast.
No. Deep breath. Everybody calm down.
What he's up to there. He's set off for a run. It was fielded by third slip.
But there again, you were just saying there that Crawley and nicking off. It doesn't get a big stride in, does he? For a big, tall man, he just pokes that bat out at it, and that just didn't carry the slip.
1 for no wicket. Southey's on his way, bowls, and that's driven firmly to mid-off. And Southey looks at him knowingly, saying, I don't mind you playing that. I don't mind you playing that at all.
Test cricket.
What a frenetic start.
Love it. He just can't stop running, Alex.
No.
He's like Mo Farah out there. Just wants to run.
It does.
Just need a bit of a breath here, England.
You can hear the crowd level too. Some of them are saying, what's going on? 1 for no wicket. Crawley's over his bat. There's 4 slips lined up. As the experienced Southey runs in and bowls a beauty. Swings away and beats him outside the off stump. And full length, and Crawley will go up and do a bit of gardening, but that's what Southey's going to give you.
Just like to see him get a bit more sort of positive in that forward defence. So when there's a great ball pitched off stump and just gone up the hill for sure, but as you say, for a tall man, just try and get that forward a bit more instead of just sort of poking the bat there and leaving it there. He's been working on it. What an opportunity though. One of these two to get in. Pitch would have flattened out a bit.
In comes Southey, and he bowls, and again it's a push drive, really. Out into the offside, up as far as Williamson at mid-off, who gets to work polishing the ball, rubbing it. Still not licking it, or licking the fingers. I think saliva's still... I think we're still in COVID protocols as far as that's concerned. Yeah, you can rub sweat on, but I think saliva onto the fingers, which of course used to be allowed. I think that's still a lingering protocol.
Small of the back usually gets a bit sweaty for the old fast bowlers.
It can.
It's probably the best spot.
The last ball of the over. Southey's on his way, bowls a thick edge, and Crawley's off the mark. Ball runs down to third man, pursued by, well, 2 New Zealanders, and there's a relay throw back to the wicketkeeper from Latham. So an eventful first over. And it's 3 for no wicket. So England are 129 behind. Tea is 20 minutes away. It seems to be a lot of cricket. Yeah, still 47 overs left. I think we'll get too near that tonight, Tuffers. Thoughts and views, Simon Mann's coming in.
Yeah, England just need to calm down here a little bit. As you say, what a first over. Nearly a couple of run-outs. Alex Lees was just on his bike, couldn't stop running. One good thing about bowling a side out, though, for a low score is you just think just 1 or 2 partnerships, that's all you need, or one big score by one of your top 5 or 6 will get you to that total. But they've got to be watchful, because it's still doing a bit. Simon.
Hello, Tubbers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, mate?
I'm very well.
Good.
Trent Boult is going to bowl.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that he's playing in this test match when you consider he was playing in India on Sunday. Normally they like to ease players in these days, don't they? Get their conditioning right, and Boult. Anyway, Boult left arm over, goes into bowl to the left-handed Alex Lees, and Lees is struck on the pad there, sets off the single.
Stop running!
Tupper says no from the commentary box end. And so did Zach Crawley as well.
Wow. I reckon he probably had a bit of first class, didn't he? Bit of first class, nice flat bed.
No, it's not so much that. It's more that, you know, you're bowling in 16 matches, I think he played in the IPL, bowling in 4 over. Well, you're not bowling 4 over chunks, you're bowling 2 overs, 1 over, 1 over. But you need sort of slightly different conditioning for a test match where you've got to bowl 20 overs in a day or 18 overs in a day. Boult bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Lees there, taken by Blundell, wicket-keeper.
He was probably asked, how do you feel? And he probably thought to himself, what, test match at Lords? Don't get that opportunity too many times. I'm fit as a fiddle, thank you, Skip.
How many test matches has he played at Lords? Because he just the one. This is his second, is it? Because he missed last time.
Yeah.
They delayed him participating until the second test match at Edgbaston, which of course New Zealand won, and then they went on to win the World Test Championship at Southampton last summer when they beat India in the final, and that got a gripping final day.
It was.
It looked like it was going to be a rain-sodden draw as Lees plays that defensively into the onside. He goes very quickly off the bat towards Patel, who goes to square leg to pick up, and there's no run.
Sorry, I forgot he played here in 2013 game, that low-scoring game in which England skittled New Zealand in the 4th innings to win. He took 3 wickets in that game, took 9 in that fantastic test in 2015, and Ben Stokes scored that pyrotechnic 100, big 100 for Alistair Cook in that game as well, and England bowled New Zealand out on the last day, but Boult had 9 for 164 in the match in that game.
Well, he's taken 301 test match wickets, and Boult bowls to Lees. Lees plays into the offside, takes one hand off the bat, picked up by Young coming from point, and there is no run. You talk about Anderson and Broad, all those wickets together for England, but Boult and Southey, Boult 301, Southey 338 test match wickets. It's a pretty handy opening pair, although Southey 33 now, Boult 32.
Yeah,
I suppose it's quite young compared to Anderson and Broad, but you've got a lot of overs, a lot of wickets, a lot of out of the body. Boult bowls, forward goes Lees rather, to a full delivery from Boult, and Boult picks up in his follow through, and there is no run.
Experience, isn't it? A lot of experience there. As you say, Tim Southey, wonderful bowler, and Trent Boult, left and right hand combination as well.
And they've got a decent bowler to come on as well, and Kyle Jamieson has had a great start to his test career.
Yeah.
Boult bowls outside the off stump, guided away by Lees, not particularly well timed, but he'll get a single. Williamson has to run from mid-off to extra cover to pick up.
It was a strange knock by Jameson. Did you see much?
Yeah, I was watching Thomas.
Well, no. I was next door on doing the highlights programme, but yeah, it was a shot of ball, wasn't it? I mean, really did decide to come out after lunch and really go for it. I mean, fair enough, probably thought one had their name on it, but they managed to get some runners and get some sort of total. It was looking like they weren't going to get 50 at one stage.
132 all out New Zealand, if you have just switched on. You can watch the highlights tonight on BBC Two from 7 o'clock. Well, there's a lot to put in that highlights programme already.
Cool.
And who knows what we've got. There's still a lot of cricket left today. 46 overs. Here's Southey bowling. Full Lees gets a thick inside edge on that down towards fine leg. Bolt flicks in the return with a sort of low flick there, not quite underarm. Nice athletic return. Lees gets a fortuitous single, takes him to 3, and England to 5 for no wicket. This is the third over. Yeah, if the light holds and all that sort of thing, we'll be definitely playing till 6:30 tonight. There's still over half a day's cricket left, and we're...
I know.
Like
3.
14 minutes from tea.
I don't know. I know. It always amazes me, all the over rates and how it all goes.
Southey goes in and bowls to Crawley, and Lees is coming down the pitch at the non-strikers end. The ball goes away into the onside. Patel comes to pick up, and I think Lees basically ran a single there, didn't he? Halfway down, halfway back again. Crawley wasn't interested.
He looks like one of those chaps, Alex Lees. You need to get to know how he runs, because every time he hits it, he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, even if he's hit it straight as sort of extra cover or something. He's one of those guys who just likes to be busy at the crease. But it can be a little bit off-putting if you haven't played with someone like that for a lot. Dermot Reeve used to be like that.
Southey from the pavilion end. 3 slips in the gully, bowls to Crawley's on his pads, flicked away down towards fine leg for 4. Very full from Southey. He's angling the ball into the pads of Zach Crawley. And Crawley takes the first boundary of England's first innings. 9 for no wicket.
Yeah, asking it to do a bit too much there. Tim Southey started it on sort of Midland leg and never swung, and easy just to flick them away for Crawley. That will give him some confidence.
Was angling in as well down the hill. Nice one for Crawley to take into the leg side, backward a square. Southey tries again. Goes into bowl to Crawley, and bowls a beauty. It really was a good delivery. Went slightly wide of the crease, again angled in, and it left Crawley past the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper Blundell.
He knows his way around Lords, Tim Southey, doesn't he? Play for Middlesex, didn't he? If I'm not mistaken. Might be. But I'm sure he's played a few times.
It's amazing, isn't it? When I started watching cricket, you had your county for life, didn't you, as an overseas player? And then
20 years, man and boy.
And then
played it.
Yeah, and overseas players did as well, didn't
Wayne
they?
Daniel, Desmond Haynes at Middlesex.
For example.
Only played for that county.
Southey bowls, turned away by Crawley for more runs, backward a square. Bolt says it's mine to Patel, who was running from mid-wicket down towards the mound stand, and they come back for 2 runs.
No, you're right. And Malcolm Marshall, always Hampshire.
Yeah.
Sylvester Clarke, always Surrey. Loads of them, just stayed. Now they all pop about, don't they?
And they play, T20 for one county, next season playing with someone else. It is hard to keep a track of where players have played.
Yep.
Sadly played at Essex, didn't he?
I'm sure he played at Middlesex as well. I might be wrong.
He goes into bowl to Crawley, and Crawley struck on the pad, but no real interest from the fielders, or certainly not from the bowler. Ball goes away into the offside. It's quite high on the pad there. End of Southey's over. 11 for no wicket. We've probably got 10 minutes to go until tea. We've had 3 overs of England's reply to New Zealand's 1-3-2.
Your memory is not playing tricks, Tough, as he played 1 season in the T20 Blast for Middlesex in 2017. Took 15 wickets in 12 matches. Played 1 season for Essex in 2011. But has done pretty well here in Test matches. He had a 10-wicket haul in that low-scoring game in 2013, 4 in the first, 6 in the second, and then last year he took 6 for 43 in the first innings, 1 for 37 in the second, so in all 20 wickets at 26. A couple of poor games, a couple of good ones.
Trent Bolt bowls his second over to Lees, who opens the face, runs it away into the offside, backward square, only a single. Conway runs from the gully region to pick up and sends in the return to Blundell. 12 for no wicket. It's hard to keep a track of players. I've been commentating on the IPL over the last couple of months and did the final and watching a lot of the games, commentating on a lot of the games, and then I went to the Oval on Tuesday just for the T20 game, took my daughter to watch the Surrey-Gloucestershire match, and I couldn't believe I hadn't sort of noticed that they'd signed, but there was Kieran Pollard strolling out and Sunil Narine, who, two superb T20 players.
Yeah,
Surrey have got a very strong side this summer in T20, and Narine had a fabulous IPL, but basically couldn't hit him. And Norfolk Gloucestershire as well the other night. Here's Bolt bowling outside the off stump, and Crawley leans forward and lets it go through to wicketkeeper Blundell.
Was he still playing for the Knight, right? The Kolkata
Knight Riders, yeah.
The Titans won that, didn't they?
The Gujarat Titans in their first season, and they beat Trent Bolt's team, Rajasthan Royals, in the final, quite comfortably actually.
Yeah, it wasn't a great pitch, was it?
No, it wasn't a great pitch, it wasn't a great final.
No. Joss.
Well, there were 120,000 people there in that new stadium in Ahmedabad, making quite a lot of noise.
120.
Bolt bowls, shot way down the leg side, and Crawley goes after it and misses. And I was just about to say, I was in T20 mode there, IPL mode, just about to say that's a wide. Of course it's not, this is a test match.
No. Come on, get your whites on.
My whites head on.
Yes, not your coloured clothing. Head on.
I mean, there was some stunning performances, and Liam Livingstone did very well.
Yeah, smashing it about.
Really advanced his case.
Hit the longest six, didn't he? Off biggest
117 metres.
It's a long way, isn't
Mohammed
it?
Shami. It is a long way.
Yeah.
Bolt bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Crawley there. Allows it to go through to Blundell.
That would take Usain Bolt about 10.5 seconds to go and retrieve that. It's quite a long way.
It'd probably take a bit longer because he'd have to navigate his way up the staircase and then through the chairs and everything.
He was really only good on the flat, wasn't he? So
yeah.
It's probably weaknesses, Natalie.
It's a long way, that is, 170.
It was almost as big as that one he hit at Headingley.
Oh yes, that was a
That was 121 apparently.
Was it?
121 metres.
That's a par 3 for me.
Bolt bowls to Crawley. Good delivery from Bolt. Good lead from Crawley as well. It's close to off stump, across him from the left armour. Crawley leaning forward and allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper. And I should say, talking about T20, Surrey against Hampshire, T20 Blast commentary from 7 o'clock this evening when we finished here. 5 Live Sports Extra, and every ball of every county game is on the BBC Sport website and app. Also at 7 o'clock tonight, the highlights programme. And if you want to see any of the highlights of the day's play so far, you can go to the BBC Sport website and see them there. Bolt bowls, full, driven by Crawley. Nice shot, well stopped by Kane Williamson, diving away to his left-hand side. Superb piece of fielding, saved 3 runs there. They got through for a single because it was a full-length dive away to his left.
And you're right about Crawley. That's his strength and his weakness. Beautiful extra cover drive there off Bolt, and he gets his foot a little bit nearer to that pitch of the ball. And he absolutely nailed that at Kane Williamson, but can be his weakness, especially early on. I'd almost think to myself to put that sort of extra cover drive away just till you get to 20. Listen, if it's a great big fat half volley and you fancy whacking it, why not? But put that away, get to 20, then start unfurling it. Get yourself in a bit.
That was the last ball of the over. Crawley took a single, so he's on strike to Southey. Drives again, thick inside edge. Goes out towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, see, that's a risky shot, isn't it? It was sort of on the up, it was a bit wide, wasn't full enough to get the off sort of extra cover drive too, and just reached for it a bit. Just wait till you got yourself in and got the pace of the pitch.
3 slips in the gully, waiting for the outside edge, and the wicketkeeper as well. You definitely want to be concentrating when Crawley's batting. Southey bowls, Crawley does edge that, a guided edge though, past the gully, no chance for Conway. Latham chases back from second slip towards deep third to pick up and send in the return to Blundell, and they come back for 2 runs. Crawley into double figures. Of course, while lots of batters were filling their boots in the early rounds of the county championship, Crawley wasn't exactly doing that.
No.
I mean, there was some There's some scores in there.
His mate wasn't he? What's his name? Mr. Compton.
Yeah.
Down at Kent.
Well, he's got 500s this season.
Yeah.
Crawley, there's an 84 and a 62 against Northants. And then 4 low scores, single-figure scores. He waits for Southey outside the off stump. Nothing from Crawley there. Through to the wicket-keeper.
That was Kent's most recent game, so he's at least coming in off scoring at 62 and 84 in that match. His last Test innings in the West Indies, he was out for 8, 2 fours, both aerial, one a very tough caught and bowl chance, and then caught driving on the up. 3 aerial shots in the first 11 balls. Not classical Test opening.
No, just need to have a little peep, as my mate Wayne Larkins used to say. You've got to give yourself a little look.
Well, Wayne didn't give it that long.
Well, no, he didn't. That's why he said just a little peep.
A little peep, yeah. 15 for no wicket. Crawley 11. Southey goes into bowl to Crawley down the leg side. He tries to flick it away and misses. It's taken by Blundell. And we saw in the winter, didn't we? Innings in Sydney where he played superbly. The Australians raved about him. I mean, they liked the fact that England had an opener that was prepared to play a few shots. They didn't mind him nicking off eventually, of course, as well.
No.
As long as he didn't do too much damage to them. And then that 100 in the Caribbean. And then in between it, low scores, because he does play in that way early on. It does give the bowler a chance. Moving towards tea, Southey bowls to Crawley again down the leg side. Poorly directed from Southey. And Crawley there tried to glance again, missed it. Taken by Blundell. It's a pleasant afternoon at Lord's, bit of high cloud. Decent sized crowd in. It feels full, doesn't it? Or close to full.
Yep.
Not everyone watches the whole time. There are a few empty seats at the moment. People go around the back and meet friends and picnic area.
Champagne tent. Burger van.
Exactly.
It's nice round the back there.
Southey to Crawley. That's a decent lead from Crawley. Ball in the channel outside the off stump. Quite close to the off stump as well. He allowed it to go by. And taken by the wicket-keeper. So that's the end of 5 overs. England are 15 for no wicket in reply to New Zealand's 132. Potts 4 for 13. Went off with cramp.
Yeah, that's
told.
Good.
Yeah.
I thought it might be something more.
Well, if it's a calf, that's...
Oof, I don't want a calf.
That's a few weeks out, that, isn't it?
Well, can be a few more as well than that. Awkward little things.
And Leach out of the game with concussion after diving on the boundary edge.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? Concussion.
It must have sort of gone over on his neck, I think it was. Sort of the back of his head.
Yeah. Desperately unlucky.
Bowls to Lees. He tucks their way into the onside. They're off for a quick single shot. The stumps, non-strikers misses.
Gone.
And Lees was out of that throw hit from Patel. It was a terrible single. He pushed it
straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, straight to the fielder.
Yeah. He's done that a couple of times, Lees. He just needs to calm down. That first over, he was nearly run out twice, Simon. And that would have been gone by 3 yards.
Well, you had no chance there. Direct hit, and then we wouldn't have even gone upstairs.
No.
Standing umpire would have given that out.
Like a scolded ferret. Is that... No, that's not right, is it? Scolded cat.
Do they scold ferrets?
No, they can do if they've been naughty.
16 for no wicket. Crawley on 11. Bolt bowls to him. Outside the off stump. Full. He lets it go and it curves away down the slope after it gone past the stumps. I mean, it's a feature of Lord's. Not easy place to keep. And the ball does swing late.
Yeah, it wobbles as it goes past the stumps. Don't know why. We don't really know why, do we? We've asked millions, and we've asked all the keepers, and they say just something about Lord's, isn't it? Perhaps it's the slope. Are we getting a fly past today, do you know?
Well, I think we had one earlier.
Oh, did we? I missed it.
Yeah. Bolt round the wicket now to Crawley, leans forward and lets that go.
You know your planes, Aggers?
No.
What were they?
Oh, Aggers, right.
What were they? Were they sort of Lancaster bombers? And... Oh, it's a Spitfire. Oh, missed that.
The problem was, there was so much going on the pitch at the time, it was easy to miss what was going on up in the sky. I think it actually happened, coincided with Jack Leach's injury.
Oh, dear.
I think it did, down on the fine leg boundary.
Oh, I'd have liked to have seen that. I think the Duchess is over Epsom Downs watching it. She would have seen it.
Bolt bowls, and Crawley there plays that uppishly into the offside. Miscue. might have been a leading edge. Gets 2 streaky runs. Patel runs back from square cover to pick up. Crawley moves to 13, and England 18 for no wicket. They haven't exactly been sure-footed, these two. There have been moments of indiscretion, mainly between the wickets, but that was one off the bat. Fortunate moment for Crawley. There are 2 balls left in the afternoon session, and then after tea, 42 overs.
Oof, ouch.
Bolt running in, bowls to Crawley. Crawley leans forward and lets that delivery go. It's delivered from wide, so he just has to be a bit careful about his off stump, but he lined it up well. England 114 runs behind on this first day. A chance to get into a really strong position after tea. With all those overs left, they could be ahead tonight.
Yeah, just a bit of sensible batting, build partnerships, all the old cliches.
Or they could be all out.
Well, let's just get past, what, 40 for 3. We've heard that a couple of times over the last year or two, haven't we?
Crawley waits, bat raised, Bolt bowls to him, solidly forward, pushing into the offside, and that's a better single. Big gap there between Williamson and Patel. Patel square cover, Williamson mid-off, and he played it between them, so a safe single. And that is tea. So
Lovely.
Crawley will be on strike after tea on 14. Lees has 5, and it's 19 for no wicket after 6 overs of England's reply to New Zealand's 132.
Yeah, a few alarm bells there, especially with Leesy's running. Could have been run out 2 or 3 times, but the main thing, no wickets down at tea. Good day for England so far.
Very good day. It's been almost perfect. I mean, they were 45 for 7 at one stage, New Zealand. But they managed to recover to some extent. Tuffers can take a break. More from him in the final session. 45 for 7 at one point, then de Grandhomme 42 not out, Southey making 26, Bolt 14. The lower order repaired some of the damage, but only some, I think. 132. You don't win many test matches after being bowled out in your first innings for 132. Potts taking 4 for 13, Anderson 4 for 66, Broad 1 for 45, and Stokes 1 for 5. So England have progressed to the interval without loss, and chance to perhaps get into the lead after the break. Well, Andy Zoltzman will tell us sometime a little later how many teams have won scoring 132 in their first innings, but I dare say it's probably not that many. In a moment we're going to find out how you can help honour the great Shane Warne this weekend. But first, a little earlier, there was a special presentation on the outfield with a gathering of leading faith and community leaders. The group all signed a unity statement setting out the faith leaders and ECB's collective commitment to eliminating discrimination and bringing together people from different nationalities, cultures and religions. It's part of the game's response to discrimination, highlighted by the powerful testimony of Azim Rafiq, and Alison Mitchell has been out and about to find out more.
Well, there's a lovely buzz down here by the pavilion. People are stretching their legs. And I'm joined by Buddhist nun Venerable Emma Slade and Mufti Yusuf Akudi as well. I've just watched the ceremony on the outfield. A presentation was made. Venerable, tell me a little bit more about what just happened.
So we just had a very clear visual image of a diverse group of people, all human, all wishing to be good people, contribute to society, come together to encourage and to make a very clear statement about the importance of diversity in sport, in cricket, actually in everywhere. And I think standing on this beautiful pitch in front of the English team and the New Zealand team, it's just a very clear statement of intent by the ECB, and we are all, I'm sure, in our own different ways, our different paths, behind that very clear intent.
Mufti, how was it that you became involved in signing and being a representative here for the Statements of Unity?
Well, I've been part of this journey for the last 6 to 9 months. I'd call it the Heaven Help Us Cricket Club. And
I love the name.
It's actually, it's all started off with as human beings and how we are maybe different but equal in a nicest way possible. And cricket in itself, diverse, challenging, sporting, obviously, teaching strategy, teaching leadership, and we wanted to showcase this great image of humanity, human beings, people of different faiths, different backgrounds, different cultures, to show that then there needs to be that equality representation in such a lovely game as cricket, where we all feel welcome, we all feel part of the human family, and that's why I'm here, really, in essence, representing the Muslim community of Britain.
So, in the signing of the statement, how does that translate into action in terms of making people feel welcome?
So the unity statement is something that expresses this profound wish for how a human treats another human, based on respect, based on a joint passion for something, in this case cricket, that brings out the best in both of those individuals. So if the statement remains as a piece of paper on a wall, then it won't do very much. So it's down to each and every one of the spectators, the players, yourself, us, to make it real.
It's actually upon us all, individuals, to be responsible, practically implement what's been stated and written, what we've signed. And again, those words, they will, I hope, will be make history in the future in terms of how diverse we are, and we will be, and we will continue to work together on this, hopefully.
If human beings respect each other, that goes a long way, doesn't it, towards unity and harmony. Lovely to meet you both.
Thank you.
Well done for what you're doing. We wish you both well.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Thank you.
Alison Mitchell reporting on the signing of the unity statement, which took place out on the field earlier. Also earlier today, there was a very touching moment on the field after the 23rd over as players stopped to stand in memory of Shane Warne, the Australian legend, passed away earlier this year. It was a huge shock to all of us. Now, Saturday is the anniversary of the ball of the century he bowled to Mike Gatting at Old Trafford in 1993, and there's a movement started by our tea time guest for people to mark that in their own special way at the weekend. Greg James is the Radio 1 breakfast show host, as well as the co-host of the Tailenders podcast, which is available on BBC Sounds, which he presents with Felix White and James Anderson. Also, Isha Guha is here. Isha has worked extensively with Shane over in Australia as part of the Fox cricket coverage. Welcome.
Nice to see you.
It is great. Nice to see you as well. First of all, tell us what you've come up with then.
Well, it's an idea that came to me on a dog walk when I had
all the good ideas do that.
I had the wind ball and I was about to throw it for my dog, and I was doing the classic throwing a leg break up like Warney did at the start of his run up. I thought, oh God, it's fun, isn't it, bowling leg spin? Even if you can't do it, it's really fun. And then we talked it over with the Tailenders team, and I said, well, wouldn't it be great if we could all just bowl leg break? As a moment we could all bowl leg break. And then the listeners suggested dates, and then I think it was a listener called Alistair said, oh, why don't we try it on the anniversary of the ball of the century? And it so happened that was the Saturday of the test, and it seems appropriate, and this is the first home test we've had without Shane Warne. It feels really sad still. It feels kind of surreal still that one of the greatest ever is not here, part of it, and talking us through the action. And so the movement is happening, I think. There's lots of village clubs, and the idea is that we said any cricket you're playing on Saturday, the first ball of the match should be a leg break, and everyone stands round, and if you've got a floppy hat, if you can put some zinc sun cream on your face, and everyone crowds the bat, and everyone says bowling Shane after the ball, and film it, and we can create a huge montage of everyone trying to bowl the ball of the century. And as we discussed it on the podcast, we thought somebody somewhere will bowl the ball of the century, surely. If there's enough people that try it, there'll be somebody that replicates it perfectly.
Might be Matt Parkinson on Saturday.
Could well be. If he's probably listening to this, driving down the M6.
He's probably, he's probably stuck in the traffic still. Yeah. So, is this any game? So you're talking about like serious club cricket? So some of the top
I'm talking about serious test
Middlesex, Yorkshire, Lancashire leagues or whatever.
Whatever anyone wants to do. And it won't count as a delivery. It'll be
it won't count as delivery.
It'll be a dot ball, just for fun. I mean, because Shane Warne, amongst other things, was one of the most fun cricketers of all time. He wanted it to be fun. He wanted every single person in the ground or the stadium or wherever he was playing just to enjoy it and have a nice time. And that's what we thought would be a great way to mark him, is that just to have a nice time, do something silly when you're playing cricket. And the idea, so it won't count. And we've tried to convince Jimmy to do it. So if he's bowling on Saturday,
I'm just trying to think who'll be bowling on Saturday morning.
No, he's got an excuse now, hasn't he? He can pass it over to Matt Parkinson instead.
Yeah.
But was he considering it?
Well,
was he seriously considering?
He said to mark it, he might just bowl a leg break to Ben Stokes at mid-off as a little loosener. But just that's the whole point, is for everyone just to focus on Shane Warne in that moment and go, oh, what an amazing cricketer. He changed the game, so let's have some fun.
So if you do this in your game on Saturday, film it. Where should you send it? What should you do?
Film it, tweet it to TMS, put hashtag Shane Warne Day. We're going to call it Shane Warne Day. And yeah, whatever cricket you're playing, but you don't even have to be playing cricket. You might be in Tesco. And just bowl it down.
Get an orange out of the...
Yeah, but get an orange, bowl it down the veg aisle. We're talking in the kitchen. We're talking about if you're on a train, do it down the corridor of the train. Do it in the vestibule or whatever it is. So wherever the cricket can be played anywhere, essentially. So back garden, kitchen, whatever. We want you just to try and bowl the ball of the century, and we'll put together a video sort of celebration of Shane Warne. And you can be part of it.
Here's the thing, not everybody knows how to bowl a leg break.
Wow.
So have you got a demonstration somewhere of how to bowl a leg break?
We actually have. Yeah, so we recorded a tail enders a couple of nights ago here in the media centre when Jimmy had just finished training. I think he made his excuses and said, sorry lads, I've got to go and do a tail enders. So he came up here and then we went out to the nursery end afterwards and he bowled a leg break in the nets. I tried one, Felix bowled one, Matt bowled one as well from the podcast. And there's a video I think that's being tweeted at some point today. I think it's been made. But one of the joys actually is when we talked about Shane Warne, and loads of people did amazing tributes, and we tried to do our own one because we were all deeply affected by him sadly passing away. Is that one of the things that came to light is that a lot of people who maybe had never seen Shane Warne play cricket live. I mean, we were lucky enough to see him in person live and see him destroy England many times. But a lot of people have revisited his stuff on YouTube, and he's one of the most watchable cricketers ever. You could spend hours watching some of his spells. So a lot of kids have come to Shane Warne through old clips. So there's plenty of stuff out there, and plenty of it's a very fun action to try and replicate, isn't it?
I mean, he was an amazing cricketer. I mean, I don't think we did appreciate him while he was playing, but when you just think back what he achieved, 708 Test wickets, and the way he did it as well. He revived. I think he helped revive Test cricket. Actually, he certainly revived an art that had been lost in Test cricket. Also, after the game, after he finished playing as well. I mean, he did talk a lot of players out while he was on the field, but he was also a brilliant talker in the commentary box as well. And Nisha, you worked with him in Australia for quite a few years, actually, haven't you? What did you learn from being alongside him in the commentary box?
Look, I learned a tremendous amount, actually. And I think a lot of people talk about him as a player and what he did on the field and that magic that he possessed and that aura about him to make things happen. He did the same in the commentary box. And he was someone who just wanted to do things to the best of his ability and get the best broadcast out there possible. From the Kerry Packer days and the 9 days of working with the broadcasters, he had such a reverence for those that had gone before, much like the players that had gone before in Australian cricket. And he would always just want the best for the broadcast, and he could pick the moment. Just as he sensed on the cricket field a moment in the game, every now and then he would have a point in his mind, and sometimes he would labour over that point. But in the moment, in a game of cricket, he would pick a moment in the game and just start talking about it. And that's when we knew to shut up. We just let him go, and he would talk us through what was happening, what was going on around it, what the bowler should bowl. And it was literally mesmerising. I remember a moment this winter, actually, myself and Gilly just sat back. And
Adam Gilchrist.
Yeah, me and Gilly were just looking at each other going, OK, we are in awe here. And we even talked about
Adam Gilchrist was at the other end for most of his delivery, wasn't he?
But just appreciating that the man and how he had the ability to convey things and simplify the game to the masses. I think he had a wonderful ability to be able to do that. And you're talking about those YouTube clips. You know, there will be so many masterclasses on there of him explaining the game of cricket and explaining the art of leg spin, just so everyone could understand cricket simply. And I think he was one of the best at doing that.
Was it intimidating to be in a commentary box with him?
Massively. I mean, when I first came into the Skybox, it was just ridiculous. Sir Ian Botham, David Gower, Shane Warne. But that was quite a significant moment, I guess, in that he just made it really friendly, and just the way he was off commentary, you just wanted to be around him. You wanted to hear his stories. You wanted to talk cricket with him, and he would ask me questions about the game, and that was a significant moment for me to believe that I could commentate, because I just didn't think that I was that good. So by him asking me questions, it just gave me so much belief. So that was quite a significant moment. But I think with him specifically, you know, there are lots of people you meet in the game that give you advice, and I'm very lucky to have had that. But with him, when you knew you had his respect, you kind of felt like you had everyone else's. So that was Shane Warne.
So he gave you confidence.
Massive.
So and could you see actually how he managed to do that to his teammates? I also, you know, think of. I watched that program about his life actually a couple of days ago, and he had this amazing career. And then of course you forget that he did that. I know people don't. Not everybody likes the IPL, but he did an incredible thing in the IPL as well, because he helped a team that. They were written off, weren't they? They were no-hopers, and they won the first IPL, Rajasthan Royals, back in 2008. You got a sense of that from working with him, how he could lift other people as well.
And that's something that actually made him very proud. He would talk about those days at Rajasthan and the ability to lead the side. Manoj Badali got him involved, and they were, I guess, a bunch of misfits, and he took them to the top that very first year. Along with the partying, he made it very fun off the pitch as well. But that was the man, you know. He made things happen.
Greg, you host Tailenders with Jimmy. How's he been over the last few months? Give us an insight into that, because I mean, you know, he went to Australia and England lost 4-0. He didn't go to the West Indies. Probably took the hump at that. He kept counsel for a while, didn't he, about how he felt about it? You know, it wasn't obvious. There was no great public statements. How has he been?
He's very happy now, I imagine. He was very happy the other day. I mean, he just wants to play cricket. So I think it would be weird if you weren't annoyed when you're dropped, if you really want to play for England. But we saw him. We did that podcast I mentioned the other day before this test, and it just felt up for it. He felt very relaxed. He was very happy. He looked amazing. He'd sort of, you know, he'd been bowling really well for Lanks anyway, and just looked up for it. But yeah, I mean, I think things just feel very different today. But it was a very sad February, March, April, I think, for a lot of people anyway, because the world's not been great, and it was very dark and oppressive. And it was actually my dad, who I'm here with today. He said, things will look a lot different in the summer. They will. Things will look different, and it'll be brighter. And look, there's new jobs everywhere. You've got a new coach, a new captain. Brody and Jimmy are back in the team, and it's a sunny-ish day here at Lord's, and it does feel a bit brighter. So there's always those little short, you know, you can get bogged down with the short-termist thinking, but actually, I think the plan probably, I hope there was a plan. There might not have been a plan at all. Then maybe there was no one to make a plan. But it seemed like this was meant to happen today, and it's just been so great to see England bowl well today.
Does he tell you things that he doesn't tell anybody else?
Yeah. Well,
how much can you say?
Well, it's very difficult to say. But when we do a podcast, believe it or not, we do have a chat beforehand, and we wanted to talk about the fact that he wasn't going to the West Indies. And there were a few things going on there, because we were all going to go and do a trip. We were all going to go out there and have a nice week in. We were going to go out to the Antigua Test, I think. Oh no, we're going to go to Barbados, and then he didn't get picked, so we all went, guys. We went off the WhatsApp group and went, guys, what do we do? Can we still go if Jimmy is not coming? So we had to talk about that a little bit. But then we had a bit of a meeting beforehand and said, how do you really feel? So he told us how he really feels, and we said, we'll dial that down a little bit, and let's put that out as a podcast. But yeah, of course he was upset. It would be mad not to. But we didn't want to put him on microphone the day after he didn't get picked. I think that would have been a mistake.
Yeah.
A career ender.
So for those people who haven't listened to the Tailenders podcast, is he relatively indiscreet though? He'll say things that, you know, he'll do his post-match interviews here, and he'll sort of toe the line a bit. You've got to do that, haven't you, as an England player? But does he say things that are relatively indiscreet in the podcast?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I think you just get to know the man behind the wickets, and you get to find out what he's like off the pitch. And for example, he's an expert in desktop shredders. I bet you didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know.
He shreds mangoes.
Yeah, he knows his shredders. He
really does shred mangoes.
He's got a lovely home office.
You can't shred a mango.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
Well, you can't. What about that big stone in the middle? You can't put that through a shredder.
It's no match for Jimmy Anderson and his Rexall shredder. But you get to just you get relaxed, Jimmy, and that's nice.
Yeah.
But he's a very funny man, as you know. He's a funny man, but he gives away as much as he possibly can. But also doesn't want to throw his fellow players under the bus.
Yeah.
And does have to toe the party line to a certain extent. But he's good when he's loose, I'd say. After maybe 2 to 3 beers is the
optimum Jimmy.
So, ball of the century. Just remind us that very quickly then, Greg, before play resumes here.
Okay, ball of the century. We would encourage anyone who's playing cricket on Saturday, whatever level of cricket you're playing, or whether you're not, even if you're not playing cricket, grab a ball, grab an orange, grab whatever you want, and try and bowl. Try and recreate.
And record it and send it in.
Record it, send it to Tailenders, #Tailenders, #Shane Warne Day, or send it to TMS and they'll deal with it. And we'll put all the videos together and just have an amazing celebration of one of the greatest to have ever played the game.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Isha and Greg James.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. So that's coming up on Saturday. Coming up now is going to be England resuming their first innings on 19 for no wicket in reply to 132 all out. And here is Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Simon. It's Southey who's going to bowl the first ball after tea, and Crawley lets it go by a little bit closer to the off stump than we've seen from Southey, whose lines and lengths were all over the place really before tea. He just didn't get it where his captain wanted him to at all. They had 6 overs before tea, did the New Zealanders, having been bowled out for 132 in rather dramatic fashion, and they've sort of got 2 bites of the cherry, but this was a rather toothless, a rather gummy bite. It was the first bite, the first 6 overs. Let's see how they get on in the next 6 or so. Southey is in, beats the bat. That is much more like it. And that had Crawley playing on the walk. The ball tighter to off stump. And it snaked past the outside edge into the keeper's gloves. 19, but that lost. Michael Vaughan is alongside me.
Yeah, that's Tim Southey, isn't it? From the pavilion end, bowling that channel just outside the off stump, bringing the batter forward. Just before tea, I think you'd say that both Trent Boult and Tim Southey look like they've been playing quite a lot of T20 cricket, and they have. It might take them a spell or two to get into the groove of Test match bowling once again.
With the red ball, Southey in, and again, that's much more like it. In the channel, outside the off stump, it briefly tempted Crawley, twitched at it, but then let it go by.
But because they're so good, I don't think it'll take them too long to get into the groove of Test match bowling. It might be one spell, it might be 1 over, it might just be those overs before tea that they've suddenly triggered in the tea break exactly what you require to be consistent at this level. So it won't take long for Southey and Boult to get into their groove. And there's a bit of swing there, isn't there? Just a hint of movement away from the right-hander.
A hint. Southey is into Crawley, and that has moved a little bit off the pitch as well, but it's well wide of the off stump, left alone. Let me give you the field. We've got 3 slips and a gully, cover point, a wide mid-off, almost an extra cover really, a straight mid-on, mid-wicket about 6 or 7 yards in front of square, and a long leg as Lords starts to refill itself after being emptied at the tea break, as people go into the concessions and the bars and whatnot. It's still perfectly reasonable weather today. It's not blisteringly hot. As Southey runs in, and Crawley just works this into the onside nicely, slightly to the right of mid-on, and they come through for a single. There's been some frenetic running between these two before the tea break. Lees nearly ran himself out, hitting the ball straight to Patel, and he gave up on it, but the throw was wild and wide, so he got away with it on that occasion. A better judged run. Nicely played by Crawley, a proper opening batter's shot, and that's what a lot of people are looking to see in Crawley. Is he an opening batter, or is he better suited down the order? He's moved to 15, England to 20 without loss, and there are 3 slips and a gully in for the left-hander as well. The cover is a bit more in front of square for the left-handed Lees. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. As Southey is in, and Lees, I may or may not have played at that. He came forward towards a fullish ball, angled across him, and it goes through to the keeper. End of the over. The 7th of England's innings. They're 20 without loss. Crawley has 15. Lees has 5. And this is a rather crucial moment, you think, in the match, Michael Vaughan, because England have had a brittle top order, and they feel a bit more solid in that middle order, and almost feel like if they can survive 15 to 20 overs with the new ball, it's going to put huge pressure on New Zealand later on in this game as the ball gets a bit softer.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a change in the bowling after tea. Colin de Grandhomme, he's going to replace Trent Boult. Yeah, the only way they looked like getting out before tea was run out.
Yeah,
they were very frantic, particularly Alex Lees had that kind of brain fade where he just ran to mid-wicket and he'd have been 3 or 4 metres out.
Yeah.
So apart from that, they've played. You're going to play miss at the odd delivery against quality bowling, and there's just a little bit of movement. But so far, so good for this pair.
So, Colin de Grandhomme it is. He of the mullet. And bowls short ball pushed into the offside. Straight to Patel in the covers. And there's no run. Colin de Grandhomme is one of these bowlers I don't understand, Michael. I don't in my mind consider him to be a particularly dangerous wicket taker, but he is rather effective and he can't get him away. I mean, his economy rate's about 2.4, isn't it, Andy? As de Grandhomme is in to the right-handed Crawley, who leaves this close to the off stump, goes through low to Blundell. No run.
Yes, career economy rate is 2.39. He's taken 48 wickets in 29 tests, a decent average of 33, only 3 in his last 6 games before this one. Average 58, that's going back to February of 2020. So not a huge amount of wickets recently, but overall a decent record for a fifth bowler.
It's interesting, they're looking to hold an end up already though, isn't it? As de Grandhomme is in, it's through to the keeper, no run. Let's try and change.
See, I think it's quite a clever move to someone like Zach Crawley. Colin de Grandhomme would be my worst nightmare, because he's got no pace, he doesn't bowl you much in terms of freebies, he's not going to bowl too many on your pads that you can just flick through that onside. Even if he does, it's hard because it's so slow to kind of gather any momentum into the stroke. And I think he's just going to dangle the carrot to Zach Crawley and say, go on, try and play a drive or two.
Full on the pads, flicked away nicely between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's running up towards the boundary, it's got to go up the slope, and it's being pursued, but it will just tantalisingly get there as a man mountain, Kyle Jameson, followed the ball into the sponge. And a boundary for Crawley, moves to 19, 24 without loss.
That's a high-class stroke. On and around middle stump. Sometimes as a tall player, which Zach Crawley is, because de Grandhomme's so slow, you can almost fall over, your head can fall over to the offside and you play across the line of those straight balls, but he stays nice and upright, allows the ball to get to him, timed it perfectly. He's got to start again, Zach Crawley. He's got to 19. That's a lot of starts in Test cricket.
Grandhomme into him and he drives, and this reaches for it away from his body. He'll get a run as it goes between cover and mid-off. This time Williamson moves to his left to field and he gets to 20, 25 without loss. Hands very low on the bat, aren't they? Right down at the bottom of the handle. I just, we've seen him get out in the same sort of way so often. That drive and the big drive. Quite a big gap between bat and pad often as well, because he plays these beautiful shots.
Look where Alex Lees is batting here. He's batting well outside of off stump.
He is. De Grandhomme into him, and that is outside the off stump. He's going to pick up 4 for it, but not in the way you might imagine. He just defended the ball back to the bowler, who then flung it back at Lees, because Lees was outside of his crease. And Lees had to duck. Blundell had no chance, and the ball's rolled all the way up to the pavilion.
I reckon he's out here.
A fortuitous 4. Well, take a look at this. Lees is out of his crease. A long way. He's taken a step out of his crease. The throw comes in. He desperately tried to get back, but it was a wild throw from de Grandhomme. It was just dug into the ground. And yes, he would have been out, but he was sort of slightly between de Grandhomme and the stumps. Wasn't far away from his head. It wasn't that far from the stumps end of the over. 2 4s in that over, but 2 very different 4s. One overthrows and one a beautiful clip by Crawley. England 29 without loss.
But I will say, I mean, getting test match runs is never easy. It's always difficult to score runs at this level.
Southey in, starts a new over. Forward comes Crawley, drives crisply up to wide mid-off. There's no run.
But I would say to this pair, make hay. While the New Zealanders are a little bit rusty, while you've got a pitch that's playing absolutely fine, while you've got a chance where the scoreboard is giving you no pressure at all. You know, you're looking at 132, it's nothing. So really concentrate as hard as you can to maximise this opportunity, because it will get harder. You know, Trent Bridge next week, they'll be better off, New Zealand, for playing this week. The week after that, Headland, they'll be better off from the first 2 test matches.
Southey's in, left alone, outside the off stump, through to Blundell.
So today's the day for these two, Ollie Pope at 3, to really maximise on this opportunity. Don't leave it till next week. It'll be harder. The week after will be harder than that. This is a great chance for these young England players that we're all looking at and saying they've got a lot of talent. They have. You know, someone like Zach Crawley, there's been many players who have played the game, have looked at him and gone, he's got a chance of having a long test match career, but he's got to get big numbers. Had that 1 double century, played okay in Australia when he got in the team, played okay in the West Indies.
Southey scurries in and he drives beautifully through extra cover. That's the sort of shot you expect to see from Crawley, and it's going to make it all the way to the boundary, all along the ground. A lovely, fluid, languid drive, nicely timed between cover and mid-off. And another boundary, 33 without loss. Runs coming thick and fast.
I reckon we're probably working with one of the best who realised that when he had that chance to go big, Alistair Cook I'm talking about, he maximised that opportunity. So when he got an opportunity like this on a pitch like this against a team that he felt that not so necessarily were at their number one prime kind of position of playing to their performance level, he just maximised, get as many as he possibly could.
Denial was one of his great attributes, wasn't it? As Southey is in, forward in solid defence comes Crawley. Bat and pad close together, Crawley watchers will be pleased to hear. And it goes up to Williamson at mid-off, who does the fielding, 33 without loss.
If I said to you, Dan, Binley Mega Chippy, what would it mean?
Binley Mega Chippy.
Binley Mega Chippy. Have you seen it? The social viral sensation, the Chippy in Coventry.
Oh, right. Do you know?
Greg James will know about Binley Mega Chippy.
I'm not familiar with the Binley Mega Chippy. Is it in a place called Binley?
I'm not too sure whether it is. I just know Binley Mega Chippy is a viral sensation. Now, there's people coming from Australia to go to Binley Mega Chippy. Yeah.
Well, Southey's in. That's driven again firmly. Straight back past the bowler up to the pavilion for 4 more. These are the sorts of shots that you'd love to see from Zach Crawley. And at the moment, he's going well. He's looking nicely grooved. 37 without loss. I can't believe there's anything more delicious in Binley Mega Chippy than that off drive.
Yeah, that was pure. That was just a push down the ground, full face of the bat. Perfection in terms of the transfer of weight. Just lets the ball get to him. So, yeah, that's as perfect an off drive as you can possibly see from Zach Crawley.
Always like
I don't think he's been to Binley Mega Chippy, but
no,
you know, I think when we go kind of through the Midlands area, it's worth stopping off at Coventry, and you'll queue like the MCC members this morning were queuing round the block. You'd be queuing round the block.
Well, there's a match at Edgbaston. Should we not take a?
I'm more
trip?
than happy to take a trip.
What's the signature dish?
Fish and chips. It's a chippy.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like a Saveloy.
No, it's a chippy. It's a chippy.
Is all fish equally good in the Binley Mega Chippy?
Well, I'm sure there are different variants of the fish, but
would they do hake?
I know they do chips in a cone for £1.70.
In a cone?
Yeah,
okay.
Bit of gravy. I think they do battered sausage.
Always a bit concerned by the battered sausage. As Southey's in, left alone, close to the off stump. That is the end of the over. 37 without loss. Crawley 28. Lees has 9. Andy, will come to you in a moment, but Hugh in Basingstoke has emailed, and he says, listening to the discussion at tea with Greg James on bowling a Shane Warne ball of the century brought back a memory of my finest moment in cricket. Having bowled seam all my youth, I'd become tired of soft and slow uncovered pitches in club cricket. In my early 20s, I therefore decided to reinvent myself as a leg spinner. Who wouldn't? This was ultimately a failed venture. However, on one occasion, when playing a very casual Sunday friendly, I was given the opportunity to showcase my inability by the captain. The balls were good when I pitched them on the track, though this was like flipping a coin. I'll come back to it as de Grandhomme starts a new over. Lees plays and misses at a ball well outside off stump, but he's standing outside off stump. He really didn't need to play at that. goes through to Blundell. At the end of 1 over, I realised the umpire had prematurely called over and had not accounted for one of my no balls. I queried this, and to the batsman's fury, the scorer and umpire agreed I could bowl another, probably not within the laws or spirit of the game. Feeling the power of fate on my side, as de Grandhomme is in, round the wicket to Lees, who lets this go by more sagaciously through to the keeper, and there's no run. Feeling the power of fate on my side, I threw down a good one, which pitched in the rough and bowled the batter round his legs. I wheeled away screaming ball of the century while the batter seethed. My friend on the opposing side bore the brunt of his rants for the remainder of the game while I was carded for sixes with a smile on my face. As de Grandhomme is in, that's defended by Lees, a full ball back to the bowler, no run. This moment of history would not have been possible without the inspiration of the great Shane Warne. I will forever be grateful to him. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely.
All through a no ball, you see. I mean, it reminds me of Andrew Flintoff's
what's
straight
happening
over.
on Saturday? Everyone's got to bowl the ball of the century, or
and record it. Flicked away to Patel. This next ball by Lees off de Grandhomme, straight to Patel, who's at mid-wicket, about 4 or 5 yards.
What odds would you give me on Matt Parkinson on Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
Here at Lord's, bowling a Shane Warne-like delivery?
It's distinctly possible. On most days on Twitter that Matt Parkinson bowls, there is a peach of a delivery, isn't there? De Grandhomme in again to Lees, who defends a straighter ball to short mid-wicket. There's no run. I'm a little concerned about where Lees is standing. We saw Ollie Pope do this in the Ashes. He's standing outside the off stump, and that brings the leg before into play and brings being bowled around your legs.
He'll say that he's not bringing leg before into play because he's
going to get outside.
His leg.
Who defends a straighter ball to short mid-wicket. There's no run. I'm a little concerned about where Lees is standing. We saw Ollie Pope do this in the Ashes. He's standing outside the off stump, and that brings the leg before into play and brings being bowled around your legs.
He'll say that he's not bringing leg before into play because he's going to get outside. His legs
full,
outside the.
It's full and you've got to play round that pad. It can be tricky.
The key to this is, he played a miss at one that was wide of off stump early in the over.
That was a no ball. Oh, I say, as this ball's worked a short extra cover, a short mid wicket. There's no run. A no ball. We've just had an email from you in Basingstoke, getting a wicket with the last ball of an over. I'm sat next to Ashes winning captain Michael Vaughan, one of the most famous overs in English cricket history, bowled by Andrew Flintoff to Ricky Ponting. He got a wicket with the 7th ball of the over after he bowled a no ball. I say, the stars are aligning. Will it be this ball? Lees faces, de Grandhomme bowls, and Lees comes forward in defence, pushes into the offside, and no, it didn't come to pass. End of the over, 38 without loss. Crawley 28. Lees has 9, and Andy, you've been trying to speak for about 5 minutes.
Binley mega chippy, Andy?
I've not been to the Binley mega chip, but I was intrigued by your suggestion that Crawley's off drive was better than anything you could get in a chippy. I don't know how you can compare an off drive with a fine pickled onion. You're not comparing like with like then.
Well, it's a good point. The fine pickled onion I might put up there with an excellent off drive, but certainly not a Savoy or a battered sausage. And actually chips, I like chips, but they're a bit like fizzy drinks, aren't they? After you've had 7 or 8 chips, you tire of the chip.
Do you?
What I do, yes.
Do you?
I want to go back to the umami. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. I always want more. They're just moreish.
I don't find them so moreish. I find they supply a need, but it's a brief one. Start of a new over. Southey bowling it. A little bit of shape away to Crawley, but he leaves that to Blundell.
I was going to put New Zealand's first innings collapse in a bit of context. Bowled out in 40 overs in the first innings of a test match. In terms of the quickest England have bowled out the opposition when bowling first. 507 times England have bowled first in a test match. It's the 14th time they bowled the opposition out in 40 overs or fewer. Only the 4th time New Zealand have been out in 40 overs or fewer when batting first in a test. And the previous occasion,
it was a bit helter-skelter. And Southey is in to Crawley. Crawley defends firmly off the front foot to full straight ball back to the bowler. There's no run.
It was when they were scheduling 19.2 overs by South Africa in Cape Town, January 2013. As we mentioned, Lauren Brendan McCullum's first test as New Zealand captain. So Brendan McCullum getting a new job generally works out badly for New Zealand's batting.
It does feel a bit that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't turned to Kyle Jamieson
No, I'm rather
for
surprised.
de Grandhomme for a couple. I'd be amazed if he bowls another. He's looked a little bit innocuous. Surely Jamieson's averaging 18 with the ball in Test cricket.
Southey in, clipped away nicely for 4 by Crawley. That was on the pads. He just turned the wrists on it and timed it sumptuously. Out through deep backward square leg. Fielder at long leg had no chance. It raced off the bat down to the mound stand. And England into the 40s now, 42 without loss. And England going great guns, Crawley going great guns. At the moment, we've seen it a few times before, but he seems to be in good working order. Bat and pad seem to be a bit closer together, Michael, today.
Yeah, so far he's let the ball come to him nicely. You know, he's played it right under his eye line.
He's not been reaching, has he? There was one little drive at the offside, reached a little bit before tee, but for the most part, has been late and it's forced a fielding change. Gully's come out. We've now got a short extra cover. 3 slips, that short extra cover point, mid-off on the offside. Southey into Crawley, who defends solidly again. A fullish ball on off stump, pushed back to the bowler. There's no run. Crawley on 32 now. So tell me, you ever been to a chippy where you can get lobster?
I would say that's not a chippy.
It's not a chippy?
No.
You see, I fancy lobster and chips.
Quite a posh restaurant,
lobster and frite with a garlic butter. I mean, why?
I think it's a chip shop down the road from here at Lord's called Seashells. I think you can get a lobster in there, yeah.
Ah, OK. Other chippies are available, including the Binley Mega Chippy, it would appear, as Southey is in, driven firmly, nicely, but not going to get a run for it. That short extra cover, it evaded him to the right and then went to the left of Kane Williamson, who moved to his left swiftly to field. It's going to be tricky to thread an off drive through this field at the moment, actually. You're going to have to hit it very straight, because Williamson's very wide at mid-off. He's almost at extra cover, but not quite. And then there's a short extra cover. And then there's this cover just in front of square. So, and now a deep backward square leg is going out, as well as the sun pokes through the high clouds, bathing Lords in glorious sunshine. Southey is in. That's driven straight down the ground for 4 more. Well, that is a beautiful shot from Crawley. 2 full again from Southey. He's not got his lengths right today. And England 46 without loss. Crawley 36. Lees has 9. And I think it's time for me to depart. After some thoughts from Michael Vaughan, it's going to be Simon Mann coming back on again.
Yeah, and I think it may be time for Tim Southey just to depart out the attack. He's just not quite got it right. Lines and lengths have just not been the usual Tim Southey. Bowled a few straight before tea and now 2 full after tea. Good afternoon, Simon.
Hello, that even took me by surprise, actually.
What, Binley Mega Chippy, or the actual the off drive, or just being asked to commentate earlier than expected?
Yes, the latter.
Okay,
but and the off driving as well. He's batted so well, Zach Crawley. Mind you, we've seen it before, haven't we? At times, that innings he played in Sydney, it's glorious, and also in the Caribbean as well. Lees at the other end is 9 not out. De Grandhomme goes in round the wicket to bowl to him, and he plays that very carefully back to the bowler, who picks up away to his right hand side. Lees is batting over. What's he batting on there? He's batting outside the off stump. It seems to me he's taking his guard outside off stump. Let's have a look how he lines up now. Yeah, he's well outside. He's almost on. It's almost as if he said to the umpire, 5th stump, please. And he's batting out of his crease as well. 2 slips in the gully and a short mid-wicket go down. De Grandhomme bowls, swings in a bit there. And Lees plays that into the onside towards that short mid-wicket fielder, Tim Southey, and there's no run.
The Southey versus Crawley head-to-head. Last year, in the test on this ground, Southey bowled 7 balls to Crawley, got him out twice, driving loosely in each innings for no runs so far today. 27 runs from 33 balls with 5 fours.
De Grandhomme from the nursery end bowls to Lees, who's forward, playing it towards mid-off, picked up by Williamson, and there's no run. I posed you a question just before tea, and we haven't given the listeners the answer to that question yet, have we? How often do you win if you score 132 in the first innings of a test match? And your answer was?
22 times that has happened. The team's been bowled up 135 or fewer batting first in the first innings.
And 105 losses.
Yep.
De Grandhomme outside the off stump. Leans forward and lets that go through to Blundell. The other question I asked you the other day, Zoltz, as well, coming into this test match, is when was the last time England went one win in 17 test matches? When did they have that sort of run in test match cricket, as poor a run as that? Because that's what they are coming off the back of here. I mean, it looks as though they're in a good position to win this test match already, although it is early days. Full to Lees from De Grandhomme, who pushes that up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, the last time England had one win in 17 was in the late 1980s. They had a run of 1 in 25 from the final test of the 86-7 Ashes. They were 2-0 up and lost the final test. They only had one win until they went to the West Indies early in 1990.
De Grandhomme bowls,
and in
Lees tucks that away, backward square, down towards the deep backward square leg boundary. It won't be 4. The fielder down there's hat falls off. Is that Trent Bolt down there, or is that Neil Wagner on as a substitute? No, it is Bolt. Way in the distance. So they come back for 2.
The West Indies tours, they won the first test in Jamaica.
Under Graham Gooch,
and they should have
9
won
wickets.
the second game.
Well, that was the series where they had the West Indies just where they wanted them, and it rained.
That's right, yeah.
And Graham Gooch broke his hand, and he was a bit like El Cid in the dressing room because he was all padded up. To give his side confidence, but I don't think he was ever going to bat. I mean, Graham might contradict that if he's listening, but I think he'd broken his hand, but he was padded up with the sort of gloves on, seemingly ready to go.
I think Devon ran out Viv Richards from fine leg in.
That was in the first test
match, yeah. That would have been the first. I think that was the first series that was televised from overseas.
It was
on Sky Sports.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Trent Bolt's going to have a go from the pavilion end.
He bowled from the nursery end earlier. 48 for no wicket after 12 overs of England's reply. But there was a spell when England lost 13 in 17. You came up with that was in the 90s. So there was a pretty thin gruel in that sort of time. Late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s.
The last 17 up to this match, they'd had 11 defeats, 5 draws, and 1 defeat. And the only time they had more than 11 defeats in a 17 test span.
Here is Bolt bowling from the pavilion end to Crawley. Drives gloriously and it deflects off the knee of Williamson and goes out towards the boundary. He has to chase that towards the rope, and he does get there, hurls the ball in, and Crawley comes back for 3. And he nearly kneed that into the boundary from wide mid off, and there's the 50 partnership.
The foundation, so important if you want to become a real good test match team, that your opening partnership is a reliable one. When conditions are in your favour, you want good starts. Obviously you get on some pitches that it does plenty and it's hard to get these kind of foundations set, but these are the kind of conditions that all batters should be licking the lips, really. It's not doing a great deal, it's quite a placid pitch. The odd ball does a little bit, but it looks beautiful for batting. I don't know what Kane's knees are made of, but
Bolt bowls to Lees, and Lees plays defensively into the offside towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Almost got rubber in there. He slid away to his left, he didn't get his hands down to it, and need it about 40 metres towards the deep extra cover boundary. Those 3 runs took Zach Crawley to 39 of England's 51. Lees has 11. All this in reply to 132, and England have New Zealand exactly where they want them at the moment. Bolt bowls, full, turned away by Lees into the onside towards wide mid-on. Williamson goes across and picks up more securely this time. Single, 52 for no wicket.
So
Lees goes to 12.
Sorry, so to finish that stat, the only time they'd lost more than 11 in 17, as they've recently done, was in between the Lord's Test against Pakistan in 1992 and the 3rd Test in the West Indies early in 1994, and they were bowled out for 46 before the next match. They won in Barbados with Alex Stewart getting centuries in both innings.
Bolt turns the pavilion behind him, goes striding in to bowl to Crawley. Crawley gets the ball on his pads, which he tries to turn away. Strikes him on the pad, goes down fine. Blundell runs behind the stumps and cannot prevent a single, a leg by. 53 for no wicket.
Just on Matt Parkinson. So Parkinson comes in, I don't know if he's here already, but so Steve Harmison presented Matthew Potts with his cap this morning. Will someone present Matt Parkinson with his cap tomorrow morning?
That's a good question. Presumably, I don't know.
It counts as a cap, Andy. Yeah.
Bowls to Lees, and Lees hits that off the back foot, square with the wicket on the offside, or more towards extra. Down the slope towards the Tavern stand, and they come back for 2 more. Lees goes to 14, and England to 55 for no wicket.
Parkinson's having to come from Lancashire, so were he to say have a positive COVID test on the way down, have to pull out of the game, having been brought in as the concussion substitute, he would have a test cap, presumably, having never been to the ground.
That's the sort of thing that fascinates scorers and statisticians. Not necessarily everybody else. Bolt bowls. Lees plays defensively to that delivery. Into the offside towards extra cover, short extra cover, and there's no run. It is the end of the over.
There's only you, Andy, can start thinking about, all right, we've had a concussion replacement. Can we then go for a COVID replacement before he even gets to the ground? Imagine being the next pick.
Who would be the next pick, actually, after Parkinson? Parkinson was
Dominic Bess, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it would be, yeah. I quite like the idea, the tantalising idea of Liam Livingstone. But it's probably not quite like for like, is it? Really?
No.
Because he does bowl spin, doesn't he? He bowls leg spin and off spin.
That's why there's a bit of a loophole in the system.
Well, I think he would be considered. He must be under the all-rounder bracket, as opposed to spinner who bats a little bit. Right, here we go. Carl Jameson. Slightly surprised we haven't seen him so far. He's the 4th pace bowler used, 14th over. Jameson's had an excellent start to his Test match career. This is his 15th Test. He's taken 66 wickets at 18. He's tall and blonde, and he looks made to be a handful in Test cricket. Right arm over the wicket now. Bowls a very full, almost loopy delivery outside the off stump first up, swinging away gently, and Crawley ignores it, and Blundell, the wicket-keeper, takes that in front of Mitchell, fielding at first slip.
It's glorious now, isn't it?
It is lovely, yeah. The sun's out.
It's, I don't know what the temperature is, but it's a nice, pleasant afternoon.
It's a perfect day for watching Test match cricket, around about 20 degrees.
Doesn't get any better as an England player, does it? 132 out, all out, you've bowled the opposition out, and the sun is shining, you're already 55 for naught.
3 slips in the gully. Jameson bowls, curving away from Crawley, full. Crawley leaves it, lets it go through to the wicketkeeper again. The forecast for the second half of Saturday into Sunday into Monday is a bit iffy. They're not talking about wipeout, but they're talking about rain around.
The juice.
But, England have made such quick progress today. Only 77 runs behind. Still 35 overs left in the day's play. We've got 2 hours cricket, really. I can't see New Zealand bowling 35 overs in 2 hours. And the light good. Crawley waits. Jameson bowls full outside the off-stump. That looked like quite a tempting delivery from Jameson there to Crawley. That's wide of off-stump. Crawley denies himself. And again through the wicketkeeper. New Zealand 132 all out. They were 45 for 7. 4 for Potts. 4 for Anderson. 1 for Broad and 1 for Stokes. And de Grandhomme, New Zealand's leading run scorer, with 42 not out. All the highlights tonight, 7 o'clock on BBC Two. If you can't wait for that, the main moments are on the BBC Sport website now. Crawley looks up to see Jameson approaching from the nursery end. He's with him now. He bowls again, a tempter outside the off stump. Good carry from Jameson, who has got that. He's got that height on his side, around about 6'8", quite full, but it still goes through around about shoulder height to the wicketkeeper. In terms of pace, he's not rapid, Jameson. It's that attribute he's got of height.
Well, I think in these kind of conditions, when the ball's not doing a great deal, someone like Jameson's going to be a huge key for New Zealand. He always has the ability to just get something extra out of the surface because of that height. Might get the odd ball to just scoot a bit lower as well.
Ball's now to Crawley. Crawley does drive at this one through the offside. Down towards the mound stand. It normally runs away very quickly down there. Diving save knocks the ball back. and Crawley comes back for 3. I mean, normally at Lords you don't catch those down there. It just suggests the outfield is not quite as quick as it often is at Lords. We have had a lot of rain in London the last, I don't know, week, 10 days, something like a huge thunderstorm earlier this week. Anyway, they're back for 3. It's rare you catch anything down there, but New Zealand just did there. It was one of those real touch and go ones. They're just checking it to make sure it was successful. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Fielder going into the rope. Oh, hold on. Hold on. No, I see an image on my screen which suggests that might be 4. There we go. 4 has been signalled. Well, you don't catch many down there.
See, I think you look at Zach Crawley here. He's 42 from 55 deliveries, and he hasn't really looked to have played a shot in anger. He's just played nice, controlled cricket strokes. That's why he's so invaluable for the England side, because he does get the game going forward.
59 for no wicket. Jameson bowls to Crawley. Crawley drives. He's caught behind. Crawley is gone. New Zealand celebrate. Although Crawley's come down the pitch to chat with his non-striker there, as if to say, did I hit that? I'm not sure. New Zealand absolutely convinced. Up went the finger.
Well, surely you know when you've played the big drive whether you've got an outside edge. I've just been praising him, and he played so controlled. It's the first time actually he's taken his drive and his hands away from kind of the control. He'd been waiting for the ball to get close to his eye line. And you watch this drive, Sam, and he just takes his kind of positioning away from his eye line. The hands go a little bit too far in front of him. Yeah, it's a long way from his body. That's a huge disappointment. He'd been playing so nicely. And it's a big outside edge. Look how far away from that eye line he's playing that stroke.
And that's how you get Zach Crawley out, isn't it? That's how teams try to get him out. They tempt him with that delivery, and Crawley, after playing nicely, has nicked off. He's out for 43.
43 is not enough in those conditions. You know, the conditions are pure for batting. That is a huge mental error.
Blundell with the catch. Now England's new number 3 is on his way to the middle, Ollie Pope, and a lot of focus on his elevation to number 3. He's the big winner, if you like, in the selection tombola for this series. England, they rate him, they believe he's got enough talent to make a go of it, but well, he's got to produce.
The opening partnership, 59 for the first wicket from 14 overs. England's first opening stand of 50 or more at Lords since the game against South Africa in 2017. They've played 7 tests between then and now without reaching 50 for the first wicket. The average opening stand in that time 15, and 7 of the 13 opening stands were ended in single figures. Zach Crawley finished with 43 from 56 balls with 7 fours.
That is one bonus for Ollie Pope, is that he hasn't had to come out and face the new ball, the rock solid new ball. He comes in the 15th over. He's not on strike at the moment as the last ball. The over, that one's edged by Leach into the slip cordon. It's gone down low, but it's not carried, I don't think. It was similar to the Bairstow one earlier, that brilliant catch to get things going. It was stopped at slip by Latham, away to his left-hand side, next to Southey. They both went for it. It nearly carried, but not quite. Not far away from 2 in 2 there, New Zealand. Yeah, in fact, it was Southey away to his right who stopped it, and Latham went behind him. 59 for 1. Bolt steaming in, bowls to Lees. Oh, beauty, past the outside edge. Lees groping forward, and taken by Blundell. So a lift for New Zealand. Crawley with that big drive, wide of off stump, nicking through as the wicketkeeper. Ollie Pope out there, who's been in excellent form this summer. He often is in county cricket, especially he's playing at the Oval. First class average of 51, test average of 28. Lots of runs already this summer. Bolt bowls to Lees, and Lees opens the face and runs this down towards backward point. Now it's stopped by Patel, and there's no run. Michael Vaughan gone. Jeremy Coney is here, former New Zealand captain. Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah.
All right? Yep. Good start by England. Good start in the context of the match. I think the pitch has got a little bit easier, though, don't you, from this morning?
Often does.
Yeah,
here at Lords. Second day is often the best day for batting. Here's Bolt bowling short, and well played by Lees, bending at the knees, letting the ball go past his chest, through to the keeper.
And for New Zealand, if the ball isn't swinging, you know, that means quite a lot for players like Bolt and like Southey. So that I was quite surprised, actually, that Jameson wasn't brought in a little early, and why, you know, de Grandhomme would be brought in ahead of Jameson when you've only made 130 odd seemed a little odd to me.
And to me as well. He's got this great record, hasn't he? He's made a fantastic start. Bolt bowls and Lees drives into the offside towards wide mid-off. Picked up by Williamson, but he cannot prevent the single. Nice looking shot from Lees, takes him to 15, and England 60 for 1 in reply to 132 from New Zealand. Now Ollie Pope is going to take his first ball in his first class career at number 3.
Yes, I've got an interesting stat on Ollie Pope that highlights his struggles in Test cricket compared with his prodigious form in first-class cricket. Maybe we'll come to it at the end, after this ball, the end of the over.
Last ball of the over coming up. Here's Bolt to bowl to Pope, and Pope is into line and turning that to mid-wicket where it's picked up by Patel, and there is no run. So 60 for 1. We've got an hour and 50 minutes cricket left on this first day. Well, you can give us that stat, Zoltz. I'm going to vacate and let Jonathan Agnew come in.
As you mentioned, he's had a fine start to the season, averaging 69 in 5 first-class games for Surrey. Overall, Ollie Pope's first-class career, encompassing both county cricket and Test cricket, is 51. In Test cricket, 28. If you exclude Test cricket, it's 66. So there's a difference of 38 between his average in non-Test match first-class cricket and his Test average. And of players who've played 10 or more Tests, that is the highest difference between a first-class average outside Tests and a Test average in the history of the game, currently.
Thank you, Andy. 60 for 1. Sun trying to shine at the moment as Carl Jameson sets off from our end, bowls to the left-handed Lees, who's forward. Plays that very carefully into the offside, and there's no run. So disappointing dismissal, I think, for Crawley there. We talk a lot about his extra cover drive and how irresistible it is to him, because when he plays it well, he plays it beautifully, and it's a very productive shot, but it gets him out an awful lot too. I think today, having been so well set and the ball not doing very much, and you get to 40, you're looking to get a good score. In goes James, and he bowls outside the off, one that swings away from Lees. Allows that to go through to Blundell, who catches the ball in front of first slip. Jeremy Coney, it's lovely to see you again.
Hello, Eggers. Do you think Pope is a bit of a gamble? I mean, the reason he's 3 basically is because the captain has said to Root, pop down to 4, will you? I mean, otherwise he only wanted to bat 4 really because he was captain. That's what he said. That's why I want a bit more time if I'm captain to bat at 4. And then finally he went up to 3.
Jameson bowls a Yorker, which Lee successfully negotiates, squeezing the ball out into the offside.
Now, of course, not captain. Just got to concentrate on batting and doing his catching. So you would wonder why he wouldn't be 3 in those circumstances. I mean, wherever you put your players, you'd like them to feel that they could succeed at that part. Now, if you look at Pope's results in international cricket, let's just put first class to one side. We know how well he's done at first class.
Well, Jameson again, the lumbering run, bowls to Lees, who defends the ball on the off stump. He stands up and plays that very correctly and mid-off fields.
Now, he's had 40 Test innings.
Yep.
Right? His last 29, he's averaged 22. And when he was here last year, I watched him stand on off stump, and he was tinkering with things. And the only reason you move to off stump is what? Why would you move to off stump?
You're the batsman. I don't know. I don't know why.
Well, usually you do that to try and take the cordon out of play.
Right.
So that you don't nick it out there.
He goes Jameson again, bowls from round the wicket this time. And Lees plays to gully.
You're concerned about movement.
Right.
And particularly getting an edge into the cordon from there. So the problem about taking off stump, of course, is that a ball on middle stump, you're playing across the ball.
Yep.
Because, you know, your legs are in the way, you have to play across it. And as I recall, I think, from home watching him play his last innings in Australia, he nicked off about 8th or 9th stump in the first innings and then got bowled behind his legs in the second innings.
It's Jameson bowls on middle stump again, a bit too short really, and Lees can stand up and defend that, and that's fielded in the leg side. It's 60 for 1, Lees 15 and Pope yet to score.
Now he's batted 11 innings at number 5 and 22 innings at number 6. So there's 33 of his 40 innings, and he's averaging 30 in both those positions. Number 4, he went for a start, if you remember. That's where he came in.
Yep.
And he's averaging 18 there. Now, at number 3, Aggers, for me, it's a position that you're almost an opener. I mean, he could have been in, if England were batting and, say, New Zealand fluked a wicket first ball, he could have been in the second ball.
Here's Bolt bowling down the leg side, and Pope whips the bat out of the way and allows that to be taken by the keeper.
Number 3 is one of the most difficult positions to bat. Because of that, you have to be very technical.
Yep.
You've got to know where your off stump is, and you can't stand on it really. That makes it very difficult for you. So I'm not sure from what we've seen so far. I mean, there's always hope to change. I can understand that. But I just think it's almost a shot in the dark, if I could put it that way.
Bolt again, bowls to him outside the off stump. It's worth noting he's on off stump at the moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
But and I'm please, I'm not trying to put him down, and I'm not trying to get at all. I'm just saying,
it's an
as a selection
goal,
policy, to push someone like that to 3 when, if it's not going to be someone who is already playing there and is a batsman solely now, or the obvious is Milan, because he's batted 3 as well. I'm not doubting he's a good player, and he might well here. This will be a perfect situation for him.
Bolt on his way, moves in, bowls to him quite late. He fiddles that away into the offside, finds point. Again, no run. He can't get off the mark. It will be interesting. I mean, the route 3 or 4 has sort of been played out ever since Root started playing, really. And you always felt quite strongly that he always preferred to bat at number 4, and he took one for the team whenever he went up and batted at number 3.
Yes.
Each time he went up to number 3, he said, "Now I'm ready to bat at number 3." It's like a sort of an announcement. Like, "Now, look, I'm going to do it now. I'm ready for it," and so on. But you felt he never really meant it. Here's Bolt again, and that little inside edge there. The ball creeps away into the offside, almost getting through. 60 for 1. And so I think that when Stokes, his mate, became captain, he said, "Listen, Joe, bat at 4. Bat at 4. We know that's where you like batting. It's where you've been most productive.
Well,
it's where you're happiest."
Well, it just seems to me, I just wonder whether this is the best. I mean, it'll either go, it might go very well.
Yeah.
Because these are conditions certainly where New Zealand struggle, where the ball isn't swinging, there's not enough grass on the pitch to actually get it to move quickly.
Bolt again, and he rather chases that to try and drive through the covers, doesn't time it at all. It's interesting because how Stokes explained it was, okay, so he's got Root at 4 and Stokes himself going down to 6.
You don't mind that, he's the all-rounder.
And he wanted Pope in the team. So therefore he could only bat at 3 or 5.
Yes.
Johnny Bairstow's number 5. Dan Lawrence was the other consideration to give, who actually batted. He batted very selflessly in the West Indies. He did. He batted for the team. This was Pope again playing into the onside as Bolt bowls on middle and leg. And I think you could consider him a little bit unlucky that he was discarded. But I mean, Stokes, I'm sure, saw that 100 as a few of us who were lucky enough to do that Pope scored in Port Elizabeth, and thought it was one of the loveliest innings you've seen in recent memory. It was a beautiful innings, and it was a modern Test innings, if you like, with ramp shots and all sorts of innovations and so on. It was How many? So it was a big 100 too, Andy, wasn't it? How many?
130 was it?
It was about 100.
Yeah,
it was a really good innings.
Look,
and so you know it's there. It's what's
no one,
isn't it? You
know
no
one questions that he hasn't got the shot.
So he's not going to bat at. There's two situations vacant. One is at 5 and one is at 3. Bairstow's the 5. There's only one place left. And that's,
well, you can't all be 5s.
In goes Jameson and bowls, and that's an edge that runs down to slip. Of course not. But Bairstow's been successful there recently.
At 5?
Yeah. So there's only one.
More 6, I think you'll
6
find.
was it? Yeah,
yes.
Against Australia, sorry.
Yeah.
So there's only one place left. And that's why Pope's at 3.
Yeah, because I think it's been the captain who's been batting 5 in those sorts
Correct.
of areas as well. So, yes, that's
how it's come to pass.
It's a tricky one, I realise that. And good luck to the young man. I think he's a good player too, and it's a fun thing to watch.
Yeah. In goes Jameson and bowls to Lees. He was forward carefully. The ball dribbles up the pitch. And Jameson picks up. I think
I do think it's a gamble.
Yeah.
And I think the danger is that if it doesn't work, where do we go now? Well, and certainly Rob Key's approaches, I know the coaches will unlock him. Those are the words he said. And I'm not sure whether it'll be that easy.
Jameson lopes in again from our end, bowls a ball that swings away from Lees. He jabs the bat down on it and picks up 4 through third man. It's run along the ground through the slip cordon. A big swinger there from Jameson. Very full in length. And England move on to 64 for 1 wicket. I mean, if he doesn't make it, it'll be a real shame. I think he's got some real talent.
I think everybody recognises that. And I've watched him the last couple of years. I've done some work for Surrey, so I've seen him, and I know how much he likes the oval in particular. It would have been nice if he could have played at 3, perhaps, if that's what they were thinking.
Well,
they had a chat to Gareth Batty and said, "Hey, is this possible?"
Well, especially Amler batting at 3. I mean,
yes, I know.
What's the sense there? This is played back defensively, and I know they've done very well, Surrey, at the start of this season. But you do also have to, I think, have the international game at heart too, don't you?
Yeah. Well, it's so. Yeah. I mean, the other option at 3, if it's not going to be successful, is you play 3 openers.
Yeah.
That's certainly an option as well, as far as I would think. I'd start to look at some of the other openers that have got, and a lot of them have got quite a few runs.
Yep. 64 for 1 is the score. It's been an eventful day here. New Zealand bowled out for 132, and Jameson fires that away, beats the keeper. It's down the leg side. Is that wides or byes? Oh, the poor old keeper has been given byes. But Blundell there, well, he wouldn't have caught that if he'd thrown a blanket at it. It was way down the leg side. You've got to sympathise for him there a bit. But it's 4 more to England, 68 for 1.
Just on batting positions, historically number 4 since the Second World War at least has been the most productive place in the batting order in Test cricket. It's been the top. If you break it down by decade, it was the top scoring position in Test batting orders in 6 out of 8 decades, from the 40s up to the 2010s, and so far this decade as well.
Goes Jameson, bowls down the leg side, quicker ball this time, and Lees just gets out of the way. If you go back from Jonathan Trott, who just totally off the top of my mind, you'd probably say was the most successful number 3 in recent times for England. I mean, who's featured in there?
I'll take that out for you. Just on number 4, in Australia, that they always had the idea that the best batsman should be at 3, but conditions rather different there. But mostly, certainly since the Second World War, most teams have had their best player at 4.
Less risk.
I think it maximises the chances of success for your best player.
I think so too. You give them just that little bit longer.
Yep. Ball not moving around. You hope there's a bit of a
the bowler's not quite so fresh.
Yep. Bulk left arm over the wicket, bowls to Pope, who's still not yet off the mark. That's his 8th ball, which he plays firmly back to the bowler. He comes up and a little bit of gardening there. He can be quite fidgety. I'd be quite interested to see what he's like in the dressing room before he bats. If he is one of those fidgety types, you get two
varieties. You get the fellow who just sits there, is quite relaxed about it.
If he can cope with it mentally as well, and that it's another position. I'm only one position away from it anyway.
Bolt again, Bolston, and Pope's away, pulling out away down to fine leg. Finds Jameson coming in off the boundary down to our left. He's got 3 coaching staff down there behind him, offering some sort of advice, I suspect, to the big fella who's now trotting away from them. He's got to come down to the right-hand side now.
Yeah, Jameson has gone through quite a difficult year, actually.
Yes, I gather, yeah.
He started, of course, so well when he was introduced to the side and had a fantastic first year. Very controlled, very precise, took lots of wickets. So much so he was invited to go to the IPL, with extraordinary money as options. And he found that method and that format extremely difficult, which demands change. It demands all sorts of deliveries. The slower short ball, the full ball, the wide ball, the round the wicket. Everything is different. And it's really, he was let go this year from I forget what Bangalore, wasn't he?
Only young, and you wonder how, particularly with bowlers, how grooved you have to be before you start really messing around in that high level of T20 cricket.
And I think for a tall bowler, it's the same as batting. Balance becomes such an important thing. The length of stride, all those kinds of things, your balance at delivery, at the front arm, is it pulling you down but at the same time keeping you towards the target, all those things that are important. And it's been a bit of a mission, I think, for him to be able to find that way back, if it is going back to that precision that he really wants. He said, I'm not going back to the IPL this year, I'm just going to concentrate on it, which made sense.
Good decision. The ball's being changed here, by the way, hence the delay and an announcement over the PA system about something or other. But it's a lovely late afternoon. I really hope you're enjoying your bank holiday, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. I just hope you're enjoying this special weekend that's approaching. It's a very good crowd here at Lord's, enjoying a really eventful day, from dear old Jack Leach suffering concussion fielding, diving over the boundary edge. So he's been withdrawn from the game, and there's a concussion substitute. I'm not sure if he's arrived yet or not, but Parkinson is on his way, and he could just slot seamlessly into the match.
England number 3's you asked about, since Jonathan Trott. Trott had 73 innings at 3, averaged 45 with 700s and 15 50s, over 3,000 runs.
Ball's been changed. Let's see if Bolt can swing it. It comes in and bowls to Lees, who comes forward and plays that calmly out to mid-wicket.
Since then, England's most regular 3 has been Joe Root. At various times of his career, a total of over 2,000 runs, but averaged 39, so almost 10 runs below his overall career average. Gary balanced it very well at 316 tests there, averaged 46, but then lost a rather striking loss of form. We've also had Nick Compton, Moeen Ali, Tom Westley, James Vince, Johnny Bairstow, Joe Denley, Jason Roy played 1 test at 3, Zach Crawley, Dan Lawrence, Haseeb Hameed, David Milan, and now Ollie Pope.
That's real searching, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Bolt again bowling, and that's flicked firmly out to mid-wicket. It's straight to the field. I mean, really,
of all those names who are currently playing, and some of them still are, Vince and Co that you mentioned,
Lawrence,
Moeen Ali wanted to come back, but that seemed a bit strange for him for a couple of games. But it seems to be Root.
Yeah.
How did Milan get on? What was?
Well, I think he didn't have a. I mean, he was an Ashes casualty.
And he started that Ashes pretty well. Had a couple of good innings in the first 2 tests, and then lost form.
Bolt again. That's played by Lees on the walk this time, with a very straight bat up to mid-on. The problem for him, I mean, he fell in that classic case of losing form, but then no opportunity to try and find form. No matches in between the tests. It's quite interesting, this series of New Zealand, so they've got these 2 test matches, then there's 9 days, I think it's right in saying, between Trent Bridge and
Edgbaston.
Headingley.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, Headingley,
yes.
the final test. Why aren't they playing a game in that time? You know, back in the day.
New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh, they should be.
Yeah, of course they should.
Yeah.
In comes Bolt, and bowls outside the off stump, but Lees watches it go by, and they should be playing.
Especially if we've seen the way they batted today.
Yeah, and
they just need some games.
They should be playing against the England Lions.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's how
terrific
everyone
for
helps
England
each
Lions.
other.
Yes,
you know,
I agree.
It's things like that. The mindset has completely changed from trying to get people informed, give them the opportunity, and so on, to all playing too much. So we've got to have a rest now and have a bit of family time. Go to the Lake District. Have a nice time. But you can't sort of fiddle with Test cricket. You can't dabble with it. If you're going to be up against the best, at the best, you've got to be well prepared.
Yes,
haven't you?
Do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. And this is how New Zealand have looked when they've played on pitches that are not green or there's not some bounce for them. They look rather innocuous. Yep. And this is where they've gone out, the crest. They've had their crest.
Jameson starts again, hurls that down, hits Pope on the pad. He's raised his arms there optimistically, the big fast bowler, but no support from behind the wickets. And there's no runs. 69 for 1. Lee's 19. Pope has 1. The man out was Crawley, who looked very well set for his 43. But then I'm afraid his Achilles heel, the extra cover drive, he'd played 3 or 4 times really well. But it's so interesting, isn't it, as a batsman, that your most productive shot can also...
Well, your strength is your weakness sometimes.
Indeed.
Especially early on.
They kept bowling at it and kept bowling at it. And sure enough, the drive was there without the footwork. Bang, gone. And that'll be talked about, I'm sure. In goes Jameson again and bowls the outswinger, which is played by Pope back to the bowler.
Well, the thing I felt about Crawley, he chokes the bat, so there's you don't see any of the handle at all. You see the blade, and then the hands are right low,
very low.
Together.
Yeah.
Let's face it, together.
Yeah.
And that makes him very strong. A lot of those players through the leg side, particularly, and you'll have seen a lot more than him. But I imagine he plays a clip shot and a tuck shot,
played a couple of
and
times
all
today.
Those.
Yep.
If you get to the middle and leg or leg stump with him, and the length's okay, he's away. But it's the drive.
Correct.
And you've got to use the body shape to get there.
Goes Jameson, bowls outside the off stump because
you're holding it so low.
Well, you're shortening your arms.
Exactly.
So your foot has to be across. Yeah.
It's quite difficult to get around to play those strokes. So a left armer going across him with that angle brings gully into play and third and all those areas.
It is surprising that someone actually of his height as well, who is so dependent on that stroke, should hold the bat so low. I'm surprised by that.
Well, it would mean that he's usually pretty strong on the pull and the cut, because the bat he's got control of that bat face very well by holding it so low and leg side. But the drive is hardest for him.
Jameson again over the wicket, bowls just short of a length, a lively pace, and Pope lines it up, takes the bat away. Blundell takes it. Williamson still on the attack here. There's still 4 slips. Needs wickets. Bowled out for just 132. So England just 63 runs behind. Although it's been a slow day in terms of over rate, they should be round about
par.
Even Stevens by the close of play, which will be about 6:30.
Well, especially if he keeps his 3 and 1.
Yep. Pope's over his bat again, and that's what. Yep, he's on that. His bat's on off stump. As Jameson runs in, bowls to him and is forward, wants the single. Lee sets off. He's done that a few times in this innings and has to go rushing back into his ground again. Nothing is done. 69 for 1. The sun's shining. Those in the mound stand peering into that sunshine now. It's warm. Lovely part of the day. It's that very contented murmur you can hear. People are settling back, and it's been a day in the sun, and they're chatting about it, whoever they're sitting next to. A day in which it felt as if things had more or less returned to normal, I must say. Out there for the toss, and Perspex has been dismantled.
What, down on the ground?
Just everywhere.
Yes.
Jameson bowls to Pope, who tries to work it into the leg side. There's no run. 69 for 1. Somewhere there is a Perspex mountain from all these cricket grounds over the last couple of years. Jeremy, more thoughts from you? Then Isha Gur's coming here.
Yeah, well, certainly England deserved to be in this situation. There's no doubt about that. They bowled in conditions that suited things, and they were good enough to be nice and straight enough. They bowled fuller than they have in the past. They found the edge of the New Zealand batsmen who really just pushed a little bit wide at things and lacking in cricket. And so they were dismissed and were in terrible trouble very early on in the day and didn't really get out of it, and they tried to then thrash the bowling after lunch. Some success.
As Trent Boult is in bowling, struck on the pad is Lees, quite high up. The appeal, but given not out. Trent Boult having a quick look at Tom Blundell to say, was it too high? Was it going down the leg side? He decided not to review and disperse. Shadow chasing Trent Boult as he returns to the top of his bowling mark. Trailing by 63 then, England. 69 for 1 in the 21st over. England outstanding in the morning session, picking up 6 wickets. A brilliant debut for Matt Potts as well, finishing on 4 before he picked up a little calf niggle. I think it was a bit of cramp actually before he left the field, and Ben Stokes cleaned things up as Boult bowls to Lees, who guides the ball to extra no run as Phil Tufnell comes in. Hello, Phil.
Good evening.
You've got your glasses on.
Well,
it's not quite evening time, is it? Oh, no, it is. It is past 5 o'clock. Yeah.
I'm going for evening,
Okay.
Isha.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone.
It's because it's such a bright day.
I know.
Feel
lovely.
the sun beaming down on us.
We're in a good spot here.
Here in northwest London, as I can see Colin de Grandon warming up at mid-on. Time for maybe a little trundle from him as Boult turns, running towards us from the pavilion end. Lees, left-hander on the back foot, punching it to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, Lees rather negated him, didn't he, with that sort of pace, and he was batting well out of his crease. I would have thought that perhaps the wicket-keeper might have come up to the stumps because he was just sort of nullifying him. Yeah, so perhaps coming on for Ollie Pope, his technique has wobbled around that sort of 4th, 5th stump, hasn't he? I know he's been working hard on it.
The left armour Boult in to Lees, tucking it away to mid-wicket, no run off his front foot. Boult slightly more on middle and leg there from Boult. Lees on 19. Pope has got off the mark. But a big challenge for him at number 3, having not done it before.
Yeah. Big position in it, number 3. Obviously, McCullum and Stokes have said, come on, you're our man, which is a good confidence bill for him. But, going to be interesting to see how he copes with it. Obviously, Root wanted to go down to 4, where he loves it at 4, doesn't he? But good opportunity for Pope.
Bat high from Lees, still allows it to pass side the off stump. So 3 slips and sort of backward gully in position. That point is very far backward. Short extra, wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man down at long leg.
Can't actually remember sort of Lees playing an attacking shot, really, can you? He's been...
Well, we took a look next door, actually. His strike rate so far in Test cricket, about 28, 27, 28.
Okay, drops anchor.
Yeah, blunter.
Yeah. Well, which you don't mind with the sort of the flourishing middle order that England have.
Lees punches to mid-on. No run at the end of the over. 69 for 1 after 21 overs. You just wonder what the conversations might be as England enter this new era. Ben Stokes talking about a blank canvas.
Yeah.
We saw what the situation was with Dom Sibley.
Yes.
And Rory Burns slightly more attacking, but Dom Sibley basically got dropped because he wasn't attacking enough. So
restricted, wasn't he? If you bowled it outside the off stump. Apparently, though, he's been working very hard on his technique, Dom, and he's been batting all right, I think. So I think it's nice to know. We interviewed Rob Key the other day, and he was saying that, you know, the door is still open for these guys. You know, it's not like those openers have come in and never be looked at again. So if you go away, work hard at your technique, score runs, the opportunity is still there for you to come back, which I think is a good thing to sort of let people know.
There's a few people that have scored runs this season. Ben Compton.
Yeah, 500, isn't he?
Harry Brooks averaging over 100. He's with the squad as the tall frame of Carl Jameson is in to Pope, who's tucking away off his hip to backward square. He'll push for the second as the throw is sent in. He'll move to 3.
Sam Robson's been getting a few as well here at Middlesex, and another name I've been hearing lots about is Hayne down at Sussex, is it? Sam Hayne?
Sam Haynes, Warwickshire player. Tom Haynes, Sussex.
Tom Haynes. I don't know where Sam came from.
Blend of the two?
I don't know. Is it Sam? Is that his middle name? I'm not sure.
There is the Sam Hayne, but different player.
Oh, is it? Yes. Tom
Warwickshire.
Haynes. Yes, that's it. Sorry, I've got me Haynes.
He was being talked about a few years ago, though, Sam Hayne, wasn't he? As Jameson, shadow chasing him as he bowls a beauty outside the line of off stump, brings Pope forwards, just leaves him down the slope with that zip and bounce.
Might have just gone a tad wider of the crease there, angled that ball in, and really did deviate. Pitched and left, Ollie Pope. You don't mind missing those, that's a good nut.
He's a very tall bowler, but what has made him so successful in Test cricket so far is that length that he bowls. He's able to pitch it up.
Well, you see 6'8" steaming in it, you're kind of slightly a bit on the back foot.
Pope back and across, struck in front. Jameson turns around, appeal is strong, given not out.
Just didn't look right, did it, for some reason?
They look interested though, the New Zealanders, and they're taking it upstairs.
Oh, have a look.
3 reviews remaining.
Just didn't look right for me, Isha.
To the umpire director, we have a review for LBW. Original decision is not out, and it's a fair delivery. The front on first, please.
Paul Rifle, the TV umpire. Was there any bat involved? First of all, good length, pitching outside the line of off stump.
Just rocking, rolling that.
I think there might be...
Maybe bat involved. Well, could I have ultra edge, please?
Yep, I think there might be bat involved as well. This will confirm things, the ultra edge. There was a thin edge as it went through above the knee roll. Just holding fire for ultra edge.
Come on, ultra edge. Where
Here
are
we
you?
go.
Here we are.
I think that's conclusive, is it? Yeah, there's a deviation as well.
Rolling that. Yeah. Yep. Yep, I'll go back on field. Back on field, Michael, there's bat involved. You can stick with original decision. Not out. You're on signal now, thank you.
Just didn't feel right, did it?
That wind is getting up, the flag's blowing in the distance. And frustration for New Zealand, who are well behind in this game, winning the toss at the start of the day. If you're just tuning in, England rattling through them into the second session. James Anderson with a wonderful return, missing out on another Test fifer. He finished with figures of 4 for 66. Matt Potts on debut, 4 for 13 from 9.2 overs, 132 all out. New Zealand as England is 71 for 1. Here comes Jameson again, bowling full and wide of the off stump to Pope, who allows it to go through. He did think about it though, with all that space on the offside. But he maintains his discipline. That Lord's hum is back.
It is,
Nice.
isn't it? Nice.
Gentle afternoon
Isn't it?
feel, Phil.
Yes, and I was just listening to Waggers, all the perspex has gone. Still doing my hands though, of course.
Yeah, of
Still
course
doing my
you are,
hands,
yeah.
always doing the hands.
Can't be too careful.
Absolutely not.
Sizable shadow in front of Pope as he's forward and driving, catches the outer part of the bat as it falls in front of Gully.
Squirty.
Very squirty. Trailing by 61 then, England, on day one here at Lord's. Plenty of atmosphere here at the ground, but also in the capital, Phil.
Oh, it's
For
buzzing.
the Platinum Jubilee.
Buzzing, isn't it? Buzzing round our way. All the flags, the bunting. Everyone's getting into, what is it, 4 days? 4 days of celebrations? Is Monday?
Might as well.
May as well. I don't know whether Monday is a bank holiday, but I think everyone's just decided
it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Every day's a bank holiday for you, Phil. That's driven.
Oh, lovely.
Beautifully by Ollie Pope. Out to the boundary in front of the mound stand. Applause all around the ground from England fans. Just lent on it, Pope, as he moves to 7. End of the over, 75 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot. Nice and low, nice and compact. Watched it right onto the bat. Didn't really try to overhit it and just, oh, glorious. Oof. Lovely, lovely.
Stuff of dreams.
Yeah.
Stuffers for us tail enders.
It is indeed. Beautiful shot by Ollie Pope. Right in the slot, to be fair. Bit of a juicy half volley, but put away beautifully, Andy.
So a little more on England's openers. It wasn't just the scoring rates that were the problem for Sibley and Burns. Their form had tailed off since the start of the Pakistan series at home in 2020. Sibley had averaged 20 from the 13 tests with a strike rate of 31. That works out just under 2 and over. And Burns had averaged 23 in that same time, strike rate 41, so about 2.5 and over. So 41's a decent, reasonable strike rate for a test opener. The problem was that the runs weren't coming. It's been quite a long-standing problem for England since the start of 2017. Their average opening stand is 25. Only Afghanistan and West Indies have a lower average opening stand in that time.
Ouch. As de Grandhomme is in, bowling his first over as Lees lets it go. So the line of off stump, 75 for 1. Then England trailing by 57 here. Lees 19, Pope 7.
Yeah, buzz in the capital. Well, I'm sure it'll be all up and down the country.
You've met the Queen, haven't you?
I have, yes. Yes, a couple of times. Yes, and been down to Buckingham Palace.
Oh, have you?
Yes,
oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Well,
what was that like?
Prince Philip was our patron at Middlesex.
As that's played away
Yes.
to extra cover.
Well, can't interrupt the Queen for no run. Yes, no, pop down there and had a little chat. So yeah, no matter here. Australia test match a few years ago now.
Lees, interestingly, batting outside the line of off stump and beats the edge through to the keeper. That is an interesting position there.
Yeah.
It's almost as if he's batting with his back foot.
Wow.
The back part of his foot, his heel, is on off stump.
Yeah, he must be what? His bat must be what? I don't know. 18 inches outside the off stump. He is well across. 2
slips in a gully in position as Lees lets that go past again.
Have you met the Queen?
I have. I've been to Buckingham Palace as well.
Yes.
And it would have been 2005, I reckon.
I wouldn't fancy
Ashes.
Hoover, and it's big, isn't it?
No, it's massive.
Take a lot.
Huge. What about cleaning all the silverware?
Well, I don't know when she does that.
I fancy she might have a few helpers as Lees beats the edge again. Lovely bowling here from Colin de Grandhomme, bowling that lovely line and length, leaving him down the slope, the left-hander.
What was that when you won
the Ashes?
Oh,
for the first time in 42 years.
Yes, lovely.
Of course, the men won it as well for the first time in a long time. Unbelievable celebrations through the streets of London. I'm sure it's going to be packed out.
What, when you won the Ashes?
As Lees advances this time and plays the ball to extra cover off the front foot. No run. And I remember thinking, I wonder what she might talk to us about.
Oh, yes.
And she knows she gets briefed before she goes round all of the players. End of the over, 75 for 1. They're going to take a drink, trailing by 57 England. And I'm surprised with our conversation. We started talking about biomechanics.
Was it to you? Was it?
It was directly to me, yes. So she would stop every couple.
Yes, that's right.
And she stopped at me and started talking about the biomechanics of bowling.
Wow.
And
really?
Really?
What about run-ups?
Run-ups.
Side on?
And about how you monitor... You know when you sometimes wear those sort of... What are they called?
Things that monitor you.
The things that the monitors.
Yes.
stick-on monitors.
Yes.
And you go through your bowling action, you have about 30 attached to you, and then you can see it all on the screen.
That's right.
She was asking me about that.
Wow, that is
So we had a little conversation.
That is well briefed.
But I can't remember everything because she had lipstick on her teeth.
Oh, okay.
You can't say that on the radio, Isha.
And that's all. The whole time I was talking to her, I'm going to say, Mum, just a little bit there. Yeah.
Oh, well, she missed me out, actually. She walked straight past me.
Toughers. She was intimidated.
Well, I doubt it. No, she moved straight past me, but I got a shake of the hand and, and what have you. Oh, we had a nice little chat there.
I don't know if she maybe uses those tracking devices when she's practicing her wave as well. Keep the technique going.
Yes. Well, she usually... I think she stayed for the first session to watch. And I think there's a very nice lunch as well. Sorry, carry on. The score.
The score 75-1, trailing by 57 England. And a wonderful afternoon here at Lord's.
Glorious.
I was actually just thinking about... So this morning I bumped into the incoming MCC president, Stephen Fry.
Yes.
And he was telling me a story about E.W. Swanton.
Right.
Who, I think they were in the committee room one Saturday during a Lord's Test match. And it used to be the old tradition that the Queen would turn up. So
yeah.
He sat there and he's looking around. He goes, "Why is there a woman in the committee room?" It was explained to him that it was Saturday at the Lord's Test match and the Queen had arrived.
Yeah.
He was like, but still.
Really? But still. Off with his head.
Off with his head. How things have changed.
Yes.
Peppers.
That's right. Yeah, Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
He said he's going to try and reintroduce it Saturday at the Lord's Test match, bringing in the Royals.
Why not? Well, they would have seen a good day's play today. England have done really well. The red ball reset, we're not calling it that, are we?
Ben Stokes doesn't like it. He said it in the press conference yesterday. He doesn't like the term red ball reset.
No.
He rather prefers blank canvas.
Blank canvas.
You like a blank canvas, don't you, Tuffers?
I do. I've been doing a little bit lately as well. Splashing it about on the old canvas.
Is that how you go about it? You literally just stick the brush in, so it's a feel thing, is it?
It is inspiration.
Okay.
Anything that pops in, splash it on the canvas. It's good fun.
Maybe you should do it tonight after England's performance today.
Well, it'll be a happy canvas.
Yes.
That's for sure. They've done pretty well, but baby steps. We won't get carried away.
Okay.
And I'm sure they won't be up in that England dressing room. Work to be done still. But it's going all right at the moment.
It really is. Bowled out, New Zealand. And England in batting. And, well, it's certainly better than it was in the winter, Phil.
Yes.
75-1. There hasn't been a collapse.
No, not yet.
New Zealand 132 all out. Anderson 4 foot. Potts 4 foot. Had a miserly 1.39 economy as well. Matt Potts.
Good debut.
And you can catch all the highlights tonight, 7 o'clock BBC 2. In-play clips as well available on the BBC website. And a few words from you, Tuffers, then it will be Dan Norcross.
Yeah, they have done well. And they're doing all right now. That sun's popped out and just dried this pitch out a bit. Not doing quite as much. If you bend your back, there is the odd bit of swing and a touch of movement, but not as much as when England were bowling Dan.
Carl Jamieson into the attack from the nursery end. And Pope defends a straight ball up to mid-on. There's no hello, Philip.
Hello, mate. I haven't seen you all day.
I haven't seen you, really. We're like ships are past the night. You keep on going one direction. You're in and out of various boxes. Unlike Paul Pogba, you're a proper box-to-box kind of character, aren't you?
Yeah.
That one's gone straight over Aggers' head, I can see.
Wouldn't mind being a penny behind him. But there you go. And I love the shirt. That's a new one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's an absolute belter. Peacocks.
You said lovebirds. I like the lovebirds. Yes, I like that.
There was a difference.
3 slips, backward point, extra, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. As Jameson is in. That pops a bit. Off a length. as Pope came forward and he managed to play it into the ground off the glove as much as anything else. How do we think Pope's looking here? How is he setting up? Less outside off stump?
Correct. There was a little bit of trouble, wasn't he? He kept sort of like leaving balls that he should be smashing for 4 on sort of a 6th or a...
Well, he couldn't cut them, could he? Because it's too far over.
Exactly, and looking to leave. So he was almost taking away his run-scoring ability. But, well, you being a Surrey man should be able to know. But he's been working hard at it, hasn't he? And he looks to be lining it up a bit better to me.
Well, that's one of the things. He works very hard. Sometimes I wonder if he works a bit too hard. But he's bit over to middle stump as he lets this ball go by outside the off stump. There's no run, by which I mean that he often, I think, if he's out one way, then really ponders on it, thinks about it, and thinks, well, I don't want to get out that way. And so we found during the Ashes he was getting further and further across.
Until eventually he got bowled leg stump, didn't he?
Bowled out when he got bowled behind his legs, middle stump.
Yeah, middle stump. That's
the last test. So what I'm pleased to say is that I can see off stump.
Yes.
I'm working right down the pitch here.
It's a side-on game.
It's a side-on game. Exactly.
Who said that? Ted Dexter?
There's been a few who said that, but he might have. I bet. Jameson into Pope, who lets this go because he can, because he's standing on around middle and off, and he knows that's wide outside his eye line, and he is now letting that ball go, but he was nicking off to balls of that sort of direction.
Defending balls on 5th, 6th, 7th stump when you should, if anything, be whacking those.
So I'm delighted to say he's not been doing that this season. He's looked in good working order.
And I think it's a lovely little ploy. I mean, just a few things have popped up here, haven't they? The selection of pots.
Yes.
You know, let's get Believe in Pope up to 3. There's just a few little signs sneaking through, isn't there?
Yes, belief in Pope.
Yes.
As Jameson is in. Pope gets a full straight one, which he managed to dig out back to the bowler off the front foot. And there's no run. 75 for 1. Pope has 7. Lees has 19. And now Lees, Martin Emerson, the BBC Radio Newcastle commentator's been in touch. I was talking about Lees standing a long way outside off stump. But it's noticeable, isn't it, that actually that guard he takes for slower medium bowler, Colin de Grandhomme, coming round the wicket. But actually when Jameson was round the wicket to him, he was a bit more middle stumpy. So he moves across his stumps depending on the style of bowler, and he moves up and down the pitch. As Jameson is in again. Oh, that's played at his edge, is it? And gone. Pope playing at one in the channel, just gets a thin edge through to Blundell. And well, that experiment hasn't worked yet. Pope goes for 7. And England 75 for 2. It was exactly the sort of ball that we were saying he'd been leaving better in this innings, but it's gone down the slope a little bit. It's held its line, and it's taken the thinnest of edges, and a gleeful Blundell throws the ball in the air. England have lost their second wicket.
Got done for length there a bit as well, didn't he? He was on that back foot, and as you say, defending on that sort of 5th, 6th stump, and just had a little nibble on it. That should perhaps have been coming forward, but difficult to a chap of 6'8" who's coming steaming in at you. That's pretty well bowled, to be fair.
Sort of
from
held
Jameson,
a bit, doesn't it?
And he's been nagging around there. But disappointment for Pope. England lose their second.
They do, which will mean that Joe Root will come out at his favoured position of number 4. 12 wickets have gone down to date. And Andy, did we not have a quiz, a Test match special quiz, in which you asked the question, what's the average number of wickets to fall on the first day of a Lord's Test match in the last 5 years? There is the traditional greeting for Joe Root, former England captain, first time in a long time. And he's running out to the pitch. Listen to those cheers.
Lovely.
Anyway, we asked the question, average number of wickets in the first day. I think it was 13, wasn't it?
Well, there have been a couple of very lively first days. The Ireland Test in 2019.
Oh, yes.
Both teams were bowled out. So and Jack Leach ended up going in as night watchman.
Was that all on the first
second
day?
Innings, yeah.
I was here for that.
Bowled out for 85, bowled Ireland out for about 200, and then Leach played out 1 over at the end and then made 92 the next day.
Yeah.
Right, start of a new over. Colin de Grandhomme from the pavilion end. Lees defends from the crease. He's actually advanced beyond the crease because he's just trying to take the swing away from Colin de Grandhomme, and he's standing that bit outside off stump.
This season, I think 3 of the 4 first-class games, team batting first have made 350 plus. So the 130 all out was something of an anomaly on this season's form, but there have been a few fairly lively first days.
But as Colin de Grandhomme is in, that's outside the off stump through to the keeper left alone. Kevin Hand, the BBC London commentator, will tell you that yes, it's been a bit easier to bat, or at least runs have been easy to come by, but there's still been something in it. Bowlers still get a little bit of encouragement, and as we see the ball that did for Pope, you may look at that on the highlights tonight on BBC Two at 7 o'clock, or very shortly on the BBC website, as Lees defends a full ball back to the bowler, or indeed app. And you may think, why has he played at that ball?
Nibbled, wouldn't it?
It did nibble a bit.
Yeah.
And as you say, nibble from a tall man at pace, that's a tough nibble.
Yeah, I mean, yes. If he's been hypercritical, he'll be disappointed with himself, won't he? But I mean, sometimes you've got to give it to the bowler.
Next delivery is flicked away by Lees. He's going to get a run for this down to long leg. When I say long leg, he's actually a deep backward square, because Colin de Grandhomme is far from the paciest of bowlers, and so that fine leg or long leg has been pushed round. 76 for 2. Lees moves to 20.
He played 22 dot balls in a row before that single.
Thank you. It's felt like that to a degree, but he's there. He's not played too many false shots, Lees.
He hasn't played too many attacking ones either.
No. Well, the question I'd ask you, Philip Tufnell, is where do you think Lees looks to score?
I'd probably say a little bit of a shovel on the leg side.
Yes.
Oh,
well, look, a lot of left-handers do that, and one of the finest left-handed cricketers of all time, who's in our commentary box, used to do a little bit of that, but he had a couple of other shots as well. De Grandhomme in. The first ball to Root. It's beautifully played off the back foot. Up to the boundary for 4. To the grandstand side. It was short, it was wide, but he's played that glorious. It wasn't quite a cut, it was actually a back foot drive, and he timed it to perfection, which is not easy to do against someone bowling at de Grandhomme's pace.
Yeah, up on his toes. Seen that a few times over the years, haven't we? The Root back foot punch.
You know, I mean, that's just in one ball you see the difference in sheer quality is incredible, isn't it? De Grandhomme in, left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. End of the 25th over. England 80 for 2. Root has 4. Lees has 20. But you know what I mean? There's Crawley played some lovely shots.
Yes.
You know, Pope, Nuggety, Lees has got in, but just in that one dreamy shot.
I can't remember who I was talking to the other day, but someone was saying that he was having a chat to Joe Root about batting and what have you, and he was talking about facing Mitchell Stark. Bowls at what, 90 odd, 91, 92 occasionally, like that. And Joe Root was saying, oh yes, but what I do is I look at the seam.
Oh, do you?
You haven't got time to look at the seam, have you? You know what I mean?
0.3 seconds.
Yes, it's past you, but there he was going, oh, so I just look at the seam when it comes out of his hand, so it just goes to show.
Yes, they're a bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit different, a little bit more time.
Yes. Look at the seam.
From Mitchell Stark. But there you go, and that shot, you're right, just proved it, just like all the time in the world.
Yep, and the placement. You're leaving us, Phil Tufnell.
Cheerio.
A man we've just been talking about is going to come on air. Thank you. As Jameson's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. 3 slips in place on the nursery end. Full outside the off stump. Left alone as... It's all about former England captains today. Another former England captain, Alistair Cook, has sat down beside me for the first time today. A joy to see you.
Dan, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
They kept us apart, haven't they?
They have. He does this, the producer. He's scared of what may happen. The next 10 minutes, he's going to be petrified. Now he's glowering. 3 slips, a short extra cover. What do we think this is all about? I'll ask you about that off this ball. To Lees, this position, as Jameson is in, wide of the off stump. Not that wide, well left by Lees, who's moved across his stump slightly as Jameson's coming round the wicket.
Yeah, not quite so far across his stumps as he is to de Grandhomme, who's almost batting on fourth stump.
Yes.
With Jameson, the extra pace, he feels that brings the LBW into play. I would imagine that's why he's doing it there to de Grandhomme, but he wouldn't be quite so comfortable doing it to Jameson. Actually, I think this just looks a bit more sustainable, doesn't it? It just looks right batting here, but he's obviously got his method.
I can see off stump, and I can actually see middle stump as he stands with bat raised. Jameson's into him, it's full, clipped away into the onside. He's set off for the single, and on this occasion his judgment was perfect. It hasn't always been today. He's taken on some pretty risky singles, moves to 21, 81 for 2. But what have the New Zealanders seen that think that the short extra cover's a good idea?
I'm not entirely sure.
I've not seen him drive, really.
We haven't seen one cover drive for him. I don't think he looks to play that short. He's quite a strong driver down the ground in his setup, and he does play the ball nicely down the ground for Durham. He got 100 against us last year, and that was one of his scoring shots. But through extra cover, you'd probably say rather leave it open, but maybe there's slight inconsistency in the pitch. I've seen a few keep low, and with Jameson's extra bounce, sometimes they might be thinking he might cloth one into the covers.
Same positions in for Root, actually, as Jameson is in, and he plays it from the crease. Shorter ball, just pushes it to that short extra cover, and there's no run. What did you make of Ollie Pope's dismissal? Is that good ball, but
it was a good ball, and I was just talking on the highlights of what makes Jameson when you are 6 foot, when you're facing a 6'8" bowler, it's so unusual. That extra height makes it so hard to get on the front foot because of the bounce and the carry he gets. But what it does do, it makes you can leave the ball on length more than that. So that's why Ollie Pope will be so frustrated at that dismissal.
Jameson in, and Root plays this with an angled bat really late and guides the ball past third slip down to the boundary. Despite the ministrations of 2 fielders, it just makes it into the sponge for 4. Root's second boundary. Sometimes it can look streaky, but it isn't. He's just playing it so late and into the ground, and he scores so many runs down there. I half wonder whether a fielder might not be advised to patrol.
Well, if he didn't score so many runs down there, you would say it is streaky. But because he does, we know that, and you see on the replay how late he plays it. Kane Williamson-esque in one sense. I mean, that bounced probably 7 or 8 yards in front of the slips. I think New Zealand would be happy with the matchup. They like Jameson versus Root, that the tall bowler swinging the ball away. You can get Joe Root nicked off playing that drive, especially early on.
Here he is now to Root. And Root defends, gets a thick inside edge, and not a great piece of fielding at square leg, allows them to come through for a single. Root to 9, 86 for 2. That is the end of the over. Lees has 21.
Just going back to Ollie Pope, I actually just thought he was a lot less frenetic today.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was quite a controlled innings. I know it's only 7, and at the end of the day, it's all about how and not. It's how many and not how. But he looked controlled. He looked like he was playing every ball in his merits. We've seen a few innings in the past where he's looked to try and insert himself. He's looked like a cat on a hot tin roof, hasn't he? But actually today he looked very controlled. He looked good. He looked very good. I know it's only 7, and he'll be disappointed with fending in the channel at fifth stump.
He'd left well, hadn't he? That's the thing. He'd left well before then.
And certainly with the slope. With the slope this end, with the going down the hill, with Jameson with his height, you could leave a lot of his balls. Even the one that LBW shout, did he hit it or didn't he hit it? It was going 4 or 5 inches over the top of the stumps, I think.
De Grandhomme is going to continue from the pavilion end. We've still got 3 slips in, a point, a short extra is still there, and a wide mid-off as Root drives, but doesn't really time it. Gets the inside half of the bat, the ball rolls up to De Grandhomme, who fields off his own bowling. I do wonder about Matt Henry as well, the lack of a Matt Henry. Do New Zealand, when they've got Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandhomme who can bowl
There's
quite
the extra batting, you can't. I'm not sure.
Batting, yes.
I mean, I think you have to go in with a spinner at Lords, so Patel has to play for me.
As de Grandhomme is in, it's wide outside the off stump, left alone. There's no run. Trent Boult just arrived in the country on Monday, and Matt Henry did perform well last year, didn't he?
He did. He took 6 wickets in the second test at Edgbaston. Since when he's played 2 tests against South Africa, took 14 wickets for 226 in those 2 games combined, so 20 in his last 3 at an average of 17. He'd always struggled for wickets before then in his Test career, and very good first-class numbers, seemed to have cracked it of late.
De Grandhomme in once more, and Root works this ball into the onside expertly for at least a single. Mid-ons after it, but it'll only be the single. We were talking earlier about where a batter thinks to find his runs. Where do you score your runs? We think about you know, you have quite defined areas to score in. Root seems to have really rather a lot of areas, doesn't he?
I mean, batting with him was often, when we did, I might have been on 20 or 30 before he came in, and within what felt like 25 minutes, it was at least level with me, if not sauntering past. And even this innings so far, he just gives the bowlers such little margin for error.
Lees on strike, drives straight up to mid-on. There's no run. He's on 10 off 8. And they've been getting a little bit claggy for England, actually, in this period after tea, but he's come in and he's found his timing very quickly indeed. And here is Lees to Colin de Grandhomme. And if you get a chance, watch these on the highlights tonight, BBC 2, 7 o'clock, or via the BBC iPlayer, and see what we mean. He's standing a long way outside off stump to de Grandhomme, particularly, and he leaves this ball through to the keeper Blundell, which he can do because he's so far over. Is it partly because he's standing outside his crease as well that he's standing further over?
Yeah, it's very unusual. I mean, he's on, I reckon his guard is on. We're right behind the line. What a view! At least fifth stump. Yeah. I mean, is it now a chance for de Grandhomme and Williamson to let you do this ball?
On the edge, short cut for 4. That was a poor ball from de Grandhomme. He dragged his length down, and Lees wasn't going to miss out on that. He moves to 25, England to 91 for 2. I'll let you explain, Alistair Cook, and then to replace me it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, that was a poor ball with de Grandhomme, nicely cut away. Just wonder whether you could go absolutely gun barrel straight, take a couple of slips out, and force Lees to do something slightly different. You can attack the stumps with, 5 or 6 men on the leg side. Just make him change his game plan. Lees will say that's where he wants people to bowl at him, nice and straight. That's where he's strong. Just change it up for an over, so you can always go back. You can always go back to what you were doing. I think Southey's changing on. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening, Alistair. Well, it's been a lovely day at Lord's. A good day for England so far. 50 minutes cricket left on this first day, and they're going to be about level overnight. 41 runs behind. It's gone overall about as well as they could have hoped, I think, on this first day. A very strong position in the game already. But Kyle Jamieson is keeping New Zealand, I know it's quite within touching distance, but he's just giving them some hope in the game. But it's going to be Southey now to bowl from the nursery end with 2 slips in the gully, and he's bowling to Root. He's gone quickly on to 10, and Root's back and forcing that away, stopped at backward point. Think of a single. Patel away to his left, parried it and then chased after it and picked it up, threw it into Blundell, and there is no run. Root off the mark first ball. You feel for Root, you've sort of been in that position yourself, haven't you? Giving up the captaincy and having to go back into the ranks. And strange one, because he's still got so much of his Test career ahead of him, you think. Southey bowls to Root, and Root nearly plays on his inside edge onto the pad. They're appealing for LBW. Southey really wants that, but umpire Goff is unmoved. I thought there might have been some bat in that, but it seemed to jag back. I know, what are they going to do? The timer's going down. Are they going to review this? 3, 2, 1, 0. No, no review. How did you read that one?
Well, Southey was convinced. He reckoned he might have hit his pad first. I'm pretty sure. It's kind of a back of a length ball from Southey, so I think even that was going over the top of the stump. They're saying whether it did hit his back, whether it hit his back pad first or he got a little inside edge, but I have a feeling it was going over the top of the stumps no matter what. But they were convinced.
It definitely hit the bat.
Hit his pad. No, it hit his.
But it hit. Did it flick his pad first? It was a strange one actually, because it hit him on the back pad, and his bat's behind that back pad. Southey goes in, bowls to Root outside the off stump in that full stump corridor there. It was a good lead from Root, right close to off stump.
Well, I've got every one of these wrong, called as in like what's happened already, but I'm pretty sure this is going to go over the top. Did hit his pad first.
Yeah,
a few inches over the top of the stumps. I'd be a bit penny for Joe Root's thoughts on it for today, and it just in general this week. I mean, I remember playing against Pakistan. That was my first game back, and it was really refreshing to be back in the troops. No media, because obviously I don't think Joe's done any media this.
Yeah, Southey bowling to Root. Root turns that away into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Picked up by Young.
He's done no media this week. He'd have just enjoyed being around. The meetings you wouldn't have to have planned for. You can just sit there, and if you want to listen, you listen. If you don't, you don't have to listen. But then just now hearing what's coming out from everyone saying back to red ball priority. I want this, I want this. Ben Stokes is saying I wanted this and that, and I'm sure Joe Root is sitting in some meeting saying I want this, and they said no, you can't have it, and he didn't play his strongest team, and suddenly they're getting Broad and Anderson, and they're bowling New Zealand out for 130.
Southey bowls to Root on his pads, turned away into the onside. Jamieson tumbles away to his right at mid-on. It goes through for a single. Wasn't perfectly timed by Root. 92 for 2. Root goes to 11. But I suppose it depends how much you love being England captain. He must have loved it because he did it for so long, and there were times when he could have given it away, I suppose, before he eventually did. Not least after the Ashes, say.
No, I mean, I think he threw everything into it. He got dealt some tough cards, didn't he, with the COVID situation, the Ben Stokes early on in his captaincy career, missing that tour down under. So it has been tough for him. But I think the one thing he has.
Southey bowls to Lees. Lees plays defensively from that position outside of off stump. That set up outside of off stump, back down the pitch. Southey picks up. It's the end of the over. 92 for 2 England. We've had 28 overs. Lees has 25. Root 11. Crawley out for 43 and Pope for 7. Both to Jamieson.
Is an absolute thirst for runs, isn't it? He just has, and he finds run scoring looks so easy if he's when he bats, he just gets that scoreboard ticking over so easily that he probably looks up. He bats for 20 minutes. He's on 20, and what a nice feeling that must be as a batter to have that ability to do it. And I think now over the next few years, there were times in meetings he's probably hearing stuff where he probably will have to keep his mouth shut and actually not offer his opinion. I certainly felt that. Certain times they're running a meeting, they're going down a different route to what I would have liked or what I thought was right. But then you had to realise that kind of part your ego aside. So, well, actually, I have
over what sort of issues?
Well, just about how you go about certain things. I remember Joe Root in one meeting.
Here's de Grandhomme beginning a new over to bowl to Root. And Root turns that away into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Now we're talking about run, how we're scoring runs, and he just said, look, if we, I want this game, everyone to be really proactive and it's all about scoring runs. I don't mind if we get bowled out in 70 overs, but I want us to get 400. He wanted that mentality. He had obviously thought about it with that group of players to try and free him up, and I was sitting there going, well, I don't think that's right, but you have to let things like that go.
De Grandhomme bowls to Root. Root forced that away to corner slip. He is. He's caught by Southey. Fourth slip gully area. He was on the back foot, thickish edge, and England have lost their third wicket. Root on his way for 11. England are 92 for 3. De Grandhomme's first wicket, and Root in his first innings, not as England captain, as edged one low down, really to the gully, where Southey took a good catch.
That's a great catch by Tim Southey. Went quickly and instantly Joe Root walked off in disgust. It's such a strong scoring area for him. It was kind of a surprise, wasn't it, when he went to gully? Normally you see them on the ground going for 4, either back with a point or square of gully, and this one he just got maybe a little bit more bounce, and I think he was showing he should have played it with a horizontal bat rather than the vertical bat, but actually it was quite tight, wasn't it? It wasn't quite wide enough for either. And even the great batsmen make a mistake, and that is a little mistake. But it's one of those you kind of, as a batter, you go and sit down and go, well, actually, it's one of my main scoring shots. I just didn't execute it well. Put your pads away and go, well, I have to get him in second innings.
Well, this game's racing along. 13 wickets in the day. We've still got nearly 45 minutes cricket available, and New Zealand beginning to fight back in the match. England were 59 for no wicket, and now 92 for 3 as Johnny Bairstow makes his way into the middle and gets a warm hand as well from this Lord's crowd. Bairstow with 200s in his last 4 Test matches. There's some talk, could he play in this game? Harry Brooks been in fantastic form. He's just come from the IPL. He hasn't had any red ball cricket, but you don't want to give up your Test place. You don't want to say, actually, no, I fancy a bit of a rest, because he has gone Caribbean, IPL, straight into the English Test season. So Bairstow's out in the middle at number 5. And Matt Parkinson, by the way, has arrived at Lord's now.
Congratulations on your Test debut, we should say, really, if he's now officially here. No, I mean, there's a lot of talk whether Harry Brook, who couldn't have done any more for selection, he's been absolutely outstanding form for Yorkshire, but they'll definitely concentrate the mind of Johnny Bairstow, knowing that there's this, it's not his place is up for grabs, but there's people snapping at heels for that lower middle order place, and that's what you want if you're leader of any side. You want good players to be left out, because there's other people who've earned the right for the shirt, and Johnny Bairstow's done pretty well, but he knows he has to score. And actually I love Test cricket, because that little momentum swing now, 2 wickets quite quickly. New Zealand get another 2 tonight, and they've kind of hauled themselves back into the game.
Yeah. Here's de Grandhomme to bowl to Bairstow. 2 slips in the gully in outside the off stump, and Bairstow's allowed to leave that because it was quite wide. They've got a short extra cover and a man who's quite close in at backward point or point, and the 2 slips in the gully as well.
Now, one thing we do have to remember a little bit of this England side is Potts is at 8, and then I was going to say Leach, but it'd be Parkinson 9, old Broad 9, Anderson 10, and so it is a quite long tail for England.
De Grandhomme bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow leans forward and lets that go, taken by Blundell.
But I think it's the way to go, isn't it? I love the fact they picked Potts over Overton. Not I've got anything against Craig Overton as a cricketer. He's a fine all-round cricketer, but Test sides, I think, are built pretty much the same way for most conditions. You play 3 seamers, you've got an all-rounder and a spinner.
De Grandhomme lumbering in, bowls to Bairstow down the leg side, turned away. This is going to be 4. I think it's come off the bat, or is it going to come off the bat? No, leg buys. So he's not off the mark, but 4 to the total. And England move to 96 for 3 in reply to 132 all out. What you want, I mean, there are quite a lot of players in that middle lower order, 4, 5, 6 who are sort of vying for spots. What England don't have, it seems to me, are those players vying for the class players, possibly vying for those top order places. That's why they bump Pope up to number 3, really. De Grandhomme bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow lets that one go outside the off stump. Overcalled, 29 gone. 96 for 3, Leach 25, and Bairstow yet to score.
Yeah, but with Ben Compton at Kent, who's got 500s, like you could have said 2 months ago, how close he would have been to an England shirt. You just said, well, nowhere near. He hasn't played any cricket. Suddenly he's gone 500s. He's earning like Tom Haines at Sussex. Has had a great year last year. Started pretty well this year. So Sam Robson's done very well. It's just starting, isn't it? It's amazing. Just the start of actually. From you just said 12 months ago, is who's going to open the batting for England. It's actually I think a bit different now. There are places, people pushing for places. To leave Harry Brook out, I think is a great sign for England. Yes, we know that there's a lockdown in that lower middle order, but just starting to build something.
Here's Southey going into bowl to Alex Lees, round the wicket. Lees turns their way into the onside, picked up by Patel, who we haven't seen with the ball yet. Slow left armour, no run there.
Simon, could you now here, with Leeds batting so far outside off stump, could you get a leg slip in from the second slip? Could you then move? I like the man out there because Kane Williamson's moved square leg out to deep square leg. I'd like another one catching in there instead of third slip, and bowl straight at Leeds. Yes, he might clip you for one, but you've got protection for the boundary, then get a bowl at Johnny Bairstow there, but bring that LBW into play.
Southey bowls to Lees outside the off stump, quite wide. Lees allows it to go. So what you're saying, the man out there, deep back of square leg, is there. I mean, sometimes you think he's out there for the miscued pull shot, but he's actually out there so you can bowl straight, bowl at the pads.
Well,
Lee's get the LBW.
Well, we've discussed a little bit down Norcross Street to around the wicket. He's been batting on, I reckon, he's almost now to 6 stump.
Yeah.
Way outside the line. You could really chase a full straight one to Lee's, try and bring the stumps into play. I mean, I'm just not sure third slip's in the game. Watch this go straight to third slip now. And then you're making him play every single ball off the stumps. Yes, he might get the odd run, but...
Southey bowls to him full. Driven back. Picked up by the bowler and it's followed through, and there's no run.
You've got another, so you still catch it. He's got a catcher, so he'll be, for me, he'll be probably 10 yards behind square. The deep square leg can move just in front of square. Just challenge him a slightly different way. Brings the bouncer in. You can bowl a bouncer, and if he does get one, you get a bowl at Johnny Bairstow with a swinging ball, early on in his innings.
So we've got 3 orthodox slips, cover mid-off on the offside. Southey bowls, and there we go. There's the ball. There's a shout for LBW. He's giving him out. Well, there it is. The straight ball. And Lees has been given out LBW. He's going to have a chat with Bess. He has reviewed it. But that was you could see it coming there. Well, Alistair did. And Southey did as well.
To the umpire director, we have a review for LBW. It's a fair delivery. The original decision is out. Front on first, please.
So this is the danger of batting so far. This has to hit him outside the line, because otherwise his technique makes it so hard to bat. Because this ball, if you're batting normally, is going miles down. It's miles outside your right eye as a left-handed batter. So, I don't like it. I think this is so high risk. Unless it's going down, he gets away with it. I just don't see success. Consistent success for it.
It doesn't look as if it's going down. It looks as if it's out. Height might be an issue, but probably not. It looks a good shout.
I mean, I think at best umpire's call on height, isn't it? It just when he lines the ball up, he was bowling to Jameson. He was back normal, wasn't he? And he looked fine. He didn't look in any trouble whatsoever.
Out. Impacts in line. Wickets hitting. Umpire's call. Go back on field. Michael, you can stick the original decision about. Signal now, please.
There we go. It was umpire's call, clipping the top of leg stump. Lees is on his way. 96 for 4. Our Radio 4 long wave listeners are heading off now for the shipping forecast. Well, I mean, Southey's such a experienced bowler. He knew exactly what he was doing. Or you were reading it from up here, and he would have been reading it down there, wouldn't he? Of course he would, Tim Southey.
So I was giving him a bit more protection to do it. I was giving him a little bit more protection to allow him to bowl straight, to still keep the stranglehold on New Zealand. He obviously said, well, I don't need the protection. And a big moment for Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes walking out to the middle in his second test as England captain. With his first test as England's permanent captain, he has done the job before, and he comes in a exactly tricky situation, but England under a bit of pressure now after dominating the day's play. But they have suddenly lost 2 wickets, and they are still behind, 36 runs behind, 14 wickets in the day, and we have been plenty of highlights in this first day's play. You can catch them all in an hour's time on BBC Two.
England have lost 4 for 37 in the last 16 overs since getting to 59 for no loss. The 2 Lord's tests last summer, we had scores of 276 for 3 and 246 for 3 on day 1, but the 3 before that all saw at least 2 innings, including that extraordinary day when both England and Ireland were bowled out in 2019. Also Pakistan in 2018. There were 11 wickets in the day, and West Indies in 2017, 14 on day 1.
Well, we could get a few more than 14. Here's Southey bowling to Stokes outside the off stump. He allows it to go. That was about 7th stump, quite wide from Tim Southey. Stokes, who played that incredible innings in the Championship, where he was very close to hitting 6 sixes in an over. Even the one that went for 4, one bounce just short of the rope. He has played on this ground this summer, not with a great deal of success with the bat. Well, a big moment for him. At number 6, dropping down one in the order with extra responsibility. Southey goes in and bowls to him. Well, started wide, there's a curve back in, but started wide enough for Stokes to leave that with a degree of security. And that is the end of a successful over from Southey, and it's 96 for 4.
I remember when he got that 34 and an over. I think I grinded my way. I can't remember who we were playing. My memory is so bad. I think I got 34, exactly 34 in a session. So 2 hours of batting, and I ended up with 34. And he did it in 6 balls. So I was like, what is the point?
On the same day?
On the same day. I was like, what is the point? It might have been the day after, actually. I think I got batted. I got 100 in the day. And it was pretty much got out of the last few overs. It was pretty much 30 a session. And he just did it in the next morning. In an over, I was just incredibly... made me feel very small.
Jonathan's coming in with half an hour's play left on this first day, and well, it could be a dramatic half an hour as well. Games are back in the balance now.
Certainly is. Here's to Grandon, and he's bowling to Bairstow, yet to score. In fact, both batsmen are yet to score. At 96 for 4, and Bairstow plays no stroke. So yes, a really important half hour this. England still 36 runs behind, and it's those familiar frailties, uncertainties, lack of confidence, poor shots, combination of all of those things. Just theorising as well. I mean, Alex Lee's standing as he was. I'm with you there, Alistair. In comes de Grandon and bowls to Bairstow, who plays out towards mid-off, who scampers a single as Williamson fields, and Bairstow's off the mark. I mean, it should be a simple game, shouldn't it? I know it's all very well to try something that might put a batter off. Batting outside a crease, whatever it may be, for de Grandon, absolutely makes sense. But to bat, I mean, I wonder how often he's batted like that.
Well, he has done it. He has done
Yeah.
it. He did it for us. He did it against us with Durham. But I can somehow understand it if the ball is nipping everywhere, and you're trying to, and it's almost so you like if you batted normally, you feel as if you're going to get your pad blown off. Then I can understand doing something. If the odds are all in the bowler's favour, do something like that. Try and knock him off his stride. But I mean, yes, it's obviously a bit harder pitch to bat on than we're giving it credit for, but it looks a fairly decent wicket.
Grandon, and Stokes is advancing down the pitch to him. Rather than standing out of his crease, he actually took 2 steps there as de Grandon let go of the ball. A different way of doing that same thing.
But it's a little bit nip, but it doesn't look like a minefield. But batting there, you have to be so good not to miss every ball. You're just almost given the opportunity of a bowler. If you make one mistake there, and that ball would have been felt like it was going miles down leg.
De Grandon bowling against Stokes, literally charges him this time, and de Grandon flicks the ball back at the stump. Stokes has turned his back on it. We've seen Stokes do this before, of course. It's as if he's playing a spinner, and he takes that step down the crease. 97 for 4. 14 wickets have fallen today. New Zealand bowled out for 132. De Grandon round the wicket, bowls. Stokes this time bats out of his crease, and that comes through, hits him on the thigh, and lands just in front of second slip. You get to a stage too where batsmen think that it actually is a minefield when perhaps it isn't quite such a minefield. They're trying. I mean, Stokes here not yet off the mark, but he's doing all sorts of things. That one squared him up. It did move off the seam from around the wicket, but not a huge amount, just enough. 97 for 4. And Stokes is ready again. De Grandon, dark-haired, lumbers up. He's there. He bowls. Stokes again advances down the pitch, works him away into the leg side, and scores his first run. And England move on to 98 for 4. 31 overs have been completed. They're 34 runs behind. There'll be a lot of overs that won't be completed today. I mean a lot, because there's 17 due to be bowled, and there's under half an hour now.
I'm glad it's you on air mentioning it, not Simon. He gets grumpy, doesn't he, about that?
Well, that is a lot, isn't it? You know, I mean, there have been some mitigating circumstances today, Jack Leach's injury and so on, but that's a lot of play that isn't going to happen. And of course, you don't make it up. It's gone
we've got to reduce the length of drinks breaks, haven't we? They've got to be they've got to be a lot shorter time.
Southey starts a new over. Stokes allows the first ball to go through outside the off stump. Yeah, there are ways of speeding it up, aren't there? I remember Matthew Fleming saying to me once, I think slightly tongue-in-cheek, that you don't find the players, you find the umpires. And I knew it sounds absurd, but I'll tell you what, if Peter Woolley was umpiring a test match, if we were going to find him, those overs would be bombed.
But we have 15 minutes of drinks breaks, don't they? They are 5 minutes long. Yeah. Well, they feel like 5 minutes anyway.
Drift.
And I just think that's a basic start anyway.
In goes Southey. Bowls, the ball swings in. Stokes lines it up, takes the bat out of the way. It's collected by Blundell. Interesting field here. Man out of deep backward square leg. Short mid wicket. That little clip away that Stokes plays off his hip. And it's 98 for 4. The ball has moved around a bit, and we've talked about this, and it's the question of the different batches to ones that you've been thumping around this first part of the summer.
I've certainly not been thumping about. I'm just hoping they don't go back to these ones when I go back in a month's time.
They might do, actually. It's Southey, and that goes straight through Stokes. He's nicked it, and he's out. And New Zealand have their 5th wicket. And still with 25 minutes left to play on the first day, the 15th wicket has fallen. And Stokes walks off. He's thumped his thigh with his glove there that he's peeled off. He drove, found the edge, and Blundell did the rest. Well, the game is now on.
It is, and a fine piece of bowling from Tim Southey, using the angle around the wicket, getting it to hold up the slope just enough. Just when this pitch is doing just enough to get the outside edge, was definitely the in-swinger. And it just held just like on the replay, hardly any movement, but definitely just deviated enough. It's a big drive from Ben Stokes, and not for 59 for 0 to 98 for 5. New Zealand have fought back, and that rust which we're talking about in New Zealand just started just before tea, or maybe the anxiety, the nerves have kind of settled down, and Tim Southey's been excellent since his initial burst, and they'll be saying 2 more tonight, and England 110 for 7. That's what they'll be saying in the field, and England just got to get through this now. This is can't play positively now, can you? This is about soaking up the pressure. This is about Test cricket. Can we get through this period of unrelenting bowling from New Zealand? They've been very good since that first wicket. They've given England nothing, but I think I said earlier, if England could be still batting at this time tomorrow, they won't be bowling as well, and that's what Test cricket is about.
Ben Foakes is on his way. He's had a good summer so far with the bat for Surrey. But, he's under pressure now as he walks out to join Johnny Bairstow. Thump of the gloves there as they greet each other in the middle of the pitch. And so England have lost here.
3 for 6 in the last 20 balls and 5 for 39 in the last 17 overs and 4 balls.
There was a change of ball. I don't know if you made a note of that.
The change of ball was at 69 for 1 in the 19th, so after Crawley was out. Right. But since that change of ball, 5 wickets for 29. 4 wickets for 29.
You never know. It might be that this ball's just doing a little bit more, but they certainly bowled really well. And now they gathered 3 slips as a backward square leg there, catching, and a short mid wicket. Southey's on his way. He's looking hungry, and he bowls to Foakes, who plays a ball that keeps a little bit low, and is fielded at mid wicket. So the fact is that, well, we're hoping that, we're assuming that Potts is fit to bat. He was last seen heading off in a rather wayward direction, heading for the dressing room. He's actually missed the pavilion, which is quite difficult here at Lord's. He'd got cramp, and he headed off into the gap between the pavilion and the Warner and the Allen stand, and had to correct himself when he was actually over the boundary edge. But he's got cramp, so we assume he's fit to bat. Southey bowls down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch. The umpire's saying no at the moment. There's Foakes there. The balance took him into the offside. It was down the leg side. There must have been a noise of some sort, because they all went up. Williamson's got a smile on his face as the timer ticks away. There's 5 seconds left, and I don't think he's going to review this. He's trying to explain to Southey. I think Southey might be in the broad class of appealers and of reviewers. And this was down the leg side, and I think it's just flicked his thigh pad, isn't it, Jeremy? 98 for 5. It just demonstrates, though, the game is absolutely alive. Incredible day. It's New Zealand again. Waiting now as Southey bowls to Folkes, who plays that firmly to mid-on. And they've shown their resilience here, New Zealand. They've shown, well, actually, how they won that match against India to become the world champions. They came back, they fought tenaciously throughout. Very much the manner in which New Zealand play their cricket. They are rusty, they're underprepared. People have flown in from the IPL, from New Zealand. They've had one warm-up match, which isn't nearly enough, as England know from our touring experiences. And they've been out of it for much of the day. Although suddenly they're right back.
It's
there.
hard to know how they've managed to winkle their way back in, isn't it?
Yep.
I think the wicket of Root, particularly, who looked just so comfortable playing his strokes. I know he didn't get many, but boy, did he look as if he was ready to go.
Good catch.
In fact, he was almost going so well, he started to play some shots. But I think that was the key for me. But I do think, rather than Bolt, I'd like to see Jameson coming in at this point, get the tall man. There's a bit of variation about starting to occur, I think, as well, Jonathan.
Well, it's going to be Bolt from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Bairstow, and there's still 20 minutes of play left. As Bolt comes in and bowls, and Bairstow, has he got an inside edge? Let's see, because the keeper's dropped it. And they're going to take a couple of runs here. We'll see what the umpire gives, because there was some arms raised there for a moment. No, it's byes, so it didn't take the inside edge. 100 comes up. England have limped to 100. They were 59 for no wicket.
That looked to change direction, didn't it?
It went a long way.
From where we are.
Yes. Went a long way. And the wicket, it's been half the keepers today. The ball has swung after it bounced, and that was another case. It looked like an inside edge from here. 100 for 5. Crawley 43, Pope 7, Root 11, Lees 25 and Stokes 1. As Bolt moves in, bowls, and that thumps into Bairstow's pad. The ball runs to second slip. And that after New Zealand were 45 for 7 earlier today. Extraordinary. Anderson 4 for 66, Broad 1 for 45, Stokes 1 for 5. But Matthew Potts on his debut 4 for 13 from 9.2 overs, at which point he hobbled off with cramp. I suspect was nerves and the whole occasion. He's never played here at Lord's before, let alone in his first Test match. Here comes Bolt outside the off stump. He's chopped it on. Bairstow's out. A wide ball outside the off stump. They try to punch off the back foot, and he's got a solid inside edge. And England are subsiding. That's 100 for 6. Potts due in. Not sure he had that in mind earlier on today. Another wicket goes down. The 16th of the day on a pitch that doesn't look entirely blameless. It's done a bit, as you would hope the first day of a Test match would do. But 16 wickets?
That to me looked as if the ball didn't quite arrive, and he's just tried to play it off the back foot, sort of a semi-cut punch off the back foot that might go to the sort of the cover point area. It hasn't arrived, and so he's through his shot, Bairstow, a little bit earlier than he anticipated, and he's dragged it back onto the stumps.
They never really look pretty, those dismissals.
No.
Well, who is going to come out next? At the moment, there's nobody in view. I can see somebody now emerging from the dark of the long room. It looks like Potts. They've still got Leach's name up on the scorecard, but of course he's been withdrawn.
Last 26 balls, 4 wickets, 8 runs, and 6 of those runs have been byes. Oh, so extras, 4 leg byes and 2 byes.
Well, it is Matthew Potts, and he's getting a great cheer, and he's walking. So hopefully the cramp has subsided.
Not allowed a runner, is he, either?
No, he's not allowed a runner. His first-class statistics would suggest that number 8 flatters him rather. The average is 17. He's got a couple of 50s. Batting number 8 for England. Still 32 behind. What a day, Jeremy.
I can't believe this.
No. So Potts takes his guard. Now Ben Stokes gave him quite a big build-up batting-wise, because I suggested when I interviewed him yesterday that Potts at 8 seemed a bit high. He said no, wasn't having it. Let's see how he goes. 3 slips. He's facing Trent Boult already on his way from the pavilion end. Here he comes and bowls to him, and he plays that away into the leg side. It's fielded by Conway. More applause. Some people have left, but the majority of the crowd here, and I think they're glad they are too. I'm just looking again at the replay of that shot. It was so wide. I mean, it was incredibly wide. It's really, and he's hit the leg stumps. He's got a lot of bat on that. Boult again. Bowls to Potts, a bouncer, which hits him, and they're appealing for a catch. Up they all go, and Potts is on his way. Short ball, and I'm afraid he didn't play it very well. And has come probably off the glove and looped up to slip. And I'm afraid, well, Potts has had what you might say an interesting first day. He's taken 4 for 13, but he's got a second ball duck. The catch taken comfortably at first slip. The 17th wicket of the day. And now England are into the long tail. Mitchell took the catch. England are 32 behind, and they got 3 seriously lower order batsmen to come.
Well, are we going to see what New Zealand did? Attack.
Well,
are they going to come out and play some shots?
Who?
You would think Broad would.
Broad would have to. I mean,
yes.
So I mean, Parkinson, of course, can now he can bat. He's now
he's
fully
arrived.
Fit. He's still showing Leach on the scorecard.
No, but he has arrived.
He's arrived.
He? Yes.
He has arrived. This looks like Stuart Broad. It is Stuart Broad.
Right.
And again, someone who I don't necessarily think would have imagined batting today when he peeled his boots off in the afternoon. But here he is with 15 minutes still to go. It's 100 for 7. That sinking feeling when, as a correspondent, you realise you've got a complete rewrite to do. My opening line was, like I said,
what a wonderful day for England.
England's opening day of their brand new chapter.
Yeah.
Could hardly have gone better. That, I think, is now going to face some Tipex.
Seven wickets have fallen for 41, 5 for 8 since it was 92 for 2. And I make it the joint third most wickets on day one of a Lord's Test in the long history of this ground. There were 20 on the first day in 2019 when England played Ireland, and 18 on day one of the 1896 Ashes Test.
Remember it well. 100 for 7. The sun's out. There's 15 minutes to go. Stuart Broad has taken guard. I'm not sure when he last batted as high up as number 9 either, by the way. I mean, he's been been at 11 sometimes in this England side recently. Doesn't say a lot for what they think of Parkinson's batting. Anyway, there's 3 slips and a gully. Boult's on his way. A lovely smooth run, and he bowls to Broad, who's forward, jabs it out, plays towards mid-off. 2 wickets in the over for Trent Boult. And England are 100 for 7. Well, what a day. Began feeling liberated, as if things are back to normal. I suppose to some extent they are. But I was referring more to the dismantling of the perspex and everything else that we've had for the last couple of years.
Broad last batted 9 against Pakistan in Southampton, August 2020. Also against Ireland in that game at Lord's in 2019. But other than that, not since the end of the 2017-18.
Begs the question: who was 10 and 11? I thought Anderson was was down there. Southey's on his way, bowls down the leg side again, and folks can do nothing with it.
In Southampton, it was Anderson and Jofra Archer.
Well, Jofra's better than that.
The Ireland game, just getting the scorecard up. England were 85 all out on day one. Ollie Stone and Jack Leach. And Jack Leach opened in the second innings, having batted 11 in the first.
Got the 90.
Yes, got the 90.
Is that the one? Yes.
100 for 7. England are 32 runs behind New Zealand's first innings score of 132. That looked pretty miserable. Southey, wider of the crease, bowls to Folkes. Nicely played on the front foot. That's fielded at mid-off. And there's no run. And that big lunge brings about the change in the field with the deep square leg going. So it's the thought, at least in Folkes' mind, that he might get a short ball here. Southey bowls the occasional bouncer, but he's such a wily bowler. He knows this ground too well, of course. 100 for 7. Folkes yet to score. Southey runs in, bowls to him, and he comes forward and withdraws slightly from a drive. Just fielded by Patel at point. What do you think of the pitch? I mean, it's not as though it's gone all over the place.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think this morning it nibbled, didn't it? It was a little bit moist, perhaps, clearly. And
first day of a test.
Yes,
I mean, you want something.
It's nothing unusual. You can't blame the surface, I don't think, for all this.
No, I don't think so. I think rustiness on behalf of New Zealand is a fair point. Southey again bowls to Folkes, a good ball, hits the seam, moves away down the slope, is collected by Blundell. England trying to hang on here. They've got Parkinson and Anderson to come. How about poor old Parkinson? He's there this morning. He's knocked out a blast. He went 3 overs for 30 last night, and he's having a bit of a rest.
They had a win though, didn't they?
Yeah, had a bit of a rest up today. And he could well be batting at Lord's in a test match a few hours later.
Trying to forge his team, get ahead of the...
Yeah, he's come tearing down the motorway system. This Southey bowling outside the off stump again, beats Folkes.
Yeah.
Lucky not to encounter a bank holiday traffic jam on the way. Steady on, lads, I'm playing at Lord's. Can I come down the hard shoulder?
Yes. Well,
my country needs me. Do you get blue lighted for that? Batsman coming through. Batsman coming through. Come on. Move over. Move over on the outside lane. Yes. England's number 11's on the way. And you better get there quickly. 100 for 7. In goes Southey. Bowls to Folkes. Nice looking shot on the front foot. Fielded at extra cover by Williamson.
I should say, with Stuart Broad batting Test cricket, one of only 2 centuries. He made 169 against Pakistan.
He certainly did.
Quite a while ago now.
We won't forget that day either. 100 for 7. Folkes yet to score, and so too is Stuart Broad. We've got 10 minutes to go until the close of this dramatic first day, and Dan Norcross will see us through to the close along with Jeremy.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, this has been extraordinary. 8 for 5, was it? England have lost. As Broad is on strike. And Andy, you're clutching your headphones.
No, he thought you'd taken his.
I wasn't sure you were being broadcast or not. Yeah, I think you are.
Well, I can hear me very loudly.
Yes.
Yeah. Here we go. Bolt starts a new over from pavilion end. Into Broad. Oh, short. And he's going to run away for 4 byes. And these are precious runs for England at the moment. Can you believe that I'm saying that after an opening partnership of 59? But it was short, banged in. Blundell didn't stand a chance as it flew over his outstretched hand and down to the boundary. And the deficit is now just 28. Can England get up to parity? Amazingly, they lost 7 wickets for 41. Was it 5 for 8? With a 92 for 2, is that right?
It's 5 for 8, and only 2 of those 8 were off the bat.
Right, Bolt in, 2 slips in a gully. Broad flicks it away, fine. This should be 4 more, will it be? I don't know. Fielder's coming round and gets a big hand on that. Does Jameson? He's done very well to restrict it to 2, as Jeremy Coney was slightly exercised there because Broad looked like he might be about to run a third. They'll probably have to have a little look at that on the replay. It's 5 leg byes has been signalled. as it ran down pretty fine down towards the boundary. But Jameson's a big unit, but he's done very well to get round there, and he's clawed it back from inside the sponge. 2 more to England. 106 for 7. The deficit 26. Matt Parkinson, presumably now padded up. Astounding story. Bolt in, nibbles at that, does Broad, misses it. Through to the keeper, a little bit shorter, fending away from his body.
It's the first ball, isn't it, that concerned Broad. He didn't really react and see that so easily and got himself in a bit of a tangle. It went for 4 byes.
Well, Broad tends to play one way these days, and there is a man out at deep mid-wicket, and there's a long leg for exactly that way, as well as a close-in forward short leg and a short mid-wicket. 2 slips and a gully. Bolt in to the left-handed Broad, who defends into the offside, wants a run, isn't going to get it, folks. Doesn't want him to, and there's no run. And there are so many little things coming into play here. People have talked about Ben Foakes not being perhaps as good at batting with the tail as Johnny Bairstow. He's not a man whose natural aggression allows him to take over when wickets fall, and he's being forced to bat with the tail because England have just crumpled in the last 45 minutes or so. Bolt into Broad, who beats the bat. Goes through to Blundell. There's real swing, and it's coming down the slope, and it's tough to bat at the moment. And this ball is 35 overs old. Is this the pitch offering particular assistance, Jeremy, or the bowlers just got it right where they didn't get it right initially?
Well, I think if you look at the stroke that Bairstow played, I think certainly that just seemed to stop a little.
Bolt in, forwards is Broad, playing again, and through to the keeper it goes again. Didn't know a great deal about 4 of the balls in that over, didn't Stuart Broad? England at the end of it, 106 for 7. With 6 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go, there might be 2 more overs left today. We've had 17 wickets in the day. We've only had, I would imagine, 75 overs, but plenty of action. Jim Simpson has emailed. He hopes Her Majesty the Queen is not planning to come to Lord's on Saturday. Think the game will be over. Well, I expect New Zealand to bat a bit better second time, perhaps. But
well, you don't know.
You don't know. Right. There's Southey into Foakes, who gets turned round, thick outside edge, runs down. The deep third boundary, almost backward point. It's slowing up, and fielder in pursuit hauls it back, and that is magnificent work. If that has been successfully clawed back, that's the saving of a run. There's a massive divot, huge divot, almost as if a supercharged mole has slid under the outfield. Just taking a look at the replay of that. No, I think he's successfully pulled it off the fielder there. So, saved a run. Jack Leach earlier did something similar, but in the process concussed himself. And that's why, if you're just tuning in, Jack Leach will play no further part in this match, but Matthew Parkinson finally makes his England debut, and I imagine he might well be due in next. He's had to drive his way down, we were very helpfully told, via the M6 and the M1 and a stop off at Kiel Services, which I thought was a very nice touch, that. Other service stations are available.
And how much petrol?
Don't know, that wasn't forthcoming. Southey into Broad, who drives nicely, square of the wicket. It's going to bring him at least 2. They might think of a third. Broad would like the third, and he's going to come back for the third. So, a brace of 3s, and England now 112 for 7, trail by 20.
Do you think he's the first Test cricketer to stop at Kiel Services whilst playing in a Test match?
Boy.
I think I'd put money on that.
I think that's likely.
Whereabouts is Kiel?
Sort of Midlandsy.
Quite nice. Between Birmingham and Manchester, isn't it?
Yeah, North Midlands.
Before those 2 threes, England hadn't scored off the bat in 4 overs, in which time there'd been 3 wickets and 8 extras.
When Bob Taylor deputised as a keeper, he might have done, of course. The Southey is in, the bouncer, which is evaded by Foakes. No run. He lived up in Derbyshire, presumably.
He didn't get a cap for that, though, did he? He was just.
I see.
No, but he deputised when I was playing.
That's right.
And he was in the Cornwall tent.
That's right.
So he was here.
Yeah, but he might have. Was that the first day, though?
Don't know, I'm sorry.
He might have stopped at the service station on the first day, but as Andy Zoltzman is saying, it's not counting as a cap because he was only sub-fielding. Yeah. I think it could be a record. Well, there's plenty going on. Southey in, Folks to forward in defence, pushes to short extra cover. There's no run. 112 for 7. There are, 1 minute 45 seconds left in the day. New Zealand would be advised here to bowl this over these next 2 balls quickly as they can, and England are wise to that, so there's a bit of gardening going on. Broad's come down the wickets, patting the pitch. Folks is doing likewise, having a look round the field. Deep points coming up, Patel's coming up, square legs coming up. No, square legs going back. It's a bit hokey-cokey going on here at the moment. It's a short mid-wicket and mid-on. Crowd in full voice as Southey runs away from us from the nursery end. Folks punches off the back foot into space. This will be at least another couple. It's running down the slope towards the mound stand. And they're going to come back for a third. Throw comes in. But Broad is safely home. 3 threes in this over. 115 for 7. Folks has 6. And there's 1 ball left in the over. Broad is going to try to make sure there's 1 ball left in the day. There's a lot of overs left unbowled, but if anybody says that the paying spectators have not had value for money today, well, I think they would be being a bit economical with the truth. We have seen extraordinary action. 4 wickets from Potts, 4 from Anderson, 2 from Bolt, 2 from Southey. Jameson in on the act as well. 17 wickets have fallen. Southey into Broad. Thick inside edge, squirts it down to long leg for a single. 116 for 7. At the end of the over, there are 10 seconds left by my watch until it becomes 6:30. The umpire's walking quite slowly. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is it. Close of play. Broad and Folks survive at the end of the day, a day which England had dominated until around about an hour ago. They lost their first wicket with a score on 59 and proceeded to lose a further 6 in getting the score to 100. 25 to Lees, 43 for Crawley, 7 for Pope, 11 for Root, and then 1 to Bairstow, 1 to Stokes, and 0 to Matthew Potts on debut. Folks is unbeaten on 6. Broad unbeaten on 4. It has been a bemusing, baffling day. This is by no means a minefield. Both sides have bowled very well on it. But both batting lineups have been drawn to player balls. Perhaps they will look back on and think they shouldn't have done. The rot started when Crawley, who had batted very fluently for his 43, chased a ball in the channel and got an edge through to Blundell. Then Pope was out, just pushing at a ball from Jameson. He might have thought he could have left alone. Those were 2 wickets for Jameson. And after that, a procession. Jeremy Coney. Well, when New Zealand won the toss and elected to bat, if you'd told me 17 wickets would fall today, I'd have been somewhat surprised.
Well, the way certainly, I mean, once New Zealand were in trouble and came out after lunch and played aggressively, and almost, if you'll excuse me, to hell with the consequence. And it was all-out attack, wasn't it, really, from most of the players. And I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't decide that they could perhaps play for the one batsman who remained throughout all that period, which was de Grandon, number 7, but 8, 9, 10, 11 had other ideas. And so it was a paltry total, really, by New Zealand, 132. And when Crawley and Lees was... It looked to me as if he wanted to run himself out a couple of times. Yeah. In other words, he wanted to keep the score moving, and he was so keen to do that, and he wasn't playing any big shots to get himself moving. He wanted to do it by singles and get off strike and allow Crawley to do most of the attacking, which he did. And I thought Crawley played some nice strokes and was, unperturbed by the New Zealand bowling. Jameson brought it back for New Zealand. I felt at that stage New Zealand were down and a bit broken. No swing, and yet he stuck at it, and he removed Crawley. and then another wicket as well. I forget the second wicket he got, but
Pope.
Yes, that's right.
Pope just playing one just side up. That one did hold down the.
It did, but it says that Pope at the moment is not a line player, what I call a line player, who looks for line of the ball first, and if it's outside his right eye, you let it go. But he's not that. He's a length player, and he wanted to play the ball. And middle order players tend to want to have the ball hit the bat, not let go, whereas openers let her go, Levy. And so that was really the difference, and until he learns those things, I think he's going to have a few little problems around that. And then, but I can't describe really what I saw. It was just a capitulation.
Well, Root, it was a key wicket, wasn't it? And I think it says something about England's fragility and lack of confidence, because, Root came out and played a lovely shot to his first ball off to Grandon. He looked as Root always does, but then he played at one. He played a sort of back foot drive at one, got a thick edge off to Grandon, and from 92 for 2, when Root was out at that point, making 92 for 3, that's when the procession happened. It was 5 wickets for 8 runs, and you got that sense there's a bit of panic there, especially because England had come into this game with a very long tail, with Potts coming in at 8. And it felt like that. It was a bit frenetic.
I don't know why.
Bairstow chasing a wide one.
They had so much time. They were chasing 130 on a pitch that, while it's done a little bit today, it's not been really excessive. You'd think it'd be a minefield, don't you?
It's not a classic Lord's green top like they had against Ireland, is it?
No.
It's far from it.
No, it's not. But how many runs did we get today?
248 for 17. Off 70-something overs, so the scoring rate's around about 3 and a bit and over. Quite comfortable in that respect. Bowling figures I'll give you. Southey 2 for 40, Bolt off 11, Bolt 2 for 15 off 10, de Grandon 1 for 24 from 8, and Carl Jamieson 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 20. 116 for 7. This after, what Broad and Anderson must be thinking, back in the side, they bowled very well. There was nothing particularly spectacular about what England did with the ball, but they bowled it consistently in the right channels, allowed the ball to do a little bit. Matthew Potts was very impressive, picked up 4 wickets, but then went off with what we've subsequently been told is cramp. England, it looks, they're going to have to repeat the performance with the ball tomorrow, because New Zealand are right back in this, and England have got no guarantee even of having a lead.
Well, no, they haven't at the moment. So suddenly the game has... I didn't think we'd ever be in this position, that we would be talking like this, where sides are going to be sort of even at the end of the first day. I just felt that England would quietly push ahead and forge their way to a substantial lead. It hasn't been that way at all. So New Zealand have worked hard, but they've got back into this game somehow. I have felt that the batsmen have been culpable a little bit more than the brilliant bowling. So, so it's all to play for still.
Well, look, it's been an incredibly exciting start to the first Test match of the summer, first men's Test match of the summer. To take you through the next 15-20 minutes or so, and to look back, I think they probably need something nearer an hour and a half to try to make sense of what we've just witnessed. We're going to welcome in Jonathan Agnew and Michael Vaughan, and if they can work out how 17 wickets have fallen today on that, then they're much better men than me.
Yeah, baffling, isn't it? It is baffling. And yet, in some ways, rather familiar. You look at those numbers, 7 for 41, 5 for 8. We have seen them before when England are at the crease, but it's to be in the position that they were in mid-afternoon, or even earlier than that. New Zealand 45 for 7 when they were batting, but the best really that they can hope for tomorrow is to get level with New Zealand and start all over again. So here's our podcast. I'll look back at the first day of this first Test match between England and New Zealand on a sunny day at Lord's, when New Zealand won the toss and batted first on a pitch that did have some moisture in it, certainly no more than you'd expect, or in fact indeed want, of a first day Test pitch. At one stage they were 45 for 7. Young out for 1 and Latham for 1, both openers, so they were 2 for 2, 7 for 3 when Conway was out for 3.
Huge wicket for Matt Potts making his debut, the 23-year-old quick bowler from Durham. He had Kane Williamson caught by Folkes for 2. That was 12 for 4. And that set Potts on his way. He took 4 for 13 in all. Mitchell for 13, Blundell for 14. He also took Patel for 7, while Anderson also finished with 4 wickets. And then Potts wandered off. He appeared to have cramp, and he left the field midway through a spell. Stokes came on to finish off that over and took 1 wicket for 5 to finish things off. So from 45 for 7, New Zealand reached actually 132. So their last 3 wickets added 87 runs, and I wonder how important they might turn out to be. Southey made 26, de Grandon was 42 not out at the end. There's a useful 14 from Trent Boult as he added 30 with de Grandon. And then England made a really good start. There were 59 for no wicket. Crawley driving nicely. In fact, that cover drive that brings about his downfall as well as is a big product as far as his run scoring is concerned. But then he drove fatally without getting in the right place and was caught behind off Jameson for 43. Pope up to number 3, made 7 from 27 balls. He was caught behind off Jameson. That was 75 for 2. Joe Root looked in excellent touch and actually very positive. He was very well caught by Southey in the gully off to Grandon for 11, 92 for 3. Alex Lees then decided he's going to bat way outside the off stump to Southey, who was bowling round the wicket to him. He missed a straight ball. Umpire's call, it was a close one either way, but he was LBW to Southey for 25. That was 96 for 4, 98 for 5 when Ben Stokes was caught behind off Southey for 1, 100 for 6 when Bairstow dragged on a pretty wide ball from Boult, his first over back into the attack. It went into his stumps. He was out for 1. 2 balls later, Potts, who'd gone off, of course, to a tremendous ovation for his bowling, got a second ball duck. Number 8, it was a short ball from Boult, but he didn't play it well at all and gloved a catch to Mitchell for a duck. Folkes 6, Broad 4, hung on until the close of play. 116 for 7. It means that England are 16 runs behind. And the only thing that didn't really complete a chaotic day was that Matt Parkinson, who had driven down the motorway system from Lancashire, called into the team to replace Jack Leach, who was concussed after fielding and tumbling over on the boundary edge. So he's out of the game. Parkinson was called in, and imagine him beginning the day nice and quiet, a little bit of breakfast at home up there in Lancashire after last night's Blast game. He'll have ended the day with his pads on up there in the dressing room, having never played for England before, wondering or not if he was going to get out there and have to bat. So it's been that sort of day, really. 116 for 7, 16 behind. Michael, I don't know if we're surprised by it or not. I mean, we've seen this a lot over the last few months.
Yeah, I think there's a few of our friends in the media that were probably scribbling around in the last hour. I think their copies may have changed from the positivity of Ben Stokes' great first day, good toss to have lost. Opening burst from Anderson and Broad was magnificent. The debutant of Matthew Potts, fantastic. They bowl New Zealand out, who were rusty, not played a lot of red ball cricket, understandably. They just looked like they've not played a lot of cricket because they haven't. So you kind of looked at their 132 and go, yeah, you can understand that. And then England come out to bat and it all looks rosy, 59 for 0. You think, wait a minute, the foundation's set. From then on in, you have to say, are we surprised? No. What can they do about it? It's now just a mental job. It's now just mentality of these players, because you cannot tell me, and I'll go through them. Crawley, the big drive once again. He just played a beautiful drive through the offside where he let the ball come and he used his top hand and he guided it. He then gets the ball from Jameson. It's similar. And it just swings a little bit more. That left foot doesn't move. The ball before the left foot moves to the ball and he plays it beautifully. Why didn't it move for the next one? Big drive, he's gone. You then look
Can you tell me, because you played that shot a lot. I mean, it was your trademark stroke, really, wasn't it? An extra cover drive. And presumably, as a batsman, you see it nice and early, your eyes light up. Oh, here it is. It's my shot. Boom, and you get yourself into place. I mean, can you go at it too hard? Are you sort of almost too excited to see the ball that seems to be in your slot?
I'm not too sure what is going through Zach's mind, because that ball, is it there to drive? Yes, if you're playing with perfect technique, but it wasn't quite there. A player that's playing really nicely and really well and mentally very strong, he's just played a beautiful shot. He's got 4. That one is just slightly shorter, just slightly wider, and it had off a bit of shape. Now, if you're playing really well, you go and go, no, it's not there, and you leave it. Yeah. But that left foot was a worry for me, because it didn't go towards the line of the ball, and I want to know why. Why has it stayed still?
Yeah.
Why hasn't he seen the line of ball and the left foot goes to the line of the ball?
Is it planted? Is it just planted?
It just planted and it didn't move. And then he had to play away from his body, his hands, eyes, everywhere. It's just all wrong. So there's the first wicket. Ollie Pope came out at number 3. I thought he looked okay. I have a concern that he looks a bit too frantic. I have a concern that he doesn't seem to really trust his technique to get in. I've seen it a lot of him in Test match cricket where he's gone out there, he bats on rollerblades. He wasn't doing that today, but I still watched him and thought, all looks a little bit too frantic. The ball that he gets, it's okay, but it's a bit timid. He's defending the ball quite wide of off stump. I'll go for that. Joe Root comes out, plays a beautiful 4 first ball, and then it's a shot that he has got out to before, that channel, that hip high outside off stump. That's where people will target him now. Yeah. Johnny Bairstow, big loose shot, leaves his technique outside off stump to de Grandhomme to start with. I didn't get, why are you batting? Why are you worried about de Grandhomme? Just bat normally. If he bowls one straight, you flick it through the onside. If he bowls one wide off stump, you smash it through the offside. Why overcomplicate the game?
Overthinking?
Yeah, I just think they're overcomplicating the game. You're facing Colin de Grandhomme. What are you worried about? And then he does it to Tim Southey, and Southey smart, wide, fast and straight, LBW. So brilliant from Southey. Johnny Bairstow, he'd played that shot that he got out to, he got away with it, the ball before, it kind of missed the inside edge, then he plays a big loose one onto the stumps. Loose, Ben Stokes, a big drive. So these are dismissals that I'm looking at. I think you could also look at the New Zealand dismissals. There's probably 1 or 2 early. Henry gets a ball that you kind of look at and think, yeah, not a bad ball early in your innings. Conway, I thought, got a decent ball from Stuart Broad. But if we're really honest, 17 wickets to have fallen on that pitch today.
Seems incredible.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's been decent bowling, very good bowling at time, but let's be honest, the batting today has been poor on both sides. And are we surprised by New Zealand? Yes, but not because they've not played a lot of cricket. But usually they find a way, New Zealand, to get a score. Are we surprised to see that from England? Absolutely not. No. And Brendan McCullum, I reckon, at around 4 o'clock, he'd have been sat on that bag thinking, I tell you what, I've got a group. I don't have to do a lot here, and I'm going to look very, very good. Well, I think in the last hour, he's seen that there's a hell of a lot of work to go into this batting unit.
Yeah, I said to Ben Stokes in that interview, I think you were listening to it as well. How do you prevent a feeling of here we go again if it starts badly? There is this positive feel about the new appointments and so on, based only really on what people have been saying. It's not based on any evidence.
Yeah.
The evidence is what we saw in the winter. Yeah. And how do you stop that feeling of, here we go again? And that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it is, Aggers, and it's all well and good saying, everything's going to be fine, and we're going to speak to these players that have made mistakes over the last couple of years, and we'll give them a better mentality. It's now up to those individuals to find confidence and belief in themselves, because they're going to have to walk out in the second innings. Alex Lees has fought hard for a start, but then gets out technically not right. Zach Crawley's made a great start, but he's played a big shot once again, got out. Ollie Pope at number 3, it hasn't worked, so he's only had one go at it. But I looked at his first-class averages that came on the screen today. He averages over 50 at 4, 45 at 5, or 50 at 5, 45 at 6. He's never batted at number 3, and we're now asking him to bat at number 3. Why hasn't he been batting number 3 for Surrey?
Yeah.
Surely a few weeks ago, again, if I'm a young player looking at this England side, you work things out in your career. And if I was a young player, I'd be looking at, wait a minute, Joe Root's going to, because Ben Stokes announced Joe Root's going to bat at 4.
Yep.
Ben Stokes announced he was going to bat at 6. So wait a minute, who's going to bat at 5? Well, Johnny Bairstow played well in the winter. He's not going to bat 3, so he's going to bat 5. Ben Folkes is going to bat 7. What's available? Number 3. So if I'd have been Harry Brooks, Ollie Pope, Josh Bohannon at Lancashire, any player that had been mentioned potentially have been in this Test match team, I'd have been whacking on the coach's door saying, I'm going to bat 3. And I have to bat
particularly
number 3.
at Surrey when it's an overseas player batting at 3.
Got to bat 3.
And Hashim Amla could bat anywhere.
Yes. Harry Brooks should have batted 3 for Yorkshire, just to give himself, if he was going to play for England, he was going to bat at number 3. So go and do it for your county for 3 or 4. It's still not enough in my opinion. I think you've got to do it for quite a while to get used to batting at number 3. You're an opening batter at number 3 because you can be out there after one ball of the match, which is opening the batting. So I'm surprised that they haven't done that. I have to give New Zealand a huge amount of credit because I think we'd have seen teams going at tea completely down and out of the Test match. They've not had preparation. We've seen it in Australia with England sides that, not to say they throw the towel in, but you just know from once they're just not going to get back in the Test match. Whereas this Kiwi side, they've got something. They found something in that last session.
They dig very deep, don't they?
They do, and they find a way, and they found a way in that last Test match, in that last session, to get themselves right back in this Test match. And you have to say, they've now turned the last session around so much. that they'll be favourites to win this game.
Yeah, and I mean, presumably, the coach at Tea said to them, look at these figures. Look at England's batting records over the last 18 months. You know, even though they're 59 for no wicket over, they're there for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely,
just
and that's why
do the right things.
That's why the start under new management is so important, because if it starts well, Ollie Pope gets a big score at number 3. Well, you can almost forget all the past because he's had this new start and everything's different. Now, that's been the worst possible start for the batting lineup, because we now are talking about what's been in the last year or two, which has been that. It's been consistently an England batting lineup that, they've had bubbles to deal with and it's not been easy. And if you want to give them all the excuses in the world, we can do. But ultimately, that amount of talent in that dressing room, once again, has failed to deliver the talent that they've got in that dressing room.
And I know Overton's selection raised some eyebrows, but you can see why he was in the squad, because Potts doesn't look like a number 8 to me. I mean, he bowled really well, bowled as hard, and many congratulations on a debut. But that is a long tail if he's going to be batting at number 8.
Yeah, it is, and you look at the tail for New Zealand. They were looking like being bowled out for 70, and then all of a sudden they came out after lunch, played a few shots, chanced their arm, and I think the Kiwis are a smart cricket team, and they probably thought, look, we're well out of this test match, but what do we need to do? We possibly need to be bowling today, because there might be still a little bit of moisture in the surface. So let's swing the willow. If we get bowled out for 100 quickly, well, at least we know there's still a bit of moisture in the surface, and we'll have to bowl them out for 150, 200. And it's paid off. That's what smart cricket teams do. They realise situations, moments, and they did that with the bat. They weren't at their best with the ball. For the initial 15, 20 overs, I thought the first spell of Southey was miles off Tim Southey's usual stuff. Trent Boult the same. It was Jameson, he bowled a spell and he got his length and he got a wicket or two, and all of a sudden you could see that the next spell that Southey bowled from the nursery, it was better. It was a bit more intent. It was a better line and length, more consistent. Trent Boult, every over he bowled, you felt he was getting better and better. And this is the problem for the England side, is I think this is the week that you want to get New Zealand, because they're rusty. Yeah. And I think next week they'll be better for this week, and the week after they'll be better for the first 2 weeks. Yeah. So this is the week that I look at and thought, you could quite easily catch this New Zealand team quite cold, and they did. But unfortunately, the batting's let them down again. Yeah.
Look, if you have a team at 45 for 7, and you end up probably staring down the barrel at the end of the same day. I mean, there's something very strange gone on, isn't there?
We criticise England because we have to, but I tell you what, they're worth watching. Because you're never quite sure what's going to happen. You're never quite sure what is around the corner. I know Jeremy's just about to join us, and before we came off air, he said to me, "What has just gone on?" I said, "Welcome to watching England's Test match team over the last couple of years."
I didn't know how to describe it at all. It happened all so quickly too. Caught me by surprise.
Yeah. Thanks to you, Michael. You're stood down. Jeremy and I can just chew out. I know, but I mean,
well, you are obviously quite accustomed to it.
I'm quite used to it. I mean, I let myself down by writing a far too positive intro to my match report.
Yes,
which I've now obviously erased, and I should have thought better of that. It was with about 45 minutes to go that I started writing, as one does.
Yes,
but it is. I mean, it's exhausting. And I make that point to you that I did to Michael. I'll talk to you about New Zealand's perspective, of course. But while there has been this positive feel about things, the McCullum and Stokes and stuff, and I think because we wanted to feel something positive about what we've seen, actually, for all the talk and everything else, it's how it goes on the field, and
yeah, but it's nothing's going to change quickly, is it?
No.
You don't do that. It can't do. I mean, McCullum's been here, a week?
Yeah.
2 days, 3 or 4 practices. You're not going to get huge changes. He will have outlined things about the big plan, and I think the players get it. They seem quite happy, and those. But it's not about that. In the end, sport is always about results. And what surprised me more than anything, you guys weren't horrified. Well, there wasn't a shock, horror. Look, we've just lost 5 for 8. It was
well, we've seen quite a lot of it.
Really?
I spent 4 months away from home this winter and haven't seen England win a single game. So you do get a little bit used to it, and you want to see better. I mean,
of course.
You expect to see better, and you expect to see people working at the game. But there's been, well, essentially, we had quite a discussion about Pope's technique, didn't we? There and. I mean, you've got Alex Lees batting way outside the off stump and way down the pitch, and that looked a bit odd for an opening batsman who I thought, if you're, and I'm assuming all sorts of things as a batsman, but I would have thought if you're a batsman and you're comfortable with your game,
you don't need to do that.
You just bat, don't you? You
That's
don't
right.
need to be doing too much
Just
of that.
bat.
And it's for the bowler to try and work out ways of actually trying to get you out, rather than you trying to work out how you're going to face Colin de Grandhomme.
That's right.
Bowling at 75
You
miles
shouldn't
an
need
hour.
to bat out there to
No.
de Grandhomme.
And Pope's off stump. Again, people will be talking about that. I'm sure he still managed to fiddle away outside the
He
off stump.
did. Well, he's, in my opinion, I just see him still as a middle order player. It's hard to suddenly change, Jonathan, and he likes to hit the ball.
Yeah.
You know, he plays length and not lines. That's his first initial thought is, I'm going to play length. Here's a drive, because that's the length of the ball. Or here's a back foot punch, because there's the short length of the ball. Whereas an opener looks for line first.
Right.
And that's what he's going. Exactly.
Yeah.
A middle order player looks to hit first and then leave second, whereas that's the reverse for a natural opener. And if you are a number 3, you are. As Michael, I agree with Michael, he could be in second ball in any innings.
Yeah.
And so he needs to be both the opener, and sometimes he'll need to be a middle order player at number 3 because the openers have done quite well and you need to keep the score ticking over. That will suit him more. I thought today would suit him more after Crawley and Lees, was tucking it round and running himself out almost a couple of times in order to get off strike and to look as if he was busy and enthusiastic. That's what he was doing. But I felt that Crawley played nicely today. I saw some good shots from him, but the drive again, we've talked about that. So it was his downfall. But yeah, New Zealand...
Let's talk about New Zealand's batting, because to be fair, you would almost expect a rusty performance from a team that's only had one preparation game. They've flown in from all over the place. There's been COVID sniffing around.
Yes.
It's been a modern preparation for New Zealand, shall we say, which is inadequate, frankly, and that's the case for everybody. And England had that in Australia as well, without anything like the adequate preparation that you need to play Test cricket. You can't dabble at Test cricket.
It's too hard a
game. You can't play. It is, and I think people deserve better. People who are paying. We've talked about entrance prices here. If you're paying 150 quid to come and watch a Test match, you expect to see people actually ready to play, in my view.
Well, I think there's almost a responsibility if you want to make Test matches close, which should draw, therefore, people, because it's close, more to watch the game and see what is a contest. You don't want one-sided games all the time, do you? That's not a contest. And so if the two sides are in good form together, the home side don't like to lose. I mean, it's very disconcerting to lose in front. It's like behaving badly in front of your family, So I think England don't like it. I'm sure they don't. No player likes that. But New Zealand, at the moment, it's happening a little bit too much. And it's because of the absences, I think. Someone like Williamson has played 3 of 9 tests, last 9 tests. I'm counting from when they were here last year. There have been 9 tests.
A couple of retirements too.
Retirements.
Yeah.
Bolt has only played 4 tests.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of little holes here and there. Latham will have captained many more times than Williamson in the past season. So there are people doing different things.
Yeah, it is interesting. But
and today was about judgment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was about just watchfulness, organised defence, good judgment, and clearly at this stage they're not quite ready for that.
Yeah.
They were loose.
But to recover from 45 for 7,
yep,
having won the toss and batted first, and at the end of the day you're probably in the favoured position, that says a lot about the character of the team.
Well, it says that they've played a lot of cricket together, and it says they know in certain circumstances we've got nothing to lose about this. And yes, it could be that nothing's going to happen to the pitch if we get out quickly and get some runs. If we're out, we can use that pitch as well. That's a good cricket strategy. I think they can do a little bit better, frankly. I don't like to see de Grandhomme left hovering on 40, whatever it was, not out, and not forming partnerships. The 8, 9, 10 and 11 were whacking the ball and getting... You know what I mean? I think I'd like to see more partnerships.
Let's just catch quickly Matthew Potts, who's with Alison Mitchell.
score a few with the bat and get off the mark in Test cricket. But yeah, I've had an absolutely wonderful day and enjoyed every second of being here.
Any nerves this morning?
I thought I was actually quite collected today, at the top of my mark before my first ball. I thought I was kind of focused and controlled, but I'd imagine there was a few nerves deep down, yeah.
And how were you prior to the 5th ball that you bowled?
Absolutely over the moon, yeah. After that, yeah, I was absolutely brilliant, yeah. We were settled in. It's one of those where a wicket or a couple of nice balls early on kind of settles your rhythm, lets you flow into your work, really. And it was nice to get a wicket, and after that, just plain sailing, really, after putting the ball in the right area.
Not just any wicket, though. You got Kane Williamson. Did you have a particular plan to him?
Look, I was trying to translate what I've been doing for Durham really well, which has been hitting the pitch hard with the wobble seam, an occasional ball with a bit of swing on. And I just tried to put it in a good area really hard with a bit of pace behind it and looked for a false shot, really. Just happened that wobble kind of nipped away and it was a nice ball, and Folksy with the gloves took a brilliant catch.
Drawing upon your own experience, you've also got a lot of experience in this England dressing room as well. Have you drawn upon the likes of Stuart Broad and James Anderson as well?
Yeah, I mean, they've been great to kind of have chats around bowling with. They've obviously got their own plans that they like to go with, but just having those kind of guys around you to ping a few ideas across just to keep you going. I mean, you look around and you've got nearly 1,200 Test wickets around there. So, yeah, it's great to pick the brains of them, and it's been very, very beneficial for me in the training days as well, just to kind of watch how they go about their business and what they kind of look to do bowling at batsmen. So, yeah, it's been very good to be able to pick the brains of them.
There we go. That's Matthew Potts speaking to Alison Mitchell, and you can hear more of that, I'm sure, later on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extras. So what a day. With New Zealand bowled out for 132, they were 45 for 7, but England 116 for 7. They're 16 runs behind. You can watch the highlights now on BBC Two or at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer. Next on 5 Sports Extra, there's commentary from the T20 Blast. Tonight it's Surrey against Hampshire, and more on all today's cricket on the BBC Sport website, of course. We're back on air from 10:15 tomorrow for our highlights half hour of 5 Sports Extra, and on Radio 4 Longwave from 10:45. What a day. We'll join you tomorrow. Goodbye.
And more live cricket for you. Very good evening to you. This is Kevin Howell's Vitality Blast. 3 matches this afternoon and today for you. One took place this afternoon in the North Group, but the unpredictable nature of T20 cricket showed itself in Birmingham, where Leicestershire ended the Bears' 100% start of the season with a 5 runs victory. Foxes scored 152 for 9, then Birmingham managed just 147 for 9. Ben Mike with a 34 and a 3 for 30 for the visiting side there. So we'll have a little bit more detail on that a little later on. But we've got 2 games currently, well, one going on, one just about to start. The game that is going on is the game we'll be picking up some commentary from very, very shortly. The game here at the Kia Oval between Surrey and Hampshire. Starting in a few moments from now over in Cardiff is the match between Glamorgan and Essex. As I say, both matches in the South Group are there in Cardiff. Glamorgan have won the toss and they've chosen to field first. If you want commentary of that one, you can go onto the BBC Sport website and app, and they'll be bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of that. What we're going to do is we're going to concentrate our minds from Lords to the south of London, here to the Oval, where Hampshire chose to bowl first. They've not had a good season so far. They've played 3 and lost 3. They're up against Surrey, who've played 2 and won 2. This is still their 3rd game of the tournament, and they're off to a good start. We've got Sam Curran and Will Jacks, the current not-out pair. 73 for 1 is the current position that we find ourselves in. Fairly early on in this innings as well. 7 overs so far been bowled of the 20. Let's pick up the commentary now live with Kevin James and Mark Church.
Sam Curran waits again. He's jumping across his stumps. That's well bowled. Kept it up there. I think he was thinking of ramping for a second and trying to get it over the man at short fine, but just followed him, did Fuller, and just tucks it into the leg side of Sam Curran. 27 to him, 74 for 1. For anybody just joining us, no James Vince tonight for Hampshire.
He's ill.
Yep, so Liam Dawson is in charge this evening. Tom Prest has come in. His first start of the T20 this summer. As Fuller, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Jacks, who backs away outside the leg stump, but again follows him, does Fuller. Terrific over that from James Fuller, because Jacks has got it up towards long on. They'll pick up a single. 8 overs gone. Just the 5 off that over from James Fuller, and after 8, Surrey 75 for 1.
It's a sign of the times with James Fuller playing as a main bowler now. I mean, this time last year that would have been unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable, but he's actually become quite consistent, and you know, without being too unkind to him, I would say that's probably for the first time in his career. When you look at his stats, the amount of games he's played for the age that he is, he's 32 now. You know, 4-day stuff. This is only his 116th T20. It sounds a lot, but it isn't really when you think of some of the matches some of the others are playing in these two teams. But yeah, good for him. That's Dawson back into the attack, and that's Jacks cutting out towards extra cover, fielded by Crane, no run.
I think I'm right in saying that Pollard and Jordan and Narayan, it's nearly about 800 T20 games between them.
It's ridiculous. And Narayan's 407 alone. As that's driven out towards extra cover. They're going to take a quick single. Mason Crane misfield, 76 for 1. 593 Kieran Pollard.
So what's that? We're up, my maths is it? Well, are we up to 1,000? I think we're over 1,000, aren't we?
That's 1,000 exactly.
Between them, yeah.
I mean, that's just absolutely rude.
Yeah. And their records are pretty good as well. In T20.
Hopefully I won't have time to read those out, because they won't do anything. Here comes that's a one-eye comment if ever I've heard one. That's turned away nicely down towards deep backwards square leg where Fuller fields, and the Surrey total moves on to 77 for 1 in the 9th.
Well, we were talking about with Narayan as well, sort of, do you try and take him down, or do you just try and see him off? It's a really difficult, because he's so good.
Economy rate of 6 for a spinner's pretty awesome, isn't it, really? That's outside the off stump. You're giving yourself too much room there, Jacks. Doesn't time it, the ball trickles out to extra cover. Mason Crane's quite deep, and that'll be one more to the total, 78 for 1.
Yeah, because the problem for Gloucestershire was they were sort of 4 down very early. Then Narayan came on. Well, you can't take him on at that point. So he basically just played with them and took 1 for 17 again.
Dawson's over the wicket to the left-hander Curran. Curran just steers that into the gap on the onside. Off the boundary at deep mid-on comes Donald. Dawson will be happy with this over so far, and it's 79 for 1. And Curran moves on to 29, and Will Jacks is 1 short of a half century.
Good over this so far from Dawson.
His strike rate has dropped to 170 now, Will Jacks, from a high of 200 just a few overs ago. Still high, that 170. My word, that is big. And there's his half century. Just opens the face of the bat, steers it down to deep point, and Nathan Ellis has misfielded, and they'll come back for a second. 51 he moves on to.
Yep, and a very, very good inning so far from Will Jacks. Made 51 on Tuesday night, and 51 not out this evening as well is Will Jacks. And he's got the nice thing here for Will Jacks is that 50's up after 9 overs, so he's still got 11 to bat as Will Jacks. 81 for 1 Surrey after 9, and Jacks, he's an exciting player to watch, he really is. And that came off 30 balls with 3 4s and 4 6s.
And the good news from a Hampshire point of view is he's slowing down.
Yeah. The only worry for Hampshire though is he's just sort of conserving energy here
for his next on.
That might be the only, because as I say, he's still got 11 to bat here, so he might be having a breather for all we know. So Tom Prest into the attack to bowl the 10th over, coming round the wicket to Sam Curran, who greets him by coming down the pitch and slotting him for 6. And Sam Curran there, he does love this shot. It's a little bit like a hockey shot. He waits and then flat bats it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. So Prester's got a bit of pressure on him straight away. Sam Curran's on to 35, and Surrey move on to 87 for 1 as Prest round the wicket he comes again, and Sam Curran gets a short one and just punches this off the back foot out towards deep mid-wicket, pick up a single, moves on to 36, and Surrey move on to 88 for 1.
That first ball, I just had a feeling that Curran was going to do that first ball. I think he was just going to take the spinner on first ball regardless.
That's what he did on Tuesday night against Tom Smith. And he's played that shot 3 or 4 times now in the competition this season. just comes down the pitch, and then it's almost like a flat bat for 6. As this one's cut by Jacks in front of square, and that's going to whistle away for 4. Wasn't that short, but Will Jacks is, well, he might have had a breather actually. He's on to 55, 92 for 1. And I have to say, on the big screen, the person we're seeing the most of at the moment is Jamie Overton, because he's up there again doing his 4 signal. Is Jamie Overton.
I'm going to be sick of the sight of that picture at the end of 20 overs.
Prest is in again to Jacks. Repeat shot from Jacks, but the sweeper should get round this time, will get round this time. And Jacks will move on to 56 and Surrey 93 for 1.
Hopefully the pixels will deteriorate in the number of times that he goes up there, so in the end it becomes a blur by about overs 17 and 18.
Yeah, I do. It just felt a little bit like Will Jacks was having a touch of a breather there before the next onslaught. So Sam Curran comes back onto strike on 36. Prest has got a man out on that extra cover boundary as Prest is into Curran, and that's hitting the pads of Sam Curran. He's come back pretty well here, Prest, actually, from being launched down the ground, first ball for 6. Yeah, Will Jacks with that boundary, but just a couple of singles and a dot as well. As Prest is round the wicket once more to Sam Curran, and Curran works this one out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll stroll another single. That's the end of the over. So that's the halfway point here for Surrey on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio London. 10 gone, and Surrey on 94 for 1, and this partnership is worth 92.
Just off the back of an unbroken 100-run partnership, as well as Essex tour into the Hampshire bowling on Tuesday night. It's a bit of a deja vu at the moment. Tony Cox already questioning why Hampshire didn't bat first here. I suppose they batted first at Chelmsford and came a cropper. I know this is a different type of wicket, bigger ground, different conditions, slightly different team with 3 changes for Hampshire, but even so, we'll have to wait and see how the performance turns out this evening. But Surrey well on top here. Momentum is with them. 94 for 1, 10 overs to go, and Mason Crane back into the attack for Hampshire. His first over went for 12. He's bowling to the left-hander Sam Curran. Long boundary side on the leg side for Curran. Comes down and hits it past Mason Crane, and not quite hard enough that beats the mid-on fielder Nyman Donald, who does well diving to his right. Helped out there on the boundary. Who's that? That is Tom Prest, of course. It's between them, get the ball in. It's 2 to Curran, takes the total on to 96 for 1. Curran on to 39 now as Crane comes in again and bowls. Curran's down the wicket, hits it in the air. That split the field, and that is 6.
Tell you what, he's a good player, this boy. He really is, because again there, he's just, I said it in the last over, he's just down, complete commitment to the shot as well. Yeah. And he's just not going to let Crane bowl to him. And he's hit that straight as a die as well, and he's on to 45. His batting's gone up another level this season. 102 for 1, sorry. 100 partnership as well. Yeah, comes up with that one.
Back-to-back 100 partnerships Hampshire have faced in this competition. It's a hard game at times as he comes down the wicket. Gets a little closer to the pitch of the ball this time. Works it out on the leg side. He's going to take the throw. Fuller throws at the bowler's end. Will Jacks is home. Maybe Fuller was just slightly on his heels there, and Curran picked up on it. He moves on to 47, 104 for 1.
Yep, and again, sensibly played by Sam Curran, the 6 and then the 2. And I'm just watching Sam Curran there, just, I think, getting his breath back after sprinting back for the second.
Crane bowls down the wicket, hits that high, that's 6 more. And that is 4 or 5 rows back away to our left over wide mid-on.
Behave.
Good
Sam
striking.
Curran. God,
good striking.
I'll tell you what, he hasn't actually hit that. He's just danced down the pitch, all wrists, timing's perfection. It's just a gorgeous cricket shot, that, from Sam Curran.
50 runs for Curran. So we've got Jamie Overton signalling the 4s on the big screen. Who's signalling the 6s?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Because, to be honest, I'm getting sick of that photo as well. 110 for 1. Crane bowls down the wicket again, and that's in the air, and that is 6 more. Over mid-off this time, but only 3 rows back. He didn't quite get hold of it. It's only 3 rows back.
Well, again, he hasn't actually got hold of that, Sam Curran, but his footwork is impeccable to get to the pitch of that, exactly where he wants it to go. Nico Reefer it is, doing the sixes. I just noticed Nico up there.
Yeah.
But what batting this is from Sam Curran. As I say, everybody knew he could bat. This season, he's gone to another level in terms of Championship and T20. Yeah.
116
like
for
Kevin
one.
House's favourite band, another level.
59 to Curran, and make that 60 as Mason Crane is flat out on the floor trying to stop that one moving towards mid-wicket. Curran moves on to 60. He's ahead of Will Jacks now, and 117 for one, and that is 11 overs completed. There's another 9 overs, and between Reefer and Overton, I've got a feeling we're going to see him a lot more on that big screen.
Well, I have to say that second six from Sam Curran, when he just came down the pitch and a little flick of the wrists, and it's gone probably 15 rows back over mid-wicket. It was an elegant shot, that, from Sam Curran, and he's a very elegant player to watch, is Sam Curran. This partnership now worth 115, the record second wicket partnership for Surrey against Hampshire. Will Jackson, Laurie Evans in 2020, which was 118. So there you are. I can't remember any of that, to be honest with you. But this one this evening, and the worry here for Hampshire is there's still 9 to go. Sam Curran 60 not out. He's gone past Will Jacks now, as Sam Curran. So who would be a bowler on a night like tonight? 117 for one. James Fuller from the pavilion end to bowl the 12th. That's short, and it's pulled by Sam Curran out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another single. So the left-handed Curran moves on to 61. 118 for one, Surrey.
We've said it earlier that it's a good wicket, and it's just good batting conditions out there. It's a shame because I think 2 in-form batting sides here. We'd be looking at well, I think Surrey will get 220 somewhere around there, but I think Hampshire would get close, but there's just no momentum in their batting. I just don't see them getting close here.
James Fuller into Will Jacks. Jacks drives straight down the ground towards long on. They'll pick up another single. Jacks moves on to 57, 119 for one. It's an obvious thing to say, but I was saying about the fact that when you bat a long way down in T20 cricket and you've got big hitters and whatever else, you've got a bit of a licence up top. The thing now as well from a Hampshire perspective is they know what's coming. They know Pollard, Evans, Narine, Overton. As in over the wicket comes Fuller, and that's all well bowled because Sam Curran feels he's missed out there. Banged in short, Curran looking to sway out the way and then tried a little uppercut down towards third man Gubbins. Got nothing on it and taken by McDermott. And if Surrey continue at this rate, then Hampshire, they have to go out against a very good, and we talk about Narine, they've got to get after the bowlers as well. Yeah. And Dean Wilson asked me, who's going to be the batter that takes Narine down? And all I said was, it's going to have to be very, very good. As Fuller comes into Sam Curran, naughty again from Sam Curran. Fielding's really good though. Down to our right-hand side, because Sam Curran jumped outside his leg stump and just flipped it over short fine. But Ross Whiteley did well there. Got round quickly, gets the throw away. Sam Curran picks up another single. He moves on to 62, and that equals that record of 118 for the second wicket. So another run, and this will be a record second wicket partnership for Surrey against Hampshire in T20 cricket.
Yeah, when you're chasing big totals, you can't afford to have one bowler have a quiet spell. You've got to go after every single one.
As Fuller is in, and here goes Will Jacks outside his leg stump, drives up towards mid-off. They'll take the single, and that is the record partnership now. It's worth 119 between Sam Curran and Will Jacks. Jacks 58, Sam Curran 62, 121 for one. Surrey here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. And under gorgeous skies here in London on what's been an exciting day here in London. Flybys, and we had the national anthem here before the game. That was great.
We love that.
As in over the wicket comes Fuller once again to Sam Curran. Oh, that's 6. Sam Curran has just jumped outside his off stump again, and then has just flicked this over short fine and away into the crowd for 6. And Sam Curran moves on to 68, and Surrey moving on to 127 for one after 12 overs. And all he's really done there is, with the pace of Fuller, just helped it on its way for 6. 127 for 1 after 12.
10 runs off that, and I think in a way that it could have been a lot worse. I think Fuller's done okay in this situation. It's 3 overs for 31. Yes, it's 10 and over, but that's exactly where Surrey are going, so he's certainly not being expensive. Nathan Ellis, the pick of the bowlers so far, 2 overs, none for 8, but I think he's going to be coming back into the firing line shortly. But back into the firing line now, I think, is Liam Dawson, or is he? Yeah, he's waiting for the ball to come back to him. 2 overs, 1 for 15, and both these batters out there in the middle now are striking at 170 and over. You know, that's not easy when you've got 2 batters going like this. There is absolutely no respite at all for any of the bowlers. I think Ellis will probably settle for 2 overs for 8 and say, no thanks, get my bad enough. Jack slogs that away on the leg side. That's 6 through mid-wicket. Oh, nearly a crowd catch there. That's just gone over the advertising boardings. I think it bounced in front of the front row, just deflected the ball. Anyway, Jacks moves on to 64, and it's 133 for 1. Jacks, that's his 5th 6. Curran has already hit 5 6s. They're almost matching each other. Strike rate, it's up in the air now. This should go at extra cover, and that is going to be out. Good catch. That is an absolutely top catch from Mason Crane. It went high. He's running around from a squarish extra cover position and took the catch, sprawled out, and Jacks goes, and Surrey 133 for 2.
But that took something special from Mason Crane, because that was up there a long time, and he had to run back, and it was getting away from him, and he's dived full length and taken the catch, and boy did Hampshire need that. And what an innings that has been from Will Jacks. Goes for 64 in this, the 13th over, but that was a brilliant catch from Mason Crane, and as I say, exactly what Hampshire desperately needed at that point. 129, that partnership for the second wicket, and out comes Laurie Evans. So Laurie Evans coming out at number 4, so they keep coming, but what an innings that was from Will Jacks.
Certainly was, yeah. Well, Laurie Evans is striking at 134 for 100. I think Hampshire will be quite relieved he's coming out, because coming next is Overton at 165, Narine at 147, Pollard at 150. So I think actually having Laurie Evans come out to bat, I think is probably the lesser of the evils. And this guy can strike it well as well. 133 for 2 then. Dawson to Evans. Evans works that up towards mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. And he's off the mark straight away. 134 for 2.
Well, the other thing with Laurie Evans is he's hugely experienced now. He's just a white ball cricketer these days, hugely experienced in this form of the game. Had a wonderful Big Bash competition for the Perth Scorchers, and he's still got a bit of time here to have a bat, but he'll be sensible enough just to, like he did with that first ball, knock a single and get Sam Curran back onto strike.
Yeah, that's what you do ideally in this situation, wouldn't you? Here's Dawson over the wicket to Curran, fires that one in. Curran works that off the back foot up towards Donald at mid-on. 135 for 2. I think you mentioned Jack's number of balls and boundaries, did you?
I did not, no.
36 balls for his 64, with 4 4s and 5 6s, striking at 177, and that's an improvement on his overall career of 155. So he was above his career. Here's Dawson round the wicket, and Evans works that on the onside where there's plenty of gaps there. It's always going to be a single, and in off the boundary comes Tom Prest, playing his first match of the season in any form of cricket.
And Will Jack so far in this competition has played just as a batter, because of course he did a lot of bowling in the T20 last year. He hadn't had a bowl yet this 2020.
Dawson switches to over the wicket to Curran, who comes down there. Now this could be caught at extra cover as well, and this will be Mason Crane again. Simpler catch. He got underneath that Curran, and he goes for 69. And in the same over, both Will Jacks and Sam Curran have gone, and Dawson's picked up all 3.
Yeah, and it was canny bowling that from Liam Dawson. Sam Curran can't believe he's just done it, but he saw him coming, and I was saying he's got this sort of flat bat 6, and Dawson saw him coming, so just pushed it a bit wider, and Sam Curran was still going through with the shot, and it's hit the toe end of his bat and just gone straight up in the air. So brilliant innings from Sam Curran comes to an end. It's all go out there at the moment. 136 for 3, but that I think that was a very clever bit of bowling really from Liam Dawson. That was all about experience. Probably just held it back a sec and then...
Yeah.
But here we go. Surrey are going to keep going this way because here comes Sunil Narain at number 5. And he's exciting to what he only knows one way of playing, Mr. Narain.
Yeah.
And that's try to whack it out the park because of course he's opened in T20 cricket, so he's now coming out at number 5 here for Surrey. But fine innings that from Sam Curran, some lovely shots in it. But I think Dawson, he knew what Sam Curran was thinking, so just pushed it a little bit wider, still went through with the shot, was reaching a bit for it, and Mason Crane taking the catch and keeping the ball because he's going to bowl the 14th over from the pavilion end. So Narain will be at the non-strikers end. Laurie Evans is the man on strike. 136 for 3. Mason Crane in bright sunshine because the other half of the ground is bathed in shade from the roof of our stand that we're sat in, as this one's tucked away, the first one of the over by Laurie Evans out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total, and Evans moves on to 3. 137 for 3. Mr. Kevin Howes has come into the box. I think he might join us at the end of this over. He's forgotten his headphones, mind, and his microphone, so he might have to shout loudly from the other box. As it will be Narain on strike then for his first delivery, the left-handed Narain, as Crane is into him, and Narain whips this one for 4. Lovely free swing of the bat from Sunil Narain, and that whistles through mid-wicket. Haven't really quite seen the best of him with the bat as yet. He's only had the one innings, and that was against Gloucestershire on Tuesday night. 6 he made on 4 balls, but just a gorgeous pick-up and swing of that bat. And Narain off the mark with a boundary first ball. Here is Mason Crane. Here he goes. Sunil Narain. How much of this has he got? Enough to get it over towards the groundsman's workshop for 6. So said he only knew one way of playing, Narain, and he's been out there for 2 balls. He's on 10, 4 and 6. And Surrey move on to 147 for 3.
And he's lucky with that on the short boundary side. I mean, that's going nowhere on the long boundary. But the ball before, it was a bit too straight, middle and leg stumpish on Mason Crane. It was too easy a shot. But there, he's just hit through it anyway, and he's got lucky. For me, he's got lucky there.
6 more for Surrey and for Narain as Crane is in. Here he goes again. I don't think he's got lucky this time.
No.
That's up over extra cover, 1 bounce for 4. Exactly where he was going on this occasion, Sunil Narain. So that's 3 balls. He's on 14. And the 150 is up for Surrey. It's 151 for 3.
It's that pesky Jamie Overton again, signalling 4 runs.
Seen a lot of him tonight, haven't we?
I've seen far
on
too
the big
much
screen.
Far too much.
He's a lovely lad, Jamie.
Yeah.
But he's probably getting a bit of a shock himself every time he looks up and keeps seeing himself waving at himself. As here is Crane again. There goes Narain backing away, powering this one up and over the top of the covers. It's spinning off the turf, so they've managed to get back for 2. I think Ellis has done pretty well there actually, because it kept spinning and spinning and spinning, and he got round sweeping on the cover rope. 4 balls, so Narain on 16, and 153 for 3 Surrey. As Mason Crane is in over the wicket to Narain. Here he goes. Yeah, that one he has got hold of. That has gone miles. That's up over the top of the dugouts and into the crowd for 6. So
man in grey.
5 balls. So Sunil Narain is on 22. Surrey are 159 for 3. Kevin James, you have a breather, and we'll bring Mr. Kevin Howes in now. You have a well-earned breather, Mr. James, and then I'll do the same in the second half. As here is Kevin Howes plugging himself in. Narain's plugged himself in. He's 22 not out off 5 deliveries. Sorry, 159 for 3. And good evening to you, Kevin Howes.
And a very good evening to you. Well, the old table doesn't appear to be lying at the moment, does it? For poor old Hampshire. Can't quite believe it, but I'll ask a few more questions about that a little bit later on.
So it's going to be Liam Dawson from the Vauxhall end, 159 for 3. As Dawson, left arm round the wicket he comes. Laurie Evans using his feet, doesn't quite get to the pitch of this, powers it back up the pitch. And Dawson does the fielding off his own bowling. And there is no run, but exciting stuff from Narain. 22 or 5 balls. as Dawson, left arm round the wicket, he comes to Laurie Evans, who's just going to push this one away into the covers. Sensible, just getting a Ryan on strike. 160 for 3. Evans moves on to 4. So Surrey every chance of going past their record total against Hampshire in T20 cricket, which I think is 200 for 8. I'm saying I think. I've looked at it because I got sent the stat sheet and I'm just reading it out.
Are you worried that people are going to think you're a show-off?
Yeah,
So
well, no, I'm worried that people think, you know, I'm saying that like I know what it is, but I'm going to be completely upfront. And thankfully I get sent a stat sheet before the game. As here is Liam Dawson to Narayan. It's a full toss, and Narayan just punches this one down the ground towards long off. Press comes up to do the fielding, and they will pick up another single. One more to the total. 161 for 3, Surrey.
I like the idea, though, that you're saying that it's for Laurie Evans maybe to get Sunil Narayan back on strike quickly. If Laurie's having to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. As left arm round the wicket once again comes Dawson. Oh, Laurie Evans. Oh, that's gone a long way. Slog sweep from Laurie Evans. That's 20 rows back. And his first 6 of the evening. And Laurie Evans moves on to 10. And it's 167 for 3. Laurie Evans enjoys holding the pose, which is exactly what he did there. And just watched it soar away for 6th penneth. And 167 for 3. Sorry, it's pretty much carnage out there at the moment as Liam Dawson round the wicket he comes again. Laurie Evans backs away. Dawson saw him coming, fired it in, just a single out there towards extra cover. One more to the total. Evans moves on to 11. 168 for 3. Evans and Dawson have a chat about all of this.
At least he's not holding the pose in those pants that you see him advertising.
Oh yes, he's been advertising his undergrunders, hasn't he? As here is Dawson in over the wicket to Narayan. Narayan swings this one in the air. Oh, and Donald didn't quite pick it up to begin with. He's done pretty well actually, because it bounced horribly on him at long on. He's got something behind it, and I think, to be fair to Donald as well, it's sort of coming out of sunlight into shade down below us. It's the end of the over from Liam Dawson. 15 gone. 169 for 3, Surrey. 10 off that over from Liam Dawson.
Was that a bit of a dagger's look, though, from Dawson down to Donald?
It was, and I think, to be fair to well, you can't really blame Liam Dawson. At the moment, I shouldn't think he's in the best of moods here. It all started so well. Won the toss, we'll have a bowl.
That's a good start.
Third ball, bowls Jason Roy, and then since then, oh dear, he's had a bit to think about.
Jack 64 off 36 balls, 4 fours, 5 sixes. Sam Curran 69 off 38 balls, 5 fours, 5 sixes. Sunil Narayan 24 off 7. It's a nervous laugh, that's all it is, a nervous laugh. 24 off 7 balls, 2 fours, 2 sixes. Laurie Evans 11 off 7, with just the 1-6. Good crowd in. Fair amount of, well, 2/3 of the playing area really now in shade. And although the sun's shining, I still think it's probably just a little bit on the coolish side out there. Fair amount of, I reckon you'll be feeling a little bit cool if you're in the shade right now, but that far end of that wonderful iconic pavilion, they're still bathed in sunshine, hopefully a little bit warmer there. The ride's on 24, and it's at that end that somebody's just walking across, sauntering along. They look to me as if they've got a clipboard.
Oh dear.
I don't think you should be allowed to hold up play if the person who's walking behind the bowler's arm's got a clipboard.
Yeah, and headphones and a microphone.
Microphone.
I've seen it all now.
Narayan on 24. We're gonna try again with Fuller bowling from the pavilion end, right arm into the left hand in the right. Oh my days, that's quite wide.
Oh, by the way,
and it's been signalled so. It's 169 for 3. 170 for 3.
Somebody's left their dictaphone in this box, but it won't switch on because the batteries have run out. But it's been here for the last couple of weeks. Now, it's not yours,
batteries.
is it?
We've got to get some
No,
batteries.
I know. I wondered if it might have been yours.
And have a listen to the messages.
Oh, there could be sort of a hard-hitting interview on
well,
this.
do you know, Narayan's on 24. Fuller bowls, and again looking for that wide-ish ball, and that is a good wide ball, which Narayan sort of moves back, can't get onto it. What's that building down the road there? What's the MI5?
Yeah, it could be. It's not yours, though. I'm asking everybody.
No, it's not mine.
Kevin James is not your dictaphone.
What if it belongs to somebody back down the road over the bridge at the MI5?
Well, I've got it now. Finders keepers.
Which newspaper are we going to sell that to then, Church?
Well, I've got to find some batteries for it. Then I'll have a listen.
You find some batteries and see who's on the
I'll have a listen and see who's on here.
And Fuller bowls, and a shorter ball which he tries to get a little nick on that. Well, the keeper went up for it and the bowler joined in 3 hours later.
I think I'm just glad it hasn't ended up on the Holliford Road, because the way he swung at that, swinging like a rusty gate, was Mr. Narayan there. Swung himself off his feet for a minute. I thought he'd done himself a bit of a mischief.
And because of what he is capable of doing, you've got to say well done to Fuller.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, this is a terrific over from James Fuller.
170 for 3, 16th over. From the sun into the shade, and now in and bowls, and that's off an outside edge, flies down towards the boundary and over down here. You've got to be committed to that sort of shot, and if you are, there's a good chance you're going to get away with it. Good chance it's going to go to the boundary. That is what it does. Narayan to 28 and Surrey to 174 for 3.
Yeah, 16. And he's almost swung himself off his feet again there as Narayan, and it has flown off the outside edge. Well, I'll tell you what, it's an exciting day across the river at Lords, wasn't it, in the Test match?
Yes.
And it's an exciting evening back in South London as well, Kevin Howes.
I like what you've done there, Churchy.
Probably more runs here than
Fuller in to Narayan, who's on 28 now. Oh, hammered away, square and beautifully placed. It's 4 runs through cover point. I say beautifully placed. There's half of me that like to think that actually he meant it to go there. I mean, he put so much into it, but I mean, there was 2 fielders coming in, almost just to the point where they're just about to get to the ball. Over the rope it goes. He moves to 32, 178 for 3 in the 16th over, and now it's words between the captain and the bowler to say, well, what can we do about this? Liam Dawson's bowled through his 4 overs, 3 for 34. Fuller's about to complete his full allocation as well. He's 3.4 overs, no wicket for 41. Mason Crane, 58 runs and 3 overs. Nathan Ellis, 8 runs for just 2 overs. Now, where's this gone? High, down towards us, and just inside the boundary rope. Again, just helped on its way.
Wowee.
What do you do here to try and stop this?
Well, I don't know, because
it's 4 runs, it's 182 for 3.
It's a pretty clever piece of bowling in many ways from James Fuller. He's trying to get it up above his head, and all Narayan's doing is just swinging the bat at it, top edge, and it's almost flown for 6. And Sunil Narayan is just in this mood. This is the way he plays. I think that's 36 off 12 balls now.
His strike rate is 300. We've seen strike rates tonight from Jack's 177, Curran 181, Laurie Evans is sitting there on 157. Pedestrian. Now this has gone right side and miles again behind square. Over square leg. It's a 6. Narayan to 42. We must be moving into.
And the 50 partnership.
You've got to let Kev have his moment there.
Oh, there he is. I've already announced
I'll make
who it is.
Yeah, big announcement.
Voice of the gods.
Yeah. I hope before
thank
the end
goodness.
of 188 for 3. Narayan's on 42. Evans on 11 after 16 overs. I do hope we get a bit of a let's be hearing you here Oval from our friend Kev.
Oh, I hope so. He might be the voice of the gods.
Yeah.
Is he the face of the gods? I don't know, but he's definitely the voice of the gods tonight.
Voice of the gods, our friend Kevin Hand over the other side. He's sounding butch, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got his proper voice on tonight.
Big voice, telephone voice.
Yeah, he's got his proper voice on tonight. So this is unbelievable striking from Narayan. Unbelievable striking. There's 188 for 3 now. Surrey. And we have got 4 overs remaining, so 4 to go for Surrey. And Laurie Evans, fairly pedestrian really compared to Narayan. He's only on 11. Narayan 42 not out. And as I say, at the moment, Sunil Narayan, who's bowled beautifully, we're now seeing him batting violently. 42 from 13 balls as Wood is into Laurie Evans, and Laurie Evans just opens the face, helps this one down towards the man in the sunshine. Is Fuller, they're going to get two, and so I've got to say the wheels have slightly fallen off, unsurprisingly, here for Hampshire. Slightly frazzled brains out there. 190 for 3.
Jemo has been number crunching. He's been number crunching. He's
doing
come
his
up,
accounts again.
Yeah, he's doing his accounts, but at the same time looking at some cricket scores. The accounts didn't take a long time. To be
exactly.
fair, he got that sorted out quite quickly, so he's able to go to the cricket scores. But he did start off. Yeah,
same sort of spreadsheet. As
exactly.
Over the wicket is Wood to Laurie Evans, and Evans top edge over the top of short third. And they'll just get a single on this occasion. Evans on to 14, 191 for 3.
So the number crunching suggests 222 for 1's the highest at the Oval. This is Surrey's highest scores in T20. Against Hampshire, we go down and
200, I think. 200 back in
not?
2010. I've done my own expenses tonight. Although I get sent them, you see.
200, and that was in 2010.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, 200 for 8.
Yeah. I mentioned that about 25 minutes ago. Neither of you were listening, were you? Nobody listens. But nobody. You have to go into the Kevin James accounts to see that.
Stop being so sensitive.
I do my prep. Well, I don't. Someone sent it to me. As in round the wicket comes Wood to Narine. That's well bowled by Wood, because Narine's jumping outside his leg stump. How much for stationery? As that goes into the gloves of McDermott, moving away to his left-hand side. 191 for 3. It's good bowling from Wood.
In fairness to him,
he does get through a lot of pens.
No.
Oh.
I was going to say Chelmsford 2 nights ago with the Vipers last night in Manchester. Here he is in London.
It's been busy. It's been very busy. As round the wicket comes Wood, and this is picked off his toes by Narine down towards Donald at log on, and they'll pick up 2, and Narine moves on to 44, 193 for 3. No, brilliant number crunching from Mr. James. So 222 for 1.
Fair to say the Vipers are bringing him a little bit more joy than the Hampshire men's team.
Vipers already into the final.
Yeah,
already there, sitting top of their group on 23 points. As round the wicket comes Wood to Narine. Slower ball pulled by Narine. One bounce towards Ellis, who comes in off the boundary rope, whips it in over the top of the stumps. One more to the total. Narine 45, 194 for 3. Yeah, sort of last round of games before finals day at Wantage Road, isn't it? Saturday week in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Yeah, and the other two sides that are looking pretty much firm favourites. Booked in as Wood is in to Evans. Oh, that might be the shot of the night from Laurie Evans. Over extra cover for 6. And it is the most gorgeous swing of the bat from Laurie Evans. And that brings up the 200 for Surrey with 3 overs still remaining. We've seen some fantastic striking tonight, but that is a gorgeous shot from Laurie Evans, and he did hold the pose on that occasion, down on one knee. So 3 to go here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and 200 for 3 Surrey.
We were chatting away a bit earlier about some of the grounds, like Northampton.
A reminder, everyone, cricket is a game for everyone.
Some of these grounds now aren't actually big enough for some of the batting we're seeing. But look, I might have to throw the Oval into that lot before the end of the night or the end of the season. It's just craziness. That's a craziness. And as a bowler, what are you supposed to do? Narine's on 45, Evans 20. And Nathan Ellis, who has been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he, so far? 2 overs, went for 8 runs. Just wonder whether maybe should have brought him back a little bit earlier. I mean, if he goes and takes a couple of wickets here now, you might have thought so. But anyway, it's 200 for 3. Damage limitations here now. Gosh. 18th over, and he turns now to Ellis, and he's got to run in. More and more of the ground under shade. He bustles in, fair head figure, and starts off with a wide. Looks back quickly at the umpire as if to say, I can't believe that umpire. Can't believe it. I mean, they're also bustling around now as if they worry about the cut-off time. That really would be an insult.
Well, it's 10-2. On the board, 1950. So I think they're all right.
For that.
Their fountain pens run out of cartridge ink. Yeah. It's annoying.
Only at Surrey would you hear that sort of thing.
That's one new one for the season.
Anyway, in comes the Australian Nathan Ellis. And he's gone into the West Indian sun and the Rhine. Again goes wide and too wide. Oh, he can't believe that. He looks back to the umpire and says, umpire, no. The first one, I'll give you the first one, umpire, but not that one.
That did look a little harsh, I have to say, from umpire Billy Taylor, who's down there at the pavilion end.
Former Hampshire man himself,
yes,
Billy.
Indeed.
Yeah, former Sussex man as well. Yes. Slammed the door in my face one day, did Billy. I can't blame him.
We've all done it.
202 for 3. I don't hold it against him. Ellis in, bowls. Oh, and again another wide, Billy. Oh, good lad. He kept his arms down then. Now, for me, that was every bit as same place as the other one, if not even a little bit wider. But anyway, I'm not going to use this as my moment to get back at Billy.
No, don't do that. No. Why did he slam the door in your face?
Well, all I wanted is to speak to Chris Tremlett. I remember it vividly because it was Trembridge, and I think Tremlett might have finished off again with a hat-trick. And I wanted to get a word with Tremlett, and oh no, he saw my ugly face and bang! Narine, 45.
And, okay, 2 wides, but then 2 dots, and we've seen Narine basically going after every single ball. He's middle most of them, but here Ellis is just firing them wide outside his off stump on a foolish length.
It's the only thing they can think to do at the moment. Narine on 45, 202 for 3, 18th over. Ellis in again, a little bit closer to the off stump this time, and reaching for it. So, aside from the disappointment and the harshness, maybe, of some of the wide decisions given, at least Ellis is trying here to
this is a brilliant over.
Outthink
in amongst
Narine.
This carnage, absolute carnage, he's come up with 3 dots, 3 consecutive dot deliveries. Okay, the first 2 were wide, but since then, 3 dots.
The first one was, we harsh that second one. He's in, again bowls, bat on it this time, but it's not going to be a 4, it's just going to be a single square. Out there to the man of the cover point boundary, picks up 1. What are you applauding?
Well, this over, actually, from Ellis, because as I say, in amongst this, to have only gone for 3 in this over, and I think that's now 11 in the game so far, and he's in his 3rd over. It's outstanding bowling. It really is. Because let's be honest, Narine must be terrifying to bowl at in this sort of form, because wherever you put it, he bangs it out the park. Even when he mishits it, it tends to go either one bounce or all the way for 6.
Right-handed Evans is now on strike. He's on 20. Man at extra cover, deepish extra cover. Man on the cover point, cover boundary, what should I say? Shorter ball goes to hook that. Doesn't get anything on it. Not even a little nick through to the keeper.
It's funny, isn't it? I've loved the 4s and the 6s, and it's been wonderful entertainment. But this over, I've enjoyed as much as anything. In the fact that it's a bowler under the pump, and he's coming up with the goods here, Nathan Ellis. This is a terrific over at this stage.
There has to be a little bit of everything in the game.
There does. There's something there for everyone, Mr. Howells.
Evans is on 20. Ellis bowls full into the pads. He gets that away with the bat. We'll go through for 1. Let's just wait and see. Got bat on that to get the single. Evans gets 1. He's on 21. 204 for 3 now after 18 overs. I'm going to move aside. Quite frankly, that was 5 overs, and I need to rest and recuperate. And but if you boys will join me during the half-time interval at some point.
Are we staying in here or joining you in your room?
No,
staying here, are we? Right, okay. Because when you said join you, I thought you wanted us to come and join you in your box. I thought you may be laying on some sort of Jubilee-type celebrations. Baked a cake, maybe, as Chris Wood with the 19th over, just 4 off that over from Nathan Ellis. Wood is into Laurie Evans, who's off the front foot, slamming this one down towards long on. They could get 2 here with a little misfield from Prest. They will get 2. That's 206 for 3. Kevin James, welcome back. And what an over that was from Nathan Ellis. As I say, to only go for 4 in amongst that absolute carnage was an outstanding over as Chris Wood is in to Laurie Evans, and Evans drives, doesn't really get hold of this. Down towards long on it goes. Press comes up to do the fielding, and Surrey 207 for 3.
I agree. I admired it as well from alongside you guys, and actually it's taken a bit of momentum out of the innings towards the end. I mean, yes, they've got their highest ever total against Hampshire, but actually the way they were going, they could be another 10 or 15 further on than they are now.
Turning once again down below us is Wood, comes round the wicket to Narine, swing and a miss from Narine, and yet Narine here as well has just lost his rhythm because of that Nathan Ellis over. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing how things turn, isn't it? 1 over, and all of a sudden momentum and everything's just been taken out of the Surrey innings. Quite incredible.
Kevin House has kindly gone to get me a cup of coffee but forgotten the milk. As round the wicket comes Wood. Oh, he's got hold of this one as Narine, and it's a brilliant effort at deep backward square, but that's 6. Brilliant effort to bat it back over the rope, but that's 6, and that'll be the 50 for Narine. What an innings this has been from Narine. He really has lit this place up tonight, and I think that's 22 balls with 5 fours and 4 sixes. And Kevin James, heck of an effort out there at deep backward square, but again Narine has got enough of it, and as I say, 52 of 22 balls with 5 fours and 4 sixes.
Yeah, big boundary side as well. That
outstanding innings this, as Wood is in and Narine swinging this one down the ground. He might go here. Donald takes the catch down below us, but he's done some damage tonight with the bat as Narine. What an innings that has been. What entertainment for this crowd. Well bowled Chris Wood, the slower ball does the business, but Narine goes for 52 and Surrey are 213 for 4.
Well, I mean, that's incredible. I don't think I've seen him bat before. He just hits through the line at everything, doesn't he? And slightly short boundaries away to our right, but a big boundary side away to our left. I mean, it stays hit when he hits it, that's for sure, as it has with virtually all of the Surrey batters, apart from Jason Roy.
And guess who's coming out now?
Oh,
Kyron Pollard.
Oh, Kyron Pollard.
Yeah, so Narine is replaced by Kyron Pollard. And 213 for 4. Pollard gets a huge round of applause. Thank you to Kevin Howes, who's made a lovely cup of coffee there. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Howes. But yeah, what an innings that was from Narine. And absolutely, you see him on the telly and he just walks out there and swings.
Yeah.
And tonight he's come off, and of course he's open in T20 cricket as Narine. He's not really a pinch hitter in 2020, he's more of a punch hitter, isn't he, in 2020? He just looks out there and belts it. So here is the rather big figure of Mr. Pollard, who made his debut on Tuesday night, 14 off 15 balls with 1 4. And Laurie Evans down at the non-strikers ends on 24. It's certainly been entertaining this. 213 for 4, Surrey. 222 their record score. So they've already got a record score against Hampshire in this form of the game with this 213 for 4.
222 here on this ground.
And on this ground, yeah. On this ground.
Twice that's happened.
So
against Middlesex and Essex.
Here is Wood coming left arm over the wicket to Pollard, who's driving down the ground towards long off. Little misfield by Donald, but it'll just be the single, and that'll be 1 more to the total. And Pollard off the mark with a single, but good over from Wood. That wicket of Narine, 1 to go, and Surrey 214 for 4.
Only 14 off the last 2. I say only 14, but in the context of the Surrey innings, that's fairly quiet. So yeah, I guess the I mean, as well as getting the highest total you can, of course, 8 runs, and they'll equal their highest total in T20s here. They won't quite get their highest ever in this competition. 250 for 6 against Kent. That was at Canterbury in 2018. So they're a long way off that. So I suppose Hampshire should feel lucky.
I don't remember any of that either.
Do you not?
No. They do. With the T20s as well, they sort of do all sort of merge into one enormous game of T20, don't they? Because they come so thick and fast.
This year they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
At a fair rate, aren't they? So 2:14 for 4, 6 balls left unless we get a wide or so in this over, and this final over is going to be bowled by a long way, head and shoulders above the rest, Nathan Ellis. Right arm over from that pavilion end. It's a Yorker, and it's hit hard down the ground, and that's not quite stopped. Well, he went for the Yorker there, Ellis, and somehow Pollard has hit that back at a fair rate of knots. 1 bounce for 4 up towards the pavilion.
Yeah, and well, it's greeted by a bit of electro funk, which is excellent. Axel F, is it? Ah, yes, of course, the man who was written the theme tune to Top Gun and the new Top Gun Maverick as well, Errol Fortman.
Oh, thank you.
That's right.
Interesting. 2:18 for 4 then. Here's Ellis bowls and Pollard swings. That's another Yorker, which Pollard works that out towards deep square leg. They'll just settle for a single. Pollard's first outing in county cricket for 11 years.
Ooh.
Played for Somerset. The last time he played in T20 or any county stuff, 2011. Of course, was part of the Somerset side that contested that final at the Ageas Bowl in 2010.
And how did that turn out?
But he didn't finish the game because he got hit on the head by a certain the ex-Derbyshire in England right arm seaman.
Mark Foote.
No, right arm.
Sorry.
Dominic Cork. Yeah. Here's Ellis then, bowls to Evans, gets a length ball. Evans just works it away on the leg side, and that'll only be a single. I think Surrey feel they've got enough. They're not even trying to hit the boundaries anymore. 219 for 4 then. Sorry, 220 for 4, so they are 2 runs away from equalling their highest total on this ground in T20s.
Yeah, and, well, it has been sort of for the crowd.
Just great what they want,
fun.
It's just what they want.
But would you want to be a bowler these days?
No. Unless you're Nathan Ellis.
Yes.
And then you'd be quite happy. Here he is then bowling to Pollard, and bowls it short, and Pollard misses that bouncer. He's looking at the square leg umpire. It's called a no ball.
Yeah.
Fast delivery there from Ellis. He's had some pace this evening.
Yeah, Ellis, I feel...
And Ellis can't believe that.
Yeah, I feel a bit for Ellis there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I think it's just a good if you take that out of his armoury, what's he meant to do?
Umpire's telling him to get back to his mark.
Where's he meant to go here? He's got Kieran Pollard there. Pollard's late on that for a start.
He is.
I don't know where Ellis is meant to go, to be honest.
At best, it's head height.
Yeah,
I think it's slightly lower.
I'll be honest with you, it was just too quick for Pollard. That was the thing.
Quick delivery. 222 for 4 then. Here's Ellis again, bowls to Pollard. Pollard swings that away, and it's dropped at on the 45 on the leg side, and that was a very, very difficult chance. They'll come back for 2. That is Nick Gubbins there diving to his left, and that is Surrey's highest total on this ground in this competition.
Yeah, and it was a great effort from Gubbins to get to that, wasn't it? I think he stopped 4 in many ways because it was just getting away from him. Of course, Hampshire winning that final in 2010 against Somerset. Two times Hampshire have won the T20.
Yes.
Yeah, twice.
2010, 2012.
That's it. Leicestershire have won it 3 times.
Yeah, neither of them at Edgbaston, because all we do is go up to Edgbaston and just play the semi-final and come home again.
Come back.
If ever they move the game away from the final stay away from Edgbaston, we'll be all right. 224 for 4, still 2 balls left in the innings. Pollard swings, gets wrapped on the pad, and that's a dot ball. Well bowled again, Nathan Ellis.
I'll tell you what, at the moment, Nathan Ellis for me is the man of this innings. If there was a man of the innings so far, yes, Narayan spectacular, Jack spectacular, Sam Curran spectacular, but to come out with his figures at the end of this chaos will be shining like a beacon.
I'm just trying to work out his figures, actually. I'll come back to that in a moment, as Ellis is just taking his time going back to his mark. He's gone for 22. It's amazing, isn't it, considering he's 224 for 4. He's round the wicket to Pollard, who swings that away on the leg side, gets it away, has he split the field, and it's 4 runs to end the innings, and Ellis just throws his hands up in the air. That hasn't damaged his figures too much. It's still been a great effort, but Surrey finishing with a boundary. 228 for 4, Surrey, and that has been very, very entertaining. It's their second highest score in T20s ever.
Well, it's been an out. I'm just looking at Mr. Kevin Howes here for a second. He needs me to pull something out for him, which I've now done. And 228 for 4. But you look at the card there for Surrey, and there's been, well, Jason Roy obviously out in the first over for 1, but then that 129-run partnership between Jacks and Curran. Then Jack's going for 64, Curran for 69. Narayan's ridiculous innings of 52, and then Laurie Evans has ended up 25 not out, and Pollard's finished up 12 not out. So the thing here for Hampshire now is that they know they're going to have to really go from ball 1, and it's a good pitch, quick outfield, pretty big boundaries, but that Kevin Howes has certainly been entertaining.
Yep, certainly has. Also entertaining today has been the first day of the first test. New Zealand all out for 132, England 116 for 7. England trail by 16 runs in the blast. In Birmingham today, Birmingham Bears 100% record came to an end after Leicestershire, who have been a bit hit and miss in the competition themselves in the early stages this year, but they beat them by 5 runs. Leicestershire only managed 152 for 9, but Birmingham Bears only got 147 for 9 in the chase of 153. Ben Mike with a 34, he picked up 3 wickets as well. So that's a real lift for Leicestershire. They're working so hard off the field at Leicestershire with the running foxes. They need that backed up by the players. The players know that. Paul Nixon, the head coach, he knows that. And therefore wins like that are really important. Well, you know what I'm saying, really important to back up the work that's been done by the marketing team, the chief executive there. So it's a big win for them. Essex away at Glamorgan tonight, also in the South Group, along with this match obviously in the South Group. And Essex is 78 for 5 against Glamorgan. This is Essex' 4th match of the competition. They're on 4 points. Glamorgan's 4th, also their 4th match. They're on 2 points. They've just got 1 win and a couple of losses. Hampshire, Kevin, rock bottom. Previous tonight, played 3, lost 3. Genuinely surprised by this. Genuinely surprised.
Everybody is. The team themselves, the management, they're all surprised, because I think one of the, we had that great run, didn't we, from sort of 2010 onwards, where we were at finals day virtually every year. I think 8 finals days we've been in, won it twice. And then we had a couple of lean years around 2017, 2018 and 2019, and we got back. We got back to the finals day last year, and I think the feeling was this year that we're stronger. Ben McDermott and the Nathan Ellises and Ross Whiteley brought into the side as well. I think he just felt that, we had more big hitting there, but it's not fired. And the momentum's not there in the bowling, it's not there in the fielding, it's not there in the batting, and it only takes a few percent in certain areas to be off it, and you lose. Sides that are playing well, and each side we seem to come up against plays well. Middlesex and their surprise side this year in the tournament. Surrey obviously going along quite nicely. Essex the other night, well, I mean, that was just incredible batting from Michael Pepper particularly. And you just feel that whoever Hampshire come up against at the moment are in form. And of course, if you're not quite there, you're blown away.
I would say that history suggests also that teams have made horrific starts. There's so many games, which is another issue to talk about at another time, but there are so many games in a group stage that you can turn it around. It's very difficult tonight, though, on that evidence, to see it's going to be turned around tonight. I mean, so you start to lose 4 or 5 games, that's a different story. But you can perhaps lose 3 or 4 and then get on a run. Teams often get on a bit of a run and get on a run at the right time, perhaps going into quarterfinals and all that sort of stuff. But Hampshire got to turn around at some point, and if they do so tonight, it's going to be pretty amazing. Churchill, this is Surrey's only 3rd game, but I mean the roster is pretty impressive, isn't it? The squad's pretty impressive, and the signings you make. By the way, Ben McDermott, I thought, when I saw the signing, was going to be one of the signings of the competition.
Still might be.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm going to say. He's going to come good. It's going to come good and be lovely for the match if he was.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the roster for Surrey. Got a lot of big names in there, and we've seen them perform this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as well that Surrey it's the players that aren't getting a game as well at times that you sort of look at and think, wow, how is Dan Moriarty not getting a game of cricket at the moment in T20? Because he's been outstanding for Surrey in the last couple of seasons. But Jordan Clark can't get in at the moment. Played the first game, but now Pollard's here. Pollard plays, and they're very experienced. And look, we've been absolutely mesmerised by Narayan the bowler. But tonight we've seen Narayan the batter. Chris Jordan obviously back now captaining Surrey. Jason Roy's yet to really fire at the top of the order, but then you've seen tonight what Will Jackson and Sam Curran can do. Laurie Evans, for me now, Laurie Evans in terms of T20 is right up there. In terms of T20 cricket, having done it in franchise cricket and around the world now, and he's just concentrating on the white ball stuff. Yeah. For me, he's right up there. So now, look, tonight, McDermott might come off. He'll quite enjoy a good pitch, we big crowd. Game, absolutely.
He's not a million miles away from it. I mean, he had a great win to Big Bash, scored the most runs in that competition. You don't do that unless you can play.
Back-to-back centuries as well, wasn't it? Memory serves me right.
You're probably right. Yeah, I didn't know that. Got his maiden one-day international 100 as well in the recent series against Pakistan. So, the guy can play. You can see he can play. There are flashes, just moments when he's been playing in these 3 games that you think, oh, yes, he's going to do some serious damage at some point. But it's such a hit and miss game, and when these guys get in form, then they bang out the scores. But when you're just off it, you don't even notice they're playing.
The interesting thing with Surrey as well is that the bowling against Gloucestershire was outstanding. Sam Curran, Reece Topley up the top. Then you got the experience of Chris Jordan, of course. Narayan. See, this is the interesting thing, is how do you go about Narayan? Because do you either try and see out his 4 overs, because he's going to go past your outside edge, past your inside edge, and the control the guy has is ridiculous. If you're going to go after him, and tonight they're going to sort of have to try and get after Narayan, it's a difficult thing to do. And what Gloucestershire found was they lost 4 up top to the new ball, and then they had to try and get after Narayan. And it's going to take an outstanding player to sort of take Narayan out the attack, because he's got such great control. He can go past your outside edge, he can go past your inside edge, and you just wonder if on a night like tonight with a massive crowd in, good pitch to bat on, this is sort of set up for your Ben McDermott's in many ways against a quality attack. Nick Gubbins has been in pretty good nick championship wise. I don't think he's really lit it up yet in the T20. And the other one is young Mr. Donald as well, who I think's a terrific talent. They got their work cut out tonight, Hampshire, no doubt whatsoever. To get your 229, you're going to have to bat out your skins. But there's certain players, aren't there? There's certain players that on certain nights, with crowd in, test match ground, and they've got to go for it. That's the other thing. Plan B. Forget it. This has got to be plan A from Hampshire.
I mean, it's interesting that, say Hampshire they won't at the moment, but say Hampshire had got 220. I think a Surrey, informed Surrey side with that batting lineup would say, yeah, this is challenging, but you know what? We are at least going to get close, and we'll probably win it. I think Hampshire, the way they are at the moment, would look at that and say, listen, we've got to take more chances than we normally do, and yet we've got to take more calculated risks than we feel like we can do, because we're not in great nick. So listen, if for Hampshire to even get close, I think will be a major plus. And I think even though if they lose this game, they'll say, well, do you know what, we improved massively, but they've got to get to 190. Can I see them getting 190 at the moment the way they're playing? No, but I think if they're going to get that sort of score, this is the place. This wicket, in these conditions, they've got a chance. But listen, you're right, Narayan would be somebody that I think a lot of batters look at a bowling lineup and will say, well, okay, I quite fancy him, and I quite fancy him, and I quite fancy him. When you're chasing 220, you've got to fancy every bowler that comes on.
And that's my point. You sort of look at the bowling attack, right? Topley, Sam Curran, Narayan, Chris Jordan,
not easy.
Tyrone Pollard, Jamie Overton. Which one of those are you taking down?
This is fast. Just an update on that score. 80. It's a completely different story in Cardiff. 85 for 7 for Essex in the 16th over. So low scoring there in the Welsh capital. We're about to get underway, so we'll take me out.
Yes, where's the end of me thing gone,
and
Kevin House?
say we're back again at the ground, which we most definitely are, with a cracking atmosphere, so let's hear
Yes,
that. And you've lost your... I'll find your end whilst you pick up your commentary.
Allowed you to put your bit in that bit, and my bit's fallen on the floor now. So it's going to be Reece Topley to get us started from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Nick Gubbins, the crowd have just gone quiet for a second, here they are, as over the wicket comes Topley to Gubbins, who's driving up towards mid-off. There is Chris Jordan to do the fielding. Perfect timing there at mid-off, and there is no run. So 229 is the target, and Gubbins and McDermott are out there in the middle. But yes, sort of that bowling lineup for Surrey as well, Jamie. It's difficult to sort of pick your one you're going after. If you're going to take risks, as in over the wicket comes Topley to Gubbins, leading edge. Gubbins, what a catch from Kieran Pollard! Oh, the big man with those big hands and extra cover. He has dived to his left and has just stuck out a big left paw and has taken an absolutely brilliant catch. And Nick Gubbins goes second ball, and Hampshire are 0 for 1.
That was an amazing catch. I love the pose there from Pollard. Just knelt down on one knee, fingers to the lips, and he enjoyed that, didn't he? He really seriously enjoyed that. And it's great to see, isn't it? Somebody who's playing his 594th T20 match this evening, and he's enjoying moments like that as if it was his first, soaking up the atmosphere, enjoying the adulation. And Hampshire, well, they just can't get a start. Just no matter what they try. Gubbins' first T20 game for Hampshire since he arrived midway through last season. Didn't play the second half of the competition, the T20, although he was eligible. Actually, I'm not sure he was, actually. That's interesting. He played for Middlesex. Would he have been eligible? He might not have done, actually. No, I think you're right. No, he wouldn't have been. As soon as I said that, I thought, oh, hang on a minute. I'm sure I was told last year. I can't remember what I was told earlier today, let alone last year.
So, Tom Prest out there early as Topley's into him, and that's coming back at Prest. And he gets bat on it, it rolls away into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single to get up and running. Hampshire 1 for 1, and here is Ben McDermott coming on to strike for the first time. Look, Mr. Pollard is very savvy as well. He plays all around the world. He knows there are cameras everywhere. He knows what to do. And that photo of him celebrating will go round social media. First ball for McDermott. Topley's in. McDermott drives up towards mid-off, and they will get a single. Good start list from Reece Topley. Outstanding figures on Tuesday night. 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 6. But it was sort of up top again from Reece Topley. 2 for 1 against his former county, of course, in Hampshire. As Prest on to strike. The crowd have gone up a notch or two as in over the wicket comes Topley to Prest, and he's looking to force off the back foot the right-handed Prest. It goes past his outside edge. It's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side. But as I say, Mr. Pollard there, down on one knee with a hand up to his lip and pointing to the heavens, and that photo will do the rounds. He knows exactly what he's up to. He really does, and it was a brilliant catch as Topley is in over the wicket, and all Prest is trying to help him over short fine. Down on one knee, gets nothing on it. It's a pretty good first over that from Reece Topley. 1 over gone then here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra Vitality T20 Blast for you from the capital, and Hampshire chasing 229 are 2 for 1.
Yeah, not a great start at all from a side that in all 3 previous games have lost wickets regularly in the power play, and that's been the key really. Get away to a good start, try not to lose any, and certainly maybe 1 in the wicket in the power play, and all of a sudden the runs rack up. But when you lose wickets early and you've got no momentum in the power play, the innings becomes that much more difficult. I was talking to Stuart Law last night about Ben McDermott as well. Can't speak highly enough of him. He says he will get you some runs. Might just take a few more games than he or Hampshire would like. So Sam Curran, left arm over from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls to McDermott. McDermott works that away into the vacant mid-wicket area. and he moves on to 2. Hampshire at 3 without 1. Tom Press back on strike, playing just his 8th match this year. Made his debut last year. And top scored in that amazing quarter-final up at Nottingham with 44 in a game that Hampshire had absolutely no right to win. So he's only young, was with the captain of the England under-19s in the West Indies during the winter. And I know Hampshire were dying to get him in the side. Think a lot of him, and he's in it now. It's a lot to ask him to win the game here. Comes down the wicket and the thick outside edge. Let's go for 6. Well, and it's dropped in the crowd 1 row back. But he's come down the wicket there and just opened the face of the bat, and the ball just sailed over the backwards square leg area, and it's a short boundary. And the pace of Curran just takes it all the way over the rope.
Wow, what a shot that is, because he deliberately opened the face on that as well to drive. Yeah, Stuart Barnes, a good friend of mine, he was the bowling coach on that under-19s tour, so this one is definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, he is. 9 for 1 then, and there's already a change in the field, and quite incredibly, with the ball going over the top of backward point, they've taken the slip out and put Jamie Overton at mid-wicket. He's round the wicket, Curran, probably has a lot to do with it. Pulls that away over Overton's head, and that will be 2 runs. Short delivery, deliberate short delivery there from Curran. Press picks up 2 more. Moves on to 9, and it's 11 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, and that wicket, the other thing that does, that sort of catch, it just gets the crowd going as well, doesn't it? It would be Pollard as well, but that's why he's one of the best in the world at this form of the game. He's always there when something spectacular happens.
Curran to McDermott. Oh my word, that's a horrible slower ball which goes high in the air down the leg side, called a no ball. I'm not surprised. Gosh,
no, I've not seen that one from Sam Curran before.
No, that was a very bizarre.
His modern mullet has come up on the big screen as well there. I think he's gone with the slower back of the hand one, and it's just looped.
It's over his left shoulder.
Down the leg side. So just got it wrong there, did Sam Curran.
That's a free hit now as well. I'm just wondering if that had been a normal pace ball and he bowled it that height. I think the umpires might have been having a word, but the fact that it was a slower ball, it sort of harmlessly went over his left shoulder. 13 for 1 then. Curran bowls. This is a free hit for McDermott. What's he going to do? Short, and McDermott edges. Great catch. I think it was an edge.
It was, and it's a brilliant bit of keeping from Jamie Smith. That'll be one of the better catches he'll take, but it's off a free hit. Press trying to help that down to third man again, but actually what he's done there is he's saved 4 runs, because he's going the wrong way and he's just pulled it from under the crossbar as Jamie Smith.
Just watching the replay on the big screen, there was definitely a deflection there, wasn't there? Great stop, great catch. Here's Curran again. It's short, and he's edged it over the top of the keeper, and that is racing away over the rope. It's quick deliveries here from Curran. Beat McDermott for pace there, and maybe a little bit of height. And McDermott got right underneath that, but the pace has taken it way over the keeper.
Yeah, and Sam Curran's banging that one in there. Top edge. This is what Hampshire have to do, really. They've got to go for it. And that flew away, and it's great entertainment for the crowd, this. It really is terrific entertainment for the crowd tonight. But who would be a bowler, eh?
You've got to have all your deliveries, haven't you? You've got to have in your armoury about 2 or 3 different balls, haven't you? And be confident enough to bowl them, because otherwise you're going. Here's Curran bowls length, and that's driven by McDermott out to Pollard. They'll take a single. Pollard's right on the 30-yard circle, and McDermott will keep the strike. So that is, gosh, a lot. It feels like a lot's happened already. We've only had 2 overs. Hampshire 18 for 1. I think I'm going to be out of breath by the end of this.
Well, this is the marvellous thing about this form of the game, isn't it? There's always something happening, be it out in the middle or in the crowd there. Someone's, that's a nice touch. I think that gentleman's come as the Queen for Jubilee that I've just seen on the big screen, giving it the royal wave now as well. There'll be, well, quite a few, but the most important
I'm not sure I've seen
of course, celebrating 70 years, and we had the national anthem. As in over the wicket comes Topley. Pressed little inside edge on this, I think, as that rolls away into the offside. He'll move on to 15, then 19 for 1 Hampshire.
I have to say, I did have to take a double take there to not think it was the Queen of the crowd. It's just what the giveaway was. I'm not sure I've ever seen the Queen walk around with a pint and a plastic cup before.
Or a beard. That was the other thing that gave it away for me. But yes, no. Well, it's been a lovely... It's early.
Yeah, not at this time of night, anyway.
Waiting. It's a long 4 days, this. You don't want to peak too early. In over the wicket comes Topley. Oh, there goes McDermott. Front foot. And just swings it to the right of deep backward square, which is Will Jacks. I think Topley for a moment thought McDermott had swung that straight down Jacks's throat, but it's away for 6, flat, 25 for 1, and McDermott moves on to 8.
You're right, it was catchable height, I think, by the time it went over the rope.
As Rhys Topley, left arm over the wicket he comes from the Vauxhall end. Short again. Oh! Pick that one out. Off you go to Archbishop Tennyson School. It's a good job it's half term.
It's in the road.
Oh dear, that is out the ground. There's a bus stop about there on the Harleford Road, so anybody who's been out having Jubilee celebrations just getting off the bus, if you could return the ball please. That's the biggest shot of the night from McDermott. That is huge. Out the ground. He may have to pay some congestion charge on that now. 31 for 1. McDermott moves on to 14.
You know, the other thinking as well, I've mentioned it a lot tonight about, Hampshire just haven't really got going. Tonight, they're forced into playing attacking cricket, more attacking than they probably normally would do. And actually, in a way, that's probably the best thing that could happen.
This is what we were saying at half-time. This is right up McDermott Street here. He's got absolute licence. As Topley down below us once again. Left arm over the wicket, he comes to McDermott, who's just waiting for this. That's a nice touch shot. Down to third man it goes. Laurie Evans gets round quickly to do the fielding. One more to the total. 32 for 1. And credit here to Tom Prest as well in that over against Sam Curran. He knows he's got to go for it. And well, in the third over, Surrey after 3 were 22 for 1. Hampshire in the third are 32 for 1. So they're where they need to be at the moment.
Yeah,
but the problem with this as well is, can you keep going?
Yeah.
Can you keep going? Right. As Topley is coming into Prest on 15, and Prest, check drive up and over the top of Overton, and that's away for 4. Extraordinary shot again from Tom Prest, because it's just a check drive straight over the top of the covers with the cover fielders on the ring, and away for 4. Press on to 19, 36 for 1 Hampshire in the third.
Because this is such a good wicket, you're getting full value for shots, aren't you? All wickets should be like this T20.
Oh, absolutely. This is why it's such a tough game for the bowlers when you get wickets like this. As in over the wicket comes Topley once again. Slower ball, hammered by Prest. Off the back foot, just over the top of Jamie Overton on the edge of the ring at cover. And that's away for 4. Here we go. Prest is on to 23. McDermott has 15. 3 overs gone here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, chasing 229. 3 gone. Hampshire are 40 for 1, Kevin James.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a Hampshire fan at the moment, enjoy this, because it would be Hampshire's second highest total ever in this competition if they were to win it. So this is how difficult this total actually is to chase down. But enjoy it for the moment, because they are way ahead after 3 overs. Surrey at this stage had 22. So keep enjoying it, and if I can keep saying after every over they're ahead, then that really will be something. But it'll be tough. Good wicket, short boundary aside, this is going to be immensely tough. They're an experienced Surrey side, good all-round bowling attack, and Hampshire will need to be on it over after over after over. Here's Dan Worrell then, formerly of Gloucestershire, and there's a little sweep shot, helped on the leg side, and 6 runs. We saw that from Sam Curran, and now Ben Dermott's doing the same.
That's a great shot. He's just greeting Worrell down on one knee and then ramping it over short fine for 6. McDermott's got a start here. He's on to 21, 46 for 1. And this is a bit like a car that you fill the tank with petrol. What you don't want is it just running out towards the end of your journey. So at the moment, absolutely fine from Hampshire. But can you keep it going? That's the thing. But McDermott just had a feeling tonight, this pitch, this crowd, this attack.
Well, he's threatened it a couple of times and then fallen short. Can he keep going tonight? There's a length ball as McDermott hits that towards Pollard, who falls over the ball at extra cover, but does the main job, of course, of stopping it and picking it up before they complete a run. So 46 for 1. We are in the 4th over here. Hampshire chasing down 228 for 4. Magnificent stuff from the home side. It's been highly entertaining. I don't think there's one amongst this big crowd that hasn't enjoyed what they've seen so far this evening. And I think I can see the Queen's Corgi away to our left. I don't think it's the real Corgi. Short ball, McDermott comes down the wicket, swings, misses, and it goes through to Jamie Smith.
Well, the Corgi...
It's 2 of them.
Yeah, well, that's what the Queen has, a couple of Corgis. Oh. That was a horrible shot from McDermott, wasn't it? It
They're
really was. He almost swung himself off his feet there, and Worrell just banged it in. But, yes, well, the Queen's here, dressed up away to our right, and the Corgis are in as well.
I don't think I've seen an inflatable dog, let alone inflatable Corgis.
There's all sorts to buy this weekend.
They look quite lifelike from here, actually. Now he's gone for the ramp shot again, and it's not quite going to be 6, but it is 4. Length balls here from Worrell, and McDermott has an answer for these length deliveries, and Worrell might have to change his line of attack. That's the 50 up for Hampshire, and that has come in the 4th over, and this is by far and away their best power play today. But as we said earlier, they're being forced into playing shots and being attacking, and sometimes when a side knows that it's not batting well, knowing that they've actually got to go after it anyway regardless, actually can be quite a good tonic.
It just frees you up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It just completely and utterly frees you up.
Rather than thinking about it.
That was the chat, and I'm sure that was the chat in the dressing room. Just go out there and play your shots.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Well, there's no other team talk, is there? You've got to go for it. Worrell comes in, right arm over. McDermott swings, it's in the air past the fielder, Chris Jordan, and then he's 4 more.
Well, they're ahead of Surrey now. They're ahead of where Surrey were. 54 for 1. Surrey, at the end of the 4th over, were 39. So they are flying, McDermott and Prest. And it was Prest that got this started. It really was. And now McDermott. And he's looking very dangerous here, Ben McDermott.
He needs to keep going, that's for sure. This is not quite his high score yet, but that's outside the off stump. Good bowling there from Worrell, just shaped away from McDermott's forward prod. He's on 29. It's 54 for 1. Prest has 23, and we've had 4 overs. There's still 2 more overs left of the power play, where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So there'll be plenty more gaps yet for the next 12 deliveries.
Yeah, and Preston McDonald will just get together for a bit of a natter and just say keep going. And Sam Curran's going to come back into the attack from the Vauxhall, and where he did his damage actually against Gloucestershire on Tuesday night. But it's just you cannot take your eye off this for a second. And Prest will be on strike. Of course, Prest with that extraordinary shot of Sam Curran in Curran's first over from the pavilion end, driving him over 3rd man for 6. As is 2 out, a deep mid-wicket and a man back on that deep cover point boundary. Sam Curran is into Prest. It's wide outside the off stump, and this will be signal wide, and that is 1 more to the total, and 55 for 1.
It's always, I'm just looking at the board actually, it's always a good indicator of where the Duckworth-Lewis should be at this stage, and Hampshire are 10 runs ahead of it.
Yep.
So a great start from Hampshire, but I think there'll be some difficult overs to come, I'm sure. So he'll try and make it as difficult as they can.
Sam Curran into Prest, bowls him, knocks his leg stump out the ground, because Prest has jumped across his stumps. You could see what he was trying to do, just ramp it and help it over short fine, but he's knocked his leg stump out the ground. Prest had to keep going, but he's gone for 23, and it's 55 for 2 in the 5th.
Yeah, he's going for the short boundary side. That's what he's aiming for. Just walked across the stumps a little bit too far. But 55 those two put on in just under 5 overs. So they are going along at the right rate. But that's good bowling from Sam Curran. Keep it straight. Make the batters do things that they probably wouldn't really want to do. And when you're playing across the line, of course, you always run that risk. The idea was right, the execution not quite right.
So press goes, but sort of got this moving, did Prest, with that 23. Here's Joe Weatherly out there into the middle, and aeroplane swoops across the blue sky away to our right hand side. I have to say, the fly pass today was magnificent. I didn't mean to see it, but I did. And when the red arrows went over, oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, it was special. It was very, very. I think it was 3 Spitfires as well. Yeah, lovely it was. As Sam Curran comes left arm over the wicket to Weatherly, swing across the line, hits that front bat. That must be very tight. First up for Weatherly. Well, Sam Curran and Jamie Smith are convinced that's out, but Ben Debenham shakes his head, but that must have been tight. And Joe Weatherly again aiming for that short fine leg boundary.
I just wonder if it's pitched outside leg stump. I mean, I'm not seeing Curran get any in swing. He's taken a big stride down the wicket. I think that would have been a brave decision, worth a shout, no doubt about that, but I think that would have been a brave decision from the umpire.
Yep. Sam Curran in once again, left arm over the wicket to Joe Weatherly, and Weatherly cutting. That's a nice shot to get himself off the mark. Down there to Jamie Overton. 1 bounce over the top of the stumps, 1 more to the total, 56 for 2. And Weatherly off the mark with a single. McDermott coming back onto strike on 29. Sam Curran just waiting to get the ball back from his skipper Chris Jordan. End of this over, Mr. Kevin Howes will join Kevin James. 56 for 2 Hampshire. Exhilarating game this at the moment. 229 is their target. We're in the 5th as McDermott waits for Curran. He's drilled this in the air straight up to Reece Topley on the edge of the circle at mid-on. And Sam Curran loves bowling in T20 cricket from this Vauxhall end. He did it against Gloucestershire on Tuesday night, and he's picked up 2 in the over now on this Thursday night, and McDermott's innings comes to an end on 29. Topley with the catch. This gets harder and harder now for Hampshire. 56 for 3 in the 5th.
Well, this is it. I mean, as well as they've been playing in the first few overs, they've got to keep that up throughout the 20, and that is not easy at all. And Ben McDermott doing what he's done so far in this competition, threatens a big knock, but just gets out just as he starts to get going, and that is his second score in the 20s. He got 30 the other night as well. It's just not quite happening for him at the moment. Hampshire needed a big one from him, and of course with him gone now, it puts more pressure on the batters coming in. We've got effectively 2 new batters out there. Weatherly's only faced a couple of deliveries, and Narwin Donald, who has been opening with Ben McDermott but hasn't really got any runs of note, has dropped down the order to number 5.
It's Reece Topley's had the modern mullet as well. Sam Curran with the modern mullet, and Reece Topley as well with the modern mullet. So, Narwin Donald's out there, ready for his first delivery. 56 for 3. Sam Curran into Donald. Donald's forward, pushes this one out into the offside. There is Jason Roy to do the fielding, and there's no run. But as I say, he loves bowling in T20 cricket from this Vauxhall end, does Sam Curran, and he picked all his 4 up from this end on Tuesday night, and now picking up a couple in this over. As Donald waits again for Sam Curran. Curran is in. Donald swinging. It's gone high in the air. Jordan's underneath. There's 3 in the over for Sam Curran. And Donald goes second ball. And it's 56 for 4. And Sam Curran, who made 69 with the bat, now has 3 in an over with the ball. And 56 for 4. after 5 overs, Hampshire.
He's having a good all-round game, isn't he, Sam Curran? To lose 3 wickets in an over like that inside the power play, that's a massive blow. And again, we're seeing the same frailties of the Hampshire batting that we've seen so far in this competition. But they're under immense pressure to try and score their second biggest ever total in this competition for a side that's not firing at all. Surrey have really put all the pressure on Hampshire. Something had to give, and despite that really good start, Surrey are firmly in the driving seat now. We're in the 5th over. That might have been the end of the 5th over. It is actually, and Curran has 3 for 18 from his 2 overs. 1 for 24 from 2 Reece Topley, and Worrell's 1 over cost 14. Kevin Howes has lost something else.
Glasses.
They were here a minute ago. They're probably with that microphone you lost the other day, as Worrell hits, Weatherly hits him to mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop, and there is no run. I love the atmosphere here. I think this is one of my favourite grounds for atmosphere. Whoever does the acoustics here, whoever built the ground with acoustics in mind, I think should be given whatever his fee was. It should have been doubled.
It is for a big ground and an open ground. See, I say to people that, well, I think 2 finals day at the Rose Bowl each year.
Yes. That's swung away by Weatherly. There's nobody out at deep mid-wicket, fortunately. The ball is just about going to make it over the rope in time, and that is Joe Weatherly's shot, the hit across the line on the leg side, and that is a boundary to him. He moves on to 5s. Hampshire 60 for 4.
And the point I'm going to make quickly is that actually I was doing a bit of pitch side on one of those finals days, stroke nights. If you're actually down on pitch level, and that bowl, it really works when you've got a packed ground, and and the crowd are enjoying it as they would be doing on finals day. That works well, and that's a massive open sort of venue as well. But the bowl, that looks good. But yeah, I mean the size of it. Terrific. You're right, terrific atmosphere.
Yeah, terrific crowd as well now, which has got bigger steadily all the time. Weatherly goes in the air. He's caught at mid-wicket. Now he didn't come out the middle of the bat. I think he might have just played that a little too early, and it's come off the toe of the bat. He's trying to play the same shot of hitting it across the line on the leg side, and he goes for 5. And Hampshire have gone from 55 for 1 to 60 for 5.
And this obviously from a Hampshire point of view, from a neutral's point of view, you could argue, and from a contest point of view, is all very soft now. It's not great. But this crowd, have come along predominantly to support the home team, predominantly to enjoy the cricket, no doubt, but happy to see Surrey doing well. This is terrific for them. They're lapping this up. We might want more of a contest, as you say, a neutral or Hampshire, of course, but they'll be lapping this up. But what a shame! I mean, what a collapse. Well, we were talking about confidence needed to get some momentum going for Hampshire. This is not the way to go about it.
No, I just hope that some partnership is put together, really, because they were pummeled by Pepper and Critchley on Tuesday night at Chelmsford. Essex winning with something like 39 balls to spare, and Michael Pepper absolutely played amazingly. And they were a bit shell-shocked coming off the field, and I'm afraid if this innings goes the way it might, I think Hampshire's confidence will be further dented. But Surrey are rampant now. 4 quick wickets, and even though it was a good start from Hampshire, Surrey are way in front now. So James Fuller, who actually is in nick with the bat, is to face Dan Worrell, bowling from that pavilion end, and bowls, and Fuller drives on the up. He'll get a single up to mid-off with Chris Jordan fields, and Fuller is off the mark. We've got 2 new batters at the crease who hadn't faced a ball up until that moment. Ross Whiteley, the other batter. Wow.
Sam Curran, Kevin, 2 overs, no maidens, 3 for 8.
Incredible, isn't it? To go with his 69 of 38 deliveries. Terrific stuff. Terrific all-round game. The field changes for the left-hander Ross Whiteley. Another Hampshire batter that could do with a few runs here this evening. 27, 10 and 23. Again, a bit like Ben McDermott. Gets some starts but doesn't really go on. Here's Worrell. Bowls length ball to Whiteley, who just pushes that out to Pollard, who's quite close in there at extra cover.
Talk about the importance of strike rate. You see that for Ross, his strike rate in this format at 141. You know, that's good. That's good.
That's equal highest in the Hampshire side.
But tonight he needs to go, as you say, really big. No doubt there'll be occasions when Ross will go out to bat, but actually it isn't a high numerical number he's after, but to get those runs quickly, possibly. But here,
outside the off stump plays and misses. Well, he's got to bat better than his career strike rate, and that's always tough. You don't do that every time you walk to the crease. It happens every now and then. It'll happen a few more times when you're in nick, but it doesn't happen just like that out of thin air. So you're asking guys basically tonight to play out of their skin, and that doesn't happen, perhaps rarely.
How easy is it for people like Ross, though? So you played the championship cricket this year?
No, just white ball.
And he comes in, so he's, as you say, he scores of 27, 10, 23. How difficult, you'll understand this far more than I, how difficult is that to expect that Ross to be able to come in? He's been playing second 11 cricket, so he's been doing some batting, but to come in at this level against this quality, and we have got really good quality in this competition.
And just stroke it around as if you do it every day of the week. Of course it's difficult. Amazingly, after that power play, Hampshire are actually ahead in terms of runs by 3 runs. So that's how good a start they had. So despite that collapse, they are actually ahead of Surrey, but Surrey at this stage had only lost 1 wicket.
You see players who have come from elsewhere around the world, other franchises, maybe IPL or something, they're really in the groove. Fuller on 1, faces this next delivery, angled down, there'll be no run, angled down towards the edge of the circle there at short third. 61, the big number is not the 61. The big number is the 5. The 5 down. Fuller and Whiteley, both capable, but they're going to have to play out of their skins, play the match of their career.
These are the last 2 match winners, potential match winners in the side.
Fuller facing, very nearly against the edge. That's non-committed really. Delivery that was full, just a little bit of shape away from Overton through to the keeper.
Yeah, both these guys strike at 141. The guys coming in next, Dawson at 113, Ellis at 112. That's too much for them to do. There'll be great support acts, but these two have got to put in some, that's for sure.
Under the lights, T20 action here at the Kia Oval. 61 for 5 for Hampshire in all sorts of bother. Lifting delivery. They thought, or at least Laurie Evans thought, maybe a little bit of a sound, a bit of a nick there. But no, nobody else heard it. Laurie heard it, nobody else did.
I tell you what, the quicker bowlers have got the ball through tonight, haven't they? I mean, Jamie Overton there, that's really good pace through to Jamie Smith, isn't it? Your Nathan Ellis's tonight, Worrell's got 1 or 2 through. The guys that really sort of hit the deck and bowl, they've good carry.
Fuller on 1. Jamie Overton bowls to him now, full and straight. Can't get it past that man again. At short third. It's another dot ball. Delighted for Jamie Overton that he settled in here. I was a little bit concerned for him. Obviously, things not quite working out as he would have wanted them to work out at Somerset. Felt the needs have to move away. Came to London. Clearly took a bit of time to settle in, but he's settled in now.
Yeah. And he'll enjoy bowling on this pitch, especially this one tonight. Bit of pace.
Overton to Fuller. 61 for 5 is the score. Full driven hard and firm. Will it get past Jordan? No, it won't, but it's going to be 1 run. And Fuller moves to 2. Hampshire to 62 for 5 in this 7th over, chasing down 229. That's the target. The run rate required is 12.6. So they say that's not really the issue. I mean, 12.6 is not great, but it's around about the 12 mark. You're okay with that, really. It's when it starts going over that 12 mark into 13s and 14s, you've got problems. But the problem is 5 down.
Yeah,
that's the big problem.
With your last 2 big hitters at the crease.
Gubbins out for naught. Press 23. Weatherly 5. Donald without scoring. Ben McDermott 29 of 12 balls, but he's out. Overton bowls to the left-handed Whiteley, driven beautifully through extra cover. 4 runs. 4 runs for Whiteley. 4 for a desperate looking Hampshire. Needs something magical to happen tonight. And it's 66 for 5 at the end of that over. Chasing 229, 7 overs gone.
And for the first time, they actually fall behind at the equivalent stage. 4 runs behind after 7 overs. But yeah, 5 down is a bit of a nightmare, really. Surrey should complete this victory here, shouldn't they? No problem. And here we go with a bit of Sunil Narayan, who is going to be particularly difficult to get away. But somehow Hampshire have to find a way of scoring 12 and over.
I'm giggling because a certain commentator, a well-known commentator, a global commentator, came in here, looked at me and went hi, and then just that split second realised I'm in the wrong box. I had to walk out again. He's come in the wrong box, bless him. It happens at a certain age. Anyway, he's gone off somewhere else. It was nice to see him.
So here's Narayan then with his off spin. He tries to swing that away on the leg side, although he'll mix it up a little bit, the West Indian. And that's gone off the pad out on the offside. Well, Narayan, for a spinner, has an amazing economy rate of 6 and over. And Hampshire have got to double that in this game at least. 66 for 5. Fuller swings that away on the leg side. It's in the air but safe. It'll drop well short of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. That is the long boundary side, so if you're swinging that away in the air and you're going big, it needs to come out of the middle of the bat. 67 for 5. Fuller moves on to 3, brings Whiteley back on strike. Just loving this atmosphere. I could sit here all night and just have a recorded tape on loop, just listening to that.
You have been away from home for a long time, haven't you?
Well, last night, to be fair,
this puts you to sleep in a nice way. That's soothing.
I love it. I love the atmospheres like this. It's beautiful. It feels like a real occasion.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
The national anthem before the game, I think, was the best thing that's happened in a T20 game, or before a T20 game. In the air, that could be caught at mid-on, and he's gone. Whiteley's on the back foot, tried to hit that with a flat bat, a little squarer, but he hit it too straight to the fielder at dip mid-on, and Whiteley goes for 4. And Hampshire now are 67 for 6. Jason Roy, the catcher at the far end of the ground, and Hampshire still in the middle of a collapse here. 55 for 1, 67 for 6.
67 for 6 for the new batter coming in at 8. Ian Dawson.
I mean, the thing is, though, it's a bank holiday. We mustn't forget the fact that it is a bank holiday. And therefore, I reckon maybe numbers might actually be a little bit down for the fact that people aren't in the office working. So I reckon tonight is a terrific night for getting people out. And they're out lapping it up. As I say, we may be a little disappointed that there isn't going to be a close contest as we can see it from here. But they'll be loving this. Cheering on and that over from Sam Curran, they'll go away thinking about that, hopefully talking about it when they get back to work on Monday. Who knows? There's certainly things for people to take away from the game, but I don't think it's going to be how close the match it was. I think that bit is going to be the bit that's missing.
I think you're right. I think you take away from this that you feel part of an occasion.
Big event.
Yeah, it does. It feels it. When you look around the ground, good numbers in the crowd, good music as well. It has to be said. Dawson is the new batter, gets wrapped on the pad. Narayan perhaps not totally convincing in his appeal, and there is no run. So this gets even tougher now for Hampshire.
I hope they're not too cool for school here, that we don't get Sweet Caroline before the end of the night.
We haven't had that yet, have we?
Caroline, come on.
Narayan again bowls, and Dawson's on the back foot and just steers that out on the leg side for a single. He's off the mark. 68 for 6. Hampshire need another 161 from here, and we're in the 8th over. An absolutely mammoth task. That run rate now will start to creep up and up. I wouldn't say creep, actually, it will motor up. It's nearly 13 and a half. Here's Narayan again. Down the wicket comes Fuller and just turns that good length ball away on the leg side. You can see they don't trust Narayan at the moment. But somebody's going to have a go. 68 for 6 at the end of that over. 8 gone. It's only 2 runs off it. 69 for 6, I tell a lie. There was 3 runs off it with 1 wicket.
Yeah, me and my friends have had a great time. We're also
Ebbs is back
watching
on.
Laurie Evans, one of my favourite.
Oh my gosh, I think Ebbs is having a good night. I think we need to be careful. She's on the big screen. I mean that she's having a good night. I think she's having a good time out there as Ebbs, but she's never wanted to turn down the opportunity to have a chat. Yeah, you got it, Ebbs. I should say let's get back to the studio. 69 for 6. Fuller on 4.
Because Jamie Overton's face on the screen, isn't
and hard, firm and fast from Fuller. 4 runs, almost takes out the umpire who's down on his knees. He gets back up, he's okay. Is that umpire Debenham at this end?
Yes.
I think it is. Ben hit the deck because it came past him at what a late. Let's have a look at this again. Get down, Ben. And he did. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't think it was anywhere near him in the end, but he saw it coming at him.
He didn't know much about it, did he?
No, he didn't.
He looks a bit shaken there, getting up on the replay.
Oh, and now he signals a 4.
Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, hang on a minute, it's a 4.
73 for 6. Fuller on 8. Shouldn't joke about these things. I mean, it's a dangerous game out there for them. Overton. Shorter this time, hammered down bottom edge into the ground, square on the offside. Fuller goes through to 1, he moves on to 9. 74 for 6 in the 9th over. It is a good night for T20. I'm starting to think that some venues really are just best suited for a Thursday and a Friday, and others
doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, some struggle anyway, but some others actually it is the Wednesdays, even Sunday afternoons are better suited. I think Sussex would be one, maybe a Sunday afternoon is a really good time for them, for example. Overton in, bowls full and up over the top of Laurie Evans, and that is going to be 1 bounce and 4.
Super shot.
78 for 6. We need a few of those super shots, as Kevin describes them. Dawson on that occasion with that 4 moves his tally to 5. It would be nice to take this a little bit deeper with an extraordinary innings or 2. Can it happen? But there are 6 wickets down. And Overton is off again. He's into bowl to the right-handed Dawson. Right arm from Overton, short in the air. Will that carry all the way to the field? Evans comes in, does well in the end. It falls short of him. They'll go through for 2 runs. And Dawson will move to 7. And Hampshire to 80 for 6. Does well, realises he was coming in. It wasn't there to be caught. So then it just had to make sure there was something there to make sure it didn't run past him. Good stop in the field in the end for me.
It was, wasn't he? He just tried to get his right hand underneath, didn't he? Didn't quite, but yeah, great stop. Great stop. And he's loving it as well, encouraging the crowd to give him a cheer as he's walking back to the rope.
They applaud him, he applauds them.
You can do that when you're so far ahead in the game.
And on the fee he's got for the 100 coming up. That helps. Dawson on 7, next delivery, full, top edge, or not through to the keeper. No, looking to cut the ball. The Hampshire captain doesn't get anything on it.
Just great pace, isn't it? I mean, Jamie Overton generates pace anyway, but great pace off the pitch. I mean, if you're cutting that, even if you get a top edge, that's 6 to the long boundary side. That's how pacey this pitch is. That's what you want to see. That's what the crowd want to see. You know, Hampshire aren't going to get close here, but just a few boundaries, a few 6s, however they do it, will just keep the crowd entertained to the end.
Fuller and Dawson are out there in the middle of the moment. Dawson's on 7. Jamie Overton bowls to him now. Full and a little movement away. And there's nothing on it. That very nearly was. 80 for 6, this massive target. 229, and it's 80 for 6 after 9 overs. Fuller on 9, Dawson on 7. Kevin James.
Did you see those corgis earlier?
Corgis? What corgis?
Queen's corgis. I don't know if they're still there, to our left.
There's a cutout Queen standing next to the commentary box here on the left side. Yeah.
Just on the terrace, on the roof terrace to us. I can't quite see.
They've got, a lot of supermarkets up where I live, and I have to say it's slightly disconcerting as you go round from the cheese to the meat section, and there's Her Majesty.
Narayan bowls with his off spin, and Fuller works that away on the leg side for a single, moves on to 10, 81 for 6 at the start of the 10th over for Hampshire. The corgis have disappeared for the moment. I don't quite know why. Maybe they've joined their owner to stand in the queue for a few drinks. It comes Narayan. Now, there's quite a few bars here. There's a reverse sweep there. Dawson wants a single, but sent back by Fuller. I think this ground wins the award for the most areas of bar around the ground. There's loads of them.
Yeah, there is.
Bar areas, actually. I've got that round the wrong way, didn't I?
Bar areas.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, that's a new bit of music to me. What do you do to that?
Well, you move from side to side, a bit like you are now.
I just stood up, stretched my legs.
That's what I have to do.
I've been doing a lot of driving, I've been telling you. That's driven out on the offside, but not timed by Dawson, and there's no run.
Well, you haven't, but we have been on your behalf because you've been putting in a shift this week.
A shift. Just a little one.
Yeah. And
do.
Who's singing now? Oh no. Oh no.
No, I haven't done anything. That's rubbish. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, Dawson.
Oh, no.
Out to deep point. They're going to run 2. That's Laurie Evans out there in the deep.
Even
Dawson.
worse than singing, he doesn't know he's doing it. He was singing.
I'm just stretching my legs. I've been in the car a lot the last few days.
Singing to that tune. You were humming.
We still haven't found out what Simba Cam's all about.
What?
There was a Simba Cam earlier, focused on the crowd. Reverse sweep in there, Dawson. It's gone quite fine. Hasn't quite. I think it's come off a glove more than the bat. And that'll be a single fielded by Dan Worrell. And Dawson moves on to 10. It's 84 for 6 in the 10th over here.
How do you spell Simba Cam?
Simba as in the Lion King. So they were focused. They've only done it once, but they were focused on somebody in the crowd, and it said Simba Cam, and we were trying to work out what does that mean. We know what Giz Cam is and all that. That's Fuller, who works that ball from Nareen up towards mid-wicket, fielded by Jordan. And Hampshire, well, if their innings is to the last 20 overs, they are halfway through it. They are 84 for 6, and they are just 145 runs behind.
I can tell you on a very quick search on the old internet that Simba Cam is something that's used at baseball games.
All right.
And it's at that point that you're supposed to hold your dog up.
4 wickets for Sam Curran so far.
in the iconic scene as in The Lion King. So you got to bring your dog.
Well, I tell you what, they had the wrong section of the crowd, because the blow-up corgis would have been perfect for that, wouldn't they?
Well, you can't be bringing your dogs to T20. Anyway,
that's a great idea.
That's supposedly what, and apparently something they do at baseball games.
Oh, right.
Extraordinary place over the last 6 years. The club has raised over 300,000 for Evelina.
84 for 6.
As if you're on Pride Rock.
Amazing improvements.
On the end of Pride Rock.
Yeah. Oh, you know your Lion King, don't you?
I've watched it about 125 times.
Did you cry, kid?
Every time.
Dawson's on 10, and this one is hammered away out to mid-wicket and caught. The end of Dawson for 10. Jordan the bowler, 7 down, 84 for 7. It is falling apart here for Hampshire.
Jason Roy for 10 off the bowling of Surrey captain Chris Jordan.
And has been confirmed by the voice of the gods. Our very good friend Kevin. There was Jason Roy taking the catch out there. And Jay Roy's off to sign a few autographs. It's that sort of a night for Surrey. It's been a bit of a social for them, hasn't it? It's been a bit of a social, big night. But from a cricketing point of view, I'm not looking forward to your job of going past them maybe afterwards and having a word.
Well, what can you do, really? What do you know? I suppose it would be very similar to what they said after the Essex game, really. But there was an air of resignation there from Dawson, wasn't it? Swatting that away. He can do no more than do that in this situation. It's, as he walked off, it's just like, well, what else am I supposed to be doing, really? What's that you're doing?
Drums. To Under Pressure.
Nathan Ellis, the new batter.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, I'm across it. Jordan is coming in. Ellis has made his way out to the middle. And it's Jordan now in and bowling. A little bit of width, bottom edge, down towards the keeper, and no run. Well, Ellis did okay with the bowling.
Brilliant.
Earlier, didn't he? So we just got to hope perhaps he rounds off a good all-round night. There's something extraordinary with the bat here. Well, what would be his bowling figures? That's 26 runs from 4 overs. In the light of the fact that the total was 228 for 4, that was a good night bowling from the Australian. But can he get a lovely sort of 30 or 40 here? Let's have a look. He's on naught at the moment, so he's a bit to go. Just turn around the corner, and that's going to be still on the leg by, I think, by umpire Debenham, who's found his feet again. following a slightly worrying and frightening moment for him in the match one over, where that ball came hurtling at him. He hit the deck quite quickly, down on his knees, and in fairness to umpire Debenham, got back up a little more quickly than you and I would have been able to have done once we got down.
But he was
back up
way quicker than me. You'd have been all right.
Yeah, well, I've looked after myself. Fuller's on 10, 85 for 7, the 11th over. Jordan in now with, well, that sort of died to death as he went past the
Well, that's a great slower ball, isn't it? I mean, this guy, trying to hit 2 or 3 boundaries and over off this guy is nigh impossible, isn't it? I mean, he has the best mix of balls in the game as a seam bowler. I mean, when you write down, now, what is he? Is he medium pace? Is he medium quick? Is he sort of slow medium? He's all of those in one over.
So Jordan in again. Bowls. This is in the air. It should clear out by some distance. Into the crowd. It's a 6. 6 for Fuller. And confirmed by the umpire. Just to our right-hand side. I think there's money on offer if you take a catch. In the crowd.
Can I just come off commentary for a while?
You taking a catch?
Go to the car.
91 for 7 in the 11th over. As long as you shared it with us all.
Well, all £2.
Yeah, exactly. Fuller on 16. Bowls a little slower ball again. This time it's along the ground. Same area, but this time along the ground. Laurie Evans. Oh, Laurie's popular with the crowd here. And that's a single to end that over, and it's 92 for 7. Fuller on 17, Ellis on naught. 229 is a long way off, but we're going to hang in there.
And if you have a look at the board now here at the Kia Oval,
well, you've still got to believe when you're playing, you've always got a chance. You know, that you don't give up until it's never over until it's over. But at 137 off the next 9. There's only James Fuller that's even capable of getting close to that. I mean, Ellis strikes at 112. Fuller is the last of the big hitters, and when he goes, that really is good night. But while he's out there is a remote chance, and of course all the Hampshire players will be looking at that saying, we're not out of it yet. Narayan bowls and Fuller works their way through mid-wicket. Nice shot. It won't quite go all the way to the rope, but they will pick up 2. And as I say, as long as Fuller faces the majority of the bowling, they will keep scoring quickly.
Okay.
94 for 7.
Well, I'll be back on for those listening on Sports Extra a little bit later on. But in the meantime, thank you.
Thank you.
I've enjoyed it. See you later.
Thank you very much, Kevin Howes. You put in a shift the last couple of days. You did the whole game yesterday up at Old Trafford. That's down the leg side. That's called a wide. Helping Fletch out at BBC Radio Derbyshire. We were up there yesterday, Vipers last night against Thunder, and it was a double-header with Lancashire beating Derbyshire yesterday afternoon at Old Trafford as Fuller's on the back foot, and Narayan doesn't pick that up cleanly. A little bit of a lazy piece of fielding, and Fuller will pick up a single. Moves on to 20, and it's 96 for 7, and Mark Church is back.
Being slightly concerned about you two there, sat at the back of the box. I was about to ring a nurse for you both at one point. I didn't know what was going on. No, this is tough for Hampshire. It really is, because Surrey have just been very good again tonight. And Chris Jordan, that was Chris Jordan's first over, and it was the 11th over.
It's incredible.
It's ridiculous.
Narayan from that pavilion end bowls, and Ellis cuts that away, but only finds the fielder Dan Worrell at backward point. Yeah, I mean, what do you do in this situation? It's virtually gone, isn't it? 133 still needed. Hampshire needed to score their second highest total of all time in the T20 competition. I think the best Hampshire side of all time would have struggled with that. That's a nice little work to Dan Worrell's left. Played that very late, Ellis, and he comes back for 2. And Hampshire move on to 98 for 7.
The thing is, though, that and Chris Jordan, the captain, of course, of Surrey, so many options out there with the ball as well. Pollard bowled the other night, but we haven't seen him this evening. Obviously, Will Jacks could bowl you some off-spin. He hasn't bowled yet in the competition.
Yeah, they can all have a couple of overs and give each other a rest, can't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're well on top here, Surrey. Could just enjoy it as Ellis works that away on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 3, 99 for 7. Yeah, 3 for 18 from 2 overs. Sam Curran had 3 wickets all in the 5th over. Prest, McDermott and Donald. Hampshire went from 55 for 1 to 56 for 4. And Curran, of course, had a great game with his 69 as well. Swings that away on the leg side, misses, hits him on the pad. Fuller, and that's the end of the over. 12 gone, perhaps 8 to do if we get them all in. 8 runs off it, 99 for 7. Just 130 million.
Well, the other thing here with Narayan, that's his third over of this game. He's only gone for 2 boundaries now in the 3 games he's played. He went for 1 boundary in the first game, 1 boundary in the second game. I think he's gone for a boundary in this game. And again, it's just that control that Narayan has. It's extraordinary, actually. And here comes Sam Curran again, who, as Kevin James said, picked up those 3 wickets in his 5th over, or the 5th over of the Hampshire innings, and that really was it. And Sam Curran had a pretty good game all round, as Kevin James was saying. 69 with the bat, 3 for with the ball, took a 4 for on Tuesday night. He's coming left arm over the wicket here to Nathan Ellis, and his first ball's a full toss that was driven by Ellis away through extra cover. Off goes Laurie Evans, and he's misfielded that, and that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. That'll annoy Laurie Evans, and that'll annoy Surrey as well, as 100 comes up for Hampshire. 103 for 7 they are, so still another 126 required in the 13th over as Sam Curran comes into Ellis. Ellis bowled by Sam Curran, hit the top of his middle stump, trying to swing it through the leg side, and it's 4 again for Sam Curran. And Ellis, well, he had to keep swinging, and Ellis is bowled for 7. And Hampshire here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. 103 for 8, needing 229 for victory.
Well, Sam Curran can't do anything wrong this evening. Clever change of pace there as well. But you just got to swing and hope for the best, really, in this situation. There's no point in batting out the 20 overs. Just got to have a go. And if you're all out in the 15th or 16th, then so be it. Surrey have been absolutely dominant here this evening, both bat and ball. And, well, you know, there's 1 or 2 sides that are already in these early stages taking this South Group by storm. Middlesex looks like to be an all-London dominating table, this at the moment.
Yeah, and those 2 sides meet next week. Middlesex and Surrey, the old London derby. But Sam Curran 4 for 14 on Tuesday night. He's now 4 for 22 on Thursday night. So he's had the days of the week beginning with T, with the ball, going all right for Sam Curran in T20 cricket, as in over the wicket he comes. And shout for Albert W. First ball to Wood, I think pitching outside, but it was up there. And Wood trying to whip it through the leg side, got some bat on it actually, no signal of leg by. So that probably saved him more, actually getting a bit of wood on it. And 104 for 8. And Fuller comes back onto strike on 20. So Sam Curran sitting on 5 here, as he turns down below us once again from the Vauxhall end. Coming in over the wicket to James Fuller, and Fuller taking this Yorker out from his toes and getting it down to Laurie Evans at long on. Then they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total. Fuller is on to 21. 105 for 8. Gus Atkinson is out there at the moment for Mr. Pollard. Aaron Pollard not on the field of play at the moment, so Gus Atkinson is out there at extra cover as Sam Curran comes into Wood, and Wood, the Yorker, gets bat on it. It rolls back up the pitch, and Sam Curran does the fielding off his own bowling, and then like a crown green bowler with the jack, just rolls it all the way back down the pitch and hits the stumps. And there is no run. But yeah, the crowd have had a great evening. And
they've made the most of it, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a terrific atmosphere around the place. Chris Jordan's getting a big cheer as he makes his way down to long off. Sam Curran is in once again to Wood, short one, and Wood's letting this go. outside his off stump. End of the over then. Successful one again for Sam Curran. He's got 4 now. 13 have gone, and it's 105 for 8. And just to sort of put this into context, still 124 required by Hampshire.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen, is it really? The big hitters are all gone. The ones that potentially could win this game for Hampshire, it's just... well, I think, they're a team that the confidence is draining from them game by game. And what you don't want is a huge defeat here, and this will be one of the heavier ones. Should they not get too many more? Here's Narayan then with his 4th and last over, and it's Fuller hitting it out on the onside. As I say, Fuller's the only one really that can do anything, but they still don't trust Narayan, do they?
No, well,
you're right. You're totally right. They don't trust taking him on.
Mr. James,
too clever.
I've seen the guy on the telly.
Yeah, he's too clever.
Now I'm seeing him live. This guy is a genius.
Yeah.
Absolute genius in this form of the game. His control is ridiculous.
Just gets the ball to turn both ways, doesn't he, as well? That's why they can't set themselves as off the back foot there. Wood hits it up towards deep mid-off, but singles here really are just prolonging the agony, and they might be turning the scoreboard over, but it's far too slow. 107 for 8. Lost too many wickets, of course. And we are in over number 14. Fuller's back on strike to Narayan, who stops in his follow-through.
The other thing with Narayan is he hides the ball behind his backside. Now, this is a guy who had to change his action completely, but he hides the ball behind his backside, so you can't see what's coming.
Till the very last moment, can you? Now, there's a big hit over mid-wicket, and that is 6 runs, and that's into the stand at the far side over the long boundary side, and that is a monster.
Yeah, take a bow, James Fuller. That's the first 6 that Narayan's been struck for in the competition this season, and he has absolutely middled that, as James Fuller. Made a lovely noise off his bat.
Didn't it? It does ping off his bat. 113 for 8. Fuller moves on to 28, and he's on the back foot there, steers it out towards extra cover, moves on to 29, and Hampshire 114 for 8 now, as we come towards the end of the 14th over.
That's what we're so lucky when we get up on high and see these guys bowl from behind the arm.
Yeah,
you see what they do with it.
Narayan bowls, and Wood just out into the covers, not really off the middle of the bat, just a single though. 115 for 8 now. That brings Fuller back on strike. Well, I think it'd be nice to see him hit a few more boundaries. Hampshire still need 114, but I think for entertainment value towards the end of this game, it comes down the wicket, can't hit that one as that's come off the pad, and that's the end of Narayan's spell. And Hampshire 115 for 8.
Narayan ends with figures from his 4 overs of 1 for 24.
That's expensive by his standards. 24. He was 1 for 17 in the first 2 games, and obviously with what he's bowling, there is going to be the odd 6 in there. But outstanding again from Narayan. And 115 for 8. Reece Topley comes into the attack. Sam Curran is best in T20, 4 for 11. Sam Curran. So he might get another go here. He's still got an over in his back pocket. It's the 15th over. Reece Topley. And ball to Wood on 3. Settling himself down over his bat is Wood. Still to come Mason Crane for Hampshire, as Topley is into Wood, and Wood off the back foot thumps this out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single. 115 for 8. Surrey head down to Canterbury tomorrow night to take on Kent. 7 o'clock of that one down at Canterbury, and then off to Cardiff on Sunday for a 2:30 affair against Glamorgan. And as you say, next week it's the jolly old London derby. At Hampshire at the moment, it happens to sides just in that sort of rhythm at the moment. As here is Topley, and this is swung in the air. And Chris Jordan has almost taken those before, one-handed down at long off, and it's gone for 6. And Fuller's played a good little hand here, but Chris Jordan, seen him take those before, just comes in off the rope, then realises it's going over him and holds that arm high in the air as he's leaping, but it's got over him and away for 6. And Fuller's on to 35, 122 for 8. Again, resounding strike that from James Fuller. As Topley is in once again to Fuller, and Fuller drives, gets nothing on this, and that's ending up in the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. But yeah, that's the thing with T20. It sounds a strange thing to say. You get into the rhythm of winning, but you can also get into the rhythm of losing, and it's very difficult to get out of. But it's still, you know, after this game, still another 10 to go for Hampshire. And I remember Essex doing it a couple of years ago, where they suddenly went on a run and went all the way to the final and won it. As Topley is in, and Fuller's swinging this one into the leg side off the front foot. He's going to split Jason Roy and Laurie Evans, and that's over the boundary rope and away for 4 more. So Fuller enjoying himself now, moves on to 39 and 126 for 8 Hampshire.
3 short of his best score in the competition, got 42 against Somerset.
He's done a
big consistent
good job here in a hopeless scenario for him.
Amazingly hopeless, isn't it?
So he's just swinging from the hip at the moment, is James Fuller. Exactly what he's got to do. Wood's just giving him the strike. Yes. Just waiting for Chris Jordan, who's run all the way up from long off to have a word with Reece Topley. As he's in again, and Topley, that's well bowled, gets it right up there to Fuller. He's looking to open the face and guide that one off down to third man, gets nothing on it, taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Yes, a bit of a sing-song now for the crowd as well. The ground looks spectacular at this time of night. Sun still setting, but the lights are taken hold. As Topley, left arm over the wicket, he comes once again. Fuller's swinging at this. It's off the toe end of the bat, straight down the ground here to Laurie Evans. Comes in off that long on boundary rope and gets the throw in. 1 bounce to Jamie Smith. So Fuller will keep the strikes. 15 gone, 5 remaining. And Hampshire 127 for 8, still needing 102 for victory.
Well, I've just been looking up the largest margin of runs defeat in this competition for Hampshire. It currently stands at 98 against Somerset at the Ageas back in 2017. So I think at least they need to avoid that. I haven't looked up the highest runs victory by Surrey, but I can look at that up in a moment. But that's what Hampshire will be looking at now. They won't want this to be their largest runs defeat in this competition. Let's have a look at the highest runs victory by Surrey, just as we watch Chris Jordan bowling full, and Fuller works that away on the leg side, out deep along the ground, and he moves on to 41. 128 for 8 now at Hampshire. They need just another 101. Trying to look this up as I'm keeping my eyes on the game as well. Here we have just found Surrey. There's Jordan, just tinkers around with the field as Jordan comes in again and bowls. Wood swings that away on the onside, quite wide of mid-on, but they'll only settle for a single. 129 for 8, and 100 runs exactly needed, as we are in the 16th over. Largest margin of runs victory is 107 against Kent here in 2006, so that's not going to happen.
Sorry, only got 100.
It'll be equal second highest if Hampshire are bowled out now. Here's Jordan and bowls. Oh, that's a good Yorker as well. Quick Yorker, and Fuller did well to dig that one out as it goes to Reece Topley on the 45 on the offside. My word, that was a good Yorker right at the bottom of Fuller's bat. Had to get that down quickly. Yeah.
Chalk, please, for Mr. Fuller there. But yeah, really well bowled by Chris Jordan.
Twice Surrey have beaten Sussex at Hove by 100 runs. 2004-2007, but 107-run victory is their highest against Kent here, as I say, in 2006. So be a bit down the list. That's in the air. This could be caught at cover, and he's dropped it. Is that Laurie Evans?
Gus Atkinson as well.
Did well to get there. I think the ball was just always in the air, spinning away from him. It came off a thick outside edge, and it was just spinning away from him in the air. It wasn't coming down conventionally, just seemed to go away from him at the last minute. 131 for 8, Hampshire.
Well, never easy. He's only been out there for an over for Pollard, and gets one of those. Gus Atkinson had a long way to go, and as you say, that was always sort of swirling away.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it's a horrible one, wasn't it? So at the moment they're an equal worst defeat if Hampshire were to be bowled out now, but they've avoided that. So that is a plus, and there hasn't been too many of those tonight as it goes out on the leg side. Fuller equals his top score in the competition so far this year, 132 for 8, 97 runs needed. That is not going to happen, not even close. This will be 3 from 3 for Surrey.
It's one of these funny ones, isn't it, where they're doing their level best to try and thump it out the park, but at the moment they're not timing it, so it's just singles at the minute.
Impetus has lost all, isn't it? Just the top of the order, threatened it for a while as Wood hits that out towards mid-on. Fuller runs the first one quickly. He's going to run the second one to the danger end. Throw comes in, good run in James Fuller. He wants to keep the strike at the end of that over. 134 for 8, and Fuller will have strike at the start of over number 17.
The other thing about this Surrey side is when you look at it, you know, Jason Royce, Laurie Evans, Chris Jordan, Pollard, Narain, they've and Topley has now as well. They've played an awful lot of franchise cricket, so they are setting very high standards. You know, Pollard and Narain will be setting very high standards, as will Chris Jordan, because that's what they're used to. 134 for 8, and Sam Curran's going to get this opportunity to possibly pick up his first fifer in T20 cricket. Sits on 4 at the moment, Sam Curran. Has 4 for 11 as his best, and has 4 this evening. It's coming in over the wicket to Fuller, who's looking to swing this leg side. Hits the pad, almost rebounded straight back to Sam Curran, who does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. But those guys set hugely high standards. You know, Narain, Pollard, Jordan, with all their experience of franchise cricket. And Surrey have got those 3 in their ranks now. And Chris Jordan, of course, captaining Surrey down there at long off as Sam Curran comes into James Fuller, and Fuller, shout for LBW. Gibbons! Sam Curran has 5. Sam Curran has a fifer in T20 cricket to add to his 69 today. So Sam Curran, a first fifer in T20 cricket. It's his 10th wicket of the comp already. Fuller's good innings comes to an end on 43, and Hampshire are 134 for 9.
Yeah, it's not swinging, but it's quite full, isn't it? And umpire took ages there, but well done, Sam Curran. I mean, what a game he's had. What a game he's had. And he's a good player, there's no doubt about that. We know that. I can't believe he's still only 23.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, he has been around ages, hasn't he, really? Been good changes of pace tonight, been good striking from him. And he won't have many better nights than this in T20.
Well, the other thing with Sam is he's played an awful lot of franchise cricket now, and I was saying when you've been captained by MS Dhoni and he puts his faith in you, know, he's done this in IPL. Sam Curran, a 5 for tonight for him, adding to that 69 with the bat, so an all-round game for Sam Curran. I think if there was a sort of MVP, I think it might be Sam Curran tonight. He's got a chance of a 6 for here with Mason Crane having just got out there. So Mason Crane getting ready for his first delivery. Sam Curran is left arm over the wicket to him and bowls him a short one. Mason Crane has, well, they've thought about a single. They've almost run 2 there, and then Wood gets back and there isn't a run, but Mason Crane hadn't moved an inch. Wood set off for a single that wasn't there, and 134 for 9 the score remains, as Crane yet to get off the mark, has faced just that one ball. Wood with 8 at the non-strikers end. Still 95 runs away, Hampshire, as Sam Curran is in to Mason Crane. He's off the mark in nice fashion. Oh, and Sam Curran's bowled a no ball as well. So Crane tucks that one down towards fine leg. That'll actually be 3 more to the total, and it'll bring Wood on to strike.
We've had everything tonight. I think that's the first no ball.
It is.
No ball.
First free hit of the evening.
First front foot no.
Yeah. So free hit. And by Debenham, just signalling that to, well, it sounded like you said signalling it to Kevin Hand, actually, the voice of the gods this evening, doing a very good job down at the other end of the ground.
Not Johnny Barron.
Not tonight, as in over the wicket comes Sam Curran, and this one's turned down the ground by Wood on the free hit, down towards Laurie Evans at long on, and there will be another single there. 1 more to the total. And Laurie Evans, he always enjoys the crowd, does Laurie Evans, and now he's sort of orchestrating a bit of a cheer. Down there is Mr. Evans.
I think if I was winning the game by 90 odd runs, I think I'd enjoy the crowd
exactly.
as well.
I think you probably deserve to, don't you? As Mason Crane on 1. Waits for Sam Curran as Curran is in over the wicket to Crane, and Crane, that's nicely played, just guiding this away past backward point. Don't want to run out to finish it, as here's the throw, and Crane has to get back. Just got his skates on there, did Mason Crane. Will Jacks with the throw. Crane's back for 2, 140 for 9. Jason Roy as well has been signing autographs out there at deep mid-wicket. That's Laurie Evans again orchestrating. Now, I'm not quite sure what he's orchestrating there. I think it's just that he sort of lifts his hands up and everybody else lifts their hands up. The gentleman's just offered him a bit of his pint. As in over the wicket comes Sam Curran. Slower one. Mason Crane waits for it. He's determined to get run out here, Mason Crane, as he dinks that one into the offside, but there was never a run. Gus Atkinson comes up to do the fielding. So Sam Curran finishes an exceptional spell of bowling tonight. He's picked up 5 in his 4 overs. Here are his figures. 5 for 30 for Sam Curran, to add to his 69th outstanding night for Sam Curran.
Deserves a night off tomorrow night, doesn't he?
Yeah. I doubt he'll want one. No, Sam, he just loves playing cricket.
Don't often see 5 wickets in T20.
You don't.
A few 4s here and there, but 5s are quite rare. Yeah, it's had a good final round game.
Yeah, it's first one for him in T20, Sam Curran.
So we've potentially still got another 18 balls left in this game. If Hampshire want to eke it out, but I don't know. What's the point? That's a length ball, which I think Chris Wood was going to try and ramp on the leg side, but in the end just pushed it out on the offside with a conventional straight bat.
Bit of French cricket there,
It was a slower ball, wasn't it? He realised
Yeah.
there was no pace on it to ramp it.
He sort of ended up, we used to play that when I was little on the beach, with both feet pointing straight towards Chris Jordan and then just patted it into the offside.
Clever change of pace, as Chris Jordan always does. The inflatable corgis are back.
Excellent.
2 of them, and they're being thrown about.
They are at the moment. One of them's about to float off.
Oh, it's coming across the ground.
Oh no, here comes an inflatable corgi.
Full delivery, which Crane steers up to mid-on. It's airborne.
Oh no.
You've got to take a picture of that.
For Jubilee, an inflatable corgi. Oh, we've had it all tonight. There you go, on Jubilee, an inflatable corgi. Oh, is it getting even closer to the commentary box now? Is the inflatable corgi? Would you believe it? That is a corgi going across in front of the commentary box. Wow. It's all happening.
I didn't realise there was enough wind there to do that.
Cut-off time.
Here we are. Well, the crowd are loving the inflatable corgi.
Is he still going? Here's Jordan, then bowls. Wood gives himself some room and swings that away in the air on the offside for 4. 2 bounces. All the field is up on the 30-yard circle on that side. Lovely shot. Chris Wood takes him on to 14, and Hampshire 114 now for 9.
I think Surrey are beyond the cut-off point here. So they've lost a fielder. One's had to come up to the circle now, because they're beyond the cut-off. The cut-off time is 24 minutes past 9, and we're now 25 minutes past 9.
So they're going to be runs added, isn't there?
Yeah.
Here's Jordan's quicker ball that's driven up to mid-off. So they've got to hope that Hampshire get bowled out. Quick single, 147 for 9.
Well, I think, as I say, they've lost a fielder. Comes in off the edge of the circle now as well in T20 cricket. But it would be extraordinary if this changed the outcome of this game, I have to say. But yeah, I'm still getting my head around the inflatable corgi.
I know what you're doing. You're going to put it on your Twitter feed at Back and Across. I'm going to do that at Solent Sport if you want to have a look, as Crane drives and finds the gap on the 45 on the offside. There are two fielders there behind square, and he's found the gap there, steers it off the front foot with an open face, and Crane moves on to 9. That's a 150 up for Hampshire, 151 for 9. I think you should be commentating, actually, because you guys are going to win, so I'll leave it all to you.
Well, you don't know. All sorts of things are happening. Inflatable corgis. Surrey are past the cut-off time. Lost a fielder on the ring. It's all go, but still 78 required by Hampshire. Crane's on strike here to Chris Jordan, as Jordan is into Mason Crane, and Crane's just dabbing this one down to short third. Worrell does the fielding. So one more to the total at the end of the over. 152 for 9. Crane 9. Wood 15. There's a chat between Wood and Crane out there in the middle. But yeah, the crowd have had a great night. They really have.
12 runs off that over. Yes, at Solent Sport and at Back on the Cross. Have you tweeted?
Yes, I tweeted a picture of the inflatable corgi going across the ground. So yes, so I don't think people will possibly have believed us there, but there was an inflatable corgi going across in front of the commentary box. So there we go. So it's Reece Topley with the 19th over. Sort of waiting for the end of this a touch at the moment. 152 for 9 as Topley comes into Crane, and Crane drives off a thickish edge down towards third man. They'll pick up a single, and Mason Crane moves on to 10, and Hampshire move on to 153 for 9.
Shouldn't there have been runs added now?
I think the new rule is you lose a fielder.
Oh, right.
So they've only got 4 now out on the boundary ropes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So you are allowed 5, aren't you? So you lose a fielder. Right. As in over the wicket comes Topley, and this is swung leg side by Wood out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up another single. One more to the total, and one more to Wood. He moves on to 16. And Sam Curran's 5 for 30 there, the 5th best bowling analysis for Surrey in T20 history.
Fantastic.
Tim Murtagh 6 for 24. The late great Andy Simons 5 for 18. Adam Hollyoake 5 for 21. Jimmy Ormond 5 for 26. And then Sam Curran this 5 for 30. Single here for Mason Crane. He'll move on to 11. 155 for 9. Still 74 needed by Hampshire, but it's a sort of slowish end to this game. Everybody knows what the result is, as in over the wicket goes Topley, and this one's dug out by Wood into the offside. There is Gus Atkinson to do the fielding out there at extra cover. They'll pick up one more. Wood moves on to 17. 156 for 9 in the 19th, so 1 over to go after this one.
They're dragging it out, Hampshire, really.
They are. But fair play to them, because, you know, when you're out there in the middle, the one thing you never do is just give it away. As in over the wicket goes Topley, and this is a top edge. This is going to go straight in the air. Gus Atkinson takes the catch. Mason Crane goes for 11. All out for 156 at Hampshire. It means that Surrey, an emphatic win by 72 runs. And Sam Curran 69 5 for 30. Will Jack 64. Sunil Narayan 52. Surrey's 228 off their 20 overs. And then all out Hampshire for 156. And as I say, that is an emphatic win for Surrey by 72 runs.
Well, fantastic, wasn't it? There was only one side in it tonight. Just briefly at the top of the Hampshire batting order, you thought, well, if they keep that going for a few overs, then we might have a decent game on our hand. But chasing that, oh my God, who's on the pitch now running around?
Why
they're giving it's beyond me. Oh my word. It's taken 3 or 4 stewards to get rid of that person. Anyway, that was a bit of fun as well, I suppose, for a couple of seconds. Anyway, yeah, it was. Listen, Hampshire started really well despite losing Nick Gubbins' second ball. But to keep that momentum up for 20 overs was probably never going to happen. But well done Surrey tonight. I mean, they've dominated from start to finish. They look an awesome side. And the way they're going in the Championship, and now the way they've started in this T20, I have to say this could be a pretty decent season if they can keep things going throughout the summer.
Yeah, and I think again it's that whole thing with Surrey is this 11. It's with the bat, someone you feel's going to hurt you, and with the ball, it's who do you go after really. So Sam Curran with his 5 for 30 tonight and his 69 with the bat. And 229 was always going to be a pretty big ask for Hampshire. And in that 5th over, Sam Curran picking up 3 wickets in the 5th over, and really that was it. Oh, there it goes again to finish the night. There is the inflatable corgi again. Kevin
and it's on
James,
that note, we leave the cricket here at the Kia Oval. But he's not making it up. Don't worry about him. There is indeed in front of us right now a flying corgi. Let us, in the meantime, with that thought in our mind, move to Cardiff, because we've had so far, and they are looking really strong. They're right about it. Surrey looking so strong. Victory for them. We've had a victory for Leicestershire, the Running Foxes, a little earlier today in Birmingham. But what about the game in Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Essex? Again in the South Group, Essex 113 for 9. Glamorgan seemingly got it under control. They're in the 16th over, 90 for 4. So it's 24 of 27 deliveries. Let's pick up commentary there with our colleagues at BBC Radio Wales.
Inside edges down to short fine leg, and there is no run, and the fields of that Will Buttleman charging in and rather ruined the impression by dropping the ball. 90 for 4. Nijar to Douthwaite, who goes big, hoists him over long on for 6 over the advertising hoardings, almost took out the cameraman down beneath us. 6 to Douthwaite.
Yeah, he started the innings with a very ugly tentative prod, nice delivery, he smashed it over long on for 6. Let's get this game over and done with, Dan Douthwaite.
A couple of gents in the crowd with Douthwaite sweaters on, picked out by the cameras. 96 for 4 Glamorgan, as Douthwaite goes again over mid-on. That'll bring up the hundreds with 2 mows from the burly bat of Dan Douthwaite. Glamorgan 100 for 4, need just 14 to win.
Yeah, he's limping around a bit there, Dan Douthwaite. For the 6 he hit, he was sort of holding his hamstring after, maybe suffering from a little bit of cramp, or as he pulled it, the physio's coming on to have a look at his hammy.
And welcome to listeners with 5 Sports Extra, with the news that Glamorgan are 100 for 4, chasing just 114 to win. We've got 4 overs left. Sam Northeast top scored with 44. There've been a wicket apiece for Daniel Samsar and Nijar, Matt Critchley, and a run out from Nijar as well. Earlier, Essex 113 for 9 in their 20 overs. They got off to a really bad start. A standard 58 between Matt Critchley with 38 and Paul Walter with 20 was as good as it got. Tom Westley made 23 not out. There were 3 wickets apiece for Michael Hogan and Michael Neser, and 2 for Dan Douthwaite. And the crowd look as though they're going to be celebrating a home victory in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Daniel Sams returning, the Australian fast bowler. They need something special from him now, with Morgan needing just 14 from the last 4 overs. To Douthwaite, a little break there, looks to have sort of swung out and done himself some damage there, but he's staying on. No runner any needed, and it's Chris Cook who'll be facing. Sam's just changing his changing his field here a bit. No slip, no attacking catches, but he's got deep square leg. Got third man as he comes. He's coming round the wicket to Cook, trying to sort of cramp him up. He pitches it short, and Cook just rocks on the back foot, straight over, long on. It's gone all the way for 6. You could sense that Chris Cook was just waiting for that. That was the delivery that he was expecting, and he just dispatches it with no problem at all, Mike.
Yeah, this is similar way he played down the oval. He just sort of see, Cook of old really see ball, hit ball, don't overthink it.
Yeah. 106 for 4. Glamorgan now just need 8 from 23 balls, cantering to victory here. It's been a well-timed chase from Glamorgan. North East has anchored it. 44 got out just before in the last over, but Cook taking on the mantle now as Sams comes round the wicket again. Slower ball. Chris Cook just on the back foot, frustrated with himself there, was there to be hit putch through the covers for 4, but finds the man at short extra cover, no run. Glamorgan 106 for 4. Cook 11 off 10 balls, Douthwaite 10 from 3. Sams needs something special here to stop any chance of a Glamorgan victory. And it hasn't really shown. He's 1 for 17 from 2.2, but hasn't really shown anything like that so far. As he's around the wicket again to Cook. Cook just on the back foot. Ooh, bit of a mix-up there. Cook wanted the single. Douthwaite, who's obviously struggling and limping at the moment, no chance of that. Sends Cook back. No run. No drama in the end for Glamorgan. 106 for 4. 8 from 21 balls now.
Yeah, it was obviously there was an easy single there mid-wicket. There's no real rush to finish this game. There's plenty of balls left, but Douthwaite, I think, struggling with his hand.